This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. A throbbing pain, like being repeatedly run over by wheels, forced Guunji to wake up. Recalling the exploding machine before him, Guunji's consciousness suddenly returned. He opened his eyes, and, unable to focus on anything else, he struggled to his feet. What came into view were grass as tall as an adult and lush, verdant trees. Behind the weeds lay the rocky, yellow earth. Guunji's mind was still hazy, but he subconsciously smiled a smile of relief. I'm not dead? Guunji was a handicraft blogger on a certain website. From miniature models to acrylic sculptures, he had experimented with everything related to handicrafts, attracting many fans. But for now, his last memory was of the accidental explosion while he was crafting in the fields. Wait, Guunji's mind finally started to work. Even if the explosion happened in a rural field, it shouldn't have happened in this remote wilderness, right? Before he could think carefully, a distant roar of an animal echoed, and Guunji shuddered subconsciously. Guunji suddenly realized something, and before his mind could process it, his body was already moving. Like a nimble monkey, he quickly climbed up the nearest tree. Under the cover of leaves, a tiger cub, chasing a gray-white wolfhound, came into Guunji's sight. The wolfhound appeared to be seriously injured, and the strong smell of blood lingered on its body. The tiger cub wasn't much better either, with a series of blood-stained holes on its body, a terrifying sight. The two animals fought as they ran, completely oblivious to Guunji, who was hiding in a low branch. It was clearly a fight between two wild beasts, but Guunji's attention was inexplicably drawn to the wolfhound running ahead. The wolfhound drew closer, and Guunji's pupils constricted upon seeing it up close. Xiaomu, Guunji muttered in disbelief. The wolfhound was twice the size of the puppy, covered in silver-white fur that shone like a metallic luster in the dim light. And those amber pupils, so familiar, made Guunji's eyes blur. A hideous wound etched itself on its hind leg, blood staining its silver-white fur red. Guunji's heart raced, his mind telling him not to move now. But those eyes made it impossible for Guunji to remain indifferent. Guunji once raised a Czech wolf dog that looked exactly like the one that had just run past. That wolf dog was also Guunji's only relative. This brings us to Guunji's background. He came from a respectable family. His father was a renowned painter, his mother a foreign beauty. But when he was 6, they went fishing at sea and were caught in a tsunami. So, only 6-year-old Guunji and the wolf dog, not even a year old, were left at home. For a long time, Guunji and the dog depended on each other for survival. Guunji grew up, and the wolf dog grew old. Finally, the year Guunji entered college, the wolf dog died. The wolf dog could not be his little shepherd. Guunji knew this better than anyone. But watching the wolf dog being attacked by a tiger, Guunji could no longer remain in the tree. Guunji took a deep breath, deftly snapped off a branch, and leaped down from the treetop, hurling the branch at the nearest tiger cub. Startled by this sudden change, the tiger cub instinctively took a few steps back. Guunji seized the opportunity to rush over to the wolfhound, picked up another branch from the ground, and waved it at the cub. The tiger cub bared its teeth, growling menacingly. It paced a few steps before finally turning and fleeing into the jungle. Guunji breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was just a cub, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to drive away. He turned around, wanting to check on the wolfhound. The wolfhound had collapsed to the ground, breathing weakly. Guunji crouched down, carefully avoiding its wounds, and reached up to stroke its fur. The wolfhound's fur was softer than expected, a hint of coolness seeping into Guunji's palm. Don't be afraid, Guunji whispered softly, the evil beast has been driven away. The wolfhound whimpered and fell to the ground with a thud, clearly unconscious. Guunji, not a professional veterinarian, was helpless to treat the wolfhound's wounds. He could only try to half-drag, half-pull it onto his shoulder, and then set out to find shelter. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a thin mist began to rise in the woods. Guunji felt the body on his shoulders suddenly tense. Before he could react, the world spun around, and Guunji was tackled to the ground. The wolfhound had awakened at some point, its amber eyes filled with hostility, its sharp fangs close at hand. Guunji could even smell the blood on its breath. Wait! I saved you! Guunji tried to explain, but the wolfhound clearly didn't understand human language. Its claws pressed against Guunji's shoulders. Guunji could even feel the sharp claws piercing his skin. Suddenly, the wolfhound's body staggered, the fierce gleam in its eyes gradually fading, and then it collapsed heavily on top of Guunji. Large dogs are warm, but they're also heavy. Guunji struggled to get out from under it, But as soon as he turned around, he noticed the blood flowing faster from the Wolfhound's wound. Taking a breath, Guunji came to his senses, walked over, and expertly grabbed the back of the Wolfhound's neck. He carefully confirmed that the Wolfhound had fainted again before he felt relieved. Though he was terrified, Guunji couldn't bear to abandon it. He knew that a Wolfhound of this size must be quite old and might not be well trained. But this was a Wolfhound that looked exactly like Xiaomu. If you missed it, you'd never find it again. Looking at the unconscious Wolfhound, Guunji couldn't help but hold it in his arms and examine it carefully. It looked just like Xiaomu. At worst, I can just give it some training. It should soon behave itself, he muttered, not daring to lift the Wolfhound onto his shoulders this time. Instead, he held it by the scruff of the neck while supporting its rump. Where in the middle of nowhere is this? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's find somewhere to stay first. Guunji supported the Wolfhound again and muttered to himself, Xiaomu number 2 has wounds too. Shouldn't we go see a vet first? I also need to find a hospital for a tetanus shot. If there's no vet, I could probably get some mugwort and apply it to Xiaomu number 2 to stop the bleeding. Guunji muttered to himself as he walked along, not seeing a soul. Finally, before he could no longer walk, he found a cave. The cave smelled a bit, but not of animal feces, but rather of decaying matter. A cave like this shouldn't have many large animals. However, given the tiger cub that had just appeared, Guunji didn't dare venture deeper. He simply set down the Wolfhounds not far from the cave entrance, and sat down beside them. He was sweltering, and only then did he remember to undress. As he touched his clothes, Guunji realized they looked different from what he'd been wearing. The clothes he was wearing felt expensive. He searched his pockets, but instead of his ever-present phone, he found something that looked like a sports watch. The watch wouldn't turn on, and he wondered if it was broken. No! Guunji was stunned. Am I losing my memory? The clothes and digital watch he was wearing didn't look like something he could afford, and his previous memory was stuck at the time of the explosion. Taking all these factors into consideration, Guunji felt he had suffered a temporary amnesia. He just didn't know how long he'd lost his memory. He grinned for a moment, feeling that everything today was eerie. After resting for a while, Guunji saw that the Wolfhounds were quiet, and he could smell the blood emanating from them. After some thought, he stood up. Will all this bloodshed in the wild attract wild animals? Guunji recalled his limited knowledge of wilderness survival, feeling uneasy. Can we find mugwort in this remote area? Mugwort stops bleeding, and it's the only thing Guunji knows how to stop bleeding. If he were going to stay here for a while and find the town, Guunji figured he had to stop the Wolfhound's bleeding first. Otherwise, if he attracted a large wild beast, he'd be doomed. Just chasing that little tiger away had already left him in a cold sweat. After resting, Guunji hid the Wolfhound further inside the cave and covered it with leaves. After doing this, Guunji resumed his search. Mugwort, mugwort, where are you, little mugwort? As a seasoned blogger, Guunji wasn't embarrassed to talk to himself. Mugwort is a fairly common Chinese herbal remedy in the wild. Others include thistle and sedge grass, which can also stop bleeding. Sedge grass can also heal dog bites. But Guunji only knew what mugwort looked like, so he could only follow its path. Perhaps because it was not far from the city, Guunji diligently searched and finally found a clump of mugwort. Overjoyed, Guunji was about to begin picking when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. A rustling sound came from the front. Guunji froze, his fingers still in the picking position. The sound grew closer, accompanied by the heavy breathing of a wild animal. Guunji's heart was filled with alarm, as if he had just encountered a young tiger. Guunji slowly raised his head, and saw a pair of bright yellow eyes not far from the mugwort. The beast seemed to notice Guunji and inched towards him. Only when the beast emerged did Guunji realize it was a small beast, resembling a fox, but also a dog. In short, it was definitely a different species from the Wolfhound he had found. Now, the important thing was how to escape from the beast. There was no point hiding in a tree for a beast of this size. However, before Guunji could figure out what to do, he saw the yellow beast, resembling a fox and a dog, open its mouth, revealing its bloody maw. Chapter 2. Hello, do you want these grasses? The small yellow beast spoke in clear, human language. Speaking? Guunji's mind froze. He even thought he was dreaming. The little beast tilted its head and glanced at Guunji, a look of naivete on its face. Seeing Guunji remain motionless, the little beast asked again, Brother, do you want these grasses? Yes. Guunji answered instinctively. Hearing Guunji's words, the little beast whimpered and cautiously asked, Then, can you give me some? My friend is injured and needs this grass too. As it spoke, the little beast suddenly stood up on its hind legs and shed its fur in front of Guunji, revealing a slightly childish face. Guunji was amazed. The furry ears on top of its head were particularly striking, making his hands itch. Sure. Knowing the other beast wasn't a beast, Guunji breathed a sigh of relief, yet a strange premonition arose within him. But little brother, can you tell me where we are? Here? The little beast blinked. This is a desolate planet. Don't you know, brother? Sure enough, Guunji's breath hitched. He had traveled through time. Through the little beast man named Shibaya's introduction, Guunji finally knew exactly where he was. It was year 238 of the star calendar, the 5,238th year since humanity escaped Earth to this new galaxy. Over 5,000 years ago, Earth entered apocalyptic times. Glaciers melted, magma erupted, and humanity, unable to continue living on Earth, was forced to migrate into space. To survive, humanity searched for new habitable planets in space while transforming itself. Eventually, humans became orcs and migrated to this new galaxy. Guunji now resided on a desolate planet at the very edge of the orc empire. Shibei introduced him, as he led Guunji deeper into the jungle. The two had agreed that Guunji would share some herbs with Shibei, while Shibei would take Guunji to his own territory to find someone to rescue the Wolfhound. After walking for about half an hour, they passed the cave where Guunji had hidden the Wolfhound. With the Wolfhound aboard, they crossed a dense thicket. The scene before them left Guunji speechless. This was a tribe nestled against the mountainside, but rather than a tribe, it looked more like a vast abandoned station. The buildings were constructed entirely of iron sheets, animal bones, and fur, appearing both primitive and modern. Is this your gathering place? Guunji was incredulous. Guunji had originally thought that following Shibaya would lead to a veterinarian who could save his dog, but the situation before him made him question the era he lived in. Shibaya had been born here and didn't see anything wrong, yes. Before Guunji could say anything, two tall, muscular men, with animal-like limbs and ears, emerged from behind the low stone wall. Xiao Yi, did you find the medicine? One of them called out to Shibaya, while the other looked at Guunji. Seventh uncle. Third uncle. Shibaya waved to the two and pulled Guunji forward. Look! I found a human brother. After hearing Shibaya's words, the two men eyed Guunji warily. Compared to the naive Shibano, the two older beast men were clearly more cautious. How could a human come to a place like this? Xiao Yi, come here quickly. Don't be fooled. The two men tried to drag Shibano away, but Shibano and Guunji had been walking all the way, completely focused on helping this rare human, completely ignoring their uncles. Oh, Uncle 7 and Uncle 3. Smell it. It's a real human. Beastmen can identify the species of creature by scent, and the scent of a human is clearly very different from that of an orc. The two men instinctively sniffed at Shibano's words and exchanged bewilderment. Is it really a human? Pure. Who the hell lost him? That's right. It's so dangerous for my brother to be alone in the wild. Shibano nodded repeatedly. But the smell still seems off. The beastman Shibano called third uncle was still hesitant. Shibano sighed and pointed at the wolfhound in Guunji's arms. Brother brought a pet, didn't he? He came with me to see if he could save it. Hearing this, the two orcs' expressions softened considerably. Then come in, one of the orcs said. Guunji followed the three orcs into the ruins. The closer they got, the more clearly Guunji saw that the supports of the iron sheds were made of some kind of alloy, while the surface was covered in rough animal hides. Consequently, the air was filled with a scent mixed with rust and blood. Guunji gained a deeper understanding of this place. To call it backward was truly accurate. The scene even reminded him of scenes he had once seen in a small African country. Since you have traces of technology, why don't you repair your house? Guunji couldn't help but ask when he saw a large hole in a sheet of iron stuffed with cloth. Can you build a house? Before he finished speaking, an old voice called out from the side. Guunji turned around and saw an old man, his face almost beast-like, walking towards him. Without waiting for Guunji to reply, Shibei excitedly said to the old man, Grandpa. Little brother Gu is obviously the son of a wealthy family. He must know everything. The old beastman ignored Shibei and walked up to Guunji, trembling as he asked again, Can you build a house? A little bit. Guunji answered instinctively. The old orc nodded and said slowly, You can't survive alone in the wild. How about this? You build us a house, and I let you live here. Is that okay? Guunji, who had originally wanted to find a place to stay, immediately agreed, Sure. As a craft blogger, Building a house wasn't a difficult task for Guunji. Just tell me what materials you need. Finish one before dark, and you can stay here tonight. But if you can't, I won't let you stay with us. Okay. Guunji nodded. It was strange for him, a stranger, to arrive on a desolate planet where orcs gathered. While the younger orcs might be naive, this one, who looked older, would definitely not let him into their territory. Trading labor in exchange for residency was understandable. Just as Guunji was about to ask which tin shed he was repairing, a shrill alarm suddenly blared. Shibano's ears perked up, his pupils shrinking to a thin line. Oh no! Wild beasts must be attacking us again. Guunji was startled. Beast attack? Shibano, though not surprised, hissed, revealing his arm, clearly bruised by a beast's bite. Brother, don't worry. We're much stronger than the beasts. We won't let you get hurt. Shibano, assuming Guunji was afraid, comforted him. The previously peaceful gathering place was instantly thrown into chaos. Hide. Shibano pushed Guunji, shoving him inside. Before Guunji could react, he saw Shibano's uncles and uncles rushing out. Even the old orc, who had been standing beside him, followed closely behind the middle-aged orcs. Suddenly, a beast broke through the defenses and lunged inward. The orcs charged without hesitation, quickly pinning the beast to the ground. Guunji hesitated for a few seconds, but instead of hiding, he decided to continue watching the situation. Since he was standing not far from the entrance, Guunji could easily observe the melee between the orcs and the beasts. The beasts were 3 lions, and they looked enormous. However, the orcs were also quite large. Although not as large as the beasts, they managed to suppress the lions in their attack. Why are there so many beasts? Although it was clear that the orcs had the upper hand, Guunji still watched with fear. Because they have degenerated. Shibano, standing beside him, spoke as if it were a matter of course. Shibano had previously discussed the origins of the orcs, but he hadn't explained them in detail. Because humans were forced to transform into orcs to adapt to this galaxy, rather than through natural evolution, the orcs of today possess significant flaws. As cells metabolize, the animal cells in many powerful orcs overwhelm their human cells, eventually transforming them into true beasts. Therefore, the planets to exile these orcs. The desolate star system came into being to ensure humanity's safety and reproduction, no matter how much those powerful orcs have sacrificed for humanity, as long as their animal cells overwhelm theirs, regardless of whether they still have any sense, they will be sent here. This is a planet from which there is no return. In other words, not only can Guunji not return to Earth, but he must constantly be wary of the orcs around him, who have completely transformed into beasts. Guunji, is there no way to save us? Shibano waved his hand. No. Guunji didn't know how to survive in this world. But seeing the orcs gain the upper hand, his tension eased slightly. Only then did he feel the weight on his shoulders. He was so engrossed in the scene that he had forgotten to put the Wolfhound down. Guunji squatted down and placed the Wolfhound on a low stone block nearby. He stroked its fur lovingly and stood up. Is there anything I can help you with? Guunji asked. Shibaya shook his head, embarrassed. I'm sorry, brother. You saw a wild beast attacking us the moment you arrived. Guunji, it's okay. I have something to thank you for. Although he was attacked by wild beasts the moment he entered, the beastmen immediately took him under their wings. As they chatted, they didn't notice that the Wolfhound, which had been not far from Guunji, had suddenly regained consciousness and assumed attacking posture. Chapter 3. Intense pain accompanied his awakening. Wei Yinja, dazed, saw before him what seemed to be a frail yet familiar human. Subconsciously believing his situation was still dangerous, Wei Yinja chose to maintain his beast form, hoping to defeat the enemy once, and then find a safe place to recuperate. However, Wei Yinja had overestimated himself. The sticky wound had only temporarily stopped bleeding. His movement had shaken off all the herbs. An orc's sense of smell was incredibly sharp. One moment, Guunji was still talking to Shibei, the next Shibei had pushed him away. Guunji saw a grayish-white flash pass before his eyes. Shibei was still a child, after all, and although he was very fast, he still couldn't match the full-grown Wolfhound. His other arm, which had been intact, was viciously bitten by the Wolfhound. Guunji, Shibei. Shibei shook his head, not letting Guunji approach. Several nearby orcs also noticed something was amiss, and quickly gathered around. Guunji was pushed out of their encirclement, completely unable to see what was happening inside. But moments later, a burly orc lifted the Wolfhound in front of him. The Wolfhound still had a fierce look on its face, and the snarling sound from its throat clearly indicated its hostility towards humans. The orc holding the Wolfhound let out a few shaha sounds, clearly inflicting further damage in his efforts to subdue the Wolfhound. The Wolfhound's attack power was far greater than the orcs had anticipated. If the 7 or 8 of them hadn't happened to be nearby, Xiaomu and Guunji would have been in grave danger. From the moment Guunji entered their territory, the orcs knew they had a purebred human. Purebred humans are rare, and the beastmen are very interested. One of them looked at Guunji curiously, thought for a moment, and said to him, "This thing must be a purebred beast. It's very ferocious. I wouldn't be able to subdue it today alone. Do you really want to keep it?" In the eyes of the beastmen, Guunji was very vulnerable. Having a beast to protect you is fine, but at least you have to keep it under control. Otherwise, if the beast bites, Guunji will be terrified to death. Hearing the beastman's words, Guunji's heart began to waver. He had saved the Wolfhound simply because it looked exactly like Xiaomu. But the Wolfhound had tried to attack him twice after waking up, and Guunji was actually quite afraid. After all, the Wolfhound was not Xiaomu. I let it go once I cure it. Guunji hesitated, then quickly solidified his decision. It's too wary of people. Let's just release it back into the wild. The orc nodded. Just as he had thrown the Wolfhound into the box and closed it, Guunji called out to him. Don't you want to treat it first? The orc chuckled, picked up the Wolfhound's cage, and shook it. Can this thing be cured? Isn't it just thrown in the cage and left to its own devices? Although he had anticipated the lack of a veterinarian here, Guunji couldn't help but ask, Can you hold it for a while? I want to treat it. The orc, unsure of what Guunji was planning, said oh, and stood still. While they were talking, Xiaomu had found time to bandage himself. As he finished, he looked up and saw Guunji's expression, hesitant to speak. Little brother Gu, what's wrong? Guunji only knew Xiaomu among the orcs. Thinking it was best to avoid having to bother two people, Guunji asked, Xiaomu, do you have Elizabeth's rings and small razors? We have razors. What are Elizabeth's rings? Guunji gestured with his hands and asked, do you have anything here that can make thin sheets that are both strong and curved? Xiaomu thought for a moment and clapped his hands. No, but there's a large leaf that looks like this. If you want it, I get it for you. Then bring it over and see if it works. Guunji didn't expect to find something like Elizabeth's ring right away, so he settled for the next best thing. By the way, can you get me a razor and some gauze? Thank you. Xiaomu quickly brought what Guunji had requested. The leaves Xiaomu brought were large. Guunji tugged at them and felt they resembled thin steel plates. He had Xiaomu carve a rectangular shape for him, creating 2 openings and latches. Guunji knew the size of Elizabeth's collar that his Xiaomu would fit. He estimated the Wolfhound to be about the same size as Xiaomu. The initial grip was a bit tight, but it was usable. He quickly put the lasso on the Wolfhound. With the lasso around his neck, Wei Yanjia felt, for some reason, much clearer and could begin to think. He didn't resist when the orc pinned him to the ground. Guunji expertly shaved a section of the Wolfhound's fur, and the dog didn't move. He quietly applied the wormwood and wrapped it in gauze. The Wolfhound didn't struggle. Hey, this Elizabeth collar is really useful. The orc raised an eyebrow at this. It was so aggressive just now, but now it's so docile. Guunji breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid the Wolfhound would struggle again when he shaved it. Guunji, feeling emboldened, couldn't help but raise his hand and smooth its fur. The Wolfhound shuddered and suddenly turned its head to look at Guunji. Guunji was startled, thinking it was over, but the Wolfhound turned its head away again. It was as if the Elizabeth collar had transformed it into a different dog. The orcs praised the Elizabeth collar. We can use this on my little cub when he gets sick. With this on, he won't be able to bite anymore, right? It also keep him from licking his wounds, so he doesn't end up swallowing the medicine. Guunji also smiled. If you want to go back and make it like mine, just follow my recipe. But since everyone's beast forms are different, you might need to pay attention to the length when making them. The beastmen nodded, their eyes looking at Guunji warmer. Since they still had some materials, and since Xiaomu had helped him so much without asking for anything in return, Guunji finished working on the Wolfhound and then, with a flick of his fingers, made another beast form for Xiaomu. Xiaomu transformed back into beast form, and let Guunji put the Elizabeth collar on him, happily showing it off to his friends. Xiaomu was a jackal, and several of his friends were wolves, hyenas, and similar animals. After borrowing the Elizabeth collar and putting it on each of them, the little ones couldn't help but gather around Guunji's feet and act cute. This? Can I learn? Xiaomu asked, turning back after playing for a while. Guunji nodded, gathered the materials, and handed them to Xiaomu. Xiaomu took the materials and began cutting the leaves, imitating Guunji's example. His movements were clumsy, but he quickly mastered the technique. Shibaya's friends watched with eyes lit up. Great! We can have circles too! Just then, a commotion erupted not far away. The little orcs poked their heads out warily, spotting another group of orcs approaching the entrance. They came with ill intentions. Some wielded crude stone weapons, while others sported modern mechanical weapons. The previously cheerful little orcs immediately stood in front of Guunji. The orcs heard a familiar cry. All hands! Enemy attack! The orcs around Guunji began to stir. Didn't we just chase them away? Where did they come from? Shibaya transformed into his beast form, shouted, and dashed away. His companions filed out, some even wearing the Elizabethan rings from their beast forms. Some of the older orcs had already headed for the entrance before they could even shout. The area was suddenly deserted, and Guunji had no desire to stay. Dropping his tools, he took just one step before being stopped by the orcs, who had returned. An orc named Aya stopped him with a stern expression. Don't go out. These are orcs from other places. They're scarier to you than wild beasts. Guunji couldn't understand why orcs would fight among themselves. You all live here, and yet you're fighting? I explained. As you can see, our beast forms are all small beasts, while those in other settlements are all large beasts. Some of them are aquatic. We've had our fair share of conflicts. Some people with less than ideal character will take advantage of an orc being attacked by a beast and sneak up on them. Guunji seemed to understand. Aya pursed her dry lips and warned again, don't come out. Perhaps because of Shibaya, Aya always gave him a good impression, and Guunji still wanted to help. However, he had no idea what the struggle was like here, and Aya wouldn't let him leave. Guunji stood there, feeling somewhat distressed. The Wolfhound glanced at him, and continued to rest with his eyes closed. The war between the orcs didn't last long. The young orcs, who were not particularly strong to begin with, were particularly brave today. Despite everyone's calls for not using orc power recklessly, the young orcs felt particularly good and didn't hold back. The orcs who came to attack. Finally, they retreated in disgrace. Guunji breathed a sigh of relief, but turned around to find the Wolfhound looking at him with a strange look. What's wrong? Guunji casually stroked the Wolfhound. What's that collar you made? Before the Wolfhound could react, the old orc, who had been watching the battlefield, suddenly approached Guunji. Guunji looked at the old orc blankly. Is that the Elizabeth collar? The old orc shook his head and said slowly, I noticed that after wearing your collar, these little guys have become even more courageous. This is not something a human can do. It's more like something created by the gods in legend. So what exactly is that collar of yours? Stupefied by the old orc's question, Guunji suddenly looked at the suddenly silent Wolfhound and realized that this world might be far more complex than he had imagined. The old orc stared at Guunji, and of course, he saw his bewilderment. The old orc took a deep breath, his hand trembling as he leaned on his cane. Have you heard the legends of the gods? Chapter 4. Long ago, legends about pure humans circulated among the orcs. One of them claimed that human gods possessed a method to prevent orcs from transforming into beasts. However, pure humans were so rare in the interstellar world, and since pure humans were cherished as treasures by the orcs, this legend became a piece of nonsense that no orcs paid much attention to. Now, the old orc Abu has witnessed the legend's description of a method humans use to prevent orcs from transforming into beasts. I don't know what legend it is, Guunji answered honestly. The old orc was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, that's right. How could anyone say such things to pure humans today? He paused with a hint of regret. Since you've helped us, we definitely take you in. Feel free to stay with us. Guunji didn't care about the old orc's regrets and asked pragmatically, can you find me a place to stay now? I see it's getting late. The old orc then remembered that Guunji had been involved in 2 conflicts since his arrival, and he hadn't yet arranged a place for him to live. The old orc's face flushed red. He rubbed his calloused hands and said hesitantly, we built all the houses here ourselves. We never have extras. I see you're quite handy. Would you like to build one yourself? Clearly, the old orc was impressed by Guunji's handiwork and wanted to find an opportunity to learn from him. Guunji had already decided to help the orc, so he wasn't averse to the offer. But I could. But without a place to stay, what should I do tonight? Guunji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old orc blushed. Oh, look at me. You can stay in my house for now. The old orc, playing tricks for the first time, was extremely nervous, sweat breaking out on his nose. The old orc had been here the longest, and his house had been renovated many times, making it larger than the others. It was possible to give Guunji a room. Early the next morning, Guunji took a walk around the gathering place. This orcish gathering area had clearly been carefully chosen. It was backed by a mountain, with a flat plain in front, and nearby trees and a small stream flowing down from the mountain. Guunji was afraid of wild beasts, and didn't dare live too close to the mountains or the forest. The orcs who came to attack had all come from the plains, so Guunji couldn't choose a place close to the plains. That left only the stream. After planning the location, Guunji asked Shibaya and his friends to help him cut down some trees and carve some wood planks. Afterward, he asked several middle-aged orcs to dig a rectangular plot of land for him. Guunji thought for a long time, and finally decided to lay a foundation for his house. He didn't know how long he would live here, and if he didn't build a sturdy house, he feared he'd wake up one day and be crushed to death. Clinging to the still-sleeping Wolfhound, Guunji directed the orcs to dig a rectangular foundation approximately 13 meters long and 8 meters wide. The original steel frame was replaced with a type of ironwood tree from the desolate planet. According to Guunji's idea, the orcs created a hollow rectangular box. Although Guunji had handcrafted miniature houses before, this was his first time actually doing it. Furthermore, he was unfamiliar with the materials on the desolate planet, so the scene was now one of Guunji directing while the orcs built. Guunji, unable to get started, held the Wolfhound, stroking its fur while giving instructions, sweat pouring down his face. Can this frame really be used to build a house? Shibaya was born on a desolate planet and had never seen a proper house. Aya shook her head. I don't know. Guunji ignored the two and shouted to the orcs. Now, bury the water pipes where I've marked them, and then fill them up. The orcs grabbed shovels and began to toss the surrounding dirt in. Shibaya was completely confused. Why fill it back in after digging it out? Isn't that a waste of effort? Aya continued to shake her head. I don't know. The two stared at Guunji, but they didn't get anything out of him. Instead, the slumbering Wolfhound was awakened by their intense gazes. Awakening, the Wolfhound realized he was being held by Guunji and immediately tried to break free. But when he turned around, he saw the house's outline being built. The Wolfhound's struggle was forgotten. Unlike Shibano and Aya, the Wolfhound had seen normal houses in the interstellar era. Although it was only a prototype, the buried water pipes and the earthen filling already had the feel of a construction site on the most backward planet. This human truly knew how to build a house. The Wolfhound smelled a hint of conspiracy. Though still unaccustomed to Guunji's caressing of his fur, he didn't act rashly. He stared intently at the foundation, the walls constructed from ironwood planks, the steps before him firmly imprinted in his clear eyes. Unbeknownst to Guunji, yet another person had unwittingly learned his techniques. Just as he was marveling at the orc's speed, the old orc Abu arrived to deliver food to the orcs building the house and Guunji. One never visits a temple for no reason. Guunji, knowing the old orc's position here, hurried to greet him as he shakily approached with his belongings. Uncle Abu, why are you here? Abu glanced at Guunji with a hint of embarrassment and muttered, one of us made your E-something circle. And then? Tested its function. Abu's voice trailed off, as if he was afraid of Guunji's anger. Guunji, and then? Abu glanced at him, calming himself. Although it's not as effective as yours, it's useful. The Elizabeth circle can suppress an orc's emotions after transformation. This result is undoubtedly a good thing for the orcs here. Abu, however, was apprehensive about this outcome. Abu thought to himself that he hadn't been very kind to Guunji. However, Guunji taught them how to make Elizabeth circles. Abu actually wanted to keep Guunji, but he was afraid he wouldn't appreciate his little place. That's a good thing. Guunji nodded, casually opening the food box, then paused. Guunji, what is this? Before him was a pool of green mush. Abu rubbed his hands awkwardly. It's vegetable mush. You don't like it? But the beast meat from the desolate planet contains too much violent energy. Even young and purebred humans can't eat it. After Abu's explanation, Guunji felt the road ahead was dark. This place is full of ferocious beasts, and why can't I even eat meat myself? What adult male can be a vegetarian for life? Seeing Guunji's expression grow increasingly grim, Abu, fearing he'd become even more disgusted with the place, quickly reassured him. But I believe you can find a solution. Guunji, completely unwilling to engage in conversation with Abu, maintained his respect for elders. He quickly tricked Abu into leaving, then embraced the Wolfhound and began to rub it. He's trying to fleece me, isn't he? The Wolfhound, watching the house being built, was suddenly struck in the face by a hand. Its pupils trembled, and its entire body froze. The Wolfhound, having regained its composure, was about to roar at Guunji, trying to scare the ignorant creature, when a hand clamped its mouth shut. The Wolfhound, Guunji's prediction had paid off, and he grinned mischievously. Having bullied the Wolfhound, Guunji changed his mood. He then pinched his nose, and drank the green porridge in one gulp. He did feel full. After a lunch that wasn't quite lunch, the outline of Guunji's house had taken shape. A rectangular matchbox with a simple pitched roof, unpainted, it looked much better than the surrounding sheds. Because he lived alone, the doorway wasn't wide. The window openings were also small. There were no sliding windows, but animal hides nailed to the windows. Stepping inside, the orcs laid a floorboard for Guunji, leaving holes for plumbing in a few places as Guunji had requested. Overhead, a few strings of solar light bulbs, sourced from who knows where, hung from the gray ironwood beams. Although still a rough draft, it was at least a prototype. Guunji began to feel a sense of reality, not that he was living in the wild. Xiaomu, look! We have a home too! Releasing the Wolfhound was now forgotten. Guunji sat on the ground, holding it, his hands grasping its front paws and patting them, his excitement evident. The Wolfhound didn't want to cooperate, struggling briefly and pushing Guunji away with its paws. The next second, Guunji buried himself in his belly. The Wolfhound froze, its fur bristling. But before he could make a move, he felt a dampness between his fur. He fell silent, his paws half frozen in the air, motionless. Wu Xiaomu. Guunji's voice tinged with tears. I miss home so much. It's so strange here, I'm so scared. Ah. The Wolfhound hesitated, then pursed its paws weakly. The man and the dog hadn't been quiet for long when a group of orcs, who had come to help, dressed in disguise, arrived. Xiao, are you there? Hearing the orc's voice, Guunji quickly wiped his tears with the Wolfhound's belly and turned to shout, I'm here. The orcs, surrounded by Abu, entered, each of their honest faces expressing a hint of pleading. What's wrong? Almost all the orcs from the gathering place had arrived, and Guunji was startled by the grand scene. Abu felt as if he had completely lost all his face in just 2 days. He rubbed his bony hands and said with a wry smile, We're here to ask you. Can you give us the blueprints for this house? A house like this could be built in just one morning, so naturally the orcs wanted to improve their lives. Abu, we're not taking your blueprints for nothing. We can help you with other things. Chapter 5. Gazing at the empty room, Guunji agreed without much thought. The blueprints for the house weren't difficult to come by, so exchanging one for a few workers was a good deal. Guunji, great. Can you make furniture? The orcs had just let out a sigh of relief, but their faces fell again at Guunji's words. Abu again spoke up for the orcs, his face flushing red. Work like this, requiring blueprints, is mostly handled by the nobles. We don't even know how to make it. Through this conversation, Guunji discovered that the orcs here didn't have much experience with manual labor. Thus, Abu's words didn't surprise Guunji much. Guunji thought for a moment and said, I can provide the blueprints for the parts. You can just help me make them. Guunji didn't want to help the orcs for free. He understood the principle of gratitude and resentment. Even so, Abu felt satisfied and quickly agreed. Abu said, Then I get you some paper and pen right away. You still have paper and pen here? Guunji had assumed the production level here was still at the age of bamboo slips. Hearing his words, Abu finally raised his head. Although this is a barren planet, it has many more resources than developed planets. According to Abu, although the barren planet is desolate, pine needles that can replace nails, wood that can replace plastic, and flowers that can replace cloth strips are everywhere. Each base relies on these things to slowly expand on the barren planet. Tree bark, which has the same properties as paper, is also a common item in the forest. The orcs call these trees paper trees. Paper trees shed their bark once a year. The older bark can be used for writing, while the softer bark can be used as rolling paper. Guunji had never seen such a tree before. When Abu brought the bark, he realized that the desolate planet was far more amazing than he had imagined. The back of the paper was the unique brown color of the bark, but the inside was a milky white with fine grain and a non-irritating feel. The pens were old-fashioned charcoal pencils, wrapped in rolling paper. It was obvious that the orcs cherished them. Guunji had drawn this kind of furniture many times when he was doing miniature landscapes. Now, he only had a moment's hesitation to finish the whole thing. He first drew the furniture parts he needed, then the architectural drawings of the house. The furniture parts were simple. The orcs could polish them after they were drawn. The house, however, required not only drawing the parts, but also specifying the dimensions, and how they would be assembled, which would take a long time. Just as Guunji had expected. By the time he finished drawing the blueprints for the house, the orcs had already finished building the parts for his table, chairs, and bed. Guunji needed the parts for a single bed, a table, a cabinet, and 3 chairs. A dozen orcs worked together, each taking only a short time to complete each piece. They also helped Guunji remove burrs, wax the wood, and provided him with a stone pot and a stone basin for washing. In every respect, everything was perfect. The parts were delivered, and the blueprints were delivered, to the satisfaction of both parties. Before sunset, the orcs hurriedly set to work on the house. Guunji closed the animal hide door, and began his own assembly work. The single bed, table, and chairs he requested all had mortise and tenon joints. While their shapes might not look very attractive, they proved more stable than anything else. With the 2 buckets of whitish wax the orcs had given him for free, after applying some color and polishing, the room, while not particularly eye-catching, was certainly not ugly. Guunji didn't paint the single bed, he simply installed it in the right corner, a darker natural wood color. He would later use cabinet boards and load-bearing beams as a partition, dividing the right side into a separate bedroom. The right side was also divided into 2 sections, separated by wooden planks by the orcs. The inner area was where Guunji wanted to make a bathroom. The orcs dug out the drainpipe for him, but not the faucet. After all, they couldn't even build a house, so there was no need to trouble them with something like a faucet. He quickly assembled everything and placed it in the designated area, sweating profusely. He glanced at the bathroom, which still lacked a shower, sighed, and picked up the Wolfhound resting nearby. Guunji, let's go to the river to wash up. The weather wasn't very cold, and many people were bathing by the river. The orcs boiled the river water for drinking, so they stayed downstream. But Guunji felt that sooner or later he would have to teach the orcs to dig a well. Otherwise, washing and drinking would be full of bacteria even downstream. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Guunji felt a chill when his fingers touched the water. He didn't dare to enter the water. After a moment's thought, he set the Wolfhound aside and asked a nearby orc to borrow a bucket. Guunji changed his mind and decided to go back and boil some water to clean himself. It was still the transition between spring and summer, but the water temperature was unbearable for Guunji. If he got sick in this place, who knew if there was any medicine to help him? But that meant he couldn't clean the Wolfhound. He had shaved the Wolfhound's coat earlier, but it hadn't been cleaned thoroughly, so it smelled a bit bloody. Since the Wolfhound wasn't resisting as strongly, he had to take the opportunity to give it a wash. There were quite a few orcs around, many of whom had helped him subdue the Wolfhound the previous time. Guunji looked around and had a target in mind. He patted the Wolfhound's head and said to the orc who had lent him a bucket, "Please wash it too. I make you a nightstand as a reward." The orc was flattered and nodded repeatedly. Just washing a Wolfhound and getting a nightstand in return. No one would refuse such a good offer. Guunji pulled the Wolfhound over to the orc. The Wolfhound was quite obedient and approached the orc without resistance, but a strange glint shone in its eyes. Guunji didn't see it, but the orc, upon seeing it, seemed lost in thought. After settling the Wolfhound, Guunji finally felt at ease and went to the river to fetch a bucket of water. The bucket was large and held a good amount of water. With just one bucket, Guunji could comfortably wash himself. But Guunji had underestimated the weight of the bucket, and lifting it was incredibly strenuous, his cheeks flushing red. Seeing him struggling to lift the water, the orc next to him, remembering what Guunji was going to give him, nudged his son, signaling him to come up and help. The little orc, receiving the signal, nodded with a grin and gave his father a no-problem sign. The little orc had a pair of drooping yellow ears, resembling dog ears, and his demeanor made him look even more like a little yellow dog. "I help you carry it." The little orc, also a cheerful child, skipped over and took Guunji's bucket without a hint of reluctance. Guunji felt rather embarrassed. He was a grown man, yet he wasn't as strong as a child. "I can do it." "Oh, we orcs are much stronger than you pure-blooded humans. Don't underestimate my age. You might not even be half as strong as I am." The little orc patted his chest proudly. Guunji was amused, but seeing how effortless the little orc looked, he didn't argue. Seeing the little orc walking ahead with his bucket in hand, Guunji curiously asked, "What's your name?" The little orc quickly replied, "My name is Go-Go." "Go-Go." Guunji paused, wanting to speak. As if knowing what he was about to say, the little orc turned and scratched his ear, saying nonchalantly, "Children born on the desolate planet all have names like this. After all, humble names are easier to keep alive." Orcs who arrived on the desolate planet lacked any skills to provide a modern, comfortable life, and faced the constant risk of going insane. Under such circumstances, Few would bring their offspring to the desolate planet unless absolutely necessary. Most of the children who survived the desolate planet were born here. It was like a quagmire. Except for those born here, no orc would send their children here to suffer. Faced with this situation, Guunji was speechless. Gogu helped him carry the water into the house, and then, while Guunji was burning wood, brought him another bucket of water. He left the bucket behind and ran away. If it weren't for the full bucket at the door, Guunji wouldn't even have known Go had brought him water twice. Guunji hadn't expected the Go family's hospitality. Unable to repay them, Guunji could only help them make a rather elaborate bedside table. Perhaps due to the unique properties of the wood from the desolate planet, it didn't take long to heat the 2 buckets of water. Guunji scooped some from one bucket and drank it, then used the rest to wash himself and his clothes. He put aside clothes, like coats, that didn't dry quickly, and washed his underwear first. He had also had the orcs open a window in the bathroom, and with 2 nails and a rope attached, he had a simple clothes drying rack. After washing up, Guunji began designing the Go family's bedside table. Through their time together, Guunji understood that orcs preferred practical things. To achieve both a beautiful exterior and ample storage, Guunji could only create cabinets with larger interiors. Guunji had never done this before, so he gave it some serious thought before he began. Time flew by, and by the time he finished his design and looked back, the sky had already turned orange. It was only then that Guunji noticed his wolfhound hadn't been returned. Thinking of the wolfhound's ferocity, Guunji shuddered. Was it biting again? He was just about to get up and look for the orc from the Go family, but someone else brought him news of the wolfhound even faster. Is Brother Gu here? Guunji instinctively replied, yes. The hide was pulled back, and Guunji turned to see Shibaya rushing in. Great. You're home. Shibano hurried over to Guunji and spoke impatiently. This is terrible, Brother Gu. Something's happened to your dog. Guunji's mind buzzed at his words. Sure enough. That troublesome creature must have bitten someone again. Chapter 6. Guunji was afraid the orcs would kill the dead dog if he arrived too late, so he hurriedly followed without asking what had happened. Shibano led him through many twists and turns until they reached a shed. As soon as he lifted the smelt hide, he could smell the strong scent of blood. Guunji's heart skipped a beat. But once he entered, he discovered the scene was completely different from what he had imagined. Lying on the hide wasn't an orc, but his wolfhound. Though he knew he should be thankful, Guunji's heart still hung in the balance. How could the dog die after just washing it? Gugu's eyes were red. He saw Guunji dodge briefly, then bit his lip and walked over to him. Gugu cried to him, Brother Gu, I'm sorry. The puppy ended up like this because it was trying to save me. Hearing his words, Guunji leaned closer and discovered a cut on his wolfhound's stomach, revealing its internal organs. Not bothering to blame the little beastman, Guunji asked sternly, what happened? Gugu's father sighed and said apologetically, after I washed it, I asked this kid to watch your wolfhound while I went to take a bath myself. I didn't expect this kid to go foraging in the mountains with a wolfhound and encounter a large wild beast. Because Guunji said he wanted to make furniture for their family, Gugu and a group of friends went to the mountains to gather materials. The children hadn't expected the mountains to be so troubled that they encountered a large wild beast. The little beastmen were clearly no match for these beasts, and it was only thanks to the wolfhound that no one was seriously injured. Although this wolfhound wasn't particularly affectionate, it was even more ruthless towards wild beasts. With the wolfhound's help, Go and his companions finally returned safely to the settlement. But the wolfhound was seriously injured. The wound, which Guunji had bandaged, had opened again. Looking at the face that looked exactly like Xiaomu's, Guunji couldn't help but feel a little distressed. After all, the wolfhound's misfortune was caused by these little orcs, so the orcs treated the wolfhound well. Guunji examined the bandage on the wolfhound's wound. The technique was quite good, at least the bleeding had stopped. But if such a large cut wasn't stitched up promptly, the wolfhound would be in grave danger. Guunji didn't have time to grieve. He quickly asked the nearby orcs for some needle and thread, and with his limited surgical knowledge, he sewed up the wound on the wolfhound's belly. Orcs' wounds healed quickly, and the wolfhound likely shared this trait. Even though Guunji's skills weren't great, the wolfhound managed to survive with his help. The wolfhound finally regained some consciousness and, for the first time, actively approached Guunji. He tucked his head into Guunji's palm, clearly trying to be a spoiled child. Touching the wolfhound's warm head, Guunji whispered to the people from Gogo's family, sorry to take up your bed. Can we stay here for a few days? Once its wounds are better, we go back home. Of course. We would have mentioned it even if you hadn't mentioned it. Gogo's father agreed without hesitation, feeling a pang of guilt. Since I accepted your gift, it's my duty to help you take care of this wolfhound. Not to mention, it saved my son's life now, so any cooperation is only natural. It's not as serious as you say. It's my duty. Guunji tried to be polite and put on a smile, but his mood was sour that he failed. The beastmen understood his feelings and huddled together as they left Gogo's house. Guunji turned around and, not caring about the dirt, hugged the wolfhound. Our dog is amazing. He can even save people. Daddy is so proud of you. Hearing his words, the wolfhound stiffened and turned its head away awkwardly. However, Guunji, immersed in the wolfhound's joy at finally being with its family, didn't notice. Suddenly, the wolfhound nudged Guunji with its paw. Guunji noticed the movement and lowered his head to look at the wolfhound. The wolfhound rummaged through its thick fur for a while and pulled out a blood-stained fruit. The fruit looked like the cherries Guunji had eaten before, small and black. He didn't know how the wolfhound had brought the fruit back. Judging from the wolfhound's appearance, Guunji felt that the fruit, it was probably something good. But he didn't recognize it, and of course, he didn't dare feed it to the wolfhounds. Guunji pondered for a moment, then walked towards the door. Sure enough, he saw a few small orcs wandering outside. Calling one of the small orcs over, Guunji showed it the fruit. Before Guunji could ask, the small orc exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this a quality fruit? Brother Gu, where did you get this?" Guunji frowned. Quality fruit? The unsuspecting small orc replied, "Yes, as the name suggests, it's a fruit that improves our physical fitness. You're a pure-blooded human, so eating this would be of the greatest benefit to you. Why don't you eat it?" "This?" Xiaomu brought it back. Guunji hesitated, then asked, "Will this thing benefit Xiaomu?" "Xiaomu?" The little beastman pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh, that wolfhound you brought here. This thing is useless against wild beasts. You should eat it yourself." The little beastman's words undoubtedly told him that the wolfhound brought the fruit back for him, Guunji. He hadn't done anything for the wolfhound, but the wolfhound hadn't forgotten him even at this moment. It was impossible not to be moved. Guunji was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you know anything that would be good for these wild beasts?" The little beastman pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "There probably isn't anything around here, but there are plenty in the forest. Brother Gu, would you like the uncles to take you out to pick some?" Guunji didn't dare venture into the wild, relying on small handmade drawings to entice the beastmen to bring back some fruit or meat suitable for the wolfhound's recovery. The beastmen happened to be going hunting for dinner, so they readily agreed without asking for anything. That evening, Guunji washed the fruit the wolfhound had brought back to satisfy his hunger, then cooked minced meat by the moonlight outside the doorway. Although the wolfhound's injuries were severe, perhaps because this was a time suitable for beasts, even a wild animal would heal quickly. Guunji had originally planned to prepare some food for the wolfhound's recovery in the next 2 days. But after examining the wolfhound's condition, Guunji decided to start feeding it a liquid diet tonight. In Guunji's world, single men typically cook simple meals, and Guunji was no exception. But this world was different. As the aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of fruit spread, the surrounding orcs rustled out of their dens, their eyes fixed on Guunji's pot. "Wow, he knows so much." One orc couldn't help but sigh. "Yes, he can make furniture, build houses, and even cook. Which young master has ended up here with us?" The orc's voice was quite loud, and Guunji heard it clearly. Admittedly, after seeing the gathering place, Guunji had already formed a preliminary impression of this group of orcs. But he hadn't expected them to even know how to cook. I wonder how they'd survived all these years. The gazes from the side were too intense, and Guunji, not being thick-skinned, simply looked at the orcs staring at him. "If you have the ingredients, I can teach you how to make mincemeat porridge. It's not difficult." The orcs were overjoyed, and quickly brought a variety of fruits and meats from their homes. Making mincemeat porridge was indeed not difficult, and the fruits on the desolate planet were also very flavorful. Soon, the orcs' own pots were filled with fragrance. The orcs returned to their homes, satisfied, and Guunji also entered with a larger supply of food and mincemeat porridge. The moment he entered, the wolfhound's eyes flickered to him. The porridge was incredibly sweet. Although the wolfhound was aching all over, the aroma couldn't help but tempt him. Guunji certainly saw the longing in the wolfhound's eyes. He walked over with the porridge, placing the bowl of coconut, which some orc had thrust into his hand, next to the wolfhound. Guunji raised his hand to rub the wolfhound's head, whispering, "Eat it. I cooked it especially for you." The wolfhound glanced at him. Guunji made no other gestures, simply gently stroking the wolfhound's fur along its back. Unable to resist the aroma, the Wolfhound soon lapped up the mincemeat porridge in the coconut shell. After the meal, the Wolfhound's spirits visibly improved, and the bleeding wound seemed to have subsided. The Wolfhound, now somewhat refreshed, became restless. The Go family had 2 beds, and since Guunji and the Wolfhound had given the house to them temporarily, they could use both. But Guunji felt it was impolite for anyone to sleep in their beds, so he made a makeshift mat on the floor beneath the Wolfhound's. Unexpectedly, the Wolfhound, which still had some strength, began whimpering and scratching at him with its claws. Guunji didn't understand what the Wolfhound was doing, so he pressed his fingers against the center of its paws and said, "Don't scratch me." The Wolfhound ignored him completely, and continued to scratch Guunji. Guunji had no choice but to grab both of its paws with one hand, and give it a surprise bite on the face. "Be good, Daddy's right here with you." The Wolfhound, caught off guard by the surprise attack, was stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, the Wolfhound howled several times. Although it was weak, Guunji felt that the curses were very obscene. Guunji ignored it, let go of the Wolfhound, and lay down. This time, the Wolfhound didn't scratch Guunji. Instead, it laid down on the bed and closed its eyes. The desolate planet was exceptionally cold at night. Guunji shuddered, looked up at the Wolfhound that had nothing covering it, hesitated for a moment, and then got up and half covered it with a thin blanket. Chapter 7. Within 3 or 5 days, the Wolfhound's wounds had mostly healed. Guunji brought his dog back to their home. During this time, Guunji wasn't idle either. Guunji did some simple carpentry work, building boxes and cabinets, which he then traded with the orcs for food and necessities. Guunji even traded his own bathroom system. Guunji received a large bamboo tub bathtub connected to the sewer pipe, along with a bamboo faucet that pumped up groundwater under pressure. Although simple, it looked quite nice in the white bathroom. As for the squat toilet, Guunji absolutely disliked dry toilets without a cesspool. So, he opted for a spittoon. At least it was much more convenient than a dry toilet. With the bathroom complete, he duly delivered all the items he had promised to the orcs. The orcs became even more welcoming to him. Guunji took out 4 or 5 more wooden cabinets and traded for some materials. This time, he planned to build a den for his Wolfhound. Guunji was no stranger to building a den. After all, when he raised Xiaomu, how could an orphan like him afford a den? He had to figure out how to make one. Although he hadn't made one in years, Guunji was still very comfortable with it. First, he drew simple stitching strips on the wooden board. The pet den Guunji was familiar with was an indoor den, enclosed on 3 sides with an open top. Somewhat like a crib, but much smaller. At least the supporting legs wouldn't be longer than a palm, preventing the Wolfhound from having to jump in to get back into the den. In the daylight, Guunji cut and pieced together a doghouse in front of his house. Looking up, he saw a crowd of orcs surrounding him, their faces a mix of wonder and longing. "Guunji?" ? Shiba Yi emerged from the crowd and asked with a hint of envy, "Brother Gu, what are you making?" "A pet house." Guunji replied, "I always let Xiaomu sleep on the floor, and I'm worried he catch a cold. Besides, he needs to recuperate now, so I think a house would be more reassuring. The temperature difference between day and night on the desolate planet is significant, and Guunji didn't want the Wolfhound to sleep in his new bed. After careful consideration, he decided that a house would be more convenient for the Wolfhound." Shiba Yi's words were maced. "I feel like I'm living worse than my brother's pet." "What nonsense!" As soon as Shiba Yi finished speaking, his father slapped him on the back of the head. "After all, we live much better than that little dog." Despite his son's words, Shiba Yi's eyes still shone with longing. "This thing isn't difficult to make. If you need it, I draw up the blueprints for Uncle Abu later," Guunji said with a smile. "Okay, whatever you need later, we help you." Chai Zong rubbed his hands together and spoke seriously to Guunji. Chai Yi shushed him, watching his father's fawning expression and muttering, "Your work is no match for my brother's. You're just too quick-witted." Before Shibai could finish, Chai Zong slapped his son in the head, making him cry out in pain. This wasn't the first time Guunji had heard an orc say that their own work wasn't as good as his own. He was curious, is it just a psychological effect? "I'm not hiding anything. It's not a mental issue, it's real." Chai Zong scratched his hair honestly and explained to Guunji naively, fearing he might misunderstand. "Of course we trust Mr. Gu, but we can't figure out the reason, so we're just too curious. Brother, can you build me a pet nest? I asked my parents to help you build a house." Chai Yi took the opportunity to make a request. Guunji thought for a moment and said, "Sure." His house wasn't completely finished yet. The partition cabinets hadn't been built, and the fence and flower bed weren't in place. The orcs were much stronger than he was, and if they joined him, he'd definitely get twice the result with half the effort. As soon as Guunji said this, the other orcs got excited. If they could pay for their work, wouldn't everyone have something Guunji had made himself? I can help. Don't look at me, I'm a master at finding materials. Mr. Gu, look at me. In an instant, Guunji was surrounded by a crowd. The wolfhound squatting at the doorway glanced at the noisy orcs, then turned and retreated. A group of orcs were trading satisfactorily around Guunji. Guunji had inexplicably outsourced all the renovations to his house, paying only a few wooden boxes that were already made by experienced craftsmen. Before the orcs could disperse, a sarcastic voice rang out. Hey, you guys can still find humans who make things for you. Don't tell me they're crippled orcs trying to get food and drink. Guunji and the other orcs looked up, only to see an unfamiliar, yellow-haired orc. Having only just arrived at this gathering place, Guunji, adhering to the principle of speaking out before making mistakes, remained silent. But the orcs around him wouldn't take the ridicule so lightly. Hey, who you? Did your gathering disband? How do you have time to come here? The first to retort was Shabaya's uncle, Chai Wang. Because Chai Wang and Chai Zong were orphans, they were exiled to the desolate planet without protest when they were about to go berserk. However, Chai Wang's impatience made him looked down upon by many of the female orcs on the desolate planet, and he remained single to this day. While no one admires him, it's undeniable that Chai Wang was once a hero in the frontier army. But Hu Yu, who came looking for trouble, was different. Hu Yu was from the Empire's capital planet. He had committed a crime and gone berserk, and was thrown here by his enemies. And the gathering place he belonged to also believed in the law of the jungle. Hu Yu was able to wander freely through their gathering area because, firstly, the gathering area of Abu and his companions was not weak, and secondly, the two gathering areas were adjacent to the gathering area of the giant beasts. If the two groups did not unite, they would sooner or later be devoured by the giant beasts. In short, they were not on the same side. Hu Yu paid no attention to the orcs' expressions. He pushed aside a few of the thinner orcs, and stood in front of Guunji. Looking Guunji up and down unceremoniously, Hu Yu sneered. Are you the human who was picked up? His tone was filled with doubt. What's your relationship? Guunji replied. While they didn't know who had leaked Guunji's information, all the orcs could sense that Hu Yu had ill intentions. After all, a human was too important to the gathering area. Abu never mentioned that with a human settlement, they could send signals to planets outside the desolate planet, using humans to escape. However, the probability of a human being born between orcs was only 1 in a million. Abu didn't tell Guunji about this, believing that anyone outside who could send humans here must be powerful and have ill intentions. He naturally didn't need to send a signal. But Hu Yu's settlement had other concerns. They simply wanted to confirm that Guunji was truly human. They simply wanted to use this human to escape the desolate planet. To achieve this, they were willing to sever their cooperation with Abu and his team. As for whether this human was dead or alive, what did it matter to them? Thinking with this, Hu Yu raised his hand, intending to grab Guunji. None of the orcs could have guessed that Hu Yu would attack a human, and none of them thought of stopping him. However, perhaps because Hu Yu's malicious intent was so obvious, the Wolfhound, which had been recuperating in the house, suddenly approached Guunji. Before Hu Yu could even grab Guunji, he felt the Wolfhound lock onto him. He paused, his face darkening. Wild beasts are not orcs. They're not only protective of their masters, but also brutal. If he hadn't figured out this man, not only would he be injured by a beast, it would have been a question whether he could even make it back to the gathering place. What bad luck. I thought this was a good job, but I didn't expect there would be a beast that only cared about its master. Hu Yu glanced at the Wolfhound, his grabbing gesture quietly shifting to a patting one. He patted Guunji's shoulder and gave him a fake smile. If it's really human, you better be careful. Survival on this desolate planet isn't easy. He said this with a profound meaning, and Guunji could discern the underlying meaning. Then don't bother. Abu and his friends were decent people, so Guunji didn't find life that difficult. He ignored Hu Yu and carried the pet bed he had made into the house. Hu Yu wanted to follow him in, but before he could take a step, the Wolfhound quietly blocked his way. Hu Yu cursed under his breath. He didn't dare move forward. Seeing his retreat, Chai Wang couldn't help but sneer. Hu Yu glanced at Chai Wang with resentment, then turned and walked away from the crowd without stopping. Seeing Hu Yu's back disappear from sight, Chai Zong patted Chai Wang on the shoulder. Chai Zong said, "Be careful. Tigers are cats and hold grudges." Chai Wang smiled. Would I be afraid of him? After watching the brothers' interaction, the Wolfhound turned and returned to the house. Guunji was tidying up the pet's bed when he noticed the Wolfhound shuffling in. Xiaomu, come check out your bed. He waved to the Wolfhound. The Wolfhound obediently walked over, its head nestled in Guunji's arms, where he was squatting on the ground. Guunji rubbed the Wolfhound's head. It might not be soft, but the warmth was not much different from Xiaomu's before. Guunji couldn't help but hold the Wolfhound in his arms, and subconsciously kissed its plump head. The Wolfhound's tail instantly stopped wagging. Again, the Wolfhound's pupils trembled vividly. Guunji, however, grew fonder of the Wolfhound the more he looked at it. He couldn't help but hold it in his arms, and kiss it from the top of its head to its neck. The Wolfhound was stiff and motionless. Guunji, seemingly oblivious, scratched its chin. Xiaomu, you're getting cuter and cuter. Don't worry, Daddy will definitely create a super luxurious environment for you. Wolfhound, thanks for the invitation. I'm not exactly willing to trade my beauty for this kind of environment. Chapter 8. With the help of all the orcs, Guunji's house was quickly renovated to his specifications. The house itself was a rectangular matchbox, 8 meters long, 13 meters wide, and 5 meters high. It covered an area of 104 square meters, quite large for a modern rural area. The house was divided into 3 sections: the kitchen and bathroom on the left, the living room in the middle, and the bedroom on the right. The kitchen and bathroom occupied 1/3 of the floor space, making it feel comfortable. Upon entering, one was greeted by a large storage rack, which effectively separated the room from the outside. Behind the rack was a simple living room. A low wooden table held small, unidentified flowers arranged in bamboo. To the left of the entrance was an earthen stove made of earth and bricks of an unknown composition, about a meter away from the wall to the left. This was his kitchen. Because the kitchen was quite spacious, a long table was placed in front of the stove. A wooden wall separated the left side of the house from the bathroom. The bathtub sat on the kitchen side, a cement and bamboo sink in the middle, and a spittoon sat in the corner by the window. To the right was a storage rack built directly into the wooden beams. The rack was 3 meters wide and, combined with the rack opposite it, formed a doorway 2.5 meters wide. The rack on the other side was 3.5 meters wide. Behind the doorway was Guunji's bedroom. The orcs exclaimed in amazement. No one had expected that, in just a few days, Guunji could build a house that looked like something you'd find on a backward planet. No, not even on a backward planet would have such a beautiful house. If it only takes 3 or 5 days. Then can't we all live in a house like this? One orc expressed everyone's thoughts. The older orcs had at least experienced civilized society. But the young orcs born here had never seen it. How could they not feel sorry for their children? Abu stared intently at every piece of furniture in the house, almost mumbling a plea. Mr. Gu, I've never begged anyone before. But now I want to beg you. Uncle Abu. Guunji interrupted him. The reason I built this house is so everyone can live in it. If he really had to keep it secret, couldn't he just build it himself slowly? Why make a deal with the orcs? Abu's eyes welled with tears, his body trembling as he mumbled several times without uttering a word. Okay. Facing Abu's excitement, Guunji struck while the iron was hot and pulled out a blueprint. He had drawn it last night specifically, so he could present it today to convince Abu. Abu looked at Guunji in confusion. What is this? A village plan, Guunji replied. Guunji's goal was clear. He wanted to build a village. Over the past few days, Guunji had learned from the orcs that this world was highly developed. Anyone could move to another planet. So why did a desolate planet have to live like a primitive society? Abu was stunned. Village? Guunji nodded. Uncle Abu, you've probably heard of the word village, right? Of course Abu had. He even came from a village on a remote planet. Guunji waved the blueprint in his hand. I want everyone to live a civilized and good life. Although Guunji's family was well off, he spent the first half of his life as an orphan, too young to have a good life. The rest of his life would be spent in another world, and as long as he had the conditions to live a good life, he would never compromise himself. The first step to a good life was to establish a village system that could ensure his safety in such a world. Hearing his words, Abu, though excited, advised him realistically and helplessly, your idea is good. But all this knowledge is in the hands of the nobles. How could we possibly have the ability? Guunji said firmly, I do. As a semi-professional craft blogger, Guunji occasionally broadcasts games to attract attention. His favorite is infrastructure games. Using a desolate planet as an infrastructure construction site would be the most challenging game. For a comfortable life, Guunji also had the patience for infrastructure construction. Hearing his resolute words, Abu's mind grew a bit restless. If it can really be built, I join you. If a village could emerge on the desolate planet, not only would the weak orcs, but even the strong, dying orcs would flock to join them without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to return to civilized society? The one who has the ability to return to civilized society is truly talented. For the next few days, we renovate everyone's houses according to the blueprints. Then we build a wall. With so many wild beasts out there, Guunji wouldn't feel at ease without a wall. Okay. Abu agreed immediately. Guunji, let's start today, starting with my house. With so many people working together, we should be able to build 3 houses in a day. This was Guunji's assessment based on the speed of his own construction. Orcs, unlike him, didn't have much furniture, but their dens were full of stuff. And they didn't need partitions as much as an earthling like me did. As long as they had an empty shell, orcs could put together a decent den in a single night. Guunji's guess was spot on. 3 or 5 orcs worked together to build a house, and in one morning, they finished 2 matchboxes. The third was still in the works. It was much faster than Guunji had expected. The orcs weren't as meticulous about tidying up their own houses as Guunji had been. They simply divided things up roughly according to the layout. The orcs living around Guunji quietly replaced the families he was familiar with. He himself didn't notice anything amiss, but his wolfhound lazily glanced at the orcs, who had moved in and laid down again. Guunji only watched over the whole morning. By the afternoon, the orcs had mastered the craft, and there was no need for him to continue supervising. He returned to his house, looked around, and patted his wolfhound's head. Let's go see if there's anything we can take home. Guunji wasn't particularly pleased with the emptiness of his house. Besides, he also wanted to build a fenced yard, so he needed to find some plants to plant around his home. As soon as he walked out with his wolfhound, Guunji ran into a few children. Shibano and his friends rushed over, excitedly saying, "Brother Gu, we have a new house. It's so beautiful." Guunji didn't spoil the fun, nodding and saying, "As long as you like it." Guunji helped the orcs build their house. Shibai and the other little ones were adoring him, chattering and surrounding him without leaving. The wolfhound glanced at Guunji and paced back and forth, attracting the little one's attention. Shibai then realized that Guunji looked like he was about to go out. "Brother Gu, what are you going to do?" The little orcs loved to wander the woods. While their fighting skills weren't high, they were much more adventurous than the more cautious orcs. Guunji thought about the purpose of his trip and asked, "Little Shibai, do you know anyone in the village who knows how to farm?" Shibai looked up blankly at his question. "Farming? What is farming?" Guunji was surprised Shibai had never even heard of farming. After a moment's thought, he summarized it simply. "It's replanting plants in the soil, and then new plants grow. Doesn't anyone in the village do this?" Shibai nodded, looking at Guunji in confusion. "There aren't enough plants for us to eat, so why replant them in the soil?" Guunji was speechless for a moment. "Guunji, this is a way to help us store food." Shibai, "But if we don't eat the food, it's easy for other orcs to steal it, right?" Hearing Shibai's words, Guunji subconsciously frowned. He still didn't fully understand the lives of the orcs. On a desolate planet, who would even think of farming? It would be strange if the food wasn't eaten immediately. The wolfhound next to him had been keeping an eye on Guunji. Seeing that he was obviously stunned, he wagged his tail and sighed like a human. But apparently, no one noticed the wolfhound's movements. Guunji lost interest in chatting with the children. After a few absent-minded words, he was escorted to the edge of the woods by the children, who knew how to read people's expressions. The children waved to Guunji obediently and sensibly, then skipped off. Guunji turned around and finally suppressed his smile. He pursed his lips and clenched his fists. It was clearly interstellar, but children from a desolate planet didn't even know how to farm. Helping these orcs rebuild their homeland was harder than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, Guunji bent down and rubbed the wolfhound's head. "Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time." Although Guunji was unsure, he didn't think it was impossible. Perhaps it was fate that brought him here, despite his impressive handicraft skills. After consoling himself, Guunji patted the wolfhound's head again. "Let's go exploring." The wolfhound bared its teeth, but only gently grasped Guunji's finger to stop him from fiddling with his head. Guunji's laughter at the wolfhound's actions instantly brightened his spirit. He wandered aimlessly around, not going far. Soon, he reached the area where he had encountered Shibai. Remembering where the little tiger had fled, Guunji instinctively headed in the opposite direction. After walking for a while, the path Guunji was walking on became much smoother and clearer. The vegetation grew sparser, and the sound of gurgling water echoed in the air. The wolfhound sniffed around, sensing no danger, and walked confidently, close to Guunji's feet. Guunji knew from the wolfhound's movements that there were no large wild animals ahead. He had just rubbed his hands together, preparing to examine the surrounding vegetation carefully, when a flash of white caught his eye. Guunji ran a few steps, and suddenly his vision brightened. A vast expanse of white appeared before Guunji. Guunji was overwhelmed with surprise. This is Chapter 9. Cotton! Guunji looked at the cotton field before him, delighted. The orcs had now made him a bed made of animal hides. Although the orcs were skilled at tanning hides, Guunji always found them greasy and not very appealing. Now that he had found cotton, he could use it to make a quilt or weave a small blanket with cotton yarn. He had originally only been looking for seeds to plant at home, but he stumbled upon a cotton field. After picking a few flowers, Guunji realized he couldn't take them all. Thankfully, the cotton field wasn't far from the gathering place. Guunji immediately called for help from the orcs. The orcs all had their own chores to attend to, and the only ones who came to help were curious little orcs. One of them, who had originally lived near his home, boldly asked, "Brother Gu, what do you want these cloud flowers for?" "Is that its name?" Guunji asked with a smile as he watched the little orcs imitate him, dropping cotton into their backpacks. "That's right. It has no smell, no use, and looks just like a cloud." The children chattered to Guunji, as if they thought he'd lost out by collecting cloud flowers. Guunji rubbed the furry ears of each child and made a mysterious hushing gesture. "You know tonight. The cotton seeds were all in the cotton." After returning, Guunji and the little beastmen picked out the cotton seeds from the 3 small backpacks. A thin spring and autumn quilt only required 3 to 5 pounds of cotton, not much, and not tedious. With 4 or 5 children helping, fluffing the cotton was done in the blink of an eye. Guunji even suspected that these children's cotton fluffing was better than that of modern cotton fluffers. When it came time to lay out the batting and shape it, Guunji didn't dare let the little beastmen in. He worked for a while, the little beastmen watching from the side, learning diligently. Since they were willing to learn, Guunji certainly wasn't shy about teaching. However, Guunji wasn't particularly familiar with quilt making, and when it came time to secure the batting, he froze for a moment. There was no yarn on the desolate planet that could secure the batting, but a few little beastmen helped him twist some thread made from a plant called thread grass. The thread from the thread grass was yellow-green, but surprisingly fluffy to the touch. Guunji used the thread grass to form the mesh with satisfaction. Although it wasn't perfectly even, it wasn't so uneven that it wouldn't fall apart after a few uses. Then he had the little beastmen flatten the thread in cotton. The little beastmen were much stronger than him, and within 3 to 5 minutes, the batting was as flat as a block of tofu. "Alright, the quilt core is done." Guunji smiled triumphantly. Although he didn't have any scraps of cloth to make a thin quilt, he could put the quilt core under the bed first, then put the hay mat on top. It would definitely be more comfortable than layers of animal skins underneath. As for the thin blanket, Guunji planned to weave it tomorrow. He beckoned the little beastmen to sit on the bed. The beastmen carefully sat down, then revealed expressions of surprise. "So comfortable. Much more comfortable than animal skins." Guunji was overjoyed. How could something your brother Gu, make be bad? This was his second time making a quilt core, and he hadn't embarrassed himself in front of these children. The wolfhound at his feet also raised its front paws to test the work Guunji had spent the afternoon on, its beautiful eyes gleaming. The wolfhound sank back down to the ground, pondering Guunji's actions. "I want to pick cloud flowers too. I want to sleep on them tonight. I'm going to. Wait for me." The little beastmen, having learned something new, scattered in a flash. Guunji finally had some free time. He glanced at the wolfhound and petted it skillfully. "Let's go, Xiaomu, we're going to forage in the fields." Now that he had settled down, Guunji couldn't keep eating other people's food. Thankfully, the wolfhound knew what humans could eat. A stroll through the woods with the wolfhound provided a day's supply. When he went out foraging with the wolfhound could even bring him some fruit. That way, he wouldn't have to eat vegetables every day. Guunji hadn't even eaten meat since he came here. "Sooner or later, I'm going to breed animals I can eat myself," Guunji muttered. The wolfhound paused, a thoughtful look on his face. The man and his pet quickly foraged for food and returned home. Guunji, having eaten vegetables all day, felt his face turn green. Out foraging for food inevitably made him sweat again. Guunji picked up the wolfhound and said, come on, let's go take a shower." The wolfhound opened its mouth, and Guunji, unsurprisingly, clamped it. "Don't argue. Dirty dogs don't get on the bed." The Wolfhound. There weren't many orcs near the river today. The orcs were still busy building their houses. Judging by their demeanor, Guunji felt he'd have to stay up all night. After fetching 2 buckets of water, Guunji, disdaining the Wolfhound's dirt, decided to give it a wash first. The Wolfhound sensed his intentions and started playing parkour with him around the house, struggling to avoid being touched. With Guunji's strength, it was clear he couldn't catch the Wolfhound. After trying it, Guunji wiped his sweat. Xiaomu. The Wolfhound turned a deaf ear. Guunji gritted his teeth. Daddy's using a new mattress today. Don't you want to come up and feel it? Guunji decided to be gentle and persuasive. The Wolfhound turned its head away. It was clear the Wolfhound didn't want to go to the bathroom for a hot shower. Guunji was eager to let his dog experience the comfort of a comforter. He rolled his eyes and tossed the cloth in his hand into the bucket. The Wolfhound breathed a sigh of relief when he saw he didn't take the cloth. Guunji had been waiting for this moment of relaxation. The back of the neck was expertly lifted, and the Wolfhound kicked in the air as if it were stepping on milk, its expression fierce. Guunji snorted, his voice irritatingly proud. I can't catch you, little brat. The Wolfhound turned and howled a few times. Guunji guessed it was cursing profanely. But with a master who was a bit of a germaphobe, it had no chance of resistance. Guunji pinned the Wolfhound to the floor at the door with one hand, reaching into the bucket with the other for the cloth. The Wolfhound struggled slightly. Guunji, holding the cloth, raised his hand and wiped it across the dog's body. The Wolfhound howled, and the force suddenly increased. Guunji lost his grip, and the cloth fell directly onto his chest. Human clothing was already thin, and the cold water, coupled with the alleyway draft, made him sneeze uncontrollably. Achoo! Guunji flinched. The Wolfhound froze. In the Wolfhound's mind, purebred humans were as fragile as crystal dolls. The one in front of him was doing the heavy work and also following him to dig for food. Now, he was still soaked in water. He felt guilty. Guunji assumed the Wolfhound simply thought he'd done something wrong and was afraid to move, completely ignoring any other possibilities. Taking advantage of the Wolfhound's stillness, Guunji took up the cloth and began to wipe it without a word. He had quite a bit of strength in his hands, having honed it from wiping Xiaomu. But now, on the Wolfhound, it felt like it had no strength at all. The Wolfhound inexplicably found humans rather endearing. It took Guunji only a few minutes to make the Wolfhound's fur fluff up. After drying, it fluffed up, giving the Wolfhound a rounder appearance. Guunji gazed at his masterpiece with satisfaction and patted the Wolfhound's, but, go ahead, stay on my Kong. Daddy will be back to sleep with you after we're done washing. The Wolfhound's initial fondness for Guunji vanished instantly. He couldn't understand Guunji's train of thought. Why does he love calling himself Wolf Dad so much? Does Guunji have a penchant for being a dad everywhere? Though completely bewildered, the Wolfhound still obediently climbed onto the bed Guunji had made. The Wolfhound lay down for a moment, then couldn't help but let out a wow. Finally, a sense of modern society returned. He rolled over. He rolled over again. The Wolfhound was delighted. He performed Tai Chi exercises with his limbs in the air again. Guunji didn't know what the Wolfhound was doing. He put the other bucket of water on the stove to boil. After it heated up, he carried it to the bathroom. Showering was much more convenient with a bathtub, but after making a quilt this afternoon, Guunji could barely lift his hands. So he poured the water into the sink, cleaned himself, and roughly wiped himself. Guunji didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt his arm had grown thicker in just a few days. Looking at his arm, he suddenly remembered the watch he'd had in his pocket on his first day. After washing himself, Guunji searched the small box where he kept his miscellaneous items. From the inside of the coat he'd worn on his first day, he pulled it out again. Guunji studied the watch as he walked into the bedroom. He sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at the watch in his hand, muttering to himself, "Where's the power button on this watch? It doesn't look broken, so why can't it be turned on?" The Wolfhound looked up at his words. When he saw the watch in Guunji's hand, his pupils suddenly widened. It was the latest version of the optical computer? The Wolfhound was incredulous. Although the latest version of the optical computer had been on the market for over a year, not everyone could own one. After all, its price was enough to buy this desolate planet. And it had the latest biometric recognition system built in. Once the owner is identified, blood relatives can use the same system to locate the owner, no matter where they go. A purebred human with such a system, yet hasn't welcomed their family in all these days? The Wolfhound felt that the mysteries surrounding Guunji were growing. To have placed a purebred human on this planet must mean something significant. The Wolfhound pondered this question. How could Guunji have known that this seemingly ordinary watch held so much secrets, He studied it for ages, but couldn't figure out how to open it. Even if he knew there must be some message hidden inside, he could only pretend he didn't know if he couldn't open it. After fiddling with it for a while, Guunji, losing his patience, casually tossed the watch onto the cabinet at the foot of his bed. He picked up the Wolfhound, took a sip of its clean breath, and couldn't help but stroke its ears. Xiaomu, I don't know how many years we can rely on each other. Chapter 10. The nights on the desolate planet were rather chilly, but Guunji felt warm hiding beside the Wolfhound. The animal skin curtains provided shade, so while the room still felt chilly, it didn't feel cold. Guunji counted on his fingers. This was his 8th day on this planet. 8 days wasn't a long time, but his previous life felt like a lifetime ago. Sigh. Guunji couldn't help but sigh. While the days here were fulfilling, there was nothing to do at night, and even entertainment options were meager. As a modern person, Guunji couldn't help but feel lost. Owning a decent house in 8 days might seem unbelievable to modern people. But after all this, Guunji felt lost. I have a house now, so what do I do next? Guunji pondered as he petted the Wolfhound. The Wolfhound lay comfortably, ignoring Guunji. I know the orcs need houses, but they can already build them. With my blueprints, they can also make furniture. What use would I have? Guunji didn't know much. Building houses and furniture was only familiar to him because he'd previously worked on miniature landscapes. Now that most of the practical stuff in his head had been pulled out, Guunji felt a little uneasy. He'd drawn a lot of blueprints in the past 8 days, but he'd handed them all in, leaving only 1 or 2 on him. Xiaomu, do you think I should make a book of the blueprints? Guunji suddenly had an idea. Since I already have the blueprints, I have to draw them every time the orcs come to see me. Why not just make a book and show them whatever they need? The Wolfhound's ears twitched at his words. If this booklet truly succeeded, this human would be famous throughout the interstellar space. That's all the practical things I know. After I finish making the booklet containing these things, I can also do some other handicrafts. Let me tell you, I can also make hairpins, wolf hairbrushes, bracelets, bead grinding, carving. Guunji said, feeling embarrassed. It's a pretty diverse skill, but it doesn't seem to be of much help. The orcs on the desolate planet couldn't even meet their most basic physiological needs, so other needs had to take a back seat. The fact that they didn't even bother to build a fence showed that their psychology hadn't yet reached the level of safety. The Wolfhound didn't think so. But now, the Wolfhound was just a beast, so naturally, he wouldn't try to comfort Guunji. Oh, if only I were back home. Guunji buried himself in the Wolfhound's fur, muttering to himself, everything can be found online, so I can create more things to help them. Hometown. The word hometown was like a key, suddenly unlocking a long sealed box in his mind. He had no blood relationship with the orcs here. If he didn't bring more things to the table, Guunji worried that one day the orcs would dislike him for being a burden. At least, he couldn't possibly go free fighting with wild beasts. You can't find the things he's talking about online, the Wolfhound replied silently. These things were in the hands of several noble families, and were the capital they relied on to make a living. How could they be so easily posted online for anyone to refer to? Booklet. Guunji sighed. With this thought in mind, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Guunji bit his lower lip, and suddenly rolled out of his comfortable blankets. It was late at night, and the gathering place was completely silent. Guunji tiptoed to light a fire and, by the dim light, began to draw the design. The Wolfhound lifted itself from its covers, its amber eyes fixed on Guunji's back. When the sky in the east began to turn pale, Guunji finally put down his pen. He stretched, his joints cracking softly. Before him lay 12 complete blueprints, detailing the construction methods and materials required for each piece of furniture in his house. Perfect. Guunji's lips curled into a tired, satisfied smile. He carefully rolled up the blueprints and tied them with a leather cord. Now, as long as he gave the items before him to Abu for his review, he could have the orcs come to him for help from time to time. Guunji washed his face with the little river water left over from yesterday, trying to clear his mind. He couldn't see, but he could clearly feel his lower eyelid swollen from staying up all night. He hurriedly tidied himself, put on a well-fitting animal hide shawl, and left with the blueprints. The early morning gathering place was shrouded in a thin mist, and the shadowy woods looked even more terrifying than at noon. No orcs had left yet. Guunji walked carefully. Abu's house was some distance from his own, near the forest. The old orc was the first to arrive at the gathering place, and naturally, he had chosen a location that was relatively central. When Guunji arrived at Abu's house, the sun had just risen. The door was closed, but a faint puff of smoke was already rising from the chimney, signaling that the owner had already risen. Guunji hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and knocked. "Who's this kid coming so early?" A familiar, deep, hoarse voice echoed from inside, accompanied by the sound of incredibly heavy footsteps. The door opened, and Abu was stunned at the sight of Guunji. Then, his amber eyes narrowed as he surveyed the human before him, his tone warming. "Why are you here? Is there anything we can help you with?" Although he knew Abu was currently welcoming, Guunji still felt a touch of nervousness facing such an experienced orc. He worried that Abu would see through his little trick and have a negative impression of him. Guunji could never survive alone on a desolate planet. Guunji subconsciously clutched the blueprint roll tightly in his arms. "Abu." Guunji forced a smile. "I've drawn all the furniture I've been making these past few days." Abu stared at him for a few seconds, then, as if sensing Guunji's discomfort, stepped aside to make way. "Don't worry, kid. Come in. It's still cold in the morning for you humans." This wasn't the first time Guunji had entered Abu's home, but his ill-intentioned approach made him feel a little awkward. "Sit." Abu pointed to a rough wooden chair and sat down on the floor opposite, their eyes almost level. "What do you want to trade these blueprints for?" Guunji untied the leather strap and spread the blueprints on the floor between them. As the drawings were spread out one by one, Abu was genuinely surprised. "These are..." The old orc's rough fingers carefully traced the lines, afraid to smudge them. "Did you draw all these overnight?" Guunji nodded. "Last night, I couldn't sleep, so I thought about making a blueprint book of all the furniture I'd made. That way, anyone who needed it could borrow it, which would be much more convenient." Guunji wouldn't say that these were his trump cards, hoping to maintain a steady flow of profits. Abu carefully examined each drawing, occasionally letting out a low sigh of admiration. His gaze at Guunji grew even more intense. But, as he continued to study, Abu suddenly sighed. "You don't have to be so naive." Guunji's face suddenly heated up. He hadn't expected the old orc to see through his little trick so quickly. How could Abu not see through the human doll's thoughts? Guunji had been busy with the house for the past few days, so he wasn't prone to wild thoughts. But once he had some free time, it was only a matter of time before he began to feel uneasy. After all, the desolate planet is too dangerous for pure humans. Abu suddenly stood up, his hunched figure casting a long shadow in the morning light. Guunji couldn't help but hold his breath, unsure of what the old orc was going to do. Then, to his astonishment, Abu bowed deeply. It was easy for anyone to see the respect in Abu's gesture. "If you're still worried, I can announce at the gathering place that the leadership position belongs to you." Abu raised his head, a glint in his amber eyes that Guunji couldn't understand. "We will follow whoever leads us further. The power shift on the desolate planet is as simple as that. Whoever is capable is the boss." Guunji was completely stunned. He was just an ordinary, unemployed man, and none of the orcs on the desolate planet knew how to survive better than him. Leader? He hadn't even thought about it. I just... Guunji stammered, stunned, unable to form a complete sentence. Abu straightened up and suddenly smiled. His rugged face seemed unusually gentle. "Okay, I know you're just uneasy. Mr. Gu, what you need right now is rest." The dark circles under his eyes were almost falling to his lips. "Go to the inner room and get some sleep. We discuss other issues when you wake up." Without further explanation, the old orc almost half-carried Guunji to the small room where he had been temporarily staying. There was a simple bed there, crude but clean. "Sleep here for now." Abu's voice became surprisingly gentle. "When you wake up, we talk business." Guunji then realized he was so exhausted he didn't even have the energy to refuse. The moment his head hit the pillow, his consciousness began to blur. In the final moments before falling asleep, he felt a rough hand gently cover him with a blanket, the movements incredibly careful. "Thank you, Uncle Abu." Guunji muttered vaguely, then fell into a deep sleep. The old orc stood by the bed, silently observing the sleeping human youth for a moment. Then he tiptoed back to the front bunk and resumed studying the blueprints. "Fate," Abu whispered to himself. "It turns out fate hasn't abandoned us useless people yet." He carefully smoothed the corner of the blueprint, as if it were a priceless treasure. Perhaps to the old orc, it was indeed so. Perhaps this desolate planet will truly be as the legends describe. Getting better and better. Chapter 11. Guunji slept exceptionally comfortably. If it weren't for the wet feeling on his cheek, he might not have opened his eyes from his light slumber. As he opened his eyes, Guunji was met with a magnified dog's face. He subconsciously lowered his head to sniff. If the Wolfhound hadn't nudged him, he might have fallen asleep. Memories gradually flooded back into his mind as he regained consciousness. Guunji sat up abruptly and turned to glance at the Wolfhound, its tail wagging. Xiaomu, why are you here? The Wolfhound, already accepting his nickname, turned its head and ignored him. God knows how frantic the Wolfhound would be when it woke up from hunting and returned to find the humans gone. The desolate planet was so dangerous. Without his protection, what would happen if something happened to the humans? Whatever the humans' conspiracy, the Wolfhound would never allow such a weak and capable human to be killed by wild beasts. Abu, who had heard the noise and entered the room, happened to overhear Guunji's question. The old orc smiled and said mischievously, "Your dog is very protective of its master. It was incredibly aggressive when it arrived." The Wolfhound had been sniffing Guunji's lingering scent all the way here, and passing orcs had been aggressively attacked many times because of the strong body odor. But the orcs didn't take it as an offense. They all deeply valued this loyalty. Listening to Abu's description, Guunji could already imagine what a Wolfhound was like. He rubbed the Wolfhound sheepishly and apologized to Abu. "I'm sorry. Xiaomu was just concerned about me." "It's okay. No one will mind." Abu waved his hand. "Oh, right." The old orc leisurely placed a glass of water next to Guunji's hand and said, "I've already passed on your booklet. Maybe someone come ask for it soon. You can decide the price yourself." Guunji's eyes lit up, and he jumped out of bed quickly. "Thank you, Uncle Abu." The Wolfhounds jumped down and circled Guunji, circling at his feet. Abu waved his hand and walked out of the room. With Abu's approval and publicity, Guunji quickly returned to his home. But for some reason, a few more little orcs had gathered at the door. "Guunji, what are you guys doing at my door?" The little orcs looked up, their eyes sparkling. "Brother Gu, you're back. Brother Gu, Brother Gu. There are edible animals at your doorstep." "What?" Guunji pushed aside the group of carrots in front of him and glanced at his door. A few small chicken-like animals lay motionless on the door edge, with a few leaves of grass underneath to catch the animals' blood. "I don't know who sent them. This is a rare food that humans can eat." "So thoughtful. Which orc brother is so thoughtful?" The little orc speculated. Unlike them, Guunji knew who had sent it at a glance. He looked down at the Wolfhound at his feet, then at the familiar scratches. He had been hunting with the Wolfhound for a while. Guunji was incredibly familiar with the Wolfhound's hunting style. The scratches were immediately recognizable as belonging to his little Moo. Following the gift of the Jigua fruit last time, this time, the Wolfhound had brought back the meat he had always craved. Guunji knew the Wolfhound was intelligent, but he hadn't expected it to be this clever. Guunji had no desire to give away the things the Wolfhound had given him. Guunji placed the atlas on the table and carried the small animals back to the kitchen. The little beastmen knew how rare these animals were, and didn't want Guunji to share them with them. "Brother Gu, if you want to preserve these animals, you can ask Uncle Big Ice for some ice rocks." "Ice rocks?" Guunji peeked. The little beastmen gestured. "They're small stones that can be stored in a box. With these, you can make ice cubes endlessly. They're also great for preserving food." With that, the little beastmen scrambled off to play. Guunji didn't even have time to ask where Uncle Big Ice was. He smiled and shook his head as he returned to the house. Only then did Guunji begin to fend for the Wolfhound again. "Xiaomu, these are the gifts you brought back, right?" The Wolfhound wagged its tail. Although Guunji wasn't looking at him, he sensed the Wolfhound's pride. "You've worked so hard. Our Xiaomu is truly the pillar of the family." Guunji complimented the Wolfhound with a smile. The Wolfhound pretended not to understand, but its tail twitched even faster. Guunji, preoccupied with the meat, paid no attention to the Wolfhound's tail. He felt his saliva dripping from his mouth. God knows how long it had been since he'd eaten meat. He was a man. A grown man. 8 days of vegetarianism was already pushing him to his limit. The Wolfhound had caught 3 small animals. Guunji planned to stew one first, then asked the big ice maker for some ice to store the other 2 for a few days. If the ice stone was saltpeter, he could build a cellar. Guunji pondered. As a solitary man, Guunji could butcher chickens, but he wasn't very skilled. If Xiaomu hadn't been with the animal for quite some time, and it had bled dry, Guunji would have had to create a crime scene. Now, Guunji didn't see much blood, so he easily butchered the chickens. Guunji didn't like eating offal, so he prepared to compost it. The Wolfhound had no objections. He didn't like offal either. If Guunji gave him offal to eat, he might have taught him a lesson. Just as Guunji was stewing an unknown animal, a voice suddenly called out from the door. "Is Mr. Gu there?" The voice was unfamiliar. It must be an orc he wasn't familiar with. Guunji wiped his hands, and walked towards the door. "What's up?" Standing at the doorway was a rather tall orc, probably in his youth. His position blocked out the light completely. His immense height gave Guunji a rather oppressive feeling. "My name is Ayu." The orc's gaze had been fixed on Guunji's face since he appeared. "I heard you sell those furniture blueprints here?" Ayu was one of the more powerful orcs in the settlement. He had arrived on the desolate planet at only 14 years old, and he wasn't forced here because he was about to turn into a beast. But Guunji didn't know his background, and simply assumed he was one of the orcs about to explode. "Yes, what are you looking for?" Guunji was pleasantly surprised to see business coming so quickly. He quickly pulled out the blueprints and introduced Ayu. "Would you like to come to my house and take a look? Maybe you'd be more inclined to see the actual items?" Guunji had only recently arrived and still needed many things, so it was a blessing to have the orcs deliver them to him. For example, he wanted to ask if the settlement had any fabric so he could make a duvet cover. That way, he could wrap the quilt inside the cover. He could sleep on a hard bed, but he didn't want to sleep under an animal hide blanket anymore. Ayu ignored Guunji's words, staring at him intently, and said, as if pre-planned, "I want a double bed first." "Double bed?" Guunji was stunned. Perhaps because of his preconceived notion of the orcs, Guunji assumed the first thing the orcs would ask him to make would be a bedside table or some other kind of cabinet. After all, most orcs wouldn't be too impressed by sleeping on a slab of stone or a proper bed. And before, most of his trades had been for cabinets and the like. Ayu sighed. He scratched his head and said, "Actually, I don't really want a bed. If it's too much trouble, then forget it." Guunji was confused. "Then who are you looking for?" "Ayu. I want you to be my partner." "Huh?" Guunji was stunned. Ayu's face flushed. "Human males and orc males can reproduce. And I'm the strongest orc here. It's too hard for you, a human, to live on a desolate planet, and I think you're beautiful and capable. We can live together." "No." Guunji raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a minute. Let me think about what you're saying. Is this orc attracted to him? I appreciate your interest in me, but I don't like male orcs." Although Guunji lived in a very open era, he considered himself normal. Looking at Lu Jian occasionally is normal, right? Guunji asked himself inwardly doubtful. But how will you survive on this desolate planet without finding a male orc? Ayu didn't understand what Guunji was thinking. "Guunji, why do I have to find an orc to live with? I have Xiaomu." "Who is Xiaomu?" "Xiaomu is..." Before Guunji finished speaking, a roar came from behind him. The not-so-large Wolfhound silently stood beside Guunji, attacking the orc in front of it. Ayu frowned, puzzled, and asked, "What good is a wild beast?" Guunji couldn't bear to hear anyone criticize his own Wolfhound. "Just based on that one sentence, I don't want to live with you anymore." Seeing that Guunji was truly unhappy, Ayu said sheepishly, "Okay, sorry. Excuse me." With that, he ran off without looking back. Guunji was indeed angry. The deal wasn't done, and there was even a conflict. The joy of eating meat vanished completely in an instant. Although he still craved meat, his happiness was diminished. The Wolfhound saw Guunji's grim expression, thought for a moment, and rubbed his head against Guunji's calf. Guunji squatted down, cupped the Wolfhound's face, and said, "Who says our Xiaomu is useless? Our Xiaomu is the most useful, right? I don't want anyone else, just Xiaomu. There's no need to be so reckless." The Wolfhound's face, hidden behind his fur, turned red. This human has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, far more than those orcs. The Wolfhound thought to himself, "If he really loves me that much, I can be with him." But he had to wait until he finished everything. If the human was alright, he'd take him home. I bet the human would be happy, right? Chapter 12. After Ayu, no other orcs came to bother him. Guunji couldn't finish the entire animal by himself, so he cut off a third of the cooked unknown creature and fed it to the Wolfhound. There were plenty of mushrooms in the forest, and adding a little salt to the soup made it delicious. However, pets shouldn't consume too much salt, so Guunji only used a spoonful of soup to stew the white meat for the Wolfhound. Then he tore it into strips, dried it, and gave it to the Wolfhound to chew on. The Wolfhound loved Guunji's food. It was even better than what you'd find in 5-star hotels on developed planets. The man and the wolf had a delicious lunch. Guunji began to clear his bowl. The Wolfhound had already eaten its fill from the hunt, so this was a snack, slowly gnawing at the meat and grinding its teeth. Suddenly, the Wolfhound's ears twitched. Putting down the dried meat, the Wolfhound walked to the door and squatted there. "Xiaomu." Guunji turned around, but didn't see the Wolfhound near the food bowl. He glanced around the room. The Wolfhound shook its head. Is there someone at the door? Guunji wiped his hands and walked over. The Wolfhound nudged Guunji's calf with its head. Guunji opened the door and saw a handsome orc standing hesitantly at his door. Noticing the door open, the orc was visibly startled, his eyes red. Mr. Gu is home. The orc's voice was soft, and Guunji inexplicably thought of a rabbit. Who are you? Guunji leaned sideways. The orc stammered, introducing himself. My name is Tu Tao. I'd like to exchange box blueprints with you. Although the orc's furniture wasn't as good as Guunji's, the functionality of each piece still made the orc eager to get it. Take, for example, the boxes Guunji traded the most. Guunji's boxes had a pleasant aroma. Not only did the items stored inside last longer, but carrying them around also soothed the orc's nerves. Many orcs with headaches would stuff all their pets into them, and carry a new one every day. The headaches were much better. Okay, what are you going to trade? Guunji agreed. Tu Tao pulled out some wooden planks from behind her back, along with a roll of cloth that looked like it had been treasured for a long time. Tu Tao, are they enough? Guunji glanced at them. He wanted the cloth, but this roll looked precious. Trading the box's blueprints for the cloth clearly put Tu Tao at a disadvantage. Guunji hesitated. Not enough? Tu Tao grew anxious as Guunji's response took a while. If it's not enough, I can find more. No, no, no. Unexpectedly, the other party responded in this way. Guunji quickly explained, you gave too much. He truly felt guilty. Tu Tao breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, it's okay. I can ask for some other blueprints. Since he was so honest, Guunji didn't want to let him suffer any loss. You should exchange the planks. You can come back next time if you need them. He gazed longingly at the roll of cloth, but his words contradicted his actions. The Wolfhound watched Guunji's lingering gaze, and looked at Tu Tao thoughtfully. Tu Tao hesitantly withdrew the roll of cloth and placed all the planks in front of Guunji. Thank you, thank you. Guunji waved his hand, a look of pain on his face. He took out the page in the atlas that belonged to the box and handed it to Tu Tao, casually asking, do you know where to exchange the ice stone? Ice stone? That's Uncle Bing's stone, right? Tu Tao thought for a moment and said, Mr. Gu, do you need ice stone? I don't have any at home, but I can exchange some for you. What do you want in exchange? Guunji asked pleasantly. Tu Tao shook her head, nothing. Consider it a gift. Just take my wooden planks, and I give you something else. This was a godsend. Guunji finally stopped thinking about Tu Tao's cloth. The transaction was successfully completed, and Guunji returned to the inner hall with the wooden planks, feeling satisfied. The Wolfhound looked at Guunji, sniffed Tu Tao's scent, and decided to go back and find some rare goods to help Guunji exchange the cloth for it. Humans are so delicate, and indeed, they're not suited to covering themselves with greasy animal skins every day. The wooden planks that Tu Tao gave Guunji were all pre-treated. Guunji thought for a moment, and gently scratched them with a knife. If the ice stone was indeed saltpeter, he could use the planks to make a small freezer. The small freezer should be shaped like a U-shaped box, with water and saltpeter placed outside and food inside. A lid should be placed on the outer layer to ensure that the saltpeter evaporates and then forms small crystals that fall back to the outside. Guunji gestured with his fingers, forming a rough idea. He had previously collected a lot of finds while hunting with the Wolfhound. Guunji found a small basket of pine needles from the middle partition and placed them to the side. He also took out the resin he had saved to make adhesive for the box. The saw was a stone saw he had recently made. He hammered the teeth into the stone and then tied it to the wood with vines. The stone was quite useful. Although it couldn't cut through the ironwood used for the house, it was very accurate in sawing other types of wood. Guunji sweated profusely as he sawed the required boards. Afterwards, he went to make a fire and scooped the resin into a stone bowl he exchanged with another orc, burning it. He also sprinkled some wood ash into the bowl. Afterwards, he began to use a stone knife to cut holes in the boards and secured one of them with pine needles. After a busy day, his freezer was finally complete. Tu Tao had also delivered the saltpeter early. The freezer was only an arm's width and only reached his calf. But Guunji found it useful as a footstool under the table. He piled the extra boards by the door and, just as he was about to fetch water, he saw several orcs, taller than his doorway, heading towards the river. Before Guunji could quietly retreat back to his house, he was stopped by the tall orc. Hey, over there, wait a moment. The orc's voice was so loud that it made Guunji's ears ring. As the orcs approached, Guunji noticed that Abu was among them. Besides Abu, the female orc Aya was also there. Aya followed the orc, who had called out to Guunji and quietly approached him. "Do you have any buckets? Can you lend them to us?" The orc, upon reaching Guunji, realized how short and small he was, and subconsciously lowered his voice. Guunji didn't know what had happened, but seeing Aya and Abu's fearful expressions, he nodded and lent them both his buckets. The orcs left, satisfied. Aya, however, remained by Guunji's side. "Guunji, who are they?" Aya looked Guunji up and down and replied, "The giant beast tribe." When Guunji first arrived, the beastmen had introduced him to this tribe. In his mind, the giant beast tribe didn't seem friendly toward Abu and his companions. But now, the giant beast tribe had appeared at their gathering place. And after what had just happened, Guunji didn't see anything wrong with the giant beast tribe. Aya seemed to see Guunji's confusion and explained, "The water source in their territory is dried up, so they came to us to buy some water. The giant beast tribe is both powerful and large, making business with them a sure win." "Huh?" Aya's expression was impassive. Besides, when the giant beast tribe isn't going berserk, they're generally quite honest. They won't mistreat anyone. "Oh!" Guunji nodded. As if eager to become acquainted with Guunji, Aya pursed her lips and added, "They definitely give you something as compensation for borrowing your bucket. You can go to the door and see what you need." Guunji blinked. "Well, I need quite a bit." Aya nodded. "Take whatever you want." Guunji, having received Aya's approval, quickly packed the Wolfhound's box and bounded towards the gathering place's entrance. Just as Aya had said, there was quite a bit of stuff at the entrance. It was piled high, forming a small mountain taller than Guunji. Maintaining order were two middle-aged orcs from Shabano's family. Many of the orcs' buckets had been borrowed by the giant beasts, and groups of 3 or 4 were gathering to sort through the items. Shabano's father and uncle were on duty, while Shabano was playing nearby. Seeing Guunji, Shabano waved. "Brother Gu. You're here too." Guunji only knew a few of the younger orcs and stopped by. The behemoths are so generous. He couldn't help but sigh. Shabano shrugged. "Yes, that's why everyone likes doing business with them." "But didn't you say they were scary before?" "Yes." Guunji was puzzled. "They have good tempers and are generous." "What's so scary about them, exactly?" Shabano scratched his face. "Oh, it's just their size. Although orcs are much taller than humans, averaging over 2 meters, their beast form remains only 1 or 2 times larger than the beasts Guunji knew. But the behemoths are so large that even the shortest human forms are 3 to 5 meters tall. It's easy to imagine how they would transform into beast form. You know, orcs degenerate into wild beasts. If even one of the behemoths degenerates, it's enough to devastate the surrounding settlements. Thus, even if the orcs are generally good-tempered, the surrounding settlements can only be wary of them. Over time, the giant beast tribe became a feared orc. Guunji pondered the orc's physique and listened to Shabaya's description, his mind racing with ideas. He wanted to build a village, and the giant beast tribe would be the perfect labor force. What if I made something for the orcs to curb their madness? Would they be willing to work for me? Guunji rubbed his chin. "Huh?" Shabaya hadn't considered that at all. "Brother Gu, what are you thinking?" Guunji clapped his hands. "That's a great idea." If his creation could curb the frequency of orcs' madness, he doubted the giant beast tribe wouldn't be tempted. If they were, he'd have gained a significant labor force. The village could be completed much faster. Chapter 13. The sun had already set by the time the giant beasts returned with the buckets. Guunji's sweat had clearly dried. Though he still smelled, Guunji had given up on showering. The giant beastman who returned with the buckets was a young orc. Perhaps fearing Guunji might be frightened, he considerately chose the shortest one. The 2 buckets full of water made Guunji even more satisfied with the giant beasts. Honest, strong, chosen for labor, no, chosen for bricklayers. "Have you finished scooping water?" Guunji, after holding back, couldn't help but start by trying to get close. The giant beastman was startled, staring at him several times before nodding hesitantly. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Guunji, "Of course. It's not like you're going to go berserk right now." The giant beastman uttered an awe and fell silent. Guunji was still trying to get closer when Abu approached. Seeing the giant beastman hadn't left Guunji yet, he approached nervously. "Why haven't you left yet?" Abu whispered to the giant beastman. The giant beastman, bewildered, was pushed out of Guunji's sight by Abu. After driving the beastman away, Abu returned and glanced at Guunji standing at the door. "Are you safe?" Guunji shook his head. "No. Uncle Abu, I want them to help us build a village." In 2 days, the outlines of most of the village had taken shape. The gathering place was bordered by the water on one side, and surrounded by mountains on two sides, but the busiest area was near the entrance to the woods. The rows of houses along the riverbank ranged in height, but their uniformity was uniform, and they looked neat and clean. Near the mountain, the houses, though unevenly built, were of similar size. Only the center of the settlement, nestled against the woods, was still under construction. The more people there were, the slower the construction would be. Guunji couldn't wait any longer. With such a large temperature difference between day and night, Guunji worried he wouldn't have anything to plant when autumn or winter arrived on this planet. That would seriously hinder his infrastructure development. He was lost in thought when Abu's voice snapped him back to reality. No. Guunji thought Abu would agree to his proposal, but he was met with a firm rejection. Why? Abu frowned at Guunji. You're still young. You don't understand how terrifying the behemoths are. No matter how much I want to build the village, I can't let them in. The behemoths are too terrifying. If they go berserk, we all be doomed. For everyone's safety, I can't let them in. Abu was already under immense pressure from the behemoths coming to buy water. After all, orcs can go berserk at any time. If a giant beast were to go berserk in the gathering place, their place would likely be razed to the ground. Not to mention leaving them here to work on the house. That wouldn't last a short while. Although Guunji felt sorry, he also knew that Abu wouldn't ask the giant beastmen for help. He had never seen a giant beast go berserk, so he was right to listen to Abu on that point. But that didn't mean the giant beastmen couldn't help him with the work. Guunji, then can I ask them to farm? Farming? Abu had never heard of that term. Guunji had already picked out a spot. Is the other side of the river also part of our gathering place's territory? Abu nodded. We build a wall around that side later. The reason no one lives on the other side is simply because the orcs dislike the idea of getting their clothes wet every time they cross the river. Furry as they are, they don't particularly like that feeling. I'd like to ask the giant beasts to farm for me over there. Guunji said, the river is shallow, but wide enough. Even if they stay longer, they won't affect us here. If they go crazy, such a large area won't harm our people. Abu was reluctant to have the giant beasts help for safety reasons. But once the safety issue was resolved, even Abu had to admit that the giant beasts were indeed well suited to infrastructure work. But Abu still had some hesitations. Why do you insist on them farming? What can farming bring us? Guunji thought for a moment and said, we live close to the forest because it's easier to find food, right? Abu nodded. After we plant the land, we won't have to collect edible plants. They just keep growing. Guunji spoke eloquently. With a stable food source, won't we be able to do more? Abu had no experience with farming, but he knew some food could be grown. It's just that the technology was hidden within food companies on various planets, so Abu didn't know how. Can our land here grow food? Abu found it incredible. Guunji looked at him curiously. Why not? As for farming, as long as the ground beneath isn't rock, permafrost can be used, right? They didn't care how much they produced. Orcs still primarily relied on meat. Plants were only a backup when food was truly scarce. Even so, having a steady supply of edible plants was enough to attract the desolate orcs, who were short of everything else. Abu gritted his teeth. On the desolate planet, the orcs' biggest worry was a lack of food during the winter. Abu also knew that if there were preserved plants for the winter, things would be much better. But farming on developed planets was incredibly difficult, and almost no one could succeed. How could Guunji guarantee that the giant orcs could help them grow plants? Seeing Abu's expression waver, Guunji paused and decided to up the ante. Besides, don't we have the Elizabeth Circle? The reason everyone initially flocked to Guunji was because his Elizabeth Circle allowed orcs to remain calm while transforming into beasts. So, if we put Elizabeth Circles on the behemoths, what would be the chance of them going berserk? Abu closed his eyes. Guunji felt as if he had waited an eternity before hearing Abu's hoarse reply, I help you stop the behemoths. You quickly make Elizabeth Circles for them to see how effective they are. What impressed Abu wasn't the endless supply of food, but the Elizabeth Circle's ability to suppress the orcs. Abu had built the gathering place, and no one cared more about its safety than he did. Naturally, no one was more eager for its development than he was. Guunji's heart settled. He curled his lips. I've already prepared it. If you want the behemoths to help, you must offer something they'd be interested in. Guunji returned home with his compensation and began to figure out how to pay the giant beasts. Naturally, the Elizabeth ring, which he hadn't used in days, caught his eye again. Are the Elizabeth rings the fastest acting, most effective things? Abu glanced at him. Are you just waiting for me to take the bait? Guunji chuckled. Seeing him like this, Abu sighed. Guunji quickly picked up the oversized Elizabeth ring that lay on the dining table and urged, "Let's go, let's go." Abu snorted, a hint of a smile crossing his aged face. The two of them, one in front and one behind, slowly walked towards the entrance, spotting several orcs returning with their buckets along the way. Noticing that Guunji was following Abu, the orcs sensed something was amiss and began to push and shove, eventually following the two. The giant beasts knew how unwelcome they were, and when the two arrived, they were already gearing up to leave. The leading giant orc saw Abu and hurriedly asked, "Abu, what else do you want?" Abu shook his head. "Asang, I'm not looking for you. It's one of our gentlemen." Asang glanced at Guunji, standing behind Abu. Noticing his small stature, his normally normal voice suddenly dropped several octaves. "What do you want from me?" Guunji noticed Asang's attentiveness, and remembering the orcs, who had come carrying buckets, he found the giants even more endearing. "I want to hire you to work for me," Guunji said confidently. Asang just laughed at that. "You?" His voice was still soft. "Aren't you afraid of us? If we go wild, no one in your gathering place can stop us." Guunji shook his head. "If I can hire you, I'm sure you won't go crazy during this time." Hearing his boast, Asang glanced at Abu. Abu turned away, not giving Asang any chance to nag him. Asang's head hurt. He gently advised Guunji, "Thank you very much for your support. But we don't want anyone killed." Clearly, he didn't take Guunji's words seriously. Guunji didn't feel slighted. He handed Asang his Elizabeth ring and said, "Try this first. Come back, and tell me about the others after you've used it." Seeing that Abu still didn't try to stop him, Asang waved his hand, and called over a small orc. Coincidentally, it was the same one who had brought Guunji the bucket. Asang asked, "How do you use it?" "There's a button on the side. Roll it up, place it around the orc's neck, and buckle it." Guunji demonstrated. Asang followed his instructions, placing the Elizabeth ring around the little orc's head and turning around, and then transform into beast form, Guunji said. Asang almost thought he misheard. "What did you say?" "Transform into beast form," Guunji repeated. "Are you kidding?" Asang couldn't help himself and said to Abu, "Abu, are you really not going to do anything about it?" Abu hissed and glanced at Guunji. Guunji nodded at Abu. Abu pondered for a few seconds, then sighed, "Just listen to him." Asang knew Abu was the most experienced in the area. Although he was somewhat worried about the little orc he'd brought with him, he believed Abu's words. So he turned to the little orc and said, "Transform." In the blink of an eye, the little orc transformed into a brown bear. Although it looked like a juvenile brown bear, it was at least 6 or 7 meters tall. It was especially comical wearing the Elizabeth ring. Asang was about to say something when he heard the little orc exclaim, "Brother Sang, this circle can suppress my mental turmoil." Asang's words were cut short by the shock. He suddenly turned and stared at Guunji. Guunji smiled faintly. "Now can we talk?" Chapter 14. Guunji's news of the giant beasts being retained for a trade spread like wildfire throughout the settlement. The orcs in the settlement didn't know what he was up to, but thankfully no one objected. Guunji truly wanted to help them, and the orcs saw it. Farming wasn't a difficult task for the giant beasts. The allure of Elizabeth's circle was clearly before their eyes. The deal was sealed in a few words. The giant beasts happily left the orc site, and Abu and Guunji returned to the settlement. "Sir, revealing these things will attract a lot of covetousness," Abu warned slowly, walking slowly down the road. Guunji knew this, of course. "But these things will eventually leak out, right? Today, a giant beast came to the settlement to fetch water. Tomorrow, someone from another settlement might come to do something. The construction of the house couldn't be concealed. Anyone with a keen eye could easily find out what they had added by simply asking around in the settlement." Guunji didn't like being pushed around and passively doing things. He preferred to take the initiative. "You're really clear-headed." Abu couldn't help but sigh. Guunji wanted to build a house that would provide him with a comfortable living space, so he spent a week completing it to its current perfection. Guunji wanted to transform the settlement, so he presented them with blueprints and asked them to tear down the sheds they had painstakingly maintained for so many years and rebuild everything. Now, Guunji had even more ambitions, and it was clear that this group of orcs was no longer enough to help him realize his vision. Suddenly Abu asked, "Do you want to rule the entire desolate planet in the future?" There were at least a few dozen settlements on the desolate planet, if not hundreds. Starting from scratch would be as difficult as creating a planet with your own hands. Guunji didn't even think about that. He quickly shook his head and said, "I just want a place where I can live a stable life for the rest of my life." If he had landed on any developed planet instead of a desolate planet, Guunji would likely have been lost in the crowd. He just wanted to live a good life. Abu didn't comment. Guunji didn't continue the conversation, but asked, Uncle Abu, what do you think we should plant on that land? As a local, Abu must know better than he did what seeds to plant. The land across the river was quite large, but because it was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it wasn't suitable for growing too many crops, as it would easily overwhelm the land. Guunji planned to plant some easy-to-harvest food first, then raise some small animals when the crops were ready, and then practice a recycle farming system. Since we were near a river, maybe we could learn the waterland cycle aquaculture technique I'd memorized. Guunji didn't actually know how to practice cycle aquaculture, but as someone who'd been exposed to modern information, he certainly knew how to utilize the land better than these native orcs. Across the way, with both water and mountains, it was actually quite suitable for aquaculture. The mountains acted as a natural fence, and the orcs could leave a scent in the forest to prevent most small animals from escaping. And the animal feces would nourish the fish and shrimp in the water. The orcs would just have to go to the middle reaches of the river to bathe. Guunji began to wonder if a well could be dug for every household. As Guunji brainstormed, Abu was also pondering. The land across the way looked large enough to grow quite a bit of food. But they weren't short of food this season. So, if they were going to plant anything, they had to grow vegetables that would last until autumn and winter. Abu made his choice and suggested, we could plant some greens, potatoes, and cabbage. But we don't know how to collect their seeds. Guunji replied, I know how to plant potatoes. Just tell me where to dig them. I don't know. Ask Aya to take you. Abu led Guunji to the construction site, and found the familiar female orc in the crowd. Aya, Mr. Gu wants to see you. Aya was Abu's supervisor. Everyone was working, but she had nothing to do, and she had long since grown impatient. When Abu called her, Aya ran towards them, excited. What's the matter? Abu gestured for Guunji to speak. Guunji, good afternoon, Aya. Can you take me to dig a few baskets of potatoes tomorrow? It was getting late today, so going out to dig potatoes was obviously out of the question. The orcs would be finishing their work soon and going hunting. Helping Guunji was something every orc in the gathering place was willing to do. Besides, it wasn't too much trouble, so I agreed immediately. After completing his task, Guunji said goodbye to Abu Aya and headed home. For dinner, the Wolfhound went hunting on his own and returned with some fruit for Guunji. Guunji marked the planting area and the ditches to be dug on the blueprint, and casually ate a few bites, not touching the fruit. The Wolfhound remained silent, observing Guunji and occasionally pushing juicy fruit into his hands when he felt thirsty. She took care of Guunji silently and meticulously. Early the next morning, Aya took Guunji out to dig potatoes. The Wolfhound didn't follow, but when the two returned, carrying the baskets, they went to the gathering place entrance to meet him. Guunji had only taken a few steps inside when a tiger roared behind him. The Wolfhound suddenly leaped up behind him, its speed so impressive that Aya was amazed. With the Wolfhound's protection, Aya left the basket beside it and headed back to the entrance. Guunji placed the potatoes at the door and turned back to get Aya's share, only to discover that the Wolfhound had already followed him home, clutching hers. Guunji petted the Wolfhound's head and kissed the top of its head, which had become slippery from his caress. Xiaomu, you're awesome. After all this time, the Wolfhound had become quite familiar with Guunji's attempts to take advantage of them. After dragging the item into the house, it began to dodge Guunji's palms. Guunji laughed heartily at the Wolfhound's actions, crouching down and patting the floor when he had finished. The Wolfhound glanced at Guunji, clearly wary. But its tail was wagging like a propeller. Guunji stood up. Let's go see what's going on outside. The Wolfhound surrounded him, following Guunji closely. A number of orcs gathered at the entrance of the gathering place, and Guunji easily understood the reason for the tiger roar. It turned out that the other gathering places had learned of the giant beast tribe's collaboration with them. The nearest beast gathering place was in an uproar. They had previously joined forces with Abu's gathering place to fight against the giant beast tribe. Now that Abu and his men have partnered with the giant beasts, wouldn't the beast gathering place stand to gain any benefits? The gathering place's leader immediately came to Abu. Of course, the beasts also had their own agenda. They had come here before to test Guunji, but due to Huyu's folly, they didn't get the results they wanted. This time, the leader came, firstly, to negotiate with Abu and his men. Secondly, they figured that if Guunji were truly human, they could kidnap him and escape the control of the giant beasts and Abu. Abu hadn't anticipated the beasts' ulterior motives and assumed they were simply trying to test their cooperation with the giant beasts. So, Abu directly informed the beasts that Guunji was their employer. As the leader of this trip, Hujin scoffed at Abu's words. You really trust an outsider? It's unclear whether he's even human. You're just going to listen to him and cooperate with the giant beasts. You might end up dead without even knowing how. Abu smiled, appearing good-natured. Without tangible benefits, we won't agree. Hujin had never thought much of Abu, but he only gave him some respect because he was the most senior orc. Now, seeing Abu's response, Hujin felt that Abu had become senile and confused. He was about to say a few more words when he suddenly noticed a short human standing out in the crowd, with no orcish features at all. Hujin's eyes narrowed. That one over there, is that the human you're accepting? Hujin raised his chin. Abu followed his gaze, and frowned upon seeing Guunji. The orcs in the beast gathering place are no good. He was practicing Tai Chi with Hujin at the entrance to prevent Hujin from targeting Guunji. Unexpectedly, Guunji actually ran right under Hujin's nose. Hujin sniffed the air, but could detect no human scent. He was increasingly unconvinced that Guunji was a purebred human. The smell was wrong. The wolfhound that had been sleeping with Guunji lately wagged its tail, hiding its merits and fame. Come here, let's fight. Hujin beckoned Guunji. If you win, we leave, and not hold you accountable for betraying our alliance. But if you lose, you have to break your contract with the giant beast clan and compensate us. Hujin's words made it clear he was trying to get something for nothing. Abu's smile was beginning to falter. What are you saying? However, Hujin didn't wait for Abu to finish. He raised his hand, transformed into a tiger, and charged at Guunji. His attack instantly ignited the wolfhound. The wolfhound arched its back, its needle-like mane exploding. It lowered its front legs, and, enveloped by the tiger's shadow, vanished in a flash. When it reappeared, it had precisely bitten the tiger's front paw joint. Hujin roared furiously, lashing his tail at the wolfhound, but the wolfhound, anticipating his move, leaped onto the tiger's back. The wolfhound's sharp claws left deep, bloody grooves in its striped fur. Hujin tried to throw the wolfhound off, desperately swinging his body and head, but accidentally exposed his jugular artery. The wolfhound seized the opportunity, its snow-white fangs snapping upwards. Xiaomu, stop! Guunji had originally intended to watch the show, but the wolfhound had already turned murderous, so he had no choice but to speak out to stop it. Hujin was, after all, a representative sent by the beasts. He couldn't just die at the hands of his wolfhound. The wolfhound obediently retracted its fangs, landed lightly, and scurried to Guunji's feet. Hujin tried to charge forward, but Abu immediately took over. What do you mean? A sneak attack? Abu finished, and a group of orcs from the gathering area surrounded him with hostile expressions. The sneak attack had already failed, and Hujin wouldn't have a second chance. Chapter 15. Hujin looked at the grim-faced orcs, glared at his wolfhound, and turned to join his own group. Since you're so insincere, there's no need for us to form an alliance anymore. The beasts came and went quickly, and the orcs watched them go with grim expressions. Abu sighed, and turned to see Guunji, protected by his wolfhounds. Abu said, Mr. Gu, you better stay home for now. The beasts were clearly targeting Guunji. Abu wasn't sure what they were up to, but he had a good feeling it wouldn't be good. Guunji had only been startled by the tiger's pounce, but he had calmed down. Hearing Abu's words, he rubbed the wolfhound at his feet and nodded, I know. Don't worry, Uncle Abu, Xiaomu is here. Abu said nothing more, and dismissed the orcs with a wave of his hand. The two gathering places were not far apart, and the giant beasts arrived quickly. After Guunji finished lunch, the giant beast tribe arrived. With Abu's permission, Guunji brought 5 young-looking orcs to the river. To make crossing the river easier, Guunji had the giant beasts bring several large rocks from the mountain and drop them into the river. The rocks left a small area of surface above them, allowing people to walk across. Guunji tested the rocks, and they stood firmly in the water. Satisfied, Guunji summoned several giant beasts to cross the river and reclaim the wasteland. For Guunji's safety, the wolfhound stayed away from hunting today, remaining close to him. If a giant beast approached Guunji, he could hear its threatening growls. Among the orcs sent by the giant beast tribe, the one who had carried the bucket for Guunji last time was still there. It was this giant beast tribe named Xiong who had been conversing with Guunji. The 5 orcs who had come all carried Elizabeth rings. This was Guunji's agreement. Every orc who came to help would receive an Elizabeth ring. Xiong didn't understand why Guunji wanted to farm. He was even more confused when he saw Guunji's blueprints, which mentioned digging canals. If you want fish and shrimp, you can just go catch them in the river. There's no need for such a hassle, Xiongtan said to Guunji seriously. Guunji shook his head, but he didn't hesitate to tell the giant beast tribe his idea. I want targeted farming. The things caught in the river were all sorts of shapes and sizes, and he didn't always catch something edible. He couldn't always rely on his wolfhounds to find chicken, duck, and fish that he could eat. Guunji decided to be self-reliant. Food can be directed? Xiongtan found it inconceivable. Their tribe of giant beasts, while formidable in military power, still lived a life of consuming whatever they could get. There was no such thing as personal preferences. They simply lived to survive. But if he could cultivate his favorite food, Xiongtan would never pass it up. I imagine the other orcs would be the same. Of course, Guunji affirmed. Xiongtan was excited, wanting Guunji to elaborate. However, before he had extended his hand halfway, a wolf claw, scorching with heat, slapped down. Xiongtan shuddered and retracted his hand. Guunji, what's wrong? Xiongtan, still trembling with fear, felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured down on him. He forgot. This wasn't a strong orc, but a weaker human. If it weren't for the wolfhounds protecting him, Guunji would have been injured if not crippled. Nothing. He shook his head vigorously, feeling both relieved and slightly guilty. Thankfully, Guunji hadn't noticed anything was wrong with him. In the center of the farmland Guunji had designed was a water diversion canal in the shape of an jia. Besides the central canal, he had dug and filled in the rest of the land to form the shape of a tian. The interconnected waterways looked particularly bustling, with small fish and shrimp washed into the ditches by the giant beast's drainage. The fields, higher than the canals, were planted with sprouting potatoes. The simple plantation was thus laid out in the hands of the giant beasts. Guunji directed the digging of 1/10 of the land to the left of the center. Then, after a look at the sun, he sent the giant beasts back. The giant beastmen hadn't been working for long, and they were surprised to find themselves free so quickly. They felt a little embarrassed. It's nothing, I just have those potatoes now. These are enough, Guunji reassured. I call you later when I have more seeds. Thank you so much, Xiongtan said with a simple smile. The beastmen and Guunji chatted and laughed as they left the gathering place. When they reached the edge of the forest, Xiongtan said, Don't see me off. It's dangerous to go any further. Guunji, knowing his own limitations, nodded. Thank you for today. Xiongtan, it's okay. After that, he asked sheepishly, if you actually grow the crops we want, could you teach us? Being able to specifically cultivate your favorite food is a remarkable skill. Although Xiongtan was young, he had good vision. He knew his request was excessive, so he added, We can share some of our food with you when the time comes. He had expected his proposal to be rejected, but Guunji readily agreed, Okay. I didn't intend to keep the food when I asked you to do the work. You're such a kind person. Xiongtan's eyes welled with tears, and he sniffed, seemingly touched. He thanked Guunji again and said goodbye. He turned around and transformed into a brown bear, leading his people out of Guunji's sight. Watching them disappear into the forest, Guunji stretched and gently kicked the wolfhound's calf. Xiaomu, we're leaving too. The wolfhound following at Guunji's feet let out a howl, and took a brisk walk. Man and pet took 2 steps before they noticed an orc standing before them. Who are you? Guunji thought the orc looked familiar, but he didn't know his name. The orc had a thin tail, and was very slender and short. But Guunji couldn't tell what kind of animal he was. You, a fake human, are the ones who insist on establishing diplomatic relations with the giant beasts? The orc spoke with a hint of resentment. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to lead our gathering place to break off diplomatic relations with the beasts? The visitor had bad intentions. Guunji frowned. They attacked me first. It was you who wanted to establish diplomatic relations with the giant beasts first. The orc's tail lashed with excitement. The wolfhound paused, tilting its ear to listen silently. Guunji hadn't expected to be stopped by orcs in the woods, and with the threat of the beast tribe ahead, he felt uneasy. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it back home. He didn't show it, but gently persuaded the orc. The orc scoffed, arrogantly saying, Coward. You can't even hunt. How dare you go against the beast tribe? I'm not going against the beast tribe. Then what do you mean? Don't you know how difficult life would be if we didn't form an alliance with the beast tribe? Guunji was about to say something, when the wolfhound beside him suddenly nudged his calf. Xiaomu. Guunji lowered his head. The wolfhound bit his pants. Normally, a wolfhound would never rush him like that. Guunji raised his head. If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. With that, Guunji tried to walk around the orc and leave. But the orc refused to give in, and simply reached out to stop him. What are you doing? Do you know you're wrong and want to escape? Guunji had rarely encountered such unreasonable orcs, and being stopped by him made him a little angry. I don't think I did anything wrong, and I don't want to keep saying no to you. Is that okay? No. If you don't admit your mistake and apologize to the beast tribe, you won't be able to go home today. The orc raised his hand to push Guunji, but before he could reach him, a rustling sound came from their side. Guunji and the orc paused. The next second, several gray wolves emerged from the brush and met the two men's gaze. The wolfhounds had somehow circled in front of Guunji. The orc's face paled. Why are there so many wild wolves? The gray wolves looked like they hadn't eaten in a long time. At the sight of the two of them, their eyes lit up. The orc glanced at Guunji, turned, and ran, completely disregarding his life or death. The gray wolves, seeing their prey move, certainly wouldn't stay. They howled a few times and attacked Guunji, who remained. The wolfhounds let out a well-timed howl, frightening the approaching gray wolves back a few steps. The wolves circled, unsure whether to advance. The wolfhounds turned and barked at Guunji. Ah! Guunji seemed to understand his meaning. Are you asking me to run first? Ah! Guunji calmed down. He knew the wolfhounds wanted to stop them, but he was afraid they would be mauled to death by the gray wolves. But if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to help much. Better to call the orcs. Guunji's mind raced, but at this juncture, he made a quick decision. Guunji gritted his teeth and said, Xiaomu, if you can't stop them, just run. I find the orcs to save you. With that, Guunji, exerting all his strength, stumbled towards the gathering place. I wondered if his potential had been unleashed. Guunji hadn't been running long when he saw orcs emerging from the gathering place. They saw Guunji's expression of relief. Mr. Gu, I'm glad you're okay, one of them said. Just now, our patrol spotted several gray wolves scurrying around. You didn't encounter them. Guunji rushed over and grabbed the orc's hand, his eyes red. Xiaomu helped me stop them. Go save Xiaomu. The orc was stunned for a moment, then quickly signaled with his eyes to the orcs behind him to check in the woods. Then, the orc patted Guunji's back, whispering soothingly, It's okay, it's okay. Guunji was led to the gathering place by the orcs. Upon entering, he saw the orc who had stopped him, surrounded by others and drinking water. Guunji's emotions suddenly exploded. Pa! He walked forward and slapped the orc directly. The slap stunned all the orcs around him. Guunji didn't care anymore. If Xiaomu dies, I want you buried with him. Chapter 16. Are you crazy? The orc, not expecting to be slapped by a human, had a reddening eye. Why did you hit me? The orcs around him all looked at Guunji. Guunji sneered. You tried to kill me, leaving my pet in a state of uncertainty. So why should I hit you? Unexpectedly, Guunji had no intention of concealing anything. The orc was speechless for a moment, mumbling a low sophistry. I didn't mean to kill you. It was obviously you who was too useless. Guunji simply didn't believe the orc's words. I can't believe an orc who has lived on a desolate planet for so many years doesn't know not to act rashly when encountering wild beasts. Besides, I only encountered wild beasts because you stopped me from leaving. You ran away immediately after you encountered the beast. I even wondered if you did it on purpose. The orc opened his mouth, unsure of how to refute. The orcs around him were no idiots. By now, they understood that the orc deserved the beating. Their initial anger towards Guunji instantly dissipated, and their gazes towards the orcs became strange. A2, you've really gone too far, said the nearby orc. That doesn't mean I have to pay for his life with that thing. A2 said in a sullen tone. The orcs certainly felt that way, and they didn't take Guunji's words to heart. Given the choice between a common wild beast and an orc they'd known for years, who would choose the beast, the orcs looked at Guunji, but he didn't back down. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. The orc who had just rebuked A2 stroked his ears and shouted, Go get Abu. But no one listened. Louder than his were the voices of the orcs, who had gone out to retrieve the wolfhound. Mr. Gu, we've got your pet back. Guunji didn't even bother looking at Tuesday. He ran over at the orcs' voices. Several orcs grabbed the wolfhound by the scruff of its neck and brought it to Guunji's hands. Guunji hugged the wolfhound tightly. Xiaomu, are you okay? The wolfhound nuzzled Guunji's face. The orc said, It's nothing. Your wolfhound is quite capable. You've killed all 3 wolves. He then had the men behind him display the 3 gray wolves. The 3 wolves hadn't been shredded to pieces. Instead, the softest and most comfortable parts of their fur had been preserved. Should we keep them at your home, or should we exchange them now? The orcs were also particularly moved by the sight of the intact fur. Guunji didn't look up, only whispering, "Please help me get it home." The orc responded. Guunji followed closely behind the orcs carrying the gray wolf, paying no attention to two beside him. Two bit her lip, wanting to say something indignantly, but the orc who had just lectured her glared back. Two, allying with wild beasts isn't a good idea. The orc sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "I know you like amber, but not all wild beasts are as good as amber." Two fell silent. Guunji didn't know what happened after he left. However, almost as soon as he returned home, I approached him. "I heard something happened to you." I approached, asking in a measured tone, as if she were carrying out a mission. Guunji didn't want to pay much attention to the beastman. He hugged the wolfhound, rubbing and kissing it. The wolfhound seemed to understand his uneasiness, and, rarely, allowed him to rub it. Aya tooted. "Abu said he'd help you get justice." Guunji still ignored her. Aya scratched her hair in frustration. "Ah, I'm not the kind of person who can comfort people. Anyway, I've passed on Abu's message. I'm leaving now." Guunji only looked up when she said she was leaving. "Aya, do you think the things I brought are unnecessary?" "Huh?" Aya was stunned for a moment, then thought for a few seconds before saying, "They can suppress our beast transformation and make us feel comfortable in our beast form. Why do you think these things are unnecessary?" Aya looked into Guunji's eyes and said with great seriousness, "I think it's you who hasn't integrated with us." Guunji was speechless. He tightened his grip around the wolfhound. The wolfhound nuzzled Guunji's cheek and purred at Aya. Aya ignored it. "Look, every time you want to do something, you only consult Abu. You don't have many close orc friends after all this time. People like too, who don't know you at all, how could they possibly think you're working for the settlement? Besides, just as some people care for giant beasts, others care for ferocious beasts. For example, too, his lover is from the ferocious settlement. How could he possibly have feelings for you?" As Aya threw out one example after another, Guunji fell silent. Aya was at her wit's end. She glanced at Guunji, then glanced at the wolfhound snorting at her. "If I keep talking, I probably get bitten." Aya thought intently. She still had a lot of things to do, and didn't want to waste time with the wolfhound. "Think about it for a while." "I'm leaving now," Aya said, and ran off. The wolfhound had only threatened Aya, but seeing that she was so understanding, it stopped making threats. Guunji was in a bad mood. The wolfhound sighed silently, tilting its head to rub against Guunji. The wolfhound knew, of course, that Guunji had never integrated into the orc community. But unlike the orcs, the wolfhound didn't think Guunji needed to integrate. Judging from what Guunji knew in his head, he would eventually leave the desolate planet. When that happened, he would take over everything for Guunji. This planet simply couldn't support such a human. Guunji was quiet for a while. Buried in the wolfhound's fur, he whispered, "How could anyone adapt so quickly? No cell phone, no internet, no delicious food." Guunji woke up every day feeling like he was dreaming. Not to mention, this planet was fraught with danger. Even now, Guunji felt uneasy whenever he left the wolfhound. How could he possibly calm down and integrate into the group? If he were truly a socially adept person, he wouldn't have become a live streamer before. "Xiaomu, you're all I have." Guunji held the wolfhound and naggled, not caring whether the dog understood or not. The dog was silent for a moment, then responded with a wow. This evening was particularly unpleasant. Even though the wolfhound brought Guunji many of his favorite foods, Guunji didn't even smile. For some reason, the wolfhound's mood grew irritable. For the first time, after Guunji fell asleep, the wolfhound quietly left the warm bed and wandered the forest for the rest of the night. Thankfully, the day passed quickly. The next morning, Guunji had returned to his usual self. At least the wolfhound didn't detect any signs of unhappiness in his expression. After washing up, Guunji settled into his carpentry work by the doorway, enjoying the fresh air. Shiba Yi, who was passing by, stepped back in front of him. "Huh? Brother Gu, are you still here?" Shiba Yi knew Guunji was always an early riser, so seeing him now was particularly surprising. Guunji looked up blankly, "Just woke up." "What happened?" "Uncle Abu just rang the signal bell for us to gather. Didn't you hear it?" After his reminder, Guunji vaguely remembered that he had indeed heard the bell ringing while brushing his teeth. Since he rarely heard it, Guunji had thought he was hallucinating. "Xiaomu, let's go." Knowing the meaning of the bell, Guunji grabbed the wolfhound and followed Shibaya to the most crowded area. After a period of renovation, the entire village had been completely renovated. Houses near the mountains had been leveled, and those near the water had been leveled. Houses near the forest, where the crowds were dense, formed a circular flat area. This flat area was at the entrance to the gathering place. The orcs had built a circular platform with wooden planks, and Abu was standing in the center of it. Seeing that most people had arrived, Abu coughed and began to speak. Today is the first day of the complete renovation of our entire gathering place. From today on, our gathering place will become an orderly and well-regulated village. Now, I want to come with you to give our village a name. After Abu said this, Guunji realized how dramatically the settlement had transformed. The once dilapidated settlement seemed to have suddenly been infused with capital. Though the wooden houses differed slightly in color, they all had the same style, creating a remarkably neat and orderly appearance. Although the ground was still made of mud, once the debris was cleared, Guunji felt he could begin paving the stone road immediately. Guunji's mind couldn't help but simulate how to build the stone road. As he pondered this, he felt someone tug at his clothes. He turned to see Shibaya tugging at his sleeve. Seeing Shibaya's attention, he whispered, "Brother Gu, aren't you going to name the village?" Guunji had brought about the changes in the settlement, and Shibaya felt he should be the one to come up with the name. Guunji shook his head. He wasn't obsessed with these things, and he was content to be left alone without naming. After a long discussion, Abu finally settled on the village's name. From now on, our settlement will be called Huangshi Village, representing the hope of this desolate planet. Guunji listened intently for a moment. When he heard Abu's rhythmic voice announce the name, he joined the other orcs in applauding. Now that our village is complete, we must begin arranging positions. As the oldest orc, I will shamelessly assume the position of village chief. The orcs had no objection to Abu becoming village chief, and neither did Guunji. Seeing no objection, Abu nodded and continued slowly. Last night, the few of us old men who usually manage everyone discussed this. Our deputy village chief will be Mr. Guunji. I wonder if anyone has any objections. Guunji had been lost in thought, but Abu's words jolted him back to reality. Huh? Chapter 17. Me? Guunji pointed at himself stupidly. His gesture made many of the orcs laugh. Abu was also amused, but to maintain his village chief persona, he could only cough instead of laughing. Mr. Guunji shuddered and subconsciously stood up straight. Yes. You are qualified to be a deputy village chief. Abu's hoarse voice echoed in the air. First, the Elizabeth circle you brought effectively suppresses the consuming of human cells by the orc's bloodline after transformation. Second, the small pieces of furniture you brought not only provide convenience for the orcs, but the natural fragrance of these handcrafted pieces acts as a suppressant, helping them to suppress their bestiality. Third, the houses built according to your design act like pouches for every orc, effectively relieving fatigue. Finally, although we didn't see it, the grain you had the giants sell will be our emergency rations for the winter. Who objects to all of this? The orcs' whispers continued, but after Abu finished speaking, no one raised an objection. Guunji had been in this gathering place for less than 2 weeks. How many 6 months had they spent there? Who could have brought the same things as Guunji? Even the people like Tu, who disliked Guunji the most, couldn't utter a word of objection. Abu continued, logically, Mr. Gu might not be eligible to run. But the settlement has been established for over 30 years. Besides me, its founder, who could surpass Mr. Gu? You deserve this position as deputy village chief. You wouldn't know until you tell him. Only then did Guunji realize how much he had accomplished in less than a month. Perhaps to him, it was merely an improvement in his life. But for the orcs, it was a return to an orderly society. Guunji didn't argue. He vaguely guessed what Abu meant. Since Guunji couldn't fit in, Abu would help him establish a connection with the gathering place. Only then would he be able to devote himself wholeheartedly to the gathering place. The meeting quickly concluded with Abu issuing a series of regulations. The houses were all built, and now they would begin building the wall. Abu's task for Guunji was to determine the location of the wall according to the terrain. The village now emphasizes a contribution system. The hunting and gathering teams each hunted and gathered to supply the village. But everyone else had their own responsibilities. Some specialized in furniture making, some in building walls, and some, like Guunji, took a bird's-eye view and presented blueprints to everyone. This arrangement was remarkably similar to the one-person-per-job system Guunji had seen in modern times. He was quickly introduced to it. Guunji could hardly wait to get back to drawing. He took a few steps, and then his vision darkened. He saw Usagi and several orcs standing before him. The Wolfhound instinctively blocked the orcs. The orcs Usagi had brought along meant no harm, and Usagi herself lowered her head. Guunji patted the Wolfhound. The Wolfhound then turned slightly. What do you want to do? Guunji asked. The orc next to Usagi nudged Usagi. Usagi reluctantly raised her head, her expression less hostile than yesterday. He bit his lip several times before whispering, "I'm sorry." As Abu had said, Guunji's contributions to the village were immense. Even if they disliked Guunji, they couldn't treat him the same way they had yesterday. Yesterday, it was Usagi who was upset. After calming down all night, Usagi couldn't even imagine how she could have done such a thing. Seeing Usagi's embarrassment, the beastman next to him sighed, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Guunji. "I'm sorry. I'm Usagi's mate, Amber. I apologize on Usagi's behalf." Amber had arrived at the gathering place last night. He was a beastman from the gathering place, and the younger brother of Hujin, who had come to cause trouble earlier. But the two brothers had completely different personalities. Amber disapproved of the current actions of the gathering place, but the checks and balances between the various factions within the gathering place forced Amber to outwardly side with his brother. After learning that Hujin, representing their gathering, had fallen out with Abu's, Amber didn't have time to persuade his brother before thinking of Usagi. Usagi had a quick temper, and the two had a turbulent love story. Amber knew something was amiss and, despite the danger, traveled overnight to what is now Arisher village. To his surprise, upon arrival, he was informed that Usagi and the human had been clashing. Though he desperately wanted to protect his lover, Amber had a wise eye. Usagi had told him everything the human had brought. Everything was remarkably aristocratic. They couldn't afford to offend. Guunji said, expressionlessly, "Oh." Amber knew, judging by Usagi's expression, that Guunji must be harboring resentment. He glanced at Atu and said, "To express our apologies, I give you everything we hunted today. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I bring it to you. A tiger can get quite a bit in a day." Amber had made a significant investment for Atu. Guunji finally shifted his gaze to Amber. After a moment, he glanced at Atu and said, "You have a good partner." After saying this, Guunji patted the Wolfhound and said, "Xiaomu, let's go home." The Wolfhound immediately made way for Guunji, approaching him and barking at Amber a few times. Amber made way. Guunji headed home without looking back. As he left Amber's sight, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around and was surprised to see Chai Wang, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Uncle Wang," Guunji called out. Chai Wang playfully ruffled Guunji's hair and said, "Want to go for a walk with me?" Guunji, unsure of his intentions, thought for a moment and agreed. The two soon reached the spot where Guunji often hunted with his wolfhounds. Chai Wang paused and launched into a powerful statement. "Do you want to take over the gathering place for the ferocious beasts?" Guunji seemed to be hearing something unnatural. Chai Wang chuckled and said casually in a saucy tone, "You've already taken down the giant beast clan. Why not take down the ferocious beast clan as well? How could Huangshi village be as pleasant as Huangshi city?" Guunji was speechless. Guunji's presence gave Chai Wang a bit of fun in his nephew's eyes. He laughed a few more times and cleared his throat with a cough. "Don't take me as a joke. Actually, while ferocious beasts may look ferocious, they're much easier to tame. If giant beasts are dumb, then ferocious beasts are stupid." Guunji frowned in disapproval. Based on his previous two encounters with ferocious beasts, Guunji had only received negative feedback. He didn't want to deal with such a ferocious beast at all. Shibano said seriously, "Tiger Gold and last time's Tiger Leap are both relatively unusual. The ferocious beast tribe also has leopards, wolves, lions, and so on, who are relatively normal. I'm not kidding. Your Elizabeth Circle can attract them to become your most loyal thugs." Shibano said this, glancing obliviously at the wolfhound that was following Guunji closely. "And your wolfhound can defeat them. Ferocious beasts are most likely to obey the orders of the strong." Guunji didn't detect the strangeness in his tone, but the wolfhound raised its head and, for the first time, took a serious look at the orc. Honestly, the wolfhound didn't remember anyone besides Guunji. But he suddenly realized that perhaps he had underestimated the other orcs in the settlement. Our village has changed so much that it will sooner or later attract the attention of other settlements. In this area, only our 3 families are relatively peaceful, but it's hard to say about the other settlements out there. My advice is to find a group of thugs as soon as possible. Whether they're trained together or just raised in a wild way, it gives you a sense of security. There wouldn't be any skilled personnel on the exiled planet. Guunji wasn't just skilled, he was also a powerless human. Wherever he went, he could spark war on the desolate planet. Most of the orcs on the desolate planet no longer harbor any thoughts of returning to modern society. They simply want to live comfortably in their final days. I consider it. Guunji wasn't above listening. Chai Wang shrugged. Think about it. I go hunting first. He turned and headed toward the other side of the jungle, completely unconcerned about Guunji's safety. Guunji thought of Tu and Hu Amber, then of Hu Jin and Hu Yu. Reason told him that Chai Wang was right, but he couldn't quite bring himself to care for these beasts. Huh? Guunji sighed. Though his mind wandered, he didn't stop on his way back. The Wolfhound followed behind him, deeply in agreement with Chai Wang's ideas. But the Wolfhound wouldn't offer Guunji any advice. He was just an innocent, adorable little Wolfhound, doing whatever his master wished. Shibaya was also a promising youngster, but it was a shame he had wasted his life on the desolate planet. The Wolfhound pondered for a moment, deciding it wasn't impossible to bring the Chai family along on the return trip. Regardless of whether it would be of any use, at least it would provide his little human with a sense of familiarity. As the Wolfhound leisurely contemplated the future, Guunji, standing in front of him, stumbled. The Wolfhound subconsciously quickened his pace. Guunji realized he had tripped over a branch, but the human's reaction was truly unpleasant. Just when Guunji thought he was going to be bruised and battered, he sank into a blanket of soft silver fur. The Wolfhound's growl suddenly changed. Guunji looked up. A large silver wolf, as tall as he was, stood before him, its amber eyes reflecting his terrified expression. It was clearly an orc, definitely from the beast tribe. Guunji quickly steadied himself. "Who are you?" asked her. The handsome wolf spoke. "Are you the pure-blooded human? What are you doing here? Why aren't the people at the gathering place watching you?" Chapter 18. The big wolf's voice was deep, giving off an undeniable sense of security. But the Wolfhound let out a threatening grunt. Guunji pondered the size difference between the Wolfhound and the big wolf before picking up his pet. He chose to unconditionally favor his own wolf. Well, thank you. I be leaving first." After thanking the big wolf, Guunji pinched the Wolfhound's mouth and walked a few steps with it in his arms. "Wait." The big wolf extended a paw, stopping the man. "Take me to Abu." Before Guunji could refuse, the big wolf transformed into a busted, silver-haired man with 8-pack abs. Guunji silently compared his own fighting prowess with the big wolf's, his thoughts completely vanishing. "Follow me." He curled his lips, taking a deep breath while holding the Wolfhound. The big wolf glanced at Guunji's actions in surprise, his brow furrowed, and he hesitated to speak. Guunji pretended not to see anything. The Wolfhound turned and rested its head on Guunji's shoulder, just in position to keep an eye on the big wolf behind it. The Wolfhound bared its teeth at the big wolf several times, only to be patted on the head by Guunji before it whimpered and lowered its head in grievance. The master and servant's dislike for him was obvious, but the big wolf remained unconcerned and followed Guunji silently. Soon, the big wolf was led to the entrance of the current village. Taking a look at the village, the big wolf raised a brow. "My name is Duan Wayne," the big wolf said suddenly. Guunji ignored him and pointed to a house not far away. "Go straight ahead, turn in the second gap, and the largest house is Abu's." Duan Wayne nodded and strode briskly toward the direction he pointed. A few orcs were also passing by the village entrance in groups of 3 or 4. Noticing Duan Wayne, they walked over to Guunji. "Brother Gu, who is that? I don't think I've seen him before." He said his name was Duan Wayne. "I guess he's from the Beast clan," Guunji said. "There are people like that among the Beast clan?" The orc was also surprised. "It's a 3-character name." Another orc noticed something different. "He's from the main star. And he must be a noble. Why would a noble from the main star come here? He's not Gu." The orc muttered, turning his gaze to Guunji and then falling silent. He had forgotten that Guunji was also from the main star, and a noble as well. Because they weren't familiar with each other, Guunji didn't continue chatting with the 2 orcs. He put the Wolfhound down, said goodbye to the orcs, and then slowly returned to his house. Guunji's mind was still pounding on the giant silver wolf. This was the first time he'd seen a wolf-like orc. He'd never expected his fur color to correspond to his hair color. If his Xiaomu were human, what color would his hair be? Would it be the same bright silver? He instinctively glanced at the Wolfhound frolicking on the ground. The Wolfhound's clear yet foolish eyes instantly brought him back to reality. Bending down, Guunji opened his arms to the Wolfhound. "Xiaomu, come here, let Daddy hug you." The Wolfhound happily rushed into his arms. Guunji sniffed the Wolfhound again before muttering, "That's impossible. Our Xiaomu is a pure beast. Besides, if Xiaomu were an orc, what he'd been doing to it recently would have been considered harassment. No beastman could tolerate this." Guunji pondered steadily. The more he looked at the Wolfhound, the cuter it seemed. Guunji hugged the Wolfhound, burying his head in its fur, sniffing it again and again. What's so good about beastmen? Pure beasts are the cutest, after all. The wolfhound's ears twitched, its eyes flickering. But if you were in Beastman, Xiaomu, wouldn't you be able to stay with me longer? Guunji couldn't help but ask, thinking of Xiaomu, who had passed away early in his previous life. Beasts in the interstellar world don't have extended lifespans. The lifespan of a Czech wolfhound remains the same as in the old world. After picking up Xiaomu, he estimated that the wolfhound would be around 4 or 5 years old. Even if its lifespan was longer, it would only live to 16. That meant Xiaomu number 2 would only be with him for 10 years at most. Come to think of it, if you could transform from a beast into an beastman, Xiaomu, I'd be happier, right? Guunji stroked the wolfhound's soft fur and began to wonder if there were any such experiments in the interstellar world. The wolfhound's hair trembled at his words. To distract Guunji, the wolfhound licked his face several times. Unable to bear the sticky tongue, Guunji turned its head to the side. Okay, Daddy won't mess with you anymore. Putting the wolfhound back on the ground, Guunji finally had time to work on the blueprint. Once he was drawing the blueprint, Guunji lost track of time. The wolfhound darted in and out of the house. Guunji was so familiar with its movements that he didn't even notice what it was doing. Guunji sketched out the design, stretched, and called back, Xiaomu. The wolfhound didn't respond. Xiaomu. Usually, when Guunji was working, the wolfhound wouldn't stray far. A single call would quickly return to Guunji's side. Today, there was no movement at all. Fearing something had happened to the wolfhound, Guunji stood up and prepared to look for it. He walked to the door, lifted the hide, and looked up to see his own wolfhound blocking the door. What's wrong? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Duan Wayne again. It's you indeed? Duan Wayne nodded at him kindly. It's a bit rude, but your dog won't let me knock on the door. I hope you understand. The furry child's parents couldn't stand hearing bad things said about them. Guunji said sternly, I'm sorry. After all, I'm single, so that's how I taught my little Moo. Duan Wayne was silent for a few seconds. I understand. This kid really didn't like him. Unexpectedly, Duan Wayne could pick up on this line, and Guunji couldn't think of anything else to say to get rid of him. He asked reluctantly, Excuse me, what brings you here? Abu said you built this village. Duan Wayne took a few steps forward. It just so happens that I've decided to consolidate the beast gathering places these past few days. He stood in front of Guunji and said with a smile, Are you interested in building a larger village? Duan Wayne's paintings seemed like pie in the sky. But Guunji, an orphan with many years of experience in society, knew that nothing comes without effort. What is your goal? He adopted a defensive stance, and even the wolfhound standing in front of him sensed his guard and positioned itself at his heels, touching his ankles. Duan Wayne blinked. The orc's half-smile was quite annoying, and his expression, as if he were watching a playful junior, made Guunji, standing before him, even more uncomfortable. As for my purpose, I hope you can help me slow down my transformation and then solve this problem. Guunji, I don't know how to solve it. Duan Wayne nodded. I know, so my current request is just to slow down my transformation. I can only solve the problem later. As he spoke, he showed Guunji his back. His back muscles, brimming with explosive power, were dotted with tiny silver wolf hairs. At this rate of transformation, I'm afraid I'd be a wild beast in less than a year. But I have my own priorities, so I can only come to you with the sincerity of a gathering place. Duan Wayne turned back, his expression still relaxed, completely betraying the idea that he was a dying orc. I originally wanted to find Abu. After all, everyone in our circle knew that Abu had taken in a human. He wanted to trade the settlement for a human. Through that human, he could return to his original society and resolve some of his regrets within a limited time frame. But now, he changed his mind. Duan Wayne's beastly eyes fixed on Guunji. If you have a way to suppress your beast transformation, you can resolve it, right? No one wants to die. When Duan Wayne has something he's obsessed with, he yearns to live even more. To return to that society alive, he'd do anything without a clear conscience. Sensing the subtle threat lingering in the orc's tone, the wolfhound's gaze grew increasingly menacing. Even Guunji could sense the wolfhound's fur standing on end. Clearly, the wolfhound's size and intelligence were no match for this wolf orc. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake, and the other party wasn't without sincerity. Guunji took a deep breath. I can't promise anything. I can only say I do my best to help you research this. Duan Wayne retracted his beastly pupils, his expression gentle and kind. I believe you can do it. Then wait for my good news. The wolf orc transformed into a large silver wolf and swept past the small gadget at Guunji's feet. Then, with a powerful force, he He leaped onto the roof of Guunji's house and slowly ran out of the village, following the eaves. Most of the village's orcs were in the woods. The few who had spotted the giant wolf quickly gathered around Guunji. "Brother Gu, are you okay?" Guunji shook his head. One orc tooted and said to the one next to him, "Is that someone from the beast gathering? Have you seen him?" The orc next to him shook his head. "Maybe he's new here?" Before the two could come to a conclusion, they were each hit on the back. The orc turned around and saw Aya had arrived with Abu. Abu ignored the orc's whispers and walked straight towards Guunji. "He came to this planet 2 or 3 years before you. I just accidentally learned there's someone like him on the beast gathering side. He originally wanted to trade you for the beast, but I don't think you can return to the main planet right now, so he offered him the Elizabeth Circle. Whether you want to help him or not is up to you. But honestly, I don't think anyone from the gathering place can stop him. So, if you refuse, I can only do my best to protect you, but whether I can do so or not is uncertain." "That's because you're useless," the Wolfhound squeaked, gritting his teeth. It had been a long time since he'd encountered someone who dared to threaten someone under his protection like that in front of him. He absolutely wouldn't let this old wolf harm Guunji. The Wolfhound was still trying to figure out how to deal with the other man when Guunji's hand pressed down on his head. The Wolfhound raised his head. Guunji also happened to lower his head. Their eyes met, and Guunji's eyes narrowed. "It's okay. I'd also like to research B's transformation." Chapter 19. "Right." Guunji seemed to have thought of something. "The first time I saw Duan Wayne, he said he was Aster." "Uncle Abu, what is Aster?" If Duan Wayne hadn't said his name, Guunji would have almost thought Aster was his. Abu was stunned, then suddenly realized. So he's the werewolf Aster. No wonder his fighting power is so high. "But doesn't Mr. Gu know Aster?" Guunji paused. "When I woke up, my mind was blank except for these blueprints and knowledge." Guunji couldn't possibly explain his own life story to Abu. It just so happened that Abu had always considered himself a noble young master from some main planet. So Guunji went along with it, never letting anyone see how out of place he was. But he did have a lot of common sense he didn't know. The Wolfhound had heard Guunji say he missed home. Now, hearing a different answer, his eyes darkened. Abu was momentarily surprised, then nodded in understanding. No wonder. Guunji had never considered escaping this desolate planet, and Abu had his doubts. Now, after hearing his explanation, he suddenly understood. The main planet is a massive planet, hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the desolate planet. Therefore, each region on the main planet has its own name. Because orcs of the same species are most adaptable to the same heritage, many orcs of the same race live in the same area. Gradually, people have become accustomed to using the regional name to refer to those powerful orcs who live together and whose abilities surpass those of ordinary hybrid orcs. Astro is the regional name for the wolf orcs. It includes many varieties of wolf orcs, including the Arctic wolf, jackal, and gray wolf. You might not know this, but most orcs prefer not to disclose their specific ethnicity. It would appear completely insecure. The current leading family of Astro is the Eastern wolf orcs. Abu stroked his beard. It's thanks to Marshal Wei that family became the new leaders. Guunji listened with rapt attention, and the Wolfhound beside him also crouched down. The tip of its tail brushed Guunji, and the Wolfhound's head leaned into Guunji's hand. "So Abu, where's your uncle? Where are you from?" Guunji asked. Hearing his question, Abu shook his head. "I'm only talking about the main planet. I'm just a mixed-race orc from a remote planet. You, on the other hand, have a given name, and even a proper 3-character name. You're most likely a member of one of the great families on the main planet." Guunji felt strange. Why does a 3-character name mean you're from a great family on the main planet? This time, it wasn't Abu who answered him, but Aya, who had been listening quietly. Because an orc's name essentially represents their status. On planets outside the main planet, all orcs don't have surnames. For example, me and Abu. The mixed-race orcs on the main planet have both a given name and a surname. Only the top leaders of the various regions on the main planet can have names with 3 or 3 characters. The leader of the giant beasts on the desolate planet is a Western orc named Vicky Wilson. This means he's a mixed-breed orc born on the main star. His deputy is called Xiaosun, so we know Xiaosun isn't from the main star. Guunji was learning for the first time that there was such a thing as an orc's name. So I can assume the Shibano family were born on the main star, while Usagi and the others are orcs from other planets? Aya nodded. But there's one exception. If you're a pure-blooded human, you can name yourself whatever you want. But generally, People just follow customary naming practices. Then how can you be sure I'm the son of a prominent main star family? My name might have been chosen randomly by someone else. Because you can draw these hand-drawn blueprints. Only the prominent main star families can do these things. Aya coughed, as if realizing something, and continued, so Duan Wayne didn't tell you his name at first, only calling him Aster. This was actually a form of aristocratic contempt for the common people. It's a shame I didn't react at all at the time. Guunji's impression of Duan Wayne plummeted again. But judging by Duan Wayne's expression, he didn't seem to mind. If there's nothing else, let's get back to work. Aya supported Abu and said to the orcs nearby. Seeing that Guunji was fine, the other orcs certainly wouldn't stay here any longer. The orcs left in groups of 3 or 4, and Guunji breathed a sigh of relief. TSK. Guunji tapped his head. He'd never doubted he was a body, but after hearing what Abu and the others said, he hesitated. What if this body wasn't his own? What if there really was a human in this world who looked exactly like him, and was also named Guunji? Travel through time itself was incredible enough. If it was due to a homologue, then the reason he was here seemed to make sense. However, there was no clue that he wasn't transmogrified. Guunji didn't feel the need to dwell on this for now. He picked up the Wolfhound and decided to prioritize his own survival. The giant beast tribe could just plant the potatoes in the field and it would be fine. Guunji would have to water the potatoes and keep an eye on the ground himself. Guunji carried the Wolfhound and dragged the wooden plank to his own field. The surroundings were exactly as they had been when he left. Clearly, this area was too close to the beastmen for small animals to come here. Guunji placed the Wolfhound on the ground, pinched its ear, and said, Xiaomu, you stay here while I build the fence. The soil was close to the riverbank. Guunji touched the soil where the potatoes were pressed. It was still moist. Watering was no longer necessary, but a fence still needed to be built. Guunji had built many fences during his landscaping days, but back then, they were glued together with hot melt adhesive. This was his first time building a fence in the dirt. The wooden planks Guunji had dragged were long enough to reach his hips. Excluding the part buried in the dirt, the remaining space would easily block the orcish figures. Guunji first used pine needles, like nails, to nail the horizontal and vertical planks together. Then, he hammered the wood into the dirt and finally sharpened the top. Perhaps because he'd been doing so much carpentry lately, Guunji's strength had increased considerably. What used to take a day now took only a few hours. He fenced off the potato field, leaving only a small gap. He thought about asking the other orcs for some vines to weave a door. The Wolfhound watched for a moment, before running off into the mountains on the other side. Guunji, deeply confident in the Wolfhound's fighting prowess, paid no attention to where it had gone. Looking at the remaining planks, Guunji sat down nonchalantly. With his long legs stretched out, he leaned sideways and began to carve wood. He was already adept at making cabinets, let alone a simple storage rack. Guunji quickly carved out 4 rectangular pieces of wood. He then straightened the strips and nailed them to the sides with the extra pine needles. A hollowed-out storage rack was complete. Now, all the tools in the field could be stored at the edge of the field. Guunji wiped his sweat, only to realize his hands were red and swollen. I couldn't do anything today. Guunji called into the mountains, Xiaomu, let's go. There was a commotion in the mountains. A moment later, a wolfhound arrived, carrying a colorful, pheasant-like creature. Anything the wolfhound hunted was edible. Guunji had already noticed this. Guunji watched helplessly as the wolfhound tossed the trembling pheasant onto his field, then scurried back into the mountains. Guunji wasn't afraid of catching pheasants from his original world, but he was afraid of the pecks of this creature from the orc world. Seeing the pheasant-like creature crouching there, afraid to move, he thought and nailed together the extra planks, creating a strange-looking box. Then, he placed the box over the pheasant's head. The pheasant didn't move, and Guunji felt a little safer. Having only recently finished his last small animal meal, Guunji wasn't craving meat anymore. When the wolfhound returned, he'd have it kill the creature and freeze it. However, Guunji didn't expect that after just a few minutes, the wolfhound would arrive with 5 or 6 pheasants. Even if they were pheasants, their fighting power couldn't match that of the pheasants in their original world. Guunji dodged awkwardly, watching as the wolfhound drove the pheasants into his potato patch. A flock of chickens hopped over there, and the wolfhound looked at him flatteringly. Guunji took a few deep breaths. Xiaomu. The wolfhound sensed Guunji's anger. Though his face remained expressionless, his tail subconsciously stopped and drooped beneath his belly. Although he knew the wolfhound was trying to feed him, the chaotic scene in the potato patch made Guunji feel like the sky was falling. His potatoes, Guunji tried to calm himself, grabbed the wolfhound by the scruff of its neck, and carried it to the entrance of the potato patch. "Help me keep an eye on these chickens," he said to the wolfhound, each word pierced with deep anger. After that, Guunji threw the wolfhound into the potato patch and ran across the river. He couldn't let these chickens destroy his land. Guunji was forced to return to his carpentry, wishing he could spank the wolfhound with a ruler. As expected, no matter what kind of dog it is, if you don't teach it right, it eventually go rogue. Even the smartest dog is like that. Guunji left quickly and returned just as quickly. At the same time, he called a small orc to subdue the pheasants. The little orc looked curiously at the ruined potato field and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! Brother Gu, your dog is so kind to you. Pheasants are so hard to catch." The little orc said, his eyes tinged with envy, "Your dog is really smart." "Is it really not an orc?" The wolfhound, staring at the pheasants nearby, froze instantly as the little orc said this. Chapter 20. Guunji could only take the little orc's words as a joke. Since he'd met the wolfhound, it had always been so clever. Back then, Xiaomu had also taken care of him for quite a while. Perhaps Czech wolfhounds were just like that. "We can keep all those pheasants." Guunji split a few wooden strips, compared them, and made a cage with bars on 3 sides. He surrounded the cage with a circle of sticks, which just held up the top lid. To prevent the pheasants from escaping, Guunji had the little orc bend pine needles for him, imitating the design on the back of a photo frame, to create a secure layer for the top lid. The little orc was just saying it casually. Watching Guunji's movements, the little orc studied him for a long time, unable to figure out what the cage was for. "Brother Gu, what are you making?" Guunji patted the crumbs in his hands. "A chicken coop. Chickens can be kept in cages?" The little orc piqued his interest. "Mom and Dad said our meat is raised in farms. Can Brother Gu's cage also be used to keep colorful chickens?" Although Guunji had become quite familiar with this world, he couldn't help but gasp at the little orc's words. "Children in this world don't even know chickens can be kept in coops. I really don't understand how the cultural blockade on that planet could reach this level." When Guunji was in school, who didn't have a grandmother from the countryside? Who didn't have a few chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs? Not to mention after he became an adult, the internet was flooded with pet chickens and ducks, and a simple search would reveal precise breeding methods. "Of course," Guunji said firmly. With the help of the little beastman, Guunji brought the colorful chicken back to the cage. The cage was so crowded, the colorful chicken dared not even breathe. The wolfhound had brought back 7 chickens, 5 of which were hens. Guunji looked suspiciously at the colorful chicken, then at the wolfhound. The wolfhound whimpered sweetly. It was just a coincidence, Guunji thought. The wolfhound breathed a sigh of relief. Next time, he wouldn't feed this little human like that. Guunji cleaned up the colorful chicken and tidied the floor. This time, with the little beastman's help, it didn't take long to get it back to its original state. Guunji dragged his exhausted body back home, not wanting to eat anymore. He fell directly onto the bed, and fell asleep almost the next second. The wolfhound expertly brought him his blanket. He slept all day. Guunji was awakened the next morning by his stomach. He was so hungry it hurt. After a quick wash, Guunji stuffed some fruit into his mouth. After filling his stomach, Guunji finally felt the burning sensation in his stomach subside. The wolfhound, awakened by Guunji's movements, poked its head out from under the covers, looked around, then landed lightly on the ground, and leisurely walked out of the bedroom. Guunji turned around and bumped into the wolfhound. He rubbed its ears, squatted down, and reached into its belly. "Xiaomu, are you hungry?" The wolfhound never skipped 3 meals a day, and Guunji knew immediately that it had gone out again last night. The wolfhound's stomach was bloated, clearly not yet fully digested. Guunji estimated the time and decided to make some boiled pork slices for the wolfhounds for breakfast. This way, he could prepare lunch for them a little later. Because there were no recreational activities, the orcs on the desolate planet woke up early. As Guunji packed up and left, the orcs also emerged from their homes in groups of 3 or 4. The news that Guunji was raising colorful chickens spread among the young orcs as soon as they got home. Seeing Guunji, several orcs greeted him and began to pay attention to the colorful chickens. "Mr. Gu, are you really going to raise them?" An orc who had just moved into Guunji's neighborhood after rebuilding his house confirmed this. "I'm raising them. Xiaomu caught too many, and I can't eat them all if I don't raise them." In the orc world, as long as they weren't gathering or hunting, after finishing their work, the orcs went hunting on their own, and everything they caught belonged to them. Supplies were scarce, and it was even more unlikely that anyone would share their food with other orcs. so Guunji had no choice but to find a way to raise them. Colored chickens are one of the few meats you can eat, and they're quite good to raise. The orc nodded. Do you have enough materials at home? Yes, Guunji replied. The last time, the apology gift from A2's family, Tiger Amber, included not only food but also a lot of materials. Guunji currently had no shortage of construction materials. The orc had originally wanted to make a deal with Guunji, but Guunji had no shortage of supplies, so the deal was clearly off. The orc wasn't angry. After a pleasant chat, he went back to work. Guunji's palms were still aching from the day, and he had no desire to work, so he wandered around the village. More and more orcs were arriving, and the once quiet village was now filled with a clamor of activity. The orcs building the wall were painting the entrance. Guunji looked over for a few moments before strolling off. After a round, the fruit in Guunji's stomach was completely digested. Guunji washed his hands and prepared the dog's meal, while also smuggling some food for the wolfhounds. Guunji wasn't a chef, so he only made a few different dishes every day. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the wolfhound food was ready. Guunji placed it on the small low table provided for the wolfhounds. Is anyone there? A familiar voice came from outside, but Guunji couldn't place it for a moment. The animal skin curtain was lifted, and Guunji took a quick look before closing it again. You won't let me in? The person outside asked with a hint of amusement. Guunji poked his head out again. What do you want? There was no way he could get in. After all, the person outside was Duan Wayne. The werewolf, who had just left and boasted about his wealth, returned again. Guunji felt that nothing good was going on. I heard you were breeding? Duan Wayne asked. Guunji scratched his hand irritably. Where did you hear that? Duan Wayne, none of your business. You just have to say yes or no. This wolf truly had a bad temper and little patience. Guunji cursed silently inwardly, but outwardly, he said sincerely yes. Duan Wayne produced a few strangled pheasants and tossed them to Guunji. Guunji dared not take them. He raised his wolfhound, signaling it to catch Duan Wayne's pheasants. The wolfhound pawed at each one, and the pheasants remained obedient, not uttering a single breath. Since everything that passes through your hands has an effect that inhibits beast transformation, then perhaps the things you breed should also have the same effect? Duan Wayne said condescendingly. If that were the case, my cooking should have the same effect. But unfortunately, I haven't felt it at all, Guunji retorted. Duan Wayne pretended not to hear and continued, when you raise a chick, give it to me. I want to see how useful your creature is. This really wasn't an experimental base. Guunji tried hard to suppress his anger. I really can't do that. The wolfhound, upon hearing Duan Wayne's words, subconsciously began to recall the dog food he had eaten before. It seemed like it had some use. The wolfhound believed he had nearly died when he fell onto the desolate planet. But now, he was well fed and well slept, and before long, his wounds had healed. It was indeed much faster than his usual recovery. How do you know it won't work if you don't try it? Duan Wayne continued. His expression was incredibly righteous, and Guunji's mind was buzzing. Does this guy not understand what he's saying? I said, I can't do it. Guunji answered word by word. Duan Wayne hadn't expected his resolute attitude, and his face darkened. The next second, he suddenly regained his usual smile, as if the previous sullen expression hadn't even existed. Mr. Gu, I'm not negotiating with you. Duan Wayne's tone became much more serious. If you're unwilling to help, I can just go to your land and get it myself. If Duan Wayne hadn't wanted to appear better in front of Guunji and improve his impression of him, he wouldn't have paid any attention to this human, who he didn't know if he was purebred. Or, do you want your dog to evolve into an orc? Guunji hadn't listened carefully up to the beginning, but when he heard the last sentence, his heart trembled violently. Is there really a way to make Xiaomu evolve into a human? Guunji asked immediately. Duan Wayne shook his head. I can't guarantee it 100%. But I can help him find the most suitable area on the main planet for him. The stronger the orc, the more likely it is to be devoured by the genes of wild beasts. I suspect the same principle applies to wild beasts. The smarter they are, the more likely they are to become human with the help of their tribe. So I can give your dog such an opportunity. But I can't guarantee success 100%. Guunji didn't understand why, but he heard something else in Duan Wayne's words. You mean you can still leave the desolate planet, right? Duan Wayne nodded nonchalantly. He hadn't yet fully understood the situation in this world, so he wasn't suited to leave. But the wolfhound. There are so many intelligent beasts in this world, and Guunji didn't believe the orcs hadn't studied them. The constant silence meant that Duan Wayne was most likely just making empty promises. Guunji didn't want to bite the hard pie. I don't want you to make me a promise about Xiaomu turning into a human. Guunji replied, I want you to save me a spot to leave the desolate planet. Duan raised an eyebrow. For you? For me. Guunji nodded. That's fine with me. But as I said just now, I promise you. Guunji imitated Duan's promises, but whether or not it works is beyond my control. Duan's goal achieved, he didn't care whether Guunji's words were empty promises. No problem. The deal was done, and Duan, not wanting to offend anyone, transformed into a giant wolf and leaped onto the roof. Guunji knew full well that he could hear the clatter of the roof against his wolf claws. But I'm very busy. If you keep making excuses like this, your little wolf dog will be in danger. Do you understand? Duan raised his wolf head and grinned. Chapter 21. The deep night, accompanied by a chill wind, stirred the treetops. In the dim room, the Wolfhound suddenly opened its eyes. Silently, it passed over the sleeping human and landed on the ground. The human rolled over, mumbling something indistinct in his sleep. The Wolfhound turned back and nudged the human with its head, confirming that the human had not left the blanket behind before tiptoeing out the door. The village was silent. The Wolfhound walked along the familiar path, soon reaching the edge of the outer forest. The Wolfhound sniffed and, following the scent, began to run. It leaped over the low bushes and leaped onto the branches in a few seconds, its agility more like a leopard than a wolf. A moment later, a bright silver light appeared before its eyes, and the Wolfhound finally stopped. Easily landing on the ground, the Wolfhound uttered its first words since arriving on the desolate planet. You haven't left yet. The big wolf wagged its tail, its eyes narrowing. As expected, you've come to see me. What? Your little human fell asleep? The others might not recognize it, but the big wolf knew the Wolfhound before him was a wolf cub. What Wolfhound? It was just a wolf cub in disguise. A human with extraordinary abilities appeared on the desolate planet. A powerful orc, most likely injured and appearing as a wolf cub. Duan almost thought his whereabouts had been exposed. But after some contact, Duan relaxed. This human's abilities were far greater than any of the other aristocratic humans on the main planet. For such a being to come to the desolate planet, they must have been deliberately abandoned to fight for power. So, he deliberately provoked the human, hoping to test the wolf cub's abilities, only to discover that the cub had disguised itself as a clueless beast. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Duan was certain that something truly extraordinary had happened on the main planet. To have caused these two supposedly gifted children to end up stranded here. What exactly do you want? Undeterred by the fact that they shared the same species, the Wolfhound pondered and asked. Duan ignored his question. After being injured, the Wolfhound had regressed to a juvenile state. Without healing, he would have no chance of competing with Duan. The Wolfhound's teeth clattered. As a werewolf born and raised in Aster, I know all the younger generations of the Aster wolf family. But you, I've never seen before. Whose family are you from? The elder wolf asked leisurely. The Wolfhound sneered, and suddenly transformed into a human form. Haven't you guessed it? The big wolf looked at the humanoid Wolfhound, a human-like smile on his face. Outstanding abilities, a strong physique, and the ability to subconsciously regress to a juvenile form when faced with danger. And the fact that he's not an Aster wolf. The Wolfhound's human form was remarkably youthful, with a head of messy white hair that curled up. His golden eyes shone like little suns in the night. You're the little wolf from the marshal's household. The big wolf raised his paw to his mouth and yawned lazily. Your name is Wei Yanjia, right? You've just reached adulthood. Wei Yanjia crossed his arms. If you knew, why did you ignore my warning? You keep threatening Guunji, treating me like I don't exist? Big Wolf raised an eyebrow. You probably just happen to know the human, right? Why are you trying to stand up for a stranger? It's none of your business. Wei Yanjia replied. Then I can't go along with you. Big Wolf shook his head. That human is very mysterious. Maybe he actually has clues related to beast transformation. If I don't push him, how can he really show his true abilities? Guunji just happens to be able to suppress his beast transformation. Wei Yanjia retorted. He can't possibly have any clues. Then why did you stay? Duan asked. Wei Yanjia was silent for a few seconds. If I don't stay, how will he survive? A powerless human, without him, wouldn't even have enough to eat. Because of his upbringing, he initially merely cared for Guunji while he nursed his wounds. But now, caring for him had become a habit, and Wei Yanjia had included this weak human in his circle. As a result, he was provoked. And not just once. Young Master Wei, who had always had it easy, felt a sense of defeat. From childhood, he had always been the one relied on and protected by others. But since falling to this planet with serious injuries, he had been carried around by ordinary orcs, and now, he was being taunted by an old wolf. Wei Yanjia pinched his nose to prevent himself from fainting from anger. What a pity. Unaware of the young man's sympathy, the big wolf scoffed. I think that little human can still live just fine without you. You, little one, are you being delusional? Being kissed, hugged, and lifted up by a sweet, soft human every day, it's no wonder you become confused. Hey, young man. Wei Yanjia's face darkened. The second son of the Duan family has been away from home for so long. People say you're dying, and don't want to bring trouble to your family, so you're on the run. I see you're doing fine, even teasing a youngster. The big wolf's tail gently touched the ground. After a long pause, he lazily said, after all, I'm powerful. Even though I'm dying, I can still afford to joke. Then why don't you become a human? Wei Yanjia continued, except for that one time in front of Guunji when you transformed into a human, you've always appeared as a wolf. It seems you're on the verge of exploding, aren't you? The big wolf stood up. Young man, you're being rather impolite. Wei Yanjia wasn't afraid of the big wolf at all. You were the one who provoked me first, in my own territory. They were wolves, and their pack consciousness was very strong. But equally, their territorial consciousness was stronger than that of other orcs. The big wolf had repeatedly invaded Wei Yanjia's territory, and it was hard for Wei Yanjia not to feel hostile towards him. Furthermore, the big wolf had threatened Guunji several times. Wei Yanjia wanted to throw the wolf off the planet. Okay, you're right. The big wolf sat down again. So, following my scent, what were you trying to do? Future Marshal. Wei Yanjia remained unmoved by the big wolf's teasing, folding his legs and sitting down on the ground. You've been missing for a few years. I guess you don't know what's going on at home. The big wolf gestured for him to continue. Your eldest brother has easily taken the position of clan leader. But your eldest brother is also human, right? When Wei Yanjia spoke of serious matters, his childishness faded, and instead, he possessed a sharp edge honed by years in the military. Do you think your human eldest brother can control so many wolves? His gaze fixed on the big wolf. His lips curled briefly before quickly falling back. If your beloved eldest brother wants to completely control the clan, he'd probably have to suffer greatly, right? Even so, can you remain indifferent? The Duan family is the current ruling clan in Aster, but the current head of the clan is a purebred human from a particularly remote branch. If he weren't a purebred, the current head of the clan would never have been adopted into the Duan family. This story had long been spread throughout the wolf clan. Even more widely spread was the ridiculous story that the eldest son of the clan leader was obsessed with his brother and would give up the clan to support his brother. The moment he recognized Duan Wayne, Wei Yanjia had already made his deal. As expected, upon hearing his question, Big Wolf bared his sharp fangs at him. Are you threatening me? How could that be a threat? I'm simply stating the Duan family's current situation. This time, Wei Yanjia remained calm. Big Wolf closed his mouth and lay on the ground. So what are you saying? You can't leave the desolate planet. I can take your place and help your eldest brother secure the position of head of the family. Wei Yanjia fiddled with his fingers. But while you're on the desolate planet, you must help me relay information to the outside world. Well, not a bad loss, huh? The big wolf remained silent, its ears twitching slightly. A rustling sound came from the nearby brush. Wei Yanjia turned his head and met a familiar pair of eyes. Wei Yanjia, Hi! Guunji glanced at the handsome young man before him and instinctively greeted him. Wei Yanjia turned his head awkwardly, silently glaring at the big wolf. A hint of gloating flashed in the big wolf's eyes. Guunji, not understanding the orc's glare, brushed off the grass scraps. Have you seen a Czech wolfhound about as long as my arm? Wei Yanjia remained silent. The big wolf couldn't help but smile. Why was the atmosphere so strange? Guunji stared blankly at the man and the wolf. Taking a deep breath, Wei Yanjia pointed in the direction of the village. I just saw a wolfhound heading that way. Would you like to go check it out? Thank you. Guunji, intent on finding his wolfhound, quickly thanked him and turned back toward the village. After a few steps, he seemed to remember something and said, My name is Guunji. Thank you for your help. If you have any questions later, you can come to Huangshi village to find me. Wei Yanjia nodded. Wei Yanjia. Guunji scurried back into the bushes. The big wolf chuckled grimly. Your little human will get into trouble if he comes out so late. Are you sure you don't want to follow? Wei Yanjia gave him a hateful look, and without waiting for a response, He transformed into the familiar wolfhound Guunji knew and immediately followed. Seeing him almost out of sight, the big wolf said slowly, "I promise. But you're really not leaving the desolate planet? Are you? Planning to take your little human with you? Given what the little human has, it'd be hard for him to leave the desolate planet, right? You two just met by chance. Why would you do this? You don't have to tell me." The wolfhound paused. Even without me, he'd be able to leave sooner or later. Chapter 22. Xiaomu. Xiaomu, where have you been? Guunji ran through the darkness, his heart in his throat. Perhaps having just been threatened by the big wolf, he feared the next second he'd see the corpse of his own wolfhound. That's why, despite the night, he immediately set off when he realized the wolfhound was missing. A wolfhound wouldn't normally leave him at night. Even if it did, it wouldn't be there until he called out once or twice. "Xiaomu! Xiaomu!" Guunji shuddered. "Ah!" A familiar cry came from behind him, and Guunji turned to see the wolfhound lunging toward him. The wolfhound suddenly became clingy, burying itself in his chest and howling non-stop, nearly breaking Guunji's heart. "What's wrong, you?" Touching the wolfhound's head, Guunji's initial anger dissipated completely. The wolfhound blinked and licked Guunji's cheek. Guunji pushed the wolfhound's head away, hugged it like a child, and patted its butt twice. The wolfhound was stunned. "Why are you so stupid? Bad kids need a spanking to teach them a lesson, understand?" Guunji shook the wolfhound and carried it back to the village. The wolfhound buried its head in his shoulder, unwilling to see anyone. Guunji stroked the wolfhound's fur with amusement, then walked into the house and dropped it to the ground. "Ah!" The wolfhound looked up. Guunji took off his coat and shoes and slid straight into bed. He hadn't been out long looking for the wolfhound, so the bed was still warm. The wolfhound tried to get up, but Guunji kicked it back down. The wolfhound, anxious, lay on the edge of the bed, howling. The cries were pitiful. Guunji turned a deaf ear. "You little rascal, you're too dirty to sleep on the bed. Go back to your den." The den he'd made for the wolfhound was one the wolfhound never slept in. Guunji had originally thought of shoving the wolfhound into his den someday, but every time he did, it would bark non-stop as if its eggs had been choked. He had no boundaries with the wolfhound, so he'd never forced it. But this time, he truly wouldn't allow it to mess with his bed. Who knew if the wolfhound would get bugs after its trip? Seeing the human's heartless expression, the wolfhound mentally cursed the big wolf again. After pacing under the bed for a while, the wolfhound, cursing, finally made its way to the den he'd finally visited. Guunji lay down contentedly, soon snoring. Always tired, and having not slept well that night to visit the wolfhound, Guunji's body was clearly stretched to its limit. The wolfhound listened to Guunji's breathing, looked up for a moment, then lay down again. Forget it today. If Guunji didn't let him get up tomorrow, he would bite Guunji hard and drag this human down to sleep on the floor with him. Perhaps because he didn't sleep well last night, Guunji slept until noon. If the wolfhound hadn't been licking his face, he might have even fallen asleep again. After waking, the wolfhound served him very well. Guunji felt that if his wolfhound wasn't a wild beast, it would have been a lackey. He carried a tray of water and clean clothes, passing them around, as skillfully as a trained dog. Guunji stared at the wolfhound. The wolfhound wagged its tail. Guunji fell silent. After putting on his clothes with an expressionless face, Guunji began rummaging through his drawers. He was looking for a leather leash. He wanted to make a dog chain. He really wanted to train his dog. However, Guunji had never kept a leather leash before, and the dog chain he wanted to make was obviously not going to be completed in a short time. Guunji squatted on the ground for a while, then carried the wolfhound out. Walking down the muddy path with familiarity, Guunji suddenly remembered that he still had to pave the road. If you want to get rich, first pave the road. This is true everywhere. With another task added to his responsibilities, Guunji rubbed the wolfhound and felt the sadness of the working man. After walking for a while, Guunji found Abu at his doorstep. Abu was talking to a familiar orc. Guunji walked over and called out, "Uncle Abu. What are you doing here again?" Abu waved at the orc, who nodded and left. "I wanted to ask you, did you know Duan Wayne hasn't left yet?" "He hasn't left?" Abu was surprised. "Then where is he?" Guunji told Abu how he discovered his wolfhound missing the previous night and gone to look for it, only to find Duan Wayne talking to a strange orc. As long as Duan Wayne was there, he wouldn't let his dog go out alone. Abu was silent. He sighed helplessly and patted Guunji's shoulder. "I probably have to trouble you after all." Since one wolf hadn't transformed back into a human, Abu wasn't optimistic about the wolf's future. Guunji hadn't had any hope of driving the wolf away. He'd only come to inform Abu to let him know there was a wolf in the woods. It's not just you. Everyone else should stay away from that area for now. Abu pondered, then said to Guunji, but don't panic. If we can't raise that kind of animal, then we can't. We've been doing this for years. Guunji also knew that animal husbandry wasn't something that could be mastered overnight. He hummed. I go to the fields first. The weather was nice today, and Guunji planned to repair the chicken coop and move it away from the potato patch. There was enough material left at home to build a fence, and Guunji calculated how much material he had left as he walked back. His house happened to be right on the way to the potato patch. After dropping off the Wolfhound at home, Guunji grabbed the materials and prepared to leave. Ah! Seeing that Guunji wasn't going to take him out, the Wolfhound barked, reminding him that he was still there. Guunji turned around, squatted down, and patted the Wolfhound's head. Be good, Daddy's going to work. There are too many bad guys out there, you stay home. After all, it was only across the river, so Guunji felt confident that the Wolfhound was left alone at home. The Wolfhound's eyes flickered, and it crouched down. Seeing the Wolfhound's obedient appearance, Guunji felt much happier. He dragged his materials, and slowly walked towards his potato field. Guunji planned to build a chicken coop near the forest. Partly because the flat land was already planned for crop cultivation, and partly because he wanted to raise the chickens in the forest once they were well trained as free-range chickens. Making fences would only get easier with time. This time, Guunji's fenced-in area was still quite large, but compared to the square fields, it felt a bit more casual. After enclosing the ground, Guunji pulled a chicken out of the chicken coop. The chicken, frightened by the Wolfhound, clucked non-stop, but because Guunji carried the Wolfhound's scent, it didn't dare peck at the human. So, Guunji easily clipped the feathers from the pheasant's wings. After trimming the chicken's wings, it couldn't fly high. Guunji threw the first one into the chicken coop. He caught and clipped each one by one. In a few minutes, all the chickens were in the coop. Guunji placed the scissors on the tool rack and moved the makeshift chicken coop he had built. However, after a while, the chicken coop had become smelly, and chicken manure stuck to the bottom, making Guunji subconsciously hold his breath. He should have put something under the floor, Guunji sighed. This makeshift chicken coop wouldn't be of any use for a while. Guunji decided to ask the orcs for some bamboo strips and make a hollowed-out chicken coop. Another mission for today had failed. Guunji left the makeshift chicken coop where it lay and placed the planks and other materials at the bottom of the tool rack. After finishing his chores, Guunji clapped his hands and stretched. He was almost done, and there was a forest nearby, so he could pick some mushrooms for soup. The mushrooms on the desolate planet tasted even better than those in his home world, even smelling a bit like meat. When there was nothing to eat, Guunji would go and loot some mushrooms. Guunji's calculations were excellent, but plans couldn't keep up with the unexpected. The moment Guunji stepped into the forest, two massive carnivorous beasts appeared before him. A yellow tiger, a black cheetah. The tiny human was powerless to resist. Are you that human? You smell so strongly of animal flesh. If we hadn't gotten closer to sniff you, we'd have almost mistaken you for an orc. The black cheetah's maw opened wide. I thought you were so powerful, but your gathering didn't take you seriously? They actually let you go into the woods alone to find food. The yellow tiger sneered and flicked its tongue. Guunji, He was so wary of Duan Wayne that he'd actually forgotten about Hu Jin and the others. By the way, would human meat be tasty? The yellow tiger asked. Since we're all dying anyway, why not just pretend we're beasts and eat him? Wouldn't it be hard to explain to that tiger? The leopard hesitated. Well, Hu Jin wants to use him to escape the desolate planet. But that requires him to be a true, pure-blooded human, right? The tiger flicked its tail maliciously. But now, he smells so strongly of orcs, it's enough to mask his human identity. If we say he's an orc, who would actively sniff our gnawed bones? The two beasts' malice was so obvious that Guunji's chances of survival were slim to near zero. He moved his feet a little to the side. The two beasts stopped talking, their 4 eyes fixed on him. Guunji swallowed. The two beasts arched their backs, pretending to attack. An arm suddenly clasped Guunji's waist. Before he could say anything, a beautiful head of white hair appeared before his eyes. The tiger and leopard were instantly caught off guard. Hold me. The strange young orc embraced him, and nimbly climbed to the treetops, then used the intersecting branches to quickly move. Guunji's heart was pounding. Behind them, one of the two beasts was chasing them on the ground, while the other was leaping from the treetops behind them. The orc uttered a TSK and stopped. Guunji realized that the top of the mountain was actually connected to a cliff. Beyond this small forest, there was a rushing river below. No wonder there were so few large animals around. Are you afraid? The young orc asked. Guunji clung to the orc with all his limbs, glanced at the cliff, and nodded. The young orc chuckled. There's nothing I can do about it. With that, he dropped straight down the cliff, clutching Guunji. Chapter 23. The sound of dripping water finally brought Guunji back to his senses. Being carried and jumped off a cliff was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The excitement was too much, and Guunji only just recovered. Looking at his unharmed self in disbelief, Guunji instinctively asked, "Did you know there's a cave here?" The white-haired orc, who had been squeezing his shirt dry, turned around and sat down next to Guunji, holding his wrinkled clothes. "Yes. It's hard to escape with you. There's a cave here, and jumping down requires some skill. Unless they're from the mountain goat tribe, they won't try." The orc's voice was hoarse, completely different from the day they chanced upon it in the woods. Guunji awkwardly crossed his legs to avoid getting too close to the orc. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't have noticed that the orc before him, despite his youthful appearance, had more exaggerated muscles than any gym trainer Guunji had ever encountered. "Well, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been torn apart and eaten by them this time." The physical act of being eaten is far more terrifying than any words. Guunji still wants to shudder when he thinks about it now. The orcs he met were so friendly that Guunji almost thought there was no big difference between orcs and humans. Now Guunji finally understood why orcs were called beasts. Who would truly consider themselves human and say they wanted to taste their own kind? The orc glanced at him. "It's okay. Are you still afraid?" Guunji flinched. The orc sighed. "My name is Wei Yinja. You should remember me." Guunji nodded. "I'm the son of Wei Changyun, the only marshal currently on the main planet. I'm definitely more law-abiding than any other orc." Wei Yinja tossed his clothes aside and wiped his face. "Stay with me, and rest assured." Guunji continued to nod. Wei Yinja observed him from the corner of his eye, noticing that his trembling body hadn't improved. "Tsk." Wei Yinja raised his hand and pulled Guunji into his arms. Pulling Guunji's hand, Wei Yinja pulled it from the top of his head to his face, then across his chest, and finally to his abdominal muscles. "Do you feel it? I'm human too. I'm a human being, not some furry beast." "Huh?" Guunji looked up blankly. Wei Yinja cupped his face. "So, it's all right now. If you're scared, sleep with me. You feel much better when you wake up." Guunji's mind was hazy, and he closed his eyes without a second thought. Perhaps it was the comforting warmth of Wei Yinja's body that caused Guunji to actually fall asleep. His sleep was brief, but he felt much calmer. When he opened his eyes again, Guunji was still lying in Wei Yinja's arms, but before him was a bonfire. The cave was pitch black, and there seemed to be no light outside. He paused, then spontaneously rolled out of Wei Yinja's arms. "I'm sorry." His flushed face wasn't as noticeable in the firelight. However, a werewolf's night vision is most effective in dim light. Guunji had no idea that the werewolf could see his expression clearly. What time is it now?" Guunji fanned his face with his hands and whispered. Wei Yinja pointed outside. "I'm not sure, but the sun has been setting for a while." Guunji murmured a low hum. Wei Yinja sat a little to the side and patted the seat next to him. "Come closer. Are you hungry?" Wei Yinja knew that Guunji usually ate 3 meals a day. But today, he hadn't eaten anything all day. Frightened and hungry all day, Guunji's spirits were understandable. After the orc's reminder, Guunji belatedly swallowed a few times. Although his stomach didn't growl, Guunji could already tell that his lips were dry and chapped. He nodded, but didn't make any requests that would embarrass Wei Yinja. Wei Yinja's gaze drifted for a moment, and he raised his chin. "There's some fruit across the way. I just found it near the cliff. Have some?" "What about you?" Guunji asked. "Have you eaten?" Wei Yinja licked his lips. "Yes." Guunji believed him, and took a few steps to pick up a few not-so-clean red and yellow fruits. He took a bite, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. But the fruit was very juicy. Guunji suppressed the urge to vomit, and swallowed the fruit anyway. After swallowing one fruit, the hunger grew more pronounced. Noticing his expression, Wei Yinja said, "Don't worry. You'd definitely be back at the gathering place tomorrow at the latest." The orcs valued Guunji no less than he did. If they found out he hadn't returned to the gathering place, they would definitely search for him all night. Guunji replied softly. Silence fell once again in the cave. Wei Yinja rubbed his fingers, trying to distract Guunji, but he didn't know how. If he were a wolfhound now, he could use his fur to warm Guunji, or even act silly to make her laugh. But a wolfhound couldn't bring Guunji safely to this cave. After a moment of silence, to Wei Yanjia's surprise, Guunji took the initiative to speak to him. You said you were the marshal's son. Then how did you get here? At the sound of Guunji's words, Wei Yanjia instinctively glanced at him. Guunji, a little embarrassed, lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. Wei Yanjia smiled, raised his hand, and gently touched the tip of Guunji's hair. Guunji was completely oblivious. I was on a mission and was ambushed. When I woke up, I was already on a desolate planet, Wei Yanjia said. On a mission? Guunji was surprised. How old are you? I just turned 20 last month. Much younger than he'd imagined. Guunji was silent. What about you? Wei Yanjia asked back. How old are you? I'm 26 already. Wei Yanjia was also silent. He'd assumed Guunji was younger than him, but he'd never expected there to be a generation gap between them. Sensing Wei Yanjia's suspicion, Guunji laughed. What? You don't believe me? Not really. I just didn't expect you to be so much older. Wei Yanjia shook his head. But you mentioned the mission. Are you from the military academy? Yes. Graduation is only 2 years away. Wow, you must be amazing, right? Guunji's words suddenly made Wei Yanjia feel a little awkward. Not bad. He summed it up in 2 words, well aware of the saying that overtalking can lead to mistakes. Have you ever been in a relationship? With good looks, outstanding abilities, and a distinguished family background, Guunji felt the question was unnecessary the moment he asked. However, Wei Yanjia paused for a few seconds and said sheepishly, no. I've never thought about that question. Guunji became excited. With your abilities, looks, and family background, don't you have anyone pursuing you? I think so. I haven't noticed. Wei Yanjia said perfunctorily. He's a slow-witted person. Guunji, for some reason, felt a little pleased. You ask so many questions. What about you? Me? Guunji recalled his days before the time travel. I was the type of person with no friends, no family, and no lover, right? He was broke and an orphan. Even if he looked decent, not many people would like him. After all, his family was so poor. Wei Yanjia felt that anyone who looked down on Guunji was quite short-sighted. There will definitely be one later. After bringing the humans back to the main planet, he would definitely provide them with a comfortable living environment. Guunji was completely unaware of the orcs' plans. He was simply insanely curious about Wei Yanjia. When I saw you that day, you were talking to Duan Wayne, right? Yes. You fell down, and you can contact Duan Wayne again. It looks like you'd be back on the main planet soon? Wei Yanjia didn't answer. Oh, sorry. Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Guunji instinctively felt he had offended the other person and quickly apologized. It's okay. Why do you want to know this? Wei Yanjia, fearing he would become uncomfortable again, quickly joined in. Guunji didn't understand why he was asking such questions, and was speechless for a moment. But Wei Yanjia laughed. His seemingly casual question made Guunji's mind go blank. Are you attracted to me because I saved you? Huh? Guunji unconsciously pinched the hem of his clothes. I was joking, Wei Yanjia said. Guunji breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, he didn't feel happy. The conversation lightened the atmosphere considerably, and a sense of fatigue that Guunji hadn't noticed washed over him. He yawned, wanting to continue the conversation with Wei Yanjia. A warm hand was placed before his eyes. If you're tired, sleep a little longer. When you wake up, maybe you'll be ready to go back. Guunji heard Wei Yanjia's hoarse voice. Without giving it much thought, Guunji nodded subconsciously. Wei Yanjia lifted him up again, rocking him gently like a baby. Guunji felt embarrassed and struggled, but couldn't break free. After all, he was an adult, so Wei Yanjia couldn't hold on. He tried to persuade Guunji, don't be embarrassed. Humans are inherently fragile. Anyone here would take care of you. Guunji covered his face, but I'm much older than you. I should be the one taking care of you. We're in the wild. Our orc status is greater than our age. Wei Yanjia nudged Guunji, get some rest. Guunji understood his good intentions, but, exhausted as he was, he closed his eyes. Call me if you feel unwell. I will. Send someone to wake me. Okay. You should get some sleep too. Yes. Wei Yanjia's deliberately low voice was like a lullaby, and Guunji fell into a dream with barely a struggle. Confirming that Guunji was truly asleep, Wei Yanjia laid him on the ground and transformed himself back into a wolfhound. The warm fur covering Guunji's body made him squirm closer. If only it could stay like this forever. Wei Yanjia murmured, closing his beastly eyes. Chapter 24. Brother Gu, wake up. Brother Gu, what's wrong with you? Wake up! The clamor made Guunji irritably open his eyes. The bright sunlight filled his eyes. He looked around. The orcs had placed him on a small cart, and the small orcs around him followed closely. A little further away were the orcs, who had come looking for him. Looking around, Guunji didn't see Wei Yinja. He coughed a few times and got up. Brother Gu. Shiba Yi shouted, you're covered in scrapes. Be careful. Where did you find me? Didn't you see anyone else? Guunji didn't feel any particular pain and asked Shiba Yi anxiously. Shibano shook his head and said, we found you in the canyon at the very top of our river, where it meets the ocean. How did you faint there? That night, the beastmen, seeing no sign of movement at Guunji's home, worriedly went to the potato field. They found Guunji's belongings abandoned there, and no one around. Knowing something was amiss, the entire gathering place erupted in a frenzy. Even Usagi, who had previously argued with Guunji, set out to search for him. However, they only detected the scent of a strange beastman on the other side of the woods near the potato field. Thankfully, Usagi's companion, Hoop, was still there and immediately recognized the scent. So they followed the scent. They didn't find either beastman, but they did find the cliff. Abu knew every path in the area well, and after a long detour with them, they finally reached the land below the cliff. It was there that they found Guunji, covered in bruises. Everyone felt relieved that Guunji was alright. Without thinking about anything else, the orcs took Guunji back to the village. Guunji refused to believe it. If Wei Yinja had the ability to take him to the foot of the mountain leading to the village, why hadn't he done so last night? Is there really no one there? No. Brother Gu, are you looking for someone? Shibai looked at Guunji gravely. Shibai's suspicious response left Guunji speechless. If Wei Yinja didn't want to be seen, wouldn't the other orcs be suspicious if he asked that question? Guunji shut up. Attracted by the noise of their conversation, Abu also approached Guunji. The old man asked gently, are your scrapes okay? It's fine. It doesn't hurt at all. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed I had them. Guunji answered honestly. Abu nodded and continued, things haven't been peaceful lately. You should take the Wolfhound with you when you go out. The Wolfhound is quite capable. If we run into a situation like this again, it should be able to take you away without a problem. Guunji then remembered that his pet was still waiting for him at home. How's Xiaomu? I locked him up at home yesterday. Is he hungry? He's fine. We think he was the first to notice you were missing. He wasn't home when we realized you were gone, Abu said. Guunji felt relieved when he heard the Wolfhound leave. While he didn't know if the Wolfhound had gone looking for him, as long as he wasn't home, he shouldn't be hungry. When Guunji reached the cliff, he felt he wasn't far from the village. Sure enough, even with the detour, the return journey was quick. His injuries weren't serious, so the orcs only left him some herbs and departed. Guunji took the herbs, crushed them, and applied a little, then began to make food. After not having a proper meal all day, Guunji was almost exhausted. He was halfway through when he heard a noise at the door. He turned and saw a gray wolfhound enter. Guunji walked over, picked up the wolfhound, and subconsciously felt its belly. It had been bloated, but it was empty. Xiaomu, you didn't eat? Guunji's heart ached. It was obvious that the wolfhound had been looking for him, and hadn't eaten. Xiaomu had been like this in his original world. Since he had a fever and was injured, the wolfhound had completely forgotten him, and only cared about him, its incompetent master. The wolfhound licked his cheek, not barking as usual. Guunji quickly found some dried fruits and meat he had saved, crushed them up, and placed them near the wolfhound's mouth. The wolfhound didn't immediately eat the food in Guunji's hand, instead rubbing its furry head against Guunji. Guunji thought the wolfhound was frightened, so he stroked its back and soothed it. It's okay, it's okay. Daddy's fine. Next time, Daddy, please take our Xiaomu with you, okay? Our Xiaomu is Daddy's favorite baby. The wolfhound fell silent after hearing his words. He turned his head, and used his tongue to scoop up the food from Guunji's other hand. Seeing the wolfhound finally willing to eat, Guunji felt a significant sense of relief. After a quick bite, Guunji was finally able to work on the chicken coop he hadn't finished yesterday. He brought some spoons and chopsticks he had made in his spare time, and knocked on Shibaya's door with his wolfhound. The orcs hadn't rested well yesterday in search of Guunji. Only Shibaya's mother, and some of the orcs, who looked after the village, were still doing their daily chores. Shibaya's mother was a female orc, but with minimal signs of animalization, she looked more like a human. Seeing Guunji arrive, she was momentarily surprised. Why aren't you resting? Little Gu, you just got back, didn't you? Guunji had actually rested better than most orcs. Since yesterday afternoon, he'd been resting well, comforted by Wei Yinja. While mentally exhausted, he wasn't physically that tired. I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to do something I needed to do first. Guunji handed the spoons and chopsticks to Shibaya's mother. Shibaya's mother, Ming Chao, was an alien orc who had been trafficked to the mixed inhabited area of the main planet. She was fortunate to meet Shibaya's father, which allowed her to live a relatively comfortable life. So, when Shibaya's father was in trouble, she followed him to the desolate planet without hesitation. Sister Chao, can you trade these 2 items for some bamboo sticks? Sure. Ming Chao agreed without even looking. Ming Chao's family also had chopsticks and spoons, but the metal ones were part of their family's possessions when they arrived. In other words, they were completely inferior to the wooden chopsticks and spoons that Guunji had handcrafted. Guunji was merely exchanging these daily necessities for some bamboo sticks. Ming Chao didn't need to think twice. Ming Chao quickly pulled out a basket of bamboo sticks. Is that enough? She had made this basket herself after asking Guunji for the blueprints. The orcs had discovered that anything they made themselves could suppress their animal cells. But even the orcs' work varied in effectiveness. In short, the more human genes they had, the better the product. That's why many orcs have been staying home lately to make daily necessities. Ming Chao was one of them. Despite her unassuming basket, it's become a popular commodity in the village lately. Enough. Guunji had originally intended to show off her items and ask Ming Chao to place an order. Unexpectedly, Ming Chao was so generous and simply took a basket of bamboo sticks. They exchanged their items. Guunji didn't react at all, but Ming Chao's body stiffened when she touched him. After changing, Guunji prepared to leave. Ming Chao hesitated, then grabbed Guunji. Wait. Guunji turned around. Ming Chao took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed. Have you been close to any orcs lately? Huh? No. Guunji didn't understand why she asked. What's wrong? Remembering that Guunji was a pure human, Ming Chao tucked her hair behind her ears and explained stiffly, You smell strongly of orcs. Orcs typically identify others by scent, so only partners would leave a strong scent on their partner. Ming Chao felt her question was a bit offensive, but she also knew that as a human, Guunji was probably completely unaware that he was being smeared with an orc scent. It was like a disguised declaration of sovereignty. Guunji wanted to deny it, but suddenly remembered that he was in Wei Yinja's arms. He had been with Wei Yinja for so long, so it wasn't impossible that the orc had picked up some of his scent. Guunji paused. It was an accident. Ming Chao scoffed. How can you say that? For an orc to leave their scent on someone is a very intimate thing. If you're not interested in them, it's best not to do it again. Guunji, completely unaware of the marinated scent, nodded, feeling a little puzzled by Ming Chao's words. The wolfhound beside him, however, tucked its tail back in. One glance at it showed that this was a typical wolfhound's behavior after doing something wrong. However, Guunji wasn't paying attention to the wolfhound at the moment. Ming Chao's words forced him to think of Wei Yinja again. Guunji couldn't tell how much of this feeling was due to the suspension bridge effect, but he couldn't deny that he had a strong affection for Wei Yinja. However, Wei Yinja hadn't left any trace, so Guunji couldn't say if there was any chance of a future relationship. But for now, they'd met twice in just a few days. They were destined to be together, weren't they? After saying goodbye to Ming Chao, Guunji headed back to the fields. The wolfhound followed him, this time not even moving a step. Guunji guessed the wolfhound was frightened by him. In this world, the wolfhound was his family from the very beginning, and it meant so much to him. Guunji petted the wolfhound, and suddenly felt the urge to confide in him. Xiaomu, tell me, if I found you a stepfather, could you get along well with him? The wolfhound stopped dead in its tracks. He looked up, and Guunji lowered his head. What stepfather? Who's seducing this little human? Chapter 25. The wolfhound waited a long time, but never heard Guunji mention his so-called stepfather. And so, a month passed in the blink of an eye. The potatoes in the potato patch sprouted successfully, and Guunji had almost finished the chicken coop. Guunji ran around the fields with the wolfhound every day, and he had become quite a bit darker. Every time he took off his clothes, the wolfhound could see 2 distinct colors. On the main planet, such a difference in skin color wouldn't exist for even a single day. But this was a desolate planet, and the wolfhound, restless, spent every day catching chickens in the woods. Perhaps chickens on desolate planets grow faster, but after a month of raising them, Guunji's colorful chickens were plump and strong, laying eggs daily. They even hatched 2 chicks just 2 days ago. Now, Guunji's chicken coop has a dozen colorful chickens, and he occasionally trades roosters with the orcs. The orcs are also very interested in these chickens. Seeing that both the planting and animal husbandry industries were showing some success, Guunji finally let go of his land. As the sun began to set, Guunji wiped the sweat from his face and hurried to the village. The village now looked completely different from the previous gathering place. At least it had a more rural feel. Some time ago, Abu somehow managed to get some iron rods, and Guunji made some changes, narrowing the road a bit, but adding a yard to every household. Guunji transplanted a fruit tree that Aya had brought back into the yard. He didn't know what kind of fruit tree it was, but Aya said it was edible. Guunji accepted it without hesitation. With the new yard, Guunji made a lot of things. He made a lot of things, like lounge chairs and outdoor tables and chairs. He also built a small storage room out of some unfamiliar waterproof animal skins. The small warehouse contained some construction materials. Of course, he also dug the necessary wells. As luck would have it, there were orcs in the village who could identify the location of groundwater, so Guunji immediately ordered them to drill all the village's wells. Normally, 3 or 5 families would share a well. Guunji was an exception. He had one all to himself. He opened the iron gate, and the Wolfhound ran inside with him. Guunji placed his belongings on the kitchen table, and went inside to wash his hands. Groundwater gurgled in, and Guunji closed his eyes comfortably. The Wolfhound stood at his feet, looking incredibly well behaved. Guunji scooped up a handful of water, and sprinkled some on the Wolfhound. The Wolfhound shook its fur, feeling refreshed. It's getting hotter. Guunji stroked the Wolfhound's fur. If we don't pave the road soon, working in this heat will be a real hassle. The Wolfhound didn't understand what Guunji meant. Although the seasons on the main planet were distinct, the work was all done by machines, and no one had noticed how weather changes would affect human work. But Guunji didn't sound inexperienced. The Wolfhound didn't want to get involved. Guunji had already mentioned the road paving matter to Abu. But Abu hadn't taken it seriously. When he lived on other planets, while his residences didn't have as many mechanized facilities, paving the road wasn't difficult. Guunji stayed home for a while to cool off, then hurried out with the Wolfhound. Although he didn't take the road paving seriously, Abu still had the orcs pick up some stones every day. The stones were piled in the corner of the wall at the village entrance, waiting for Guunji to pick them up. Guunji hadn't been there, so quite a few stones had been left behind. Guunji walked to the village entrance with his Wolfhound, squatting on the ground to examine them one by one. After a while, a shadow fell over Guunji. Guunji turned. The large wolf stood leisurely beside him, wagging its tail, showing no sign of hiding. Why are you here? Although he had no idea how the other party planned to incorporate the beast tribe into their village, Guunji felt that Duan Wayne shouldn't be so idle. You're so weird. Why can't I come? Duan Wayne glanced at the man and the wolf, scoffed inwardly, and dropped the stones he had carried. Abu was collecting stones, so how could the Wolfhound not be doing anything? Duan Wayne considered himself a mere delivery boy. He found the recipient and patted his butt, ready to leave. However, the recipient was wary of him and refused to take his items. Guunji, take these away. Duan Wayne, huh? Guunji looked at the stones piled before him and repeated, take these away. He didn't need anything from this wolf. Duan Wayne turned around with a headache. I didn't give you these. Guunji pressed, who then? Though he hated to give a little wolf a run for its money, Duan Wayne never did anything sinister in front of someone. He glanced at the Wolfhound and said with a smile, someone you and I both know. It couldn't be anyone from the village, much less from the beast tribe. The answer was obvious. Is it Wei Yinja? Guunji hadn't considered anyone else. The big wolf nodded. Relieved? Guunji nodded without hesitation. Duan Wayne chuckled and turned back into the dense forest. Guunji paid no attention to the big wolf's attitude. Looking at the stone before him, completely different from the one found by the other orcs in the village, Guunji felt something was amiss. I wonder when he went looking for it, Guunji murmured. The Wolfhound nuzzled Guunji. Guunji picked up the Wolfhound and whispered to it. Looking at the stones he collected for me, I guess he's nearby. But why wouldn't he come out? Is he afraid of getting in trouble with me? The Wolfhound shook its head subconsciously. However, Guunji didn't see it. The scene of the big wolf giving Guunji the stones was witnessed by many orcs. I was among them. She walked over to Guunji and squatted down. Did that wolf give it to you? Guunji shook his head. No, someone asked him to give it to me. Anyone who could command the wolf was no ordinary person. Aya looked worried. You should be on your guard. Guunji completely misunderstood the meaning behind Aya's words. I will. Oh, Aya. Ah Gu isn't young anymore. He must know his limits. The orc next to him teased. After all, Ah Gu is old enough to be pursued by orcs. Who has Ah Gu set his sights on? There should be plenty of orcs around here who are worth his attention. We come back and get him back for you, another orc said, patting his chest. Aya hated the instigation of these simple-minded, strong-limbed individuals. She glared at the two orcs and said, "Third uncle, seventh uncle, could you please stop joking like that? That's not funny at all." Aya's position in the village was somewhat like that of Abu's successor. The two orcs fell silent at her signs of irritation. Guunji observed this and, after a few seconds of silence, said, "I'm not attracted to anyone. It's just the drawbridge effect that makes me feel attracted to someone. But it should be over soon." Drawbridge effect? Aya was stunned. She was also a reckless person, completely clueless about certain subjects. Guunji shrugged. "If you don't know, forget it." He didn't mean to analyze himself. The Wolfhound, however, seemed thoughtful after hearing about the drawbridge effect. He rubbed Guunji's shoulder again. Aya realized he didn't have anyone in mind, so after careful consideration, she let him go and returned to her own business. Guunji finally had a moment to breathe and went to look at the stones one by one. Normally, no one paid much attention to the stones of the desolate planet. It was only after hearing about the road paving project that the orcs began to look. Guunji discovered quite a few stones with valuable materials. Perhaps jade was no longer popular in the interstellar world, but Guunji felt that some of the stones looked different from ordinary stones, with the cracks faintly revealing the appearance of jade. He set these stones aside and returned to examining the original stones, finally selecting several suitable for paving. After picking up these two stones, Guunji piled the others in the corner. Now that he had no jade cutting tools, these stones would likely rot in his yard. But Guunji still wanted to study the paving stones he had brought back. Guunji walked back with the wolf. Because it was mealtime, the beastmen on the road were hurrying home, and no one noticed Guunji carrying a pile of stones. Guunji was also happy about this. The yard was still in disarray. Guunji dropped the stones on the ground and said to the Wolfhound, "I'm going to cook. Xiaomu, will you go find food by yourself or eat with me?" The Wolfhound didn't enter the house. Guunji instantly understood what the Wolfhound meant. He smiled and nodded the Wolfhound's head, instructing, "Then you must come back early. And don't catch any more food for me. There are enough pheasants in the chicken coop." Of course the Wolfhound knew. He rubbed Guunji's palm, turned around and walked out. Guunji watched the Wolfhound scurry away until the wolf was out of sight, then returned to the house. Now that he was back home, the chances of Guunji getting into trouble were almost zero. The Wolfhound seized the opportunity to slip out of the village. He was going to find Big Wolf. As expected, Big Wolf was still living not far from the village. Big Wolf hadn't left the area during this time. Easy to find. When the Wolfhound found him, Big Wolf was leisurely devouring a wild animal. A mouthful of blood. The Wolfhound frowned and turned to look like Wei Yanjia. "You really act like a wild animal now." Big Wolf was unconcerned. "I knew you'd come looking for me again." He had anticipated this when he had teased Guunji before. The Wolfhound wouldn't tolerate him bullying Guunji. "Didn't I tell him not to tell him who gave it to him? In this situation, getting involved with me won't do him any good," Wei Yanjia said coldly. "If he won't accept it, what can I do?" Big Wolf replied with a rather sly face. Knowing that this wolf was unbearable, Wei Yanjia sighed. "Never mind, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the task I asked you to do." Chapter 26. Faced with serious matters, Big Wolf was clearly less relaxed. "I contacted the list you gave me. They say it's been a month and a half since you disappeared." Duan Weiyin whispered, "But strangely, your father suppressed the news, saying only that you were seriously injured. It's as if he didn't want anyone else to know you were missing." The only people who knew about Wei Yanjia's disappearance were the captured traitor and Marshal Wei's confidants. Wei Yanjia rubbed his temples. "Sure enough, someone's watching me and doesn't want me to be recognized as an outstanding graduate. Outstanding graduates of the Interstellar Military Academy can directly enter the border defense system and become management trainees within the army. These days, there's no concept of hereditary succession in the military, but selection inevitably favors the offspring of powerful orcs. Because of Marshal Wei, once Wei Yanjia earned the title of outstanding graduate, his management trainee path would lead to the succession to the marshal. The main planet only has one marshal, and his family has only one son. Ambitious individuals are bound to harbor ulterior motives. Either deny him the title of outstanding graduate and the chance to become a management trainee, or simply kill him. Wei Yinja dared to say that if his father hadn't suppressed the news in time, the desolate planet would have been bombarded 4 or 5 times by now. If he were dead, the position of Marshal would be uncertain. Are you still planning to stay in hiding? Wouldn't it be safer to recover on the main planet? Duan Wayne asked. That's not necessarily true. Wei Yinja shook his head. I was tricked into coming here while on a mission on the main planet. Besides, he hadn't finished his words when Duan Wayne inexplicably understood. If Wei Yinja returned to the main planet now, the people behind the scenes would undoubtedly be curious about everything on Desolate Planet. How could someone who was nearly killed recover so quickly? What unspeakable secrets does Desolate Planet hide? If Guunji hadn't been around, suspicion would have been just fine. However, the person on Desolate Planet who couldn't be seen by the public right now was Guunji, this human. Duan Wayne smiled at the thought of Guunji. You've been sneaking out for quite some time. Aren't you going back to find your little human? Wei Yinja gritted his teeth. Duan Wayne continued, the number of animals here has decreased significantly recently because of me. If you don't find prey now, you return to the little human hungry. His words were laced with sarcasm, but Wei Yinja knew he was speaking the truth. If he didn't return home on time, Guunji would be out looking for the dog again. Wei Yinja wouldn't let Guunji go out alone again. He couldn't get over the last incident with the 2 beasts. If he hadn't followed Guunji, hadn't taken action in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Anyway, remember to have my father's subordinates come meet me. Wei Yinja transformed back into a wolfhound and wagged his tail. There's some delicious fruit to the east. The big wolf nodded, offering a kind reminder. As the big wolf had expected, the wolfhound decisively headed east upon hearing his words. The wolfhound ate a quick snack along the way, and then searched for fruit in the east. As the sun set, the wolfhound returned to the village with a bag full of fruit. The mingled scent of the orcs made the wolfhound sneeze. But the closer it got to the waterside home, the more it could smell the delicate fragrance of humans. It's hard to describe the smell, but the wolfhound could smell it from 10 meters away. Following the scent back to the yard, the wolfhound raised its paw and knocked on the door. A moment later, the fragrant little human opened the iron gate and immediately picked him up. Xiaomu, you're back. Guunji squeezed the wolfhound's paw and rubbed its belly. After the inspection, Guunji took a towel and wiped the wolfhound's paw. What did you bring today? Guunji opened the wolfhound's hanging bag and saw it was filled with fruit. The wolfhound howled and buried its head in his chest, making Guunji sweat. Guunji carried the wolfhound and the fruit bag into the house. Putting the wolfhound down, Guunji rinsed the fruit and took a bite. The fruit the wolfhound brought back was all edible, but some tasted good, while others needed seasoning. This time, the fruit was particularly delicious. Guunji was delighted. Knowing the wolfhound's habits, he had prepared a number of small treats for it as a reward. A few days ago, he had killed a colorful chicken and had just ripped some chicken strips to make jerky for the wolfhound. He found some freshly dried meat, soaked it in water, and fed it to the wolfhound. The wolfhound howled, bit off the meat, and chewed happily on the side. Guunji petted the wolfhound. Xiaomu. The more he looked at the wolfhound, the cuter he found it. Guunji kissed it, and stood up contentedly. I'm going to Abu's this afternoon. You can go and have fun. Just be careful to avoid that big wolf. In Guunji's mind, although the wolfhound couldn't speak, it was more sensitive to human emotions than any animal in its original world. Therefore, even though the wolfhound didn't understand, Guunji always told it where he was going. Sure enough, the wolfhound barked a few times, as if it understood. Guunji patted its head. While the wolfhound was away, Guunji and Abu agreed to go together to check the paving stones. Having the road completed soon would make life much more convenient for the village. Guunji studied wheels, and wanted to try making a cart. This would allow the orcs to store more food before winter arrived. However, to complete this plan, a smooth road surface was paramount. Guunji quickly ate his 3 meals, and then headed out again, carrying his backpack. The wolfhound watched him from behind, standing still. Most of the stones Guunji carried to Abu were found by Wei Yinja. They didn't overlap with the stones in the village, and most of them were more suitable for the road surface. It was clear that Wei Yinja had put a lot of thought into it. After seeing these stones, Abu had to admit that the village's orcs' discerning eyesight wasn't as good as that of outsiders. The stones used for gravel roads needed to be moderately hard, wear-resistant, non-slip, and readily available. The most readily available stones around the village were probably pebbles. However, the riverside was a popular spot for orcs, so Guunji couldn't possibly mine the pebbles there. Guunji brought several types of rock, but he only recognized granite and limestone. If it were his time, Guunji would definitely use these two types of rocks for road construction. However, there were several types of rocks from the orc era that he wasn't familiar with, and their properties seemed much better than those he knew. Therefore, this matter fell to Abu to decide. Building a gravel path isn't difficult. Guunji had done it before when he was working on micro-landscapes. But he used pebbles. This was his first attempt at using other rocks. The first step in building a gravel path is clearing the base. This requires the orcs to remove the loose surface soil. Based on the quality of the village soil, this would require at least 30 centimeters. Considering the weight of the orc's beast forms, Guunji estimated it would take about 50. The second step is to compact the soil. This requires the orcs to repeatedly tamp the base with a wooden rammer or stone roller to prevent settling. Finally, the base layer is laid. The gravel path is complete. On the base of the gravel path, the orcs need to lay large crushed stones or river pebbles to increase the bearing capacity. Then, coarse sand or clay mixed with crushed bricks is added for leveling and drainage. Listening to Guunji's instructions, Abu quickly selected a dark gray stone with a lot of fine white sand. The two were talking animatedly, but were interrupted at the critical moment of making a decision. "Abu, someone from the beast tribe is coming!" Aya shouted from outside the courtyard. This was the first time Guunji had heard of a beast tribe orc in a long time. Abu wasn't surprised. He put down his stone and said to Aya, "I'll be right there." He then patted Guunji on the shoulder and said, "This has something to do with you too. Come with me." Guunji followed Abu outside, bewildered. The person from the beast tribe was Hujin. Abu hadn't expected this. As the leader of the tiger tribe among the beast tribes, Hujin was undoubtedly very powerful. Seeing Abu and Guunji, Hujin threw the two orcs in front of him. Placing a foot on the back of one of them, Hujin said coldly, "I brought these two scumbags with me. Isn't the reason the orcs are so eager for the main planet so much because it has the best medical facilities? Medical facilities can delay the orcs' transformation into beasts. No one wants to become a beast. The biggest difference between orcs and beasts is that orcs are incapable of attacking humans. But beasts' diets include humans. These two orcs want to eat Guunji. Even a ruthless person like Hujin doesn't know what's going on in their minds. They're more than just orc scum. They're no different from beasts. You can do with them. I, Hujin, owe you a favor," Hujin said coldly. Guunji had no idea Hujin's purpose for coming this time. His mind froze when Abu pushed him in front of him. "Huh?" Hujin looked at Abu. "You didn't tell him." Abu smiled and replied, "No. Little Gu is very busy." Hujin took a deep breath. "Today we're here to apologize," he said, bowing deeply. "I'm sorry. Such scum has emerged from the beasts. It's my fault for mismanaging them." Guunji was momentarily at a loss for words, as he watched the towering Hujin bow so vigorously. His resentment towards the beasts faded somewhat, and he muttered, "It's okay." He was safe, and he even met Wei Yinja. That was enough to ease his anxiety about being attacked by the beasts. Hujin glared at the two orcs at his feet with disgust, and said in a deep voice, "They are left to you. Whether they live or die is irrelevant." He then added, "But I suggest you kill them. Such inhumane orcs are a danger no matter how they remain in the world." I hadn't expected the beasts to have such a bottom line. Guunji pondered. He nodded, "I consider it. By the way, I'm asking you about someone you know." Chapter 27. Do you know a beastman named Wei Yinja? Since he'd happened to meet someone from the beast race, Guunji wanted to take this rare opportunity to inquire about Wei Yinja. He wasn't sure Wei Yinja was a beastman from the beast race, but aside from Big Wolf, no one else here knew him. The name sounds familiar. "But he shouldn't be in our gathering place," Hujin said. When Guunji heard this, he knew Wei Yinja wasn't at the beast race. It was natural for him to be familiar. Wei Yinja said he was the marshal's child, and a marshal's child must have attracted considerable attention. If this person wasn't at the beast race gathering place, then this gathering place wouldn't be where Wei Yinja was staying. "What are you looking for him for?" "I can help you ask other gathering places," Hujin said. "No." Guunji shook his head. He didn't know why Wei Yinja wasn't at the gathering place. But given his secretive demeanor, there must be a reason. If he asked others to inquire, it might put Wei Yinja in danger. Guunji had given up. Hujin didn't dwell on it, simply assuming that Guunji had some connection with this orc. He thought for a moment, then said, "If this person you're talking about comes to our gathering place, I'll let you know." Guunji thanked him. After two orcs had tarnished the reputation of the beasts, Hujin didn't dare touch Guunji. Since he couldn't let his relationship with Huangshi deteriorate any further, he had to mend the previous rift. Since Hujin had become one of the managers, he was certainly no fool. The next thing Abu and Hujin needed to discuss was something they needed to discuss. Guunji and the other orcs didn't stay there any longer. He captured the 2 orcs who had attacked him and quickly asked the others to lock them up. Although he had promised to deal with the 2 as soon as possible, it was impossible for anyone in peacetime to do that. For now, let's just use them as hard labor, Guunji thought. His discussion with Abu was almost over, and Guunji planned to return to his own affairs. The Wolfhound finally waited for its human. Seeing that the human had safely returned home, it came tumbling up to it. Guunji hugged the Wolfhound and sat down on his bamboo chair, swaying. Xiaomu, the beastmen came to apologize to me today. The Wolfhound nudged him. Although Hujin said it was best to kill those 2, and I know I should do it, how can I possibly do it? Guunji sighed. The Wolfhound howled. I even asked Hujin if Wei Yinja was at their gathering place. At this point, Guunji's Wolfhound stiffened. However, as usual, Guunji couldn't detect a single sign of something amiss with the Wolfhound. He treated the Wolfhound as a pet, not suspecting or even caring about its thoughts. Where could Wei Yinja be, you ask? He wouldn't have settled in the wilderness, would he? The more Guunji thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He had only seen Wei Yinja twice. Once, while he and Big Wolf were talking near the village. It was unclear who had arranged the location, but since they were both near the village, they couldn't have been far away. The second time was in the woods near his potato field. It was already within the village's sphere of influence, making it seem even closer. Plus, Hujin said Wei Yinja wasn't at the beast gathering area. Guunji suspected Wei Yinja was probably hiding in the forest surrounding their village. After all, their encounter was a fluke, so how could it be so coincidental that Wei Yinja could save him so haphazardly a second time? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that his idea was right. He suddenly stood up from the bamboo chair and put the Wolfhound on the ground. I make a tent. It hadn't rained much these days, so Wei Yinja could live in the woods without any problems. But if it rained in the future, a tent would be better than nothing. Guunji immediately got to work, walking over to his pile of materials and selecting a few. Building a tent was obviously not as difficult as building a house or a box. Even in the wild, with enough knowledge, a tent could be quickly constructed. Especially for orcs, whose fighting power was far superior to that of ordinary beasts. Guunji was building a tent in order to revise the design. He was going to give the design to Wei Yinja as well. As a weak human, the materials Guunji could gather were clearly not the best. If Wei Yinja wanted to use the best materials on the desolate planet to build a tent, he had to rely on himself. Guunji was well aware of this. He had plenty of animal skins and bamboo poles, so building a tent wasn't a difficult task. 3 bamboo poles were arranged into a cone shape, then tied together with processed animal sinews to create a simple frame. Guunji compared the lengths and decided he should get some longer poles. He found a few of the longest bamboo poles and prepared to cut them down with his machete and sharpen them. Guunji had become a master at cutting bamboo poles and rounding them. Even the nearby Wolfhound had to admit that while Guunji lacked brute strength, he possessed considerable skill through practice. The hide was quickly cut and sewn, and several holes were added just wide enough for the vines to pass through. Guunji threaded the vines through the holes, tied a few knots, and slowly pulled out a tent large enough for 2 of them to sleep in. He nodded with satisfaction and said joyfully to the Wolfhound, "Giving this to Wei Yinja should be very useful, right?" The Wolfhound was stunned. Since Wei Yinja was a military academy student, he wouldn't be too inexperienced to even pitch a tent. But this simple tent was the first he had ever seen. Interstellar tents had long since evolved into portable, compact spheres that could be opened up to create a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. However, not everyone understood the principle. So, upon arriving on the desolate planet, Wei Yinja hadn't considered building a tent. If everyone knew how to make a tent, there wouldn't be so many people sleeping in tin boxes. Wouldn't it be better to assemble a tin box and a tent than to live in a tin box? Guunji actually built him a primitive tent. The Wolfhound fell silent. It's just that I don't know where he is right now. I should probably go find Duan Wayne. Then, Guunji frowned. I really don't like Duan Wayne. He even bullies our little Moo. Pet lovers expressed their condemnation. The dog is so adorable, why would anyone threaten it? Of course, Guunji didn't dislike Duan Wayne so much that he wouldn't even let him pass things. Guunji even knew Duan Wayne had settled in a cave in the forest outside their village. He was about to carry a box over, as a reward for Duan Wayne's delivery. Seeing Guunji about to leave, the Wolfhound followed him slowly. He felt a pang of regret. If he had known Guunji would build a tent for him, he would have left him a way to contact him. Although he couldn't go with the Wolfhound, it wasn't impossible for him to go get it himself after Guunji fell asleep. After all, he had been running around every day recently, and had already found his space button and intelligent computer. Guunji had no idea that the Wolfhound's equipment had already been recovered. He had nothing when he arrived on the desolate planet. Putting himself in his shoes, Guunji naturally assumed Wei Yanjia was in a similar situation. Soon, he found Duan Wayne in a cave in the forest. Guunji explained his purpose. Duan Wayne hadn't expected such a dramatic turn of events. He assumed that even if Wei Yanjia had been protecting Guunji wouldn't have known there was such a powerful orc behind him. But now, Guunji showed extraordinary concern for Wei Yanjia. Do you know his background? Duan Wayne asked. Guunji hummed, looking curiously at the large wolf crouching in the cave. Isn't he the son of the Lord Star Marshal? Aren't you afraid he's a bad guy? Or that he's lying to you? Why should I be afraid? He saved me. And what about me would warrant his lying to me? Duan Wayne was speechless. Guunji put down his belongings. Anyway, I can't contact him. I can only ask you to pass the things on. Don't tell me you can't contact him either. I know you must have a way to contact him. Duan Wayne pondered, wondering how someone could be so slow-witted. Okay. Duan Wayne lost his desire to tease. He glanced at the Wolfhound at Guunji's feet and grinned. It's great to still have someone thinking about you even after you arrived on the desolate planet. But, Duan Wayne turned his gaze back to Guunji and straightened his demeanor. You should know that you two are not on the same page. You'd better stay out of his way. Wei Yanjia would eventually return to the main planet, but Guunji couldn't leave the desolate planet so easily right now. Even with the protection of the 3 people from the gathering place, Guunji still wouldn't have enough to protect the orc-resistant gadgets he possessed. The more Duan Wayne thought about it, the merrier he became. Guunji hadn't expected Duan Wayne to suddenly address him so seriously. He was silent for a moment, then, with a hint of stubbornness, asked, How do you know we're not on the same side? Duan Wayne scoffed. He wants to leave the desolate planet immediately. Can you? Do you know if he come back after he leaves? Guunji's mood plummeted instantly at these 2 words. His recent leisurely life had made him overlook the gap between him and Wei Yanjia. Guunji had already realized that while the item he possessed might be circulated on the desolate planet, if word got out to the main planet, he wouldn't be in good shape. Even if he had some ties to Wei Yanjia, Marshal Wei couldn't protect him. Just give him the item. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Guunji's smile faded. He turned and left the cave with his Wolfhound. The Wolfhound had known things were bad the moment Duan Wayne said, We're not on the same side. Now, seeing Guunji's expression, he was even more worried. He pressed against Guunji's calf. Guunji felt the warmth and glanced at the Wolfhound. It's okay. Forced with a smile, Guunji rubbed the Wolfhound. It's just that I might. The rest of his words were lost between his lips. Chapter 28. It wasn't a feeling of loss, nor was it a broken heart. Guunji himself wasn't entirely sure what he thought of Wei Yanjia. But he knew that he felt incredibly relaxed with Wei Yanjia. Wei Yanjia was one of the few people who allowed him to relax in this strange world. When he returned to the village, he happened to see Abu escorting Hu Jin and the others out, and Guunji instinctively went over to him. Uncle Abu. Abu noticed him. You're out. Guunji, huh? Yeah. His tone sounded lost, and with an outsider around, Abu couldn't ask for details. The old orc glanced at the people around him, nodded, and stepped out of the crowd. Little Gu, I see you off. The orc stood in front of Guunji. Guunji paid no attention, and the orc followed him. Abu hurried off to see Hu Jin off. Halfway through, the orc said to Guunji, The beast tribe has decided to merge with our village. That's what Hu Jin and Uncle Abu just discussed. Guunji came to his senses and asked with some surprise, The beast tribe wants to merge with us? The beast tribe was no less powerful than others, and suddenly coming to us and saying they wanted to merge with Huang, she seemed strange. But the orc didn't react. He smiled and said, It must be the work of the wolf outside the village. Guunji belatedly remembered that the wolf had promised him a larger gathering place. To his surprise, he hadn't even offered the wolf much, and it had already secured his favor. He hadn't even seen the wolf go to the beast gathering place. Then how should we arrange for them? Guunji was worried about the lack of housing. The number of people at the beast gathering place was probably smaller than 70 or 80, and Huangshi currently only had a little over 100. It was obviously unrealistic to simply allow the beasts to migrate to their territory. Besides, Huangshi didn't have that many empty houses. We probably let them build their own houses outside the village, the orc replied. Guunji frowned at this answer. Not to disperse them? The orc scratched the back of his head. Uncle Abu said that with that wolf around, the beasts won't stick together. Guunji was skeptical. Do you believe him? The orc smiled. He's a wolf orc. A wolf orc would never go back on his word. Guunji didn't know why the orc was so trusting of the wolf orc. But the orc probably understood the other orcs better than he did. But the wall at the village entrance is already up. Are you planning to tear it down, or build another one? The village entrance wasn't far from the forest, and building another wall would likely require cutting down trees. Of course, another option was to let the beasts live across the river. Currently, there were only his potato fields across the river. Uncle Abu hasn't said anything yet. He might come back to discuss it with you, the orc said. Guunji nodded. The two of them reached a road not far from home. Guunji wasn't in the habit of having orcs escort him home, and since it was already getting late, he said goodbye to the escort. He nodded to the orc guards and said, "Just drop us off here. My home is just up ahead. It's only a short distance away. How about we give it a go?" The orc said worriedly, his golden eyes filled with disapproval. "Don't worry, I've walked this route many times." Guunji smiled and shook his head. "Besides, this is in the village, I'd be fine." The orc, seeing his stubbornness, finally nodded in agreement. "Then you should hurry home too." After watching the orc leave, Guunji turned around and continued his journey back, a bit lost in thought. As one of the few purebred humans on the desolate planet, he had long since grown accustomed to this protected state, yet every time he walked this route alone, he still felt a sense of relief. The orcs really treated him like a porcelain doll. After more than 20 years of being a grown man, he found it a bit too much for him. Shaking off the pressure of being treated like a porcelain doll by the orcs, Guunji's mind returned to the blueprints. In a couple of days, he'd probably have to conduct a field survey of the surroundings outside the village to revise the building blueprints. Although the ferocious orcs probably had no requirements for the surrounding buildings, he still had to revise the design overnight. Consider not only the adult orcs, but also the cubs over there. Thinking of those furry little orc cubs, Guunji's lips curled up unconsciously. But after turning a corner, Guunji suddenly stopped. A familiar figure sat on a rock by the road ahead. The setting sun stretched his shadow long. He lowered his head, as if waiting for something. As if hearing footsteps, the orc raised his head. "Wei Yanjia." Guunji ran forward in surprise. "Why are you here?" If he had known Wei Yanjia had come back to see him, he would never have gone to Duan Wayne. Wei Yanjia seemed a little embarrassed. "I knew you went to see him." He took 2 steps forward, keeping a safe distance. "Don't believe him." After he finished speaking, his ears suddenly flushed, as if remembering something, and his voice became softer. "You gave me something, and I have to give you something in return." With that, he pulled out a knife and a fret saw from his space button. These were the only 2 items in his space button that would be useful to Guunji. He had been debating when to give the gifts to Guunji, but now was the perfect opportunity. Guunji took the knife and fret saw, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of Wei Yanjia's hand. At that moment, he felt Wei Yanjia's slight tremor. Wei Yanjia quickly withdrew his hand, the blush on his ear becoming more pronounced in the setting sun. Guunji observed him and suddenly asked, "Do you often give gifts like this?" Hearing his words, Wei Yanjia felt less embarrassed. He chuckled softly, "Only you." He paused, then added, "These are the only 2 things I need. Thank you for the tint." Guunji looked up in surprise, then suddenly realized something and glanced around. "You haven't been around me this whole time, have you?" Upon closer inspection, he discovered a major problem. "No, where's my Xiaomu?" How could such a large wolfhound disappear just a few steps away? Wei Yanjia's body visibly stiffened for a moment, a flicker of panic in his eyes. It must have run off after some small animal. He looked away, toward the distant bushes. All canines behave like this. Guunji frowned, suspicious. "Did I ever tell you that Xiaomu and I are canines?" The evening breeze rustled through the trees, bringing a rustling sound. Wei Yanjia's Adam's apple rolled, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on his tense face. He opened his mouth, but ultimately turned away. "It's getting late, you should go back." Guunji didn't move. He stared at Wei Yanjia's profile, acutely noticing his nervousness. Though he didn't know why, Guunji had no intention of delving deeper. Wei Yanjia had always been mysterious to him. "Where have you been living lately?" Guunji suddenly changed the subject, his fingers gently tugging at Wei Yanjia's sleeve. "I've always had a feeling you lived not far from here." It seems I was right. Wei Yanjia's shoulders stiffened noticeably for a moment. "It doesn't matter," he whispered. Guunji was about to retort, but his heart tightened at his unpredictable expression. How could he have forgotten that Wei Yanjia clearly had no intention of showing up? He lowered his voice, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Can't you appear in public? Guunji's perceptiveness caused Wei Yanjia's expression to become complicated. He looked down at Guunji's fingers tugging at his sleeve, the warmth from them making his eyes flicker slightly. Some things. His voice was raspy. I'm keeping it from you for your own good. Are we friends? Guunji suddenly asked. Wei Yanjia blinked. Yes. Then, whether you let me know or not, I want to help you as a friend. The words were like a stone dropped into a calm lake. Wei Yanjia's head snapped up, his eyes, previously unrevealed, narrowing to a thin line. His breathing became heavy, condensing into a white mist in the night sky. He thought he was truly moved. This human was truly provocative. Wei Yanjia grabbed Guunji's wrist with such force that it nearly broke his bones, but hastily released it the moment Guunji frowned. Aren't you afraid? He asked. Can't you guess that I was tricked into coming here? If you interact with me anymore, you'd be in danger too. Guunji raised an eyebrow and took a step forward, so close that their breaths practically blended. No, he whispered. I don't know why, but seeing you makes me feel safe. That's why I want to be your friend. My house is close to the river, but it's also close to the forest across the river. Guunji said quickly, his eyes brightening dramatically. If you're staying over there, you can always come to my house and rest. Wei Yanjia's Adam's apple rolled up and down, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. I'm afraid I really get you into trouble. He gritted his teeth. Then let's give it a try. Guunji smiled. Anyway, I don't think I end up any worse off than you if I reveal the blueprints. So are you coming? Okay. He finally sighed in resignation. If I have nowhere else to go, I come to your house. Then come and get acquainted with the place today. Satisfied, Guunji took Wei Yanjia's hand and walked towards the lighted house at the end of the path. Guunji, don't mention it. I was thinking of introducing Xiaomu to you. It's just a shame Xiaomu isn't here. I know him. Wei Yanjia said. He's quite large, with beautiful fur. You've taken good care of him. As a pet owner, Guunji loved hearing this. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, I also packed a lot of snacks for Xiaomu. Since you're an orc, could you show me some and suggest any improvements? Yes, sure. The moonlight stretched their shadows immensely, until they merged, indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 29. This was Wei Yanjia's first time to visit this house in human form. This was also the first time Guunji had invited an orc into his space. He didn't know why he trusted this orc who had only saved him once, but Guunji was happy to share his joy with the orc. Did you build this yourself? Wei Yanjia's voice interrupted Guunji's thoughts. Although they were indoors, his short white hair still shone brightly, and his golden eyes, like the sun, carefully surveyed the house he had meticulously designed. Well, it's not big, but it already has the feel of modern society. Guunji stepped aside to let Wei Yanjia in, feeling a little proud. I just arrived on this planet, and I've already built a house like this for myself. Wei Yanjia stepped forward to survey the entire house, sniffing. So small. Guunji, seeing this, suddenly remembered the time when the Wolfhound had first brought him here. He also sniffed, revealing a look of disdain. Could he be a canine too? He subconsciously held his breath, as if he understood why Big Wolf knew this man. The room was meticulously decorated in a simple style, with solid wood furniture accented by plants he transplanted from the wild. This place is more comfortable than I expected, Wei Yanjia commented, his eyes scanning the shelf in the corner of the living room. You've made so many things. I guess I was right to give you the wire saw. Guunji placed the wire saw and knife he'd given her on the shelf, and walked toward the kitchen. Would you like something to drink? I have homemade juice, and some infused fruits I've traded with other orcs. Water will be fine. Wei Yanjia sat down on the sofa, his posture so straight that his tenseness was palpable. Guunji noticed that he subconsciously glanced around before sitting down, as if assessing the safety margin. When Guunji returned to the living room with 2 glasses of water, he found Wei Yanjia carefully examining the tools on the shelf. He remembered that he had handcrafted quite a few tools for his own crafts. You made so many tools? Didn't those orcs bring any of them when they came to the desolate planet? Wei Yanjia asked, his brows furrowed slightly. Guunji's fingers clenched. How could he say he couldn't use orc tools? He didn't know any of those advanced tools, so he could only rely on his memory to replicate what he remembered. Not wanting to continue this topic that could easily expose his identity, Guunji hastily placed the water cup on the coffee table. By the way, are your injuries completely healed? When I saw you that day, I remember you had quite a few wounds from protecting me. Wei Yinja took the water cup, his fingertips inadvertently brushing the back of Guunji's hand. It's healed. As long as the wounds aren't fatal, orcs have strong recovery abilities. He took a sip of water, his Adam's apple bobbing. I wanted to come check on you sooner, but something delayed me. Guunji sat down beside him, quietly observing the mysterious orc. Can you tell me why you suddenly came to my rescue that day? Guunji asked tentatively. We haven't met before, have we? Wei Yinja's eyes flickered. You're human after all. Anyone who encounters a purely human being attacked would intervene. You don't have to take it personally. He put down his water cup, curious. By the way, where did you learn to make these things? From what I understand, it's not something that one family on the main planet can monopolize. Every orc clan has its own specialties. Especially those who have been in business for thousands of years. Even the Wei family only has 1 or 2 such blueprints. Even so, the products churned out on their production lines have made this newly emerged faction incredibly wealthy. Guunji didn't want to say much, simply saying, it was a coincidence. Come, and see what you'd like to know the principles behind. I can sell them to you at a good price. During their conversation, he showed Wei Yinja around every corner of the house. The small kitchen, the neat bathroom, the resting living room, and finally the bedroom. Guunji showed it off generously, but Wei Yinja looked a little strange. Is this your room? Wei Yinja stood by the open doorway to the hide, not daring to enter. Even after living there for so long, Guunji's bedroom remained simple. A single bed, a nightstand, and a large, pull-out cabinet. The only distinctive feature was the rarely used doghouse beneath his bed. Guunji nodded. It's not big, but it should be more comfortable than other work homes, right? If you get tired, you can rest here for a while. He regretted the words the moment they left his mouth. Inviting someone to sleep in his bedroom after only their 3rd meeting, no matter how you think about it, he's up to something. Sure enough, Guunji noticed that Wei Yinja had a half smile on his face as he listened to his words. Are you inviting me into your bedroom? Wei Yinja's voice deepened. Guunji felt a strange pang of guilt. Well, I simply thought you could come and rest when you're tired. I really didn't mean anything else. Wei Yinja's expression grew even more complicated. He took a deep breath and stared at Guunji with a serious expression. Do you know what it means for orcs and humans to share a bedroom? Guunji's mind went blank at the question, and he realized he might have fallen into a cultural blind spot. I'm sorry, Although they were both male, it seemed like he was human and the other was an orc. Were there any taboos? Humans and orcs living together meant they were partners. This was true even for male humans and orcs. Wei Yinja spoke directly, his voice calm, but with a hint of emotion Guunji couldn't decipher. Orcs have a very keen sense of smell. Sharing a private space involves exchanging a great deal of scent information. Guunji's face instantly burned, and he took a step back in embarrassment. Wasn't he giving away that he wasn't from this era? Anxious, Guunji didn't even dare to ask. Wei Yinja observed Guunji's bewildered expression, his lips curled slightly. It's okay. I guess you really didn't mean it. After all, I rarely show any orcish traits. He turned and walked towards the living room. Thank you for your kindness. Guunji followed him back to the living room, her heart still beating unsteadily. He stole a glance at Wei Yinja's profile, and noticed he didn't seem truly angry, but rather amused. Would you like to stay for dinner? I can cook. Guunji blurted out, then nervously added, it's a friendly invitation. Wei Yinja chuckled, no. He glanced out the window at the darkening sky. If I stay any longer, it'd be dangerous walking in the woods. Guunji felt a strange sense of loss. But he also understood that Wei Yinja's safety was more important. Although Wei Yinja was heading for the door, his peripheral vision kept watching Guunji. Sensing Guunji's displeasure, he paused after a moment's thought. But if you have anything delicious you'd like to share with me, next time, just tell me directly. I bring you the ingredients, and you can just cook it and share it with me. Guunji's eyes lit up. Then don't leave yet. I give you some dried meat to take home and try. If you like it, bring me the ingredients next time, and I make it for you. He quickly walked to the kitchen, and pulled out several sealed bags of his special dried meat from the cabinet. Wolfhounds love dried meat, and Guunji had an inexplicable feeling that Wei Yinja would like it too. No reason, just intuition. He handed the dried meat to Wei Yinja, who took it and slapped it on his wrist. The dried meat vanished. Guunji, surprised, walked over curiously. What kind of high-tech is this? Wei Yinja showed him something on his wrist, a military space button. He wore a beautiful metallic watch. He pointed to a blue dot on the inside of the dial. Top-notch defense material. Even if I die in space, this thing can still be found based on its location. Although he had already disconnected the positioning system. Guunji stared at the watch in his hand in shock. Space button? So advanced? You didn't know? Wei Yanjia raised an eyebrow. On the main planet, almost everyone has a space button to store their belongings. He displayed the watch on his wrist and said with a hint of wonder, "Aren't you from the main planet? But all pure humans are sent there." "Aw, I know. It's just that they're not that advanced." Guunji's mind suddenly flashed back to the watch he had just worn when he opened his eyes on this planet. Guunji's heartbeat quickened, and a terrifying hypothesis formed in his mind. What if he hadn't been transported to this world? What if this body originally belonged to this world? Well, he was about to ask more when Wei Yanjia checked the time. "I really should go." Wei Yanjia picked up the food Guunji had prepared. Guunji suddenly remembered that he hadn't given her his contact information. "Wait! Didn't you say you'd come back? How can I contact you then?" Wei Yanjia paused at the door, seemingly contemplating for a moment. Then, with a hint of mystery, he said, "You can have that Wolfhound come find me." Guunji blinked. "Huh? The Wolfhound you rescued?" Wei Yanjia's expression was unreadable. "He can smell me and bring me a message." Guunji was skeptical. "Really? Is Xiaomu that smart?" Wei Yanjia's gaze shifted. "Yes." As if recalling something, he reached out and gently touched Guunji's cheek. "Anyway, just take care of yourself. I come see you when I have time." Then he walked out the door, his figure quickly disappearing into the twilight. Guunji stood at the door, his fingers unconsciously stroking the spot Wei Yanjia had touched, unable to recover for a long time. "What the hell?" Guunji muttered. "Why does he feel like a jerk?" Chapter 30. The days on the desolate planet were dull yet fulfilling. When he noticed the first rain falling, Guunji suddenly realized that he had gone from the end of spring to the middle and late summer on the desolate planet. Guunji sat not far from the door, gazing at the gray sky through the lifted animal hide, his brow furrowed. He had originally planned to call in a few strong orcs from the village to help pave the gravel road today, but now it seemed that plan would be postponed indefinitely. "Why is it raining?" Guunji frowned, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough wood grain of the door frame. The rainy season on the desolate planet arrived without warning. Yesterday was still a hot and dry summer, but when he opened his eyes this morning, the whole world was shrouded in a curtain of water. Guunji stood up and brushed the non-existent dust off his linen pants. The house was the most useful work he had done in the past few months. Although simple, it at least provided shelter from the wind and rain. But not all orcs have such houses. For example, the recently arrived beast tribe. Due to the weather, they didn't have time to build their houses, leaving some to spend the night in caves in the forest. Thankfully, there aren't many such orcs. "I wonder what Abu will do with those orcs," Guunji muttered. He walked to the stove and squatted down to check the remaining charcoal from yesterday. The firewood beneath the stove had completely cooled, and the damp air filled the room with a musty smell. Guunji sighed and reached for the few remaining dry firewood nearby. Due to the sudden downpour, Guunji's family had run low on firewood. This was something he hadn't expected. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Guunji straightened up and turned toward the door. A gruff voice rang out. "Xiao Gu, are you home?" "Yes." Guunji hurried to the yard and, braving the wind and rain, opened the creaking iron gate. A familiar orc from the village stood outside. He had a humanoid body, but was covered in short, brown-gray fur. His ears were pointed, and his nose and mouth protruded forward, reminiscent of the wolves of his previous world. At this moment, the orc was shaking the water from his head, holding a bundle of dead branches tied with vines in his arms. "Uncle Acha? Why are you here in such heavy rain?" Guunji quickly stepped aside. "It's pouring. Let's get inside and take shelter." The orc hesitated, looking down at his dripping fur. "Isn't this a bad idea? It's raining so hard, forget about it." Guunji grabbed Achu's wrist without hesitation and dragged him inside. Achu stood cautiously at the door, refusing to enter Guunji's house. He placed the dead branches in his arms on the ground and said honestly, "Abu asked me to bring you some firewood. The rainy season has fully arrived on this desolate planet, and it usually lasts a long time. I guess you didn't prepare anything to keep warm, did you?" Guunji felt a warm sensation in his heart. When he opened his eyes on this desolate planet a few months ago, he had never imagined that life would be like this now. Stability, and someone caring about him. It really did resemble the rural life of his previous world. "Thank you. Thank Uncle Abu for me, too." Guunji accepted the bundle of dead branches. The branches felt heavy to the touch, clearly soaked up a lot of rain, but the interior should still be dry. After some sun exposure, they should still be usable. Achu nodded, water dripping from the tip of his nose. The rainy season gets very cold, especially for a human like you without thick fur. He surveyed Guunji's thin cotton and linen clothing, concern in his eyes. Do you want animal skins? I remember Aya has some extra. I can ask her to bring you some. That's too bad. Guunji smiled and pointed to the stove. It's not that bad, actually. My house isn't big, and the stove fire can circulate heat throughout the house. Although he didn't have many animal skins, he did have 3 or 5. At worst, he could just use a few layers to cover himself, so he wouldn't freeze to death. If it got really cold, he had the wolfhounds to keep him warm. Achu's ears twitched, but without a second thought he said, I have to go back. The rain will get heavier soon. If you need anything, shout quickly. We can't make it any longer in the rain. With that, he turned and rushed into the rain. Wait a moment. Guunji hurriedly took a small jar of animal oil from the shelf. He had recently made it. I'm sorry to have you make this trip. Take it with you. Achu looked at the small jar of animal oil in surprise, swallowed, and cautiously touched it with his paw. This is too expensive. I was just running errands. Guunji stuffed the item into Achu's arms without hesitation. After all, you're my elder, and this isn't difficult for me to make. Take it. Achu nodded gratefully, wrapped the jar tightly around his body, and rushed into the rain. Guunji stood at the doorway, watching the brown-gray figure quickly disappear behind the gray curtain of rain. Only then did he close the door, shutting out the cold and damp. Returning to the house, Guunji untied the vines that bound the dead branches and began examining them one by one. To his surprise, the branches were very dry inside, making them excellent fuel. He carefully piled them in a relatively dry spot next to the stove, planning to wait for the surface moisture to evaporate before trying to burn them into charcoal. Guunji picked them up bit by bit when his fingers suddenly touched an unusual bump. He held the branches to the window and examined them carefully in the dim light from the rain. In the cracks of the bark, clusters of tiny, umbrella-like growths appeared, a faint white. These are mushrooms? He whispered to himself in surprise. Guunji subconsciously leaned in to smell them, and a delicate fragrance mingled with earth and wood was revealed. Although Guunji wasn't a professional biologist, having spent so much time on the desolate planet, he could inevitably recognize a few edible mushrooms. This plump, white mushroom was one of the desolate planet's specialty mushrooms he knew. It tasted quite good, and the wolfhound had brought him quite a few in the early days. Achu had just mentioned that the rainy season on the desolate planet was long, making it extremely difficult for him to forage. Guunji couldn't help but consider the possibility of growing mushrooms. Guunji immediately took action. He dug out several unused bamboo tubes from the lower shelf of the storage rack. The tubes were all cracked and quite large. Guunji used the tools Wei Yanjia had given him to split the tubes in half. He carefully broke off the dead branch with the mushrooms, divided it into several sections, and placed them in different bamboo tubes. Then, he collected a small amount of rainwater from outside and poured it into the bottom, keeping it moist but not waterlogged. After finishing, he looked at his work with satisfaction and nodded. With luck, these fungi will multiply rapidly in the humid environment, providing him with an additional source of food. At this thought, Guunji's stomach made a timely protest. He walked over to the storage rack, ready to make something to eat. However, when he lifted the wicker lid of the food storage, he discovered that he was indeed running low. Because he hadn't considered the rainy season, Guunji hadn't saved much. At this rate of consumption, it would only last for 3 days at most. In the meantime, he still had to feed his colorful chickens. Oh, by the way, the rainy season is here, and the cages he made might not be suitable for sheltering so many colorful chickens during the rainy season. He had to build a warm coop over there, otherwise the chickens might not survive the rainy season. Guunji bit his lower lip. If he didn't find a way to replenish his food supply, the days ahead would be difficult for both him and the chickens. He turned to look out the window. The rain seemed to have eased, allowing him to see at least a few dozen meters away. We need to find a way to stockpile food. And then we get to work right away, he muttered to himself, making a quick decision. A large chicken coop could be built at home. If that didn't work, he could just take the chickens back to the yard and ask the orcs to help build a small house specifically for them. But food was a problem. The potato growing cycle took anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. While the yield was indeed substantial, it was clearly not the right time yet. He couldn't possibly go digging potatoes. Guunji felt like he was losing a lot of hair. Why does this planet have a rainy season? It clearly hadn't rained before, So why did it start today? Seeing Guunji subconsciously pulling at his hair, the Wolfhound sighed silently. He hadn't even known there was a rainy season on a desolate planet. So, he had no idea how to help Guunji live a good life. The Wolfhound paced back and forth, circling the hall. After a while, the Wolfhound let out a howl, as if asking Guunji something. Guunji walked over and hugged the Wolfhound. Little Moo, Daddy suddenly has so much to do. The Wolfhound licked Guunji's cheek. Guunji wiped his face and, with a hint of unseen disdain, put the Wolfhound down. This little dog was licking him more and more. Guunji decided to close his furry child's mouth before picking him up next time. Otherwise, he'd have drool all over his face again. Although sweet, it was indeed a burden. Thinking too much now would be useless. Guunji had no choice but to eat a quick snack to fill his stomach before returning to his workbench, ready to quickly build a warm chicken coop. Because a house was being built outside the village, the orcs had brought in a lot of wooden planks. Now, those planks were piled up in a temporary storage building at the village entrance. Guunji decided to make his umbrella and raincoat first, then use them to find some long planks and cotton to build a coop for the chickens. If he waited a few more days, who knew how many of those pheasants would survive? If they got sick and infected the whole flock, all his efforts would be wasted. Watching Guunji scribbling at the table, the Wolfhound quietly took a few steps outside. The raindrops grew heavier, then lighter. The Wolfhound, assessing the intensity, ran into the rain without hesitation. However, Guunji, who was drawing on the blueprint, was completely oblivious. Chapter 31. A sound of something dropping could be heard in the yard, and Guunji instinctively looked up. Who? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice called from outside the door. It's me. The white strands of hair stood out against the rain. Wei Yinja? Guunji quickly stood up, taking 2 steps at a time to the door, and opened it, which creaked from the wind and rain. It was indeed Wei Yinja standing outside, his orcish bulk almost blocking the door frame. His white hair, wet from the rain, clung to his pale face. Guunji noticed that his clothes were also soaked, clinging to his body, revealing his muscular build. Why are you here in this weather? Guunji asked in surprise, his eyes involuntarily drawn to Wei Yinja's soaked clothes and the silhouette beneath them. Wei Yinja's lips curled up as he pulled an oil paper bag from his space button and handed it to Guunji. I figured you probably didn't have much to eat here, so I brought you some. Guunji didn't take the package immediately, but instead reached out and grasped Wei Yinja's wrist. At the first touch, Guunji shuddered. The skin was frighteningly cold. Are you crazy? Going out in this weather? Come in. He dragged the tall orc into the house without a word, so forcefully that Wei Yinja stumbled. It wasn't much warmer inside than outside, but at least he wasn't exposed to the rain. Guunji quickly closed the door, turned around, pulled the only animal hide blanket from the bed, and wrapped it around Wei Yinja without a word. It's okay, I don't need it. Wei Yinja was about to refuse when a look from Guunji stopped him. Shut up and sit down. I go light the fire. Guunji knew. He lifted the kettle from the stove in the corner, poured a cup of steaming hot tea, and pressed it into Wei Yinja's hands. I don't have anything to prevent colds here. Have a cup of hot tea first. Wei Yinja blinked, as if surprised by Guunji's sudden assertiveness. But he still accepted the cup obediently. The hot water warmed his cold palms. Guunji lowered his head and took a sip, the warm air spreading through his mouth. Guunji then took the oil paper package and opened it. Inside were a few simple meat patties and some dried fruits. Why would you have to brave the rain to bring these things? He looked up at Wei Yinja, complaining, but his expression didn't suggest it. I guess you don't know about the rainy season, so I thought I'd bring you something while you can still get out. Wei Yinja said softly, his voice distorted by the cold. The rainy season has just begun, and the rain will get heavier over the next few days. How can you, a pure human, stand it? Guunji set the package aside and squatted down to look Wei Yinja in the eye. So you can stand it? At least I live in a house. How much better can you be in the wild than I am? Wei Yinja didn't expect Guunji to say that. He lowered his head and smiled. I'm an orc. Stop interrupting. Guunji frowned. You don't need to worry about me. Don't do that next time. Wei Yinja was silent for a moment, his beautiful eyes gleaming even more in the dim light. I'm worried you starve. These 5 simple words made Guunji's heart skip a beat. He turned his head away, trying to hide his slightly awkward expression. Don't come here. The room fell silent for a moment. Guunji stood up and added 2 pieces of wood to his wood stove, making the fire burn brighter. The room warmed up again, and Wei Yinja's complexion brightened. If you don't let me come, then starting tomorrow, I have my Wolfhound bring you food every day. Wei Yinja suddenly broke the silence. Guunji shook his head. Don't worry about me. I'd definitely be going out for the next couple of days. What are you going out for? I'm going to do some repairs at the chicken coop. Guunji said, the rainy season has just begun, and I have to make sure the chickens don't get sick or die from the rain. They're the only flock in the village. If something goes wrong, all the money we've spent raising them will be wasted. Wei Yinja disagreed. But your safety is more important. Going out in this weather is too dangerous. If anything goes wrong, the beastmen will. It's too late to save you. Be careful. Guunji interrupted him, and I've already made plans. Tomorrow, I renovate the chicken coop's roof to make it more rainproof. Wei Yinja stared at Guunji for a long moment, then suddenly said, then I help you too. Huh? I help you renovate the chicken coop. Wei Yinja put down his teacup. Two people are always faster than one. Guunji refused his help. You've helped me enough, that's enough. Wei Yinja stood up, the animal hide blanket slipping from his shoulders. He was more than half a head taller than Guunji, and as he looked down at him, there was a distinct sense of oppression. I don't think it's enough. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Guunji wasn't afraid at all. He forced himself to look away. Whatever you want to do. Anyway, I have other things to do before I go repair the chicken coop. What do you want to do? Guunji thought for a moment. First, I need to make a few new raincoats and umbrellas. My current clothes can't keep out the heavy rain, so I might as well not wear them. He pointed to the blueprints he had on the table. You can take a look. Everything I need is marked over there. Have you seen these materials elsewhere? Wei Yinja stepped forward and, without hesitation, took his blueprints. He glanced at it for a few moments, then put down the blueprint. I know where it is. 20 kilometers east, there's a tung tree forest. You can collect gum from the trunks. As for palm bark, you might want to ask Duan Wayne. Guunji looked at him in surprise. You're not going anywhere close. Orcs are faster in their beast form. Wei Yinja explained briefly. His lips curled slightly. If you want, I can run for you right now. Guunji hesitated. But it's raining so hard. Can you run that far? No problem. Wei Yinja said confidently. Don't worry. Orcs aren't that fragile. Guunji stared at Wei Yinja for a few seconds before finally nodding. Okay. But if you feel unwell, don't go back. Go home and rest. Got it. Wei Yinja's hand brushed over his head. Butler. Guunji glanced at him without objecting. So I'm going? Wei Yinja stood up, relaxed his muscles, and prepared to leave. Guunji opened his mouth. Wait. What? Guunji hesitated for a moment. I've thought about it. How about I go with you? You? Wei Yinja raised an eyebrow. Those things aren't worth all that trouble. Why don't we go to Duan Wayne first and get everything we need, then go out together? Guunji analyzed the situation seriously with Wei Yinja. Wei Yinja tooted. He had originally wanted the little human to stay out of the rain, but he hadn't expected this to backfire. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Guunji immediately picked up some dry food and water, and followed Wei Yinja closely. Put it away. Wei Yinja took the things. Their fingers accidentally touched as they met. Guunji quickly withdrew his hand as if burned, pretending to adjust his coat to conceal his momentary panic. Watching his actions, Wei Yinja looked puzzled. But their expressions weren't as unhappy as they had been at first. Both of them were men of action. Having said they were going to find Duan Wayne, they immediately took action. As soon as Guunji left the house, Wei Yinja embraced him, his orc body shielding him from the elements. Guunji felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. Wei Yinja shook his head. It's okay, we'll be there soon. Just bear with it. Just then, voices and footsteps suddenly rang out from around the bend ahead. Guunji's expression changed, and he hurriedly directed Wei Yinja to a small alley near the wall. It should be the village hunting party, Guunji said in a low voice. The two of them deliberately lowered their bodies, so close they could feel each other's breath. If you don't want to be seen, we have to hide. Wei Yinja nodded. The footsteps grew closer, and Guunji's grip on Wei Yinja's clothes tightened. Hush. He practically whispered into Wei Yinja's ear. Wei Yinja froze instantly. Two orcs passed by the alley, one of them glancing toward the other end with a puzzled look. What's going on? His companion asked. Something smells off over there. The orc narrowed his eyes. Guunji's heart pounded, but he forced himself to remain calm. Are you smelling it wrong? There's no smell at all. The orc's companion smiled. Hurry up and deliver the food. If you're late, be careful, the others will come after you. You're right. The orc's attention was distracted by his companion's words. Only when the footsteps of the two orcs faded did Guunji breathe a sigh of relief. Recovering from his senses, he noticed Wei Yanjia's face was so close. Wei Yanjia held him, and stood up. "Thank you." A warm breath caressed Guunji's cheek. Guunji belatedly realized the intimacy of their position, and leaned back, nearly falling. Wei Yanjia quickly grabbed his arm, and they both regained their balance, somewhat awkwardly. "No, it's okay," Guunji stammered, his face flushing. Well, let's keep going." Wei Yanjia nodded, but didn't immediately let go of Guunji's arm. With that same movement, he scooped up Guunji and, in the next second, bolted away through the rain. Guunji's words were barely finished, swallowed by the wind and rain. Wei Yanjia ran for a long time before stopping. As soon as he put Guunji down, he retched a few times, leaning against a nearby tree. Wei Yanjia hesitated. Guunji turned his head, his eyes wet from retching. He glared at Wei Yanjia, his indignant expression particularly endearing. "Are you trying to murder me?" Chapter 32. Humans, Fragile and Temperamental Figurines. Wei Yanjia finally understood the meaning of this. "Does it hurt?" How could it not hurt? Guunji's expression certainly didn't indicate that nothing was wrong. Wei Yanjia looked away, feeling guilty. I've never carried a pure-blooded human before. So he had no idea humans could be so fragile. Guunji also knew he was unconscious. Even when he'd been carried off the cliff, Guunji should have known that orcs had no idea how strong they were. Besides the scrapes, most of his body was bruised from being carried. But at the time, the orcs in the village thought they were just him bumping into them, and after treating them together, no one paid any attention. Guunji sighed. You might not do that next time you carry someone else. Why would I want to carry someone else? Wei Yanjia retorted subconsciously. Guunji glanced at him, confirming that Wei Yanjia had no other thoughts. Anyway, don't carry humans like this next time. Humans can't handle it. Wei Yanjia nodded, half understanding. Orcs can be very mature at times, but at other times they can be like completely clueless children. Guunji, considering himself a few years older than him, decided to tolerate Wei Yanjia's occasional recklessness. To avoid being noticed by the villagers, Guunji tugged at Wei Yanjia's clothes and said, "Let's go quickly." Just as he was about to pull Wei Yanjia into the cave where the wolf was, he saw a familiar figure leaning against the entrance, watching the two of them as if watching a play. "When did you come out?" Guunji was startled. Duan Wayne, who hadn't transformed back into human form in a long time, was amused by his words. "How could you two see me when you were so focused?" Duan Wayne replied teasingly. Seeing Duan Wayne take a few steps forward, Wei Yanjia instinctively moved to the side to protect Guunji. Duan Wayne sneered. "No one comes here for no reason. You two came here in this weather. What do you want to see me about?" Guunji pushed Wei Yanjia aside and said straightforwardly, "I want to make something and need palm tree bark." Wei Yanjia said you knew where the palm trees were. "So we came to find you." "Palm trees?" Duan Wayne's eyes flickered. "I know. But what can you offer in exchange for this information?" Duan Wayne wouldn't do business at a loss, even if it was just a piece of information. Hearing his words, Wei Yanjia frowned and stepped in front of Guunji, interrupting him. "I make the deal. How about your brother's recent situation?" After being pinched in the vitals, Duan Wayne's expression changed for a moment. But Guunji blinked and looked back, and he was already wearing his usual nonchalant expression. "Brother? This has nothing to do with you." Wei Yanjia didn't want Guunji to know too much about Duan Wayne. This sounded like a private matter, and Guunji had no interest in digging deeper. He raised his chin. "Can we trade?" He was anxious to get the palm bark. Duan Wayne nodded, of course. After agreeing, he pulled out a roll of seemingly unremarkable paper from his space button. "This is the map I surveyed before coming to the desolate planet. There's only one of these, and I've marked all the local specialties. I trade this map for all my brother's information. What do you think, young Master Wei?" "Sure." Snatching the map from Duan Wayne's hand, he glanced at the respectable-looking Duan Wayne. "You look much better. That's all thanks to our little Gu." Duan Wayne blinked. "You don't know, but the handicraft little Gu gave me is quite useful." The orc, who had originally struggled to transform into a human, didn't care much after receiving the box containing his belongings. But the desolate planet is resource scarce, and even with a space button, there were always one or two things he put in the box and then dumped in the cave. At first, it had no effect. But after the box sat in the cave for a long time, it began to emit an indescribable smell. It wasn't unpleasant, but it soothed the orc's aches and pains. Duan Wayne had originally intended to knock over a few of Guunji's boxes to test out other effects. But it was inconvenient for him to contact the outside world, and now someone was willing to exchange information about his brother, whom he had been worried about. The balance in Duan Wayne's heart instantly shifted in his favor. I hope we have another chance to work together, Duan Wayne said with a smile. Not likely. Wei Yanjia pulled Guunji closer and turned toward the rain. The map was in Guunji's hand. Without hesitation, Wei Yanjia transformed into a gigantic white wolf. The white wolf's body was speckled with black, and Guunji felt it looked familiar, yet he couldn't place where he had seen it before. The white wolf Wei Yanjia transformed into was unlike any other, 5 or 6 times larger. Guunji hesitated. You want to? Sit on me. Wei Yanjia lowered his wolf head and nudged Guunji. He had never sat on a white wolf that big before. Guunji felt a little apprehensive. But to get there and back quickly, he swallowed hard, stepped onto its soft back. It felt like riding a horse. At first, Guunji could even feel the texture of the wolf's spine. But it was much softer than a horse's, and it smelled of laundry soap, making it incredibly comfortable. Hold on tight, Wei Yanjia warned, and the next second they were speeding through the rain. Duan Wayne's map must have been waterproof. Despite the drizzle, it didn't get wet. Guunji grasped the wolf's fur with both hands, pressing the map with his elbows. The markings on the map were much clearer than Wei Yanjia had imagined. Fortunately, the palm trees weren't as far away as the tung trees. The two of them ran in the direction they were headed, reaching the palm grove. While Wei Yanjia didn't have a professional bark peeling tool, his wolf claws served as a useful tool. After escorting Guunji to a nearby rock and covering him with something resembling plastic film, Wei Yanjia turned back to peeling the bark. In a short while, more than a dozen trees around Guunji had been ravaged by his bark. Guunji counted the bark and, finding it would be enough for 2 or 3 more pieces, called out to Wei Yanjia to stop. The rain had been relentless throughout their time outside, but thankfully it was easing. That's enough. Guunji pulled the film over to Wei Yanjia's side. Put all this bark away. We collect some resin and go back to my house to make some straw raincoats. Wei Yanjia didn't know how to make straw raincoats, so he just followed Guunji's instructions. The two of them stood up again and headed for the Tungwell Grove on the other side. Their clothes were soaked through. Thankfully, by the time they returned to Guunji's little house, no orcs had noticed his absence. Orcs hated rain, and few would have come to see Guunji anyway. Now, after delivering the food, no one would come. Guunji calmed down and heated up the stove. He saw Wei Yanjia, now human, taking off his coat, and for some reason, he thought of his Wolfhound. By the way, did you see Xiaomu when you got back? I was out all day today, and I don't think I saw him. Wei Yanjia froze as he twisted his clothes. Your Wolfhound doesn't seem to have seen it. But at this time, it should be hunting, right? They happened to see a few wisps of smoke as they returned. In other words, they arrived just in time for dinner. Let's not talk about your Wolfhound. After you light the fire, go change your clothes. I boil a few buckets of hot water for you to take a hot bath later. The environment on the desolate planet was austere, and it was impossible for Guunji to take a hot bath right away. Wei Yanjia was a little anxious. Humans are not that fragile. Hachu. Just as he was about to retort Wei Yanjia, Guunji sneezed. He shook his wet hair and stopped talking. Wei Yanjia chuckled. He had to admit that in some ways, the orcs understood human fragility better than he, a human who had traveled through time. Guunji rolled his eyes out of his sight and obediently walked towards the bathroom. Halfway through, he remembered he hadn't gotten his clothes yet, so he turned and said, "Give me some clothes." "They're right here." Before he could finish his words, Wei Yanjia emerged from his room with a familiar air, gathering his clothes and pants neatly. "How did you know where it was?" Guunji was puzzled. Wei Yanjia wasn't the least bit alarmed, casually saying, "That's where the strongest body odor is." "How could I not know what's in there? Orcs have such keen noses?" Guunji muttered, not feeling offended. Instead, he began to ponder what his body odor was. It had been the same the previous time he arrived here. The two uncles guarding the door had immediately sensed he was human. However, during the previous attack, the two beasts had said the orcish scent on them was so strong it almost overwhelmed their human scent. Guunji thought he'd acquired their scent from spending so much time among orcs, which was why Hu Yu and Hu Jin didn't recognize him as a pure human. However, Wei Yanjia's actions seemed to disprove his assumption. He could easily discern his own scent. Not wanting him to dwell on it any longer, Wei Yanjia skillfully changed the subject. "Don't think about it. Go change first. The hot water will be right here." "Okay." Hurry up. Don't you still need to make a raincoat? Is there anything I can help you with? Just boil some water. Guunji went into the bathroom, only to emerge a few minutes later. By the way, if you don't have any clothes to change into, you can get mine. I exchanged with an orc in the village, who used to run a clothing business. He didn't have my size, so I'd already gone up a few sizes. He should have your size, right? Wei Yanjia couldn't help himself. He raised his hand and pushed the man back. Don't worry, I know. Chapter 33. Guunji emerged from the shower. Wei Yanjia had already placed all the materials on the open space near his entrance. Guunji squatted down while drying his hair. Palm bark is tough, waterproof, and breathable, making it a common material for straw raincoats. But palm bark isn't ready for use right away. To use it, you first have to tear it into thin strips and then dry it. Only then can you begin weaving the straw raincoat. Drying the palm bark on a rainy day like this is obviously impossible. Oh, I forgot to tell you to dry the bark on the stove. Guunji touched the bark, recalling the straw raincoat making process he'd seen at the exhibition hall. He'd watched it through a video, which was more intuitive, so it made a lasting impression. Is there still time to put it away now? Wei Yanjia picked up the bark from the ground and placed it on the stove. Guunji followed him, picking up a lot of bark and spreading it all out in the center of the stove. The sound of raindrops hitting the roof grew increasingly intense. Although it was difficult to see clearly outside, Guunji could still hear the crackling sound of the rain. Guunji wove the last palm leaf into the half-finished straw raincoat and looked out the window at the darkening sky. The bean-sized raindrops had formed into lines, creating small puddles on the muddy ground. It looks like this rain won't stop anytime soon, Guunji said, his fingers deftly tying a knot in the hemp rope. Beside him, Wei Yanjia was concentrating on processing the materials for another straw raincoat. He looked up at his words, the few strands of white hair on his forehead shining like golden threads in the firelight. Wei Yanjia watched the straw raincoat gradually taking shape in Guunji's hands, a smile flickering in his eyes. Your hands are much quicker than mine. This kind of thing really has to be done by you. Guunji's lips curled slightly. Of course. If I taught you, I'd starve to death. How would I even support myself with my craft? He paused, then added, the rain's not stopping today. Why don't you stay for a night? We see how things go tomorrow. The moment he said that, Guunji was stunned. He had always lived alone and rarely let anyone stay overnight. But looking at Wei Yanjia's rain-soaked face, his eyes, so gentle in the light, he felt a strange sense of unease about letting him leave. Wei Yanjia had clearly not expected this invitation. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the palm frond. Have you forgotten what I said last time? I know, but special circumstances require special treatment. I wouldn't necessarily find an orc to live with. So it's completely fine. Guunji stood up, walked to the door, and closed the half-open wooden door completely, blocking out the drizzle from outside. Besides, in this weather, with this visibility, even if you're skilled, I wouldn't trust you to walk at night. The halo of the oil lamp flickered between them, casting interlaced shadows on the wall. Wei Yanjia looked at Guunji's back and finally nodded. Then I trouble you. Of course, it's no trouble. Since he had decided to stay the night, he had to find a new quilt. Guunji brought a clean, thin quilt from the inner room and spread it on the single bed against the wall. He then carried his own blanket to the recliner. You're here to help me, so sleep on the bed, Guunji said. Wei Yanjia didn't take the blankets, but his brows furrowed. You're human, so it's better for you to sleep on the bed. I can sleep on the floor too. Are you a guest, or are you staying here to help me? Guunji shook his head, his tone gentle but unwavering. If that's the case, and I still let you sleep on the floor, I won't ask for your help next time. Since he hadn't refused the help then, he couldn't lose his manners now. Although no one had ever taught Guunji how to handle interpersonal relationships, it wasn't as if he didn't know. The two of them were deadlocked for a moment, but Guunji finally gained the upper hand. Finally, Wei Yanjia compromised and negotiated with Guunji. Then I sleep on the recliner. You know what I was taught as a child. I really can't do something like sharing a bed with a purebred human. Thinking of his previous explanation of the relationship between orcs and humans, Guunji's ears flushed slightly, and he quickly turned his face away. That's not what I meant. Since Wei Yanjia insisted, Guunji wouldn't really take it lightly. He pointed to the bamboo recliner he'd brought in because of the rain. Then you sleep in the bedroom too. You're not allowed to move outside. Letting a guest sleep on a recliner was already excessive. To have them sleep in the living room was enough to make Guunji spit at himself. Wei Yanjia wanted to say something more, but seeing Guunji's resolute expression, he gave up. He had already changed into the coarse cloth clothes Guunji had given him. While not as fancy as his own clothes, they were clean and comfortable, and carried a blend of sunlight and herbs. The raincoat was almost finished, so the two of them washed up briefly before returning to their room. Guunji had placed a charcoal brazier in the room, connected to a pipe leading to the window. Anyone from his previous world would have easily recognized his imitation of a European fireplace. The only sounds in the room were the sound of rain and the two of them breathing. Guunji lay on the narrow single bed, unable to sleep at all, staring at the hazy ceiling in the darkness. He rarely shared a room with anyone, let alone stayed overnight. Wei Yanjia's presence made this familiar space suddenly feel strange and fresh. "Aren't you sleeping yet?" Wei Yanjia's voice came from the direction of the recliner, sounding low and gentle in the night. I feel like I'm missing something. Can't I sleep?" Guunji replied briefly, then, as if suddenly remembering something, he sat up abruptly. "It's bad." "Xiaomu. What's wrong?" Wei Yanjia sat up as well, his silhouette barely visible in the darkness. "Xiaomu hasn't come back yet." Guunji's voice was filled with obvious anxiety. "It's never been homeless before." He stood up and fumbled to light the grease lamp, dim light instantly filling the room. Guunji's brow furrowed. "Is it safe?" Knowing the Wolfhound was perfectly fine, he couldn't let Guunji continue investigating. Wei Yanjia got out of bed and walked over to him, gently pressing his shoulder. "But it always came back because it wasn't raining, right? If it rains, most animals will seek shelter. Your Wolfhound was probably just trapped by the downpour. It will definitely come back if it can." "That's what I mean." Guunji shook his head. "But my little Moo has never been in a situation like this. I'm more afraid it's had an accident." His voice trembled slightly, and Wei Yanjia could feel the muscles tensing under his palm. This usually calm human was now in a state of panic over the safety of a pet. "Don't worry." Wei Yanjia went outside to the living room, poured him a glass of water, and handed it to him. "Maybe it's nearby. I wait with you all night. If it doesn't come back, we go look for it. All you need to do now is get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, we go get the chicken coop, and then I help you look for it." Guunji took the glass of water, and the brief contact of his fingertips with Wei Yanjia brought a strange sense of comfort. He took a deep breath and nodded. Guunji lay down again, but Wei Yanjia didn't return to his recliner. Instead, he patted Guunji's back, imitating the way his mother used to pat him. I wonder if it was because of his comfort. Guunji had slipped into a dream without realizing it. The next morning, Guunji awoke at dawn. The rain was still falling, but it had lightened considerably. He quietly rose to find Wei Yanjia also awake, sitting at his dining table, eating something. "Good morning," Wei Yanjia greeted with a smile, his silhouette remarkably clear in the morning light. Guunji nodded. "Thank you again for troubling me today." After a simple breakfast, the two stood at the doorway, gazing at the falling rain. The rain had subsided considerably, and they took the opportunity to don the straw raincoats they had made the previous night and brave the rain to head towards the potato fields. The stones in the river were extremely slippery from the rain, and Guunji nearly slipped several times, only to be caught firmly by Wei Yanjia each time. "Be careful." Wei Yanjia's hand held his elbow steadily, his voice close by. Guunji could smell a mixture of rain and an indescribable scent on him, which was strangely reassuring. When they arrived at the potato field, the situation was better than Guunji had expected. The field's drainage system was working properly. Although the soil was moist, there was no significant waterlogging. Wei Yanjia squatted down and parted the leaves of a potato plant to examine it. "Does it look okay?" Guunji also examined a few plants, his brows relaxed a little. Not bad. We can leave it alone for now." Just then, a flapping sound came from the chicken coop on the other side. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw several colorful chickens, squeezed out of the coop, frantically hiding in the rain, their feathers soaked and looking miserable. Guunji, amused and confused, spread his hands at Wei Yanjia. "Look! The real help is right here." Wei Yanjia was stunned for a moment, then laughed. The two men found some planks and straw from the shed, and began to build a simple chicken coop shelter near the bushes. Although Wei Yanjia wasn't skilled at this kind of manual labor, he learned quickly, following Guunji's instructions to securely fix the brackets. Then, the two men piled the bricks Guunji had secretly brought in, adding a thicker layer to the original wooden chicken coop. However, because of the rain, the bricks were not bonded together with the usual mortar used to bond houses. If the weather had been colder, Guunji would have stuffed cotton inside for warmth. The shelter was quickly erected, and the two men carefully led the frightened chickens under the dry shed. The bottom of the shed was still hollow, and the chickens seemed quite used to it. But once inside, they were plunged into darkness, and the chickens, as usual, became quiet. Alright, done. Guunji took a few steps back, gazing at their work with satisfaction. Just then, he stepped on a slippery stone and fell backward. Be careful. Wei Yinja reacted quickly, grabbing his waist and pulling him back. The two collided due to inertia. Guunji's back pressed against Wei Yinja's chest, and he could clearly feel his rapid heartbeat. Guunji was the first to recover and instinctively broke free, not daring to look Wei Yinja in the eye. Wei Yinja, feeling a little uneasy, cleared his throat. The rain has eased a lot. Shall I find you a wolfhound? Chapter 34. Guunji didn't have time to stop Wei Yinja, and the cunning orc escaped. After sending him home, the orc fled from his sight at a lightning speed. Guunji initially considered chasing after him, but the slippery road gave him pause. He returned home, gathered up his tools, and tidied the room, but he didn't return the bedding from the recliner to the closet. After a few seconds' pause, Guunji closed the animal skin curtain in the bedroom. Wei Yinja hadn't been spotted by the orcs on his way back. But orcs have very sensitive noses. Despite the rain, Aya, who had come to borrow Guunji's tools, still sensed something was amiss. Why does your house smell like orcs? Aya asked. Has anyone been here? Guunji paused, holding the tools, and turned with a bewildered expression. Huh? No. Maybe I smelled it wrong. The scent was so faint that Aya subconsciously assumed it was left behind by Guunji after his encounter with the orcs, and didn't pay much attention. The rain has been getting heavier these past few days during the rainy season. Abu had originally planned to continue building the house while the rain subsided. Now it looks like we have to build a shed and get on with it. Do you have any good suggestions? Build a house? Guunji frowned. It's not a good idea to build in the rain, right? But so many people on the bee side need houses, and we can't do anything about it. The rainy season is followed by the autumn harvest. If we build houses during that time, we won't be able to survive the winter. The orcs driven to this planet are struggling to survive. They can accept poor living conditions, but they can't accept starvation. If they starve, it could be fatal. Guunji pursed his lips, uttering no objection. He glanced outside the house. A steady drizzle continued, steam rising from the road, like white mist drifting from the ground. Not continuing the conversation, Guunji took out his tools and handed them to Aya. Aya packed everything into her backpack, shook it, and turned. Then I'd be leaving. Be careful on the road. Not long after Aya left, the orcs from the hunting team brought Guunji their share of meat for the day. Guunji glanced at the orc's solemn expression. What's wrong? The orc shook his head, saying nothing. Guunji had a feeling something had happened again, but no one had told him, so he had to find the answer himself. After a moment's thought, Guunji put on his raincoat and braved the rain again. This time, his target was the home of the village chief, Abu. However, Abu wasn't home, and Guunji came up empty-handed. After wandering around several places, he finally found Abu, who was gathering the adult orcs near the large circular platform at the village entrance. Uncle Abu, what happened? Guunji's call caught Abu's attention, and he hurried over, his face filled with worry. Why are you here? Go back. This season is when humans are most susceptible to illness. If you get sick, there's no life-saving medicine here. I have a straw raincoat, so it's no problem. Abu, of course, noticed Guunji's straw clothing. He had never seen anything like it, let alone understood its use. What straw raincoat? Go back. Uncle Abu, we're all here. The orc interrupted Abu. Guunji said, I go with you? Abu shook his head, finally explaining. You go back. We're going to gather food. The gathering team has been out gathering in the rain these past few days, and found that much of the food has been taken. We don't have enough food to survive the rain, so we have to go further. After he finished speaking, he looked at Guunji and added, It's really hard to take you with you. You go back. Abu and his team were going further, so Guunji certainly couldn't go up and become a burden. He nodded and decided to go find Aya or Achu to find out what was going on. Luckily, Aya had just come to borrow some materials. Guunji went to the shed outside and saw Aya supervising the work. Aya lived up to expectations, and indeed knew quite a bit about Abu's gatherings. The food supply around us isn't right. Although the beasts have arrived, their former territory isn't far from ours. We've always divided this forest equally. But recently, when we went to gather, we noticed that many of the fruits had disappeared. This isn't normal. Abu was worried about accidents, so he decided to have everyone go farther away and find more food to survive the rainy season. This also helps us find more paths for gathering food for the autumn harvest. Aya spoke as she pulled Guunji further outside the shed. She dusted off the small stool she had prepared and gestured for Guunji to sit down and talk. Guunji untied his raincoat and sat down as she suggested. You have to understand, we can't tell everyone about the food shortage. It would cause panic. Guunji nodded. I know. Besides, the beasts have just joined us. If we run into trouble right away, they might try to wrest control of the village from us. So let's just keep the beasts busy. There was so much to think about here that Guunji's head was buzzing after only hearing the gist of it. He paused, thought for a moment, and asked, I actually have some mushrooms growing over there. If I go dig up some more mycelium and take some unripe potatoes, and every household plants some in their yard, would that alleviate the food crisis? Aya laughed at his words. But she didn't laugh at Guunji. She just thought he was innocent and adorable. That's just how much you have over there. Even if it's a large quantity, how much can each household get? A potato? A few mushrooms? It's barely enough for one orc. It's okay, don't worry. At worst, we just tighten our belts during the rainy season, and we just go farther for the autumn harvest. Although Aya said it lightly, Guunji could still hear the worry in her tone. It sounded simple, but when it came to actual implementation, both Aya and he knew there were too many uncertainties involved. Despite being rejected, Guunji still wanted to get all the orcs to grow some food at home. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Planting potatoes alone wouldn't alleviate the village's food crisis. It would be better for every household to take action and save themselves. Guunji had no intention of giving up his idea. He pondered for a moment, then said to Aya, let's not think about this for now. Aya, can you help me find a gathering party and have them gather some food for me? The orcs never refused Guunji's requests. Aya nodded. What? Guunji rattled off several vegetable names: bok choy, loofah, water spinach, green beans, and small greens. These were all relatively common vegetables in the interstellar world. The orcs could identify them, but they weren't very good at cooking, so most of these dishes were simply boiled and stir-fried with a little salt. It was impossible to say they were delicious. They were barely edible. What do you want these for? These vegetables only take a month and a half to mature, and there are still several months between the rainy season and winter, right? If we plant a few more crops, we at least have some in stock. Everyone has to go out to find food anyway. Instead of searching haphazardly now, it's better to do it with a purpose. That way, everyone won't be so scrambling when winter comes. Guunji's reasoning was clear, and Aya was convinced. She called over an orc and gave him a few words of advice, and then he took off, carrying her message with him. It seemed he was going after the foraging party. Well, I did as you said. You should go home now. After giving her instructions, Aya ordered Guunji to leave. We orcs can work outside in rainy weather like this, but you delicate pure-blooded humans can't. After hearing this from a third person, Guunji nodded helplessly. After all, he just wanted to know what was happening in the village, and now that his goal was achieved, it wasn't impossible for him to go home. He stood up and put his raincoat back on. Then I'd be leaving. He hurried out, hurried home. Guunji's clothes were soaked again from the back and forth. But this time, as soon as he reached the door, he heard cheerful barking from inside. Guunji's frown finally relaxed, a smile breaking through his face. Xiaomu. His wolfhound had returned. The wolfhound hadn't seen its master in a long time, and was incredibly welcoming. It held a piece of paper in its mouth, with the words clearly written in flamboyant handwriting. The dog found it for you. Going now, don't worry. There was no signature, but Guunji knew who it belonged to. He hugged the wolfhound and rubbed it hard a few times. Looking up, he realized that the open space where he had entered was occupied by a number of colorful chickens and a large, dismembered wild boar. It was easy to tell who had done this. Perhaps because they knew about the food shortage nearby, the meat delivery was particularly large this time. Ever since every household had a colorful chicken that would lay eggs in the future, Guunji had stopped trading colorful chickens. He had originally amassed dozens of colorful chickens, but this time, Guunji thought the number might exceed 3 digits. And surprisingly, the majority of them were roosters. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Guunji. While it wasn't possible for every household to grow vegetables, the older villagers now all had a hen. If he distributed these roosters throughout the village, then when winter came, he wouldn't have to worry about what to do with the chickens, and every household would have eggs. But right now, these colorful chickens were clearly not enough to supply every household. Guunji's grip on the wolfhound loosened. The next moment, he picked up the wolfhound and walked out. Come on, Xiaomu. Let's go catch some more roosters. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch chickens, and that's how much meat the village will have, right? Chapter 35. The Wolfhound, having just returned home, had barely caught its breath when its own humans kidnapped it and took it out. The rain was still relatively light, and not only the orcs, but even the wild beasts were beginning to forage outside. Guunji urged the Wolfhound to find several chicken coops, and then plundered all the roosters and hens inside. He ran back and forth 3 or 5 times before clearing out all the colorful chickens in the vicinity. The Wolfhound, observing his expression, suspected he was catching so many colorful chickens to give to the humans simply to make things more difficult for them. Thankfully, Guunji immediately distributed the colorful chickens. He first went to the Shibano household. The Shiba family was the first to come into contact with Guunji, and naturally, they had the highest favorability towards him among the orcs. Except for the 2 adult male orcs of the Shiba family, the other orcs were all at home. Upon hearing that Guunji was delivering chickens, they immediately called him in. But to their surprise, Guunji refused. "I'm sending some to the others." Guunji placed the chickens at their doorstep and explained. "Xiaomu just happened to catch a lot of colorful chickens. I figured it would be too many to raise on my own. They wouldn't survive the rainy season. So I'm sending you 2. They're just 1 male and 1 female. If you take good care of them, you have at least 1 egg every day. If they survive, you won't have to worry about meat." He didn't force all the orcs to raise chickens. He simply said he couldn't raise that many himself and asked for others to help. A bundle of wild grass could feed the chickens for a long time, so the orcs didn't mind helping. Especially since they could process the eggs and chicks themselves. That's all food. The Chai family had no objection to this, and even thought they could raise a few more. But Guunji's goal was simply to ensure that every household could raise colorful chickens and have more food, so he flatly refused. He visited several orc homes, and the nearby orcs began to stir. Raising several chickens might be out of the question, but they were confident they could raise 2. Some orcs had discovered Guunji's intentions, but they also accepted his kindness. Especially Aya. Aya was an orphan who lived with Abu, and had a small house next to Abu's family. Guunji could only ask Abu's family to help Aya collect the 2 chickens. But Aya had somehow gotten the message, and just as he finished speaking to Abu's grandmother, she appeared behind him. "You actually want us all to be guaranteed at least 1 egg a day." Aya immediately exposed his ruse. Abu's grandmother was called Xiaomu, and she was quite old. Hearing Aya's words, Xiaomu was clearly hesitant. If that was the case, how could she have the nerve to take Guunji's things? Seeing Xiaomu about to refuse, Guunji quickly shook his head. "Grandma Xiaomu, we're all villagers. Now that the village is in trouble, I must do my part. Since everyone is busy gathering and hunting, we in the village can't just sit back and do nothing and eat up all the food. Why should I give you a male and a female? It's because I want everyone in the village to do their part to ensure food security." Guunji's words were sincere, and Xiaomu was convinced. Guwazi is so thoughtful. Xiaoyu sighed. "You're doing this for the village. I tell Abu when he gets back. We can't treat you unfairly, and we need to let everyone know your contribution." Guunji shook his head. "Grandma, it's best not to tell us now. Wait until the rainy season is over and everyone sees the results. Otherwise, I'm afraid some people will think raising chickens isn't what they want and will object." His previous suggestions for growing mushrooms and potatoes were rejected, and raising chickens wouldn't be much better. Xiaoyu thought about it and agreed. Why do they not know so many things in the interstellar age? Not only do the nobles control everything, but also because so much is mechanized, and many tasks have been replaced by machines. They only know how to cut vegetables and meat, but they don't know how to plant or raise animals. Because mechanization can help all orcs plant and raise animals. As a result, the orcs in the village only see planting and raising animals as a waste of time. The time cost and the benefits are simply not proportional. If she told the village orcs about raising colorful chickens, as she had previously planned, they would simply think she was sick. She should have understood this better than Guunji. The more Xiaoyu thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Guunji. "You're so thoughtful, kid. Is Grandma Xiaoyu here? Come to the village entrance." Before Xiaoyu could finish her words, she heard an orc hurriedly running over, his face soaked by the rain, but he hadn't had time to wipe it. Xiaoyu's heart tightened. This man was one of the orcs who had gone with Abu to gather. What happened? She quickly put the chicken down, lifted her skirt, and ran toward the orcs. An orc has fallen ill with a fever from the rain. On other planets, illness wouldn't be a big deal for orcs. With healing devices, they could heal instantly. Even if they lost an arm, they could be reborn as an orc with both arms intact within 3 days. However, on the desert planet, falling ill was something everyone feared. There were no healing devices, no abundant medicinal herbs, and no one who could heal. Soyu was lucky. She had once worked as an assistant in a small clinic, barely memorized some treatment methods, and learned some wilderness first aid. How could he have fallen ill? I don't have all those herbs. Soyu stamped her foot, then turned around, her eyes lighting up. Aya, go find some herbs. I remember I taught you. Aya looked hesitant. That was so long ago, I can't remember. Soyu's brows furrowed again. What should I do? I need to go check on the situation. Why don't you leave it to me? Guunji read the whole thing and, after careful consideration, decided to volunteer. Fever after being caught in the rain is relatively easy to treat. Guunji's first thought was ginger. Then he recalled a novel he'd read online that depicted a similar situation. If I remember correctly, it was a novel about an ancient doctor saying that scallion whites, perilla, cassia twigs, and mugwort leaves could all be used to treat fever caused by wind and cold. Coincidentally, he knew all about these ingredients, including ginger. I know what to pick to cure it. Guunji repeated. Xiaomu nodded happily, while Aya beside him hesitated to speak. Guunji didn't have time to say anything else. He patted the Wolfhound and said, Xiaomu, let's go. With that, he headed towards the forest he usually frequented. Since Abu had mentioned that many plants were missing from the forest, Guunji deliberately walked further afield. The area ahead was relatively peaceful, and he found a few pieces of ginger. But as he dug up the third piece of ginger, he noticed the dirt nearby. There were a bunch of scattered footprints piled up in the dirt, which looked like bird tracks upon closer inspection. Xiaomu. Guunji didn't think much of it, and shook his raincoat. Go check around. There seem to be birds. If it's like the colorful chicken, then he'd pack it up and take it home to eat. The Wolfhound let out a howl and dashed off toward the nearby bushes. A moment later, he heard the sound of bird wings flapping. Then, Guunji saw the Wolfhound and a white bird leap out together. The Wolfhound's ears twitched slightly, and its nostrils flared. It crouched low, its hind leg muscles tensed like a fully drawn bowstring. Just as the white bird lowered its head to peck, the Wolfhound charged at it like an arrow from a bowstring. The bird's reaction was incredibly fast. The moment the Wolfhound pounced, it suddenly spread its vast wings. Its wings, over a meter long, whipped up a gust of wind that smacked the Wolfhound's face. The Wolfhound's first attack missed, its sharp fangs only catching a few falling feathers. Guunji quickly hid behind a tree. He raised his head with a surreptitious glance, and after taking in the bird's appearance, he was stunned for a moment. Is this an egret? The struggle between the two was not over. The Wolfhound seized the opportunity, exerting force on its hind legs, its entire body soaring into the air, its front paws slashing fiercely at the egret's wings. The sharp claws left bloody marks on the snow-white feathers. The egret let out a painful cry, its two sharp claws slashing towards the gray shadow's back. At the critical moment, the Wolfhound turned its head to avoid the attack, simultaneously opening its jaws and biting fiercely at the egret's neck. The canine teeth pierced through feathers and skin, piercing flesh. The egret let out a final, shrill cry, struggling even more violently, its wings flapping, sending mud flying everywhere, staining its pristine white feathers. Damn it! Why is there a beast here? The egret screamed, but human words emanated from its beak. Guunji sensed something was amiss and quickly intervened. Xiaomu, stop! The Wolfhound mercilessly swatted at Bai Lu with its claws, knocking her unconscious. Guunji quickly stood up and went forward to check. Luckily, Bai Lu was still breathing. Guunji pondered for a moment, then took out a vine he'd used to tie up small animals, tied Bai Lu tightly, and then poured a handful of rainwater directly onto Bai Lu's face. Bai Lu barely lasted a few seconds before Guunji's rough manner awoke her. Opening her eyes and seeing Guunji, Bai Lu screamed, "Who are you? What do you want?" Guunji had tied Bai Lu tightly, so he wasn't afraid of her. "Who are you? Why are you in Huangxi's territory?" "Huangxi? What Huangxi?" Bai Lu belatedly realized that she had intruded into someone else's gathering place. But being proud by nature, she didn't think she had done anything wrong. Bai Lu stiffened his neck and continued to yell, "Let me go. I'm telling you, my tribe is nearby. If you don't let me go, beware. My tribe will invade your territory." Guunji laughed at this. "Okay, give it a try. Our territory is full of ferocious and giant beasts. Your tribe should be birds, right? They don't seem to have any advantages." Bai Lu's voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 36. Under Guunji's threat, Bai Lu had no choice but to answer his questions while being tied up. "Where are you from?" "A water town far away from here." Bai Lu's honesty reassured Guunji. Why did you migrate here? Bai Lu glanced up at him, and after a few seconds of silence, she reluctantly said, orcs from outside have arrived on the desolate planet. Guunji, already understanding the situation on the desolate planet, didn't understand. Even if orcs from outside arrived on the desolate planet, there's no need to migrate, right? I hear you say your tribe is large, so how many can be exiled here? What do you know? Bai Lu bared his teeth. These aren't exiled orcs, but a fully equipped private army. How can we mortals fight against lasers? At this point, Bai Lu's face was filled with resentment. I wonder which young master was tricked into coming here. Now, there's a private army searching for him on the desolate planet. He said this with a gloating expression. I think it's a good thing that the young master wasn't found. Looking at the situation, if he were found, he'd probably die. Hearing this, Guunji's heart tightened. This description sounds all too much like the situation of an orc who's always hiding and unwilling to show up. Guunji subconsciously squeezed his hand and feigned indifference as he looked at the egret in front of him. Since they drove you away, shouldn't you fight them? Why are you gloating? It's not like we can inflict any defeat on the orcs on the other side. The egret argued confidently. We can only hope they find the young master quickly, so we can return home soon. Although furious, Guunji knew he couldn't show it. He sneered. Unfortunately, it looks like you won't be able to return home now. Isn't trespassing on someone else's territory considered a provocation? You know that, don't you? The egret was stunned and struggled, shouting, No? I've already told you so much, and you won't let me go? Guunji rolled his eyes at it. Didn't you just invade our territory? You took so much from us that we barely have enough to eat. Do you think we'd let you go? The egret froze for a moment, as if to quibble. We didn't know there were orcs here. Guunji didn't believe it. How could birds not know there were orcs here? They were just taking advantage of their ability to see farther and hide faster, so they deliberately came to their territory to exploit them. To truly believe this egret would be naive. Having already wasted a considerable amount of time on this egret, Guunji signaled his wolfhound to take the egret and prepare to return home. Guunji had gone out to gather herbs and brought back a egret beastman. This couldn't be hidden, and Guunji didn't want to. Abu, upon learning the news brought by the egret, was no longer able to attend to the patient with Xiaomu. You did a great job on this matter. After understanding the whole story, Abu took a deep breath and took the egret from the wolfhound's mouth, a fierce look in his eyes. Taking away all the food from our gathering place is tantamount to declaring war on us. I will find the remaining birds. Stop them from wreaking havoc in our territory. Orc competition on the desolate planet is less peaceful than on the main planet. There's only so much space to survive, and anyone who crosses the line will be dealt with harshly. Although the bird orcs are also victims, they're not innocent of the invasion. Abu carried the egret and found a few strong members of the original gathering place, along with a few members of the beast tribe, to capture the bird orcs whose hiding places were unknown. They discussed it and decided to call out to the giant orcs along the way. Birds can fly, while both of their orcs are land animals. They have no advantage against birds. But the giant orcs are different. Birds take time to soar, but giant beasts don't need them much time to raise their claws. Guunji didn't bother with what happened next. He mashed the ginger, wrapped it in gauze, and handed it to Xiaoyu. Grandma Xiaoyu, use this to wipe Tian Miao's sweat. The sick one was a female orc. She was the only adult orc in their family who could hunt and gather, so Tian Miao had no choice but to go out with Abu. Tian Miao already carried the brunt of household chores, and this, coupled with her lack of rest and her hasty departure during the rainy season, had triggered a fever. Tian Miao's face was rough from the sun and wind, and her hair wasn't as neat as other female orcs. Instead, it stuck up like weeds. The ends of her hair lacked nourishment, leaving several split ends. This was the look of female orcs in families without male orcs. Although Sojetsu was skilled, her expressionless face betrayed her inner indifference. Guunji felt that the emotions of orcs truly resembled those of wild beasts. Sometimes they were incredibly intense, sometimes so cold-blooded that it made him shudder. No wonder the orcs outside had sent these people here, leaving them to fend for themselves. If they weren't allowed to struggle to survive on the desolate planet, perhaps their transformation into wild beasts would accelerate. Unable to bear the heavy smell mingled with the scent of ginger, Guunji said goodbye to Xiaoyu and returned to his house with the wolfhound. He had the news of the missing person, and now his first priority was to pass it on to Wei Yinja. Wei Yinja had been hiding, and there was no way he could have known that the group of foreign orcs, who were unsure whether they were friend or foe, and most likely out to kill him, had reached Feiqin's territory. The fact that Feiqin had arrived meant that they were not far from Huangshi. If he hadn't passed on the news in time, Wei Yinja would have been in great danger. After much deliberation, Guunji finally wrote a short note and tied it around the Wolfhound's neck. He then instructed the dog Xiaomu, "Dad needs you to go find your Uncle Wei. You should be able to do this, right?" He held up the blankets Wei Yinja had slept on and let the dog sniff them. Then, he carried the dog out the door and whispered, "Go find him." Guunji then set the dog down on the ground in the courtyard. According to the command, the dog walked a few steps around the courtyard, glanced at Guunji standing by the doorframe, and ran out into the rain. Watching the dog flee, Guunji was about to close the door when a hand pressed against the edge. Guunji looked up to see the tall orc standing before him. Duan Wayne? The arrival was quite unexpected. During this time, Duan Wayne's health had improved considerably thanks to Guunji's box. He had been living in a cave in his human form during the rainy season. Now, for some unknown reason, he appeared before him. Duan Wayne greeted him, his usual strategizing aside. "I'm here to tell you not to come looking for me for the time being." Duan Wayne was the first to receive the news of Bai Lu's capture. Following this came the less than good news that outsiders are searching for something. As the person who had helped Wei Yinja deliver the message, Duan Wayne also needed to protect himself. So, not only did Wei Yinja not appear before the orcs, but Duan Wayne also needed to disappear for a while. Guunji didn't understand the twists and turns, and could only nod. "I understand." He bit his lip. "So, how's Wei Yinja?" He's in a much better situation than I am." The large werewolf, knowing Wei Yinja's current status, scoffed, sizing Guunji up and answering slowly and meaningfully. After he finished, a cruel and terrifying expression returned. "I've already instructed the beasts. If they come looking for us, nothing good will happen. But before that, take care of yourself." Duan Wayne licked the corner of his lips and rubbed Guunji's head. The egrets brought a barrage of farewells, making it difficult for Guunji to feel happy. Duan Wayne vanished into the rain without a word. Guunji no longer had the heart to wait. He pulled a chair to the doorway and sat down, writing and drawing in the rainy light. He possessed a wealth of knowledge, but it was completely useless against such a private army. He could help no one could help him. This suddenly gave Guunji a doubt. What if all he knew wasn't something the orcs of Desolate Star possessed? Then, when danger from the outside world arrived, how long could he help Desolate Star? For some reason, Guunji felt a strong desire to see Wei Yinja. He felt that Wei Yinja's presence gave him peace of mind, a similar effect to that of a wolfhound. Guunji was lost in thought when the wolfhound reappeared in the rain. As expected, Wei Yinja didn't appear, but he had left a message on his note. Guunji unfolded the note, his brows relaxed slightly. Wei Yinja's note contained few words. Besides thanking Guunji for the news, he also assured him that he was safe and would be moving to a safer place soon, and that he didn't need to worry. What most caught Guunji's attention was that Wei Yinja confirmed his thoughts, telling him that the people who had come to Desolate Planet were the ones who wanted him dead. However, due to Desolate Planet's unique magnetic field, the laser equipment in their possession would likely fail soon. The villagers' safety was instantly assured. In addition, Wei Yinja offered a suggestion. He asked Guunji to discuss with the village chief the complete integration of the giant beasts and birds into Desolate Shi, thereby strengthening it. The interstellar orc population was already small, and the number of private armies allowed to enter Desolate Planet without permission was no more than 100. As long as he could gather the other 3 gathering places, no one would be able to forcibly take him away because of his handiwork. If that didn't work, he could borrow an unbound optical computer to help Guunji leverage his strength. After reading this, Guunji's heavy heart suddenly lifted. "Xiaomu, thank you for your help." Guunji's face lit up with joy, hugging the wolfhound and kissing it again and again. The wolfhound was caught off guard, trying to avoid Guunji's saliva but fearing harm to its human. Guunji chuckled a few times, his eyelids drooping. "Let's go find Uncle Abu when he gets back, shall we?" Chapter 37. Before dark, Abu led his men back to the village. However, they were followed by a throng of birds. Some were egrets, others were gray birds. In short, there were no birds of prey. Amid the patter of rain, a group of dejected birds approached the shed Aya had prepared. When Guunji arrived, the bird group had been split into 2. One group was doing relatively well, but the other, like Tian Miao, was completely exhausted. Because most birds were small, few orcs had transformed back into humans, and since they huddled together, few got wet. "What's going on?" Guunji was momentarily surprised. The birds' plight was even worse than he had imagined. The egrets had their habitat stolen, and without any belongings, They had flown to the gathering place of Huangshi. Without shelter or warmth, all the orcs had been forced to transform into their animal forms. Even so, many of them collapsed from the rain and exhaustion of the journey. This is truly how tragic. While he shouldn't have such thoughts about these birds, Guunji had been here too short to truly empathize with the orcs struggling to survive on this desolate planet. Are we just going to leave them here to languish? Guunji asked Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded. We don't have much medicine. We can't give it to the invaders. Guunji was astonished by the orcs' indifference. He glanced at the sickly birds and leaned over to whisper something in Xiaoyu's ear. Xiaoyu glanced at Guunji hesitantly, then nodded after a moment's hesitation. Guunji turned and asked the orcs nearby for a towel and a basin of water. The number of the flying orcs was smaller than theirs, only about 30 in total. About 10 were sick, and Guunji went to each one, wiping them one by one until he had wiped all of them. He also gave some water to the few with open beaks. A pearl bird opened its bean-shaped eyes and chirped in thanks. Guunji found it adorable and couldn't help but touch it. The nearby wolfhounds instantly erupted, and it bit Guunji's clothes. Hey! Xiaomu, what are you trying to do? Guunji's attention was diverted, and the wolfhound took the opportunity to bury itself in Guunji's arms. Guunji's hands and arms were full, so he reluctantly touched the wolfhound. Bai Lu was among the other group. It watched Guunji bustling about, stammered, and took a few steps forward. Thank you. Bai Lu knew that Xiaoyu would never come to rescue their people. Guunji had just spotted Bai Lu. To be honest, he couldn't tell the difference between the birds, but he still remembered Bai Lu's voice. It's a piece of cake. Well, although you're invaders, our village is short of people. So it's good to have a few of you alive to work for us. Are you a village? Bai Lu looked up suddenly at his words. Don't you think so? Guunji said, as he stroked the wolfhound's fur. Bai Lu said nothing. Of course, he noticed the difference between this gathering place and other places. Everywhere else, there were shacks built from smuggled iron sheets, but here, there were gleaming houses. The egret was from the main planet, but there were also orcs from other planetary villages among them. But none of them recognized this neat and beautiful gathering place as a village. The egret was tempted. It wanted to stay in a place with order. What do we need to do to stay here? The egret asked quietly. It knew its question was a bit too much for Guunji. They were invaders, yet they dreamed of staying in this gathering place. Guunji also wanted to keep them. After all, they were all land animals here, and without the airborne orcs, many things would be difficult to do. But this was not a decision he could make alone. Perhaps we should ask the village chief? Guunji replied. The egret sees this glimmer of hope. Could you please ask your village chief? We birds have many advantages that your land beasts lack. Guunji subconsciously glanced at Xiaoyu, who was still tending to the patient. Xiaoyu nodded imperceptibly. Guunji stood up. Then I ask for you. Thank you. Bai Lu's tone was filled with gratitude. He walked out of the shed, and sure enough, Xiaoyu followed him out. Grandma Xiaoyu, did you really mean for me to ask Uncle Abu? Xiaoyu nodded. Why? From what they said, we know that a private army has arrived on our planet. We've built it so well, I'm worried they're targeting us. Xiaoyu spoke slowly. If we can't rally the surrounding orcs now, we'd be left alone. Our fate would be no better than those birds. Instead of that, we should take the initiative. As long as we're numerous and strong enough, those sneaky private armies won't be able to do anything to us, right? Although Xiaoyu was old, she still had her thinking ability. She nudged Guunji, telling him to go find Abu. Gu, you still have a lot to learn. Guunji, his mind empty, went to Abu's workplace to look for him, bringing Xiaoyu's words with him. Abu wasn't surprised Xiaoyu would tell Guunji this. But he wouldn't agree. Xiaoyu was his father's second wife, and she wasn't even older than him. If there was a disagreement, Abu wouldn't listen to Xiaoyu. While Xiaoyu's words make sense, we simply can't support so many people right now. You don't need to consider her words, Abu said. Guunji knew Abu wouldn't let the birds stay. He could only fight for them again. I think we still have a chance with food. After all, it's not winter yet. If we can plant more food in the fall, we won't be short of food. Although he didn't know the growth cycles of interstellar plants differed from those of his time, he still had to try. I can also build a greenhouse. With a greenhouse, we can still have meat and vegetables in winter. Guunji had never built a greenhouse before, but he had helped the grandparents around him when he was in the countryside. Guunji, having stumbled upon this opportunity, wanted to give it a try. As the old saying goes, if you don't try, how do you know if it works? Abu was silent for a moment. Guunji stared at Abu, the glint in his eyes hard for Abu to ignore. If you succeed, I allow them to join us. Abu couldn't resist, turning his head away and waving his hand. Guunji beamed. Uncle Abu, I knew you'd agree. Abu glared. My promise is conditional. You have to ensure the village has enough food and can survive the winter safely. Yes, yes, I will. Guunji picked up the Wolfhound and happily prepared to go out. Abu coughed, calling him to a halt. Wait. Guunji turned around. What's that thing on you? Abu had been eyeing Guunji's straw raincoat for a long time. Although he didn't know what it was, he'd seen Guunji running around in the rain quite often. Under normal circumstances, a human's physique would have collapsed under such conditions. But Guunji, draped in this brown, hay-like garment, showed no signs of a cold. Abu wasn't a fool. He knew it was a good thing. Guunji lowered his head and tugged at his clothes, then looked up and said, Raincoat. Raincoat? Abu had never heard of it. The Wolfhound beside him shook its head. He was a native of the main star, having undergone rigorous training and study, so he naturally knew what a raincoat was. But Abu was a country boy from a remote star system, with no access to ancient history or culture. Of course, he didn't know what a straw raincoat was. It's a garment used in ancient times to keep out the wind and rain. Guunji had no idea what interstellar umbrellas and raincoats looked like, so he could only explain it in the simplest terms. Is this thing easy to make? Abu perked up at the mention of keeping out the wind and rain. Guunji didn't disappoint him. It's easy to make. And the materials aren't far from here. If the orcs go, they should be able to bring back a lot of materials in a day. On rainy days, the orcs fear colds and fevers. With a straw raincoat, they can go out hunting and gathering as usual. Abu pondered for a moment. Find someone to help you build a greenhouse. Teach the villagers how to make straw raincoats first. Guunji asked, Can I call the giant beast tribe then? Last time, the giant beasts had built the potato field for him, but they only came for 3 or 5 days. This time, if he wanted to build a greenhouse, he would need quite a bit of time. The giant beast tribe was the chosen laborer. If he was willing to contribute his raincoat, there would be no shortage of laborers. The village had already had wild beasts and a flock of captured birds. A few more giant beasts wouldn't make much difference. Abu nodded, his head ached. But it's still the same. I know. Don't let them into the village, right? Guunji bounded off with his wolfhounds. Abu gave a wry laugh, which was overheard by Achu, who had just passed Guunji and swaggered in to report on his work. Village chief, what's going on? I see little Gu is very happy. Abu shook his head. He's trying to do good for the village, and I'm happy too. But I still feel a vague sense of unease. Achu didn't quite understand the village chief's thoughts. But everything that was being planned in the village seemed wonderful to him. It was like returning to civilized society, and he loved it. Why shouldn't we be reassured? After all, Xiaomu represents the greatest sense of belonging to us. You only see one side of the story. The village chief patted Achu's hand. Xiaomu knows so much. At first, who among us didn't think Xiaomu was useful? But the longer we dig, the more frightening it becomes. Why would such a talent end up here? Abu didn't dare to think, so he could only hide in fear. Chapter 38. With Abu's permission, Guunji immediately returned to tell Xiaowe and Bailu. Xiaowe smiled at him and patted his shoulder. Oh, I knew you could convince Abu. Bailu nodded repeatedly, sniffed, and excitedly transformed into a human form. Thank you so much. If there's anything we can help you with, just let us know. All the birds will come to help. Guunji nodded, not bothering to be polite with Bailu. Bailu tried to reach out and shake Guunji's hand, but several nearby orcs quickly stopped them and glared at Bailu. Guunji waved his hand. Bailu's human form looked even smaller than Guunji's, a cute boy. Guunji knew that orc strength couldn't compare to his own, but it was still hard to be wary of such a boy. By the way, what's your name? Seeing Bailu transformed into a human, Guunji couldn't continue calling him Bailu in his mind. Me? My name is Baisu. You can call me Xiaobai or Xiu. Baisu was now completely obedient, eager to give everything to Guunji. Joining a village. This was something Baisu had never dared to imagine since arriving on the desolate planet. Unexpectedly, after their home was destroyed and they were accidentally stranded here, they earned a place in the village. Baisu thought of the orcs, who had been captured for their escape. Among them was his father, who had been exiled from the main planet. Baisu's father had a son in his old age, and when Baisu was 16, his father had been exiled to the desolate planet. A 16-year-old orc simply couldn't survive on the main planet, and because he was born there, he couldn't go to other planets. That's why Baisu had come here with his father. Baisu deeply respected his father, and therefore he harbored resentment towards the main star. He had never considered returning to the main star. For Baisu, perhaps this was his best destination. It was a pity, not knowing how his father was doing now. Though those private armies were vicious, they at least knew their fate would be this, and they had never considered killing any of the orcs from the barren star. His father must be alive, but his current situation was unknown. Baisu thought to himself. If he could gain a foothold here, he would definitely find a way to return and bring his father back. Did Guyun know that Baisu had so many thoughts in mind? He already had someone in mind to build the greenhouse, so there was no need for birds. He nodded to Baisu and looked back at Xiaoyu. I'm planning to invite the giant beasts to build a greenhouse for me. Xiaoyu nodded. That's a good idea. Although the giant beasts are terrifying, they're also quite reserved. As long as you can afford what they want, they diligently complete the tasks you assign them. It's a real bargain for you. But I don't know how to get to the giant beast's territory. Grandma Xiaoyu, do you know? Xiaoyu was very surprised. Are you going now? Guunji hummed. The rainy season is ideal for plant growth. The sooner you start sowing seeds in the greenhouse, the better for plant growth. Xiaoyu frowned. I wanted to go with you. But if you want to go now, I can't find anyone to accompany you right now. Everyone was busy during the rainy season, and the free members staying home weren't suitable to escort Guunji. Xiaoyu couldn't find an orc to protect Guunji for a while, and was a little reluctant to let him go to another territory. I can go alone. Guunji, completely unaware of Xiaoyu's concerns, replied cheerfully. Xiaoyu shook her head. Going to another territory isn't that easy. You're just a human. I won't let you go alone without someone. Grandma Xiaoyu. No discussion. I hadn't expected to suffer such a disastrous defeat at Xiaoyu's hands. Guunji's eyes darted around, and upon catching sight of the Wolfhound sitting nearby, an idea struck him. Then I can take Xiaomu with me, right? The Wolfhound's combat power rivaled that of their adult orcs, but because they were always by Guunji's side, few people thought of him. It was only after Guunji reminded Xiaoyu of this trump card that she remembered. She hesitated for a few seconds, but her desire to see the shed and capture these orcs quickly prevailed, and she nodded hesitantly. That's fine. The Wolfhounds were even more protective of their masters than any of them. Compared to having a young orc follow Guunji, it was better to have a Wolfhound. Then it's settled. Tell me the way. Guunji, fearing Xiaoyu would change her mind again, quickly settled the matter. Wait a moment. Xiaoyu wasn't as anxious as Guunji. She spoke a few words to the orcs nearby and left for a moment. Returning to Guunji, Xiaoyu held out a palm-sized piece of paper. This is a map I managed to create. Follow this, and you reach the gathering place of the giant beasts. But let me be frank. This is something I did a long time ago. Something might have changed along the way. Although the map suggests a round trip in half a day, you're unfamiliar with the route, and don't have much survival skills. Be prepared to spend the night in a place where giant beasts gather. Guunji took the map. I understand. Guunji took the map, and went home to pack his things without a second thought. He packed a bag, put everything he needed in it, and placed the Wolfhound's food next to its kennel, closing the door. The Wolfhound was startled by his actions, and howled a few times. Guunji, however, had a plan in mind. Xiaomu, watch over the house. Although Xiaoyu had suggested taking the Wolfhound with him, Guunji didn't think it was necessary. The Wolfhound didn't have a raincoat, and he was worried it would get sick from being with him in the wind and rain every day. After all, it was his own furry child. Guunji might not care about himself, but he couldn't bear to see the Wolfhound suffer with him. So, he brazenly abandoned the Wolfhound and, carrying his backpack, set out on the road to the beast's gathering place. The Wolfhound scratched at the door several times, sniffing Guunji's scent as it drifted further and further away. Gnashing its teeth, it transformed into a human form. The Wolfhound couldn't open the door at his height, but a human's height would surely be enough. So, Guunji had only taken a few steps outside the village when he was stopped by Wei Yinja. Why are you going out again on such a rainy day? Guunji's eyes lit up at the sight of Wei Yinja, then a look of panic settled over his face. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you someone was probably looking for you? It's okay. Tell me why you're out at this hour. There was no need to keep the giant beast's greenhouse a secret. Wei Yinja asked, and Guunji told him. I need the giant beast's help building a greenhouse. As he spoke, he pulled a raincoat from his backpack and tied it around Wei Yinja. It's raining so hard. Why did you come out without anything? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Wei Yinja's brow hadn't relaxed since he met him, but now, his concern brightened his expression. I'm fine. If you want to go find the giant beast, I can pass on a message for you. You don't see many people. Guunji shook his head. I can do it myself. But, well, you're not from the village anyway, and I don't want to expose your whereabouts for the sake of the village. Guunji was doing this for his own good, Wei Yanjia knew, but he didn't like the feeling. In the past, he always stayed by Guunji's side, and this rare rejection was hard for Wei Yanjia to accept. After much deliberation, he came up with a compromise. Then I escort you to the entrance of the giant beast gathering place, and I won't meet anyone else. That would be too much trouble for you. I don't think it's a bother. Wei Yanjia vowed. Besides, I saw you leave, and there's no way I let you go alone. Even if you don't agree, I secretly follow you. I mean what I say. Guunji experienced a rare headache. He wanted Wei Yanjia to run away, but Wei Yanjia chose to stay by his side because he was leaving. Although he knew the other party had good intentions, Guunji didn't want to put him in danger because of him. Who are you to me? Why do you have to protect me? After all, my safety isn't your responsibility. Guunji rarely spoke sternly. It sounded a bit ungrateful, but compared to Wei Yanjia's safety, Guunji would rather he thought he was ungrateful. Wei Yanjia replied without blinking, as long as you're human, as an orc, I have every reason to protect you. The safety of all humans is the responsibility of orcs. That's what I learned in the army. Guunji was speechless. He wanted to ask if Wei Yanjia had any selfish motives in protecting him, but he was afraid it would come across as presumptuous. Guunji sighed. Forget it, do whatever you want. Just so you know, you can't show up in public. Wei Yanjia was obedient now, finally giving him a smile. Guunji felt his hands itch at the sight of his smile. The two walked side by side, Wei Yanjia holding the map. I've never been this way before. Stay close to me. Unlike usual, they headed east towards Sunrise Village. Once they reached the woods, Guunji and the Wolfhound would head south. The giant beast tribe, however, headed north because they were near a river. The map wasn't very clear, but the river was clearly marked, making the journey easy. Being near the river also meant the road would be even muddier in the rain. Wei Yanjia pulled Guunji along for a few steps before changing his plan. He took a few quick steps, blocking Guunji's way, and then crouched down. What are you doing? Guunji was startled. Come up. Wei Yanjia turned his back to him and waved. Isn't that bad? Guunji hesitated. The road isn't easy, but I can do it. It's a waste of time. Wei Yanjia said, I go faster. Traveling in the rain was indeed uncomfortable. Since I've already troubled others, I don't mind causing more trouble. Guunji made a quick decision. He took a few steps and carefully lay on Wei Yanjia's back. Wei Yanjia stood up steadily, and the feeling of weightlessness made Guunji subconsciously put his arms around his neck. Chapter 39. Wei Yanjia's speed wasn't slow, but he carried Guunji very steadily. Guunji clung to his back. Although protected by his straw raincoat, he still felt a sense of warmth. The giant beast's territory wasn't close to the village, but with Wei Yanjia's speed, he reached it quickly. The two of them saw smoke rising from a cooking stove in the distance. Wei Yanjia put Guunji down and supported him for a few steps. You're going there by yourself? Guunji broke free from Wei Yanjia's hand and nodded. Don't worry, it's not far. The giant beast's gathering place was much larger than Huangshi had expected. Guunji noticed their cluttered huts from afar. Similarly, the giant beasts were much more perceptive than Abu and the others. As soon as Guunji stepped onto the lawn in front of their gathering place, a giant beast lifted its head and looked at him. The giant beast's gaze wasn't friendly, but it softened when it noticed it was Guunji. Several giant beasts chattered among themselves. One of them stood up and walked towards Guunji. Guunji? Your name is Guunji, right? The giant beast's humanoid form was unfamiliar. Guunji was certain he had never seen this person before. But since they asked, of course he nodded. The orc sniffed, a bit puzzled. Why can't I smell any human scent from you? Do you have a partner? Guunji was left completely bewildered. It was no longer an orc saying this, but it was clear he had no intention of pursuing the matter. With so much going on every day, who would have the energy to wonder why their scent had changed? It didn't interfere with their daily lives. Guunji, no. Could you ask Asang to come out for a moment? I need to talk to him. Asang was the giant orc Guunji had last encountered. Guunji wasn't familiar with the composition of the giant beast tribe, and since Asang had been the one to initiate the exchange, Guunji naturally thought of him. The beastman didn't say anything else, but spoke to a few of his companions, and went off to help pass on the message. Asang came out quickly. He noticed Guunji in his straw raincoat, and his eyes lit up. Mr. Gu, Asang said. Guunji replied, "Long time no see." Asang was particularly enthusiastic towards Guunji, his eyes flickering over his straw raincoat. Of course, Guunji noticed. He had been able to capture Asang's attention so quickly. He was quite lucky on this trip. "What are you doing here?" "It's raining so hard, you get sick," Asang said politely. "I have something for you to do." "How was the Elizabeth Circle last time?" "It worked great. After giving it to a few dying orcs, they've recently been able to transform back into humans." Asang's tone was filled with excitement, and he greeted Guunji's every move with enthusiasm. "And that farming method you told us to learn has grown a lot of food for us. We haven't been out much this rainy season." Asang also had some unexpected news for Guunji. Guunji listened to Asang's words with surprise, extremely curious. "What did you grow?" "Cabbage." "Cabbage matures faster than potatoes," and Guunji pondered. "Do you know how to store cabbage?" Asang's eyes lit up at his words. The straw raincoat he was wearing and the method for storing cabbage were both treasures for the giant beasts. However, such a big pie often comes with a lot of complications. Asang understood this well, and took the initiative to help Guunji solve his problems. "What does Mr. Gu want us to do?" "I want to build a few acres of greenhouses in our village." Guunji didn't mince words. "But we're short-handed, so I need you to help me." Guunji paused. "As a reward, would you like a method for storing cabbages, or this waterproof raincoat I'm wearing?" Building a greenhouse isn't a difficult task, so it's impossible to trade both to the giant beasts. Although Guunji wasn't a businessman and didn't understand much business, he knew how to measure the value of both parties in a transaction. "Then I want to trade the storage method." Asang had no objection. "And this raincoat, can I trade it for something else?" "What do you want?" Guunji had his own plans. "All the cabbages we still have growing in our fields," Asang said. "It's been raining recently, and Guunji said they're short on manpower, which means they have a serious food problem. So the orcs have to keep hunting to ensure the food supply at the gathering place." Asang then offered Guunji something that would most appeal to him. Guunji had to admit, he was tempted. There weren't many cabbages near their village. Most had been taken by the orcs. So when he wanted to plant something, he could only choose potatoes, which were filling. However, potatoes take a much longer growing cycle than cabbages. While they were edible now, they were too small, and Guunji felt it wasn't worth it. If he could take some of the cabbage from the giant beast's field back home, even if he ate half and planted the other half, it would greatly alleviate their food pressure. As the two were talking, Guunji had already arrived at the fields of the giant beast clan. The endless expanse of cabbage made Guunji sigh. The giant beasts are truly God's chosen workers. Their inherent advantages were immense. "Deal?" Guunji agreed without even bargaining. "Okay, so after we pick these cabbages, we go to your place?" Asang was also eager, and the two hit it off. Asang went to call for help, while Guunji was invited to shelter in the best iron shed on their property. In the shed, with Guunji, was Xiaomu, the man who had previously dug the ground for him. Xiaomu had grown a few inches taller, and his gaze on Guunji was even more intense than Asang's. The two were casually chatting when two giant beast orcs suddenly walked in, their expressions grim. "Brother Tan, there's a very powerful orc at our entrance. I suspect it's an Aster." "What?" Before Xiaomu could say anything, Guunji's smile suddenly fell. He stood up suddenly. "You said there was an Aster at your gate?" The implication was too obvious, and Wei Yanjia was watching him from behind as he left. Could it be that Wei Yanjia hadn't left, and the orcs who had been at the gate were heading back the way he'd come, and the two groups had collided? "Do you know him?" Xiaomu asked. Guunji hesitated, then nodded. "Maybe he's a friend of mine. He brought me here." None of them were surprised by his words. After all, it wasn't realistic for a purebred human to walk alone from one territory to another during the rainy season. It only felt right to have someone escort them. "Then go and take a look." The orc who had brought the news wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "We thought he was an invader, so we went to chase him off, but he ended up knocking many of us over." He didn't dare say that they were fighting in a round-robin fashion. In the end, he was directly knocked over by the young-looking orc. No exception. "Did you start fighting?" Guunji couldn't sit still any longer and hurried outside. In such a hurry, he didn't even bother to pick up the straw raincoat he had taken off when he entered the shed. Xiaomu picked up the straw raincoat and rushed out with Guunji. At the entrance of the giant beast tribe, many giant beast warriors had already gathered. After Guunji arrived, Xiaomu shouted, "Disperse!" And they dispersed slightly, but no one left. Guunji hurried forward and was surprised to find that Wei Yanjia had knocked down another person. These were all humanoid clashes, and the giant beast tribe's advantage over the ordinary orcs was not particularly different. Even so, the fact that he was able to overthrow all the orcs who came to expel him was enough to prove that Wei Yinja had largely recovered his strength. Brothers, hold on. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Xiong Tan, now oblivious to everything else, shouted at the top of his lungs. Xiong Tan's influence was considerable. Thanks to his outcry, no one dared to challenge Wei Yinja. Guunji seized the opportunity to step in front of Wei Yinja, apologetically but firmly protecting him. Excuse me, this is my friend. It's okay. We didn't treat him well. Xiong Tan waved his hand quickly. Brother Gu, is your friend okay? All the giant orcs here knew Guunji. At the mention of Guunji's friend, the orcs, their faces covered in wounds, instantly became as pale as a pallet. Xiong Tan was furious. He walked up and smacked them on the head. You didn't even ask before you drove away the orcs you saw? You're just herding sheep. Isn't it because there have been a lot of strangers in the forest lately? One of them muttered. Strangers. Can't you just ask first? Those guys have such advanced weapons. If I ask a question, won't I be arrested and forced to tell me about our gathering place? The key point in their conversation was easy to discern, and Guunji turned his attention to Xiong Tan. Are there any strange orcs here too? The orc who had argued with Xiong Tan glanced at Guunji and blushed. Yes. He said shyly, you too? Guunji took a deep breath and tugged at Wei Yinja's sleeve. Wei Yinja patted the back of his hand. We know more. Those people are a private army. It seems they brought the son of a powerful figure from one of the main planets here, intending to kill him. Since this concerns the power struggle on the main planet, Xiong Tan couldn't completely ignore it. Really? I can't reveal the source, but it's likely true. Xiong Tan's expression grew serious. That's very bad. If the victims are descendants of those powerful orcs from the main planet, our desolate planet will be doomed. If something really went wrong, who knew if the elders would vent their anger on them? There were more desolate planets than just theirs. Even if they bombed this place, they'd only be punished. But they were truly doomed. Seeing Xiong Tan's resistance to the private army, Guunji hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. He lowered his voice, a hint of eagerness. Because they're constantly stealing food. Our village originally wanted to join forces with you to drive them away and protect the young master. But we put it on hold due to a lack of food. Since you share this idea, why don't we work together? Chapter 40. When it came to cooperation, the behemoth was clearly not so easy to talk to. Xiong Tan glanced at Guunji and Wei Yinja's faces with a hint of inquiry. Guunji smiled at him. We don't want to be used as pawns, Xiong Tan said meaningfully. Guunji hummed, and without hesitation, he pushed the blame onto Duan Wayne. Don't worry, my friend is from the main planet too. But he's an Astrian, and those guys are after the only son of a high-ranking military officer. Xiong Tan didn't continue, but his expression seemed slightly reassured. There's another Astrian orc in our village, from the Duan family. Guunji unceremoniously sold out Duan Wayne. After all, he'd already run away. If not now, when? Guunji didn't say anything, yet it felt as if he had said everything. Xiong Tan's expression completely relaxed. We think about it again. That was what he said, but Xiong Tan was clearly inclined to cooperate. He led the two of them to the tin shed they'd been staying in and refilled Wei Yinja's tea. Do you know how many settlements there are on this planet right now? Guunji and Wei Yinja looked at each other, confused as to why Xiong Tan brought this up. Both had arrived on this planet by accident and didn't know much about it. 18. The answer came not from Xiong Tan, but from Asen, who had stepped through the curtains. There are only 18 settlements on the planet, and each has only about 100 or 200 people. In other words, there are only about 3,000 people on a single desolate planet at most. Asang also sat down. He poured himself a glass of water, drank it in one gulp, and wiped his mouth. However, even the most basic army requires tens of thousands of people. Asang smiled kindly at the two of them. It's not that we don't want to cooperate, but sending the private army away would only bring disaster to us. He then changed the subject mid-sentence. But since he's the son of a high-ranking official, we can't let the private army kill him. So, please wait for our answer on how to proceed. Asang's words were sincere, and Guunji couldn't say anything more. Until now, Guunji had never seen a mad orc. What he had seen were ordinary people who had clearly sacrificed for the orc community, yet were thrown on this planet like ragtag, struggling to survive. So, Guunji wasn't very sensitive to external perceptions. But under Asang's guidance, Guunji realized that his ideas were ultimately too simple. But if other planets can become places of survival, protected by military forces, why can't a barren planet be the same? If a city could be built on a barren planet. Guunji gave up the idea halfway through. How could he possibly have it? Perhaps because the topic was too serious. Asen quickly stopped dwelling on it, and said to Guunji, "The cabbages have been picked. Shall I take the others, and go straight with you?" Asen was very curious about new things like greenhouses. Guunji came to his senses, and instinctively agreed, "Okay." Wei Yanjia, who was standing beside him, stood up. With one person taking the lead, the other two orcs also left their seats. The three beastmen told Guunji to wait in a shed while they packed up and ordered the departure. They would call him back when it was time to leave. Guunji had grown numb to their care and followed their instructions step by step. A short while later, Wei Yanjia came to call him out. This time, Guunji donned his straw raincoat and fully armed himself before leaving the shed. With the giant beasts by his side, he didn't even need Wei Yanjia to lead the way. Guunji lay on the cart made of the beasts, and soon arrived in the woods outside their village. Guunji jumped to his feet. Are you going to look for that young master of the Duan family?" Before reaching the village, Guunji chose to send Wei Yanjia away. Wei Yanjia understood his hint and nodded. "Well, I've already gotten you here, so I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned to Xiong Tan, who had come with him. "Mr. Xiong, please take care of Mr. Gu." Xiong Tan had originally assumed Wei Yanjia was some sort of guard for one of the Duan family's young masters, so he didn't think anything of it. "Well, go ahead and leave without worry. I make sure to bring Mr. Gu home safely." The young man who had argued with Xiong Tan was also there. Hearing Xiong Tan's words, he muttered quietly, "Why be so polite to him?" Xiong Tan slapped the young man on the head. Guunji and Wei Yanjia could only awkwardly pretend not to hear. Wei Yanjia glanced at Guunji again, then turned and headed towards another forest. After walking around, Guunji finally recognized the forest as the one where he had first officially met Wei Yanjia. Through that forest, they should be able to reach the cliff where they fell last time. Guunji wondered if Wei Yanjia and Duan Wayne were hiding there. As the figures disappeared from their sight, Xiong Tan raised his hand and commanded, "Let's go. Let's go to Abu's place." When Xiong Tan and his team had last dug up the fields, Guangxi hadn't yet become a village. So, they had no idea that Guunji and his team's gathering place was no longer called Abu's gathering place. Guunji also wanted to shock the giant beasts, so he didn't speak to correct them. The orcs moved skillfully through the woods. Halfway through, Xiong Tan's expression turned strange. "Why does it smell like that? Are there still beasts in there?" Fearing that Abu and his team were attacked, Xiong Tan quickly ordered the other orcs to quicken their pace. Guunji had no idea what he had smelled, but seeing the other's solemn expression, his heart skipped a beat. He thought the private army had chased the birds into the village. A group of giant orcs advanced at full speed, and soon they sighted the entrance to the half-completed outer village. The giant beasts were in disbelief and hesitated to move forward. Xiong Tan glanced at the neatly arranged houses before him, then back at Guunji, switching back and forth between the two. Finally, he uttered a single sentence, "Have you moved?" "No." Guunji had anticipated their reaction and said pleasantly, "We're just reorganizing our house." Guunji didn't even say the word tin shed, but Xiong Tan and the others somehow understood what house signified. The last time Xiong Tan came, he wanted to change the construction method of the house, but he had nothing to offer. This time, he'd given away everything he could, and there was no way he'd even exchanged it for the house-making method. Xiong Tan's eyes were filled with envy. "Ah!" A group of orcs stood far away in the woods. They hadn't noticed them, but a wolfhound leaped out of the village and ran straight towards them. Aya and Achu were following behind. Guunji's eyes lit up. "Xiaomu!" "Ah!" Each man and his pet hugged each other tightly, bringing along a worried-looking Aya. "How could you go out alone?" Before Xiong Tan could say hello to Aya, her eyes red, pulled Guunji off the cart and groped him. Guunji finally remembered that he'd run away secretly. He hadn't brought the wolfhound he'd promised to bring. He felt a little guilty. "I'm back safe and sound. I have friends outside to help me, so don't worry." I ignored his explanation. After confirming that Guunji wasn't missing any limbs, she wiped her eyes, and said with a hint of resignation, "If Xiaomu hadn't suddenly run out, we wouldn't have known you'd been gone all day." Coincidentally, Guunji left just after lunch and returned before dinner, so naturally, no one noticed he was gone. Aya grew increasingly angry, and knocked on Guunji again. Then, as if noticing Xiong Tan, she nodded. "Long time no see." Xiongtan hummed twice and replied, "Long time no see." Guunji quickly diverted Aya's attention. "Aya, go get someone to divide up the cabbages on the cart. I'm going to take them to set up the greenhouse before dark." Aya glanced behind them, unable to hold back her exclamation at the baskets of cabbage. Did the giant beast find all this? Xiongtan didn't dare put all the credit on the giant beast. He smiled honestly and said, "We grew this using Brother Gu's method. This is our second batch." Because the potatoes hadn't shown any signs of growth, the village beastmen weren't paying much attention. Suddenly hearing that farming could yield such a bountiful harvest, Achu, who had just arrived, blushed. How could the giant beast trust Guunji and actually follow his methods when they were growing the same thing? They didn't trust Guunji, and now they were being slapped in the face. "You earned this with your skills. Not to mention Achu and Aya, even if Abu were here, he'd be embarrassed." Guunji waved his hand. "It's okay. You guys sent me a lot of food during the rainy day." Although he hated to take advantage, the village was short of food due to the increased number of birds and beasts, so Achu had no choice but to accept it with a blushing face. "I give you a credit later." "Okay." Aya and Xiongtan went to the side to collect the cabbages. The young man from earlier approached Guunji, brows furrowed, as he watched him embrace the wolfhound and caress it. "Hey, is that an orc?" Guunji was momentarily distracted by his words. "What did you say?" The young man's expression was extremely serious. "I advise you to avoid contact with this animal. It doesn't look like an ordinary wild beast." Hearing the young man's words, Guunji lowered his head. The wolfhound raised its head, howling, its eyes dazed. "You're overthinking it." Guunji raised his head again, firmly saying, "No, I'm just trying to warn you out of kindness." The young man, knowing Guunji didn't believe him, became anxious. Some orcs can revert to their juvenile state when seriously injured. "I feel like your pet is very similar. Don't be fooled by some weird orc." Chapter 41. Guunji couldn't imagine what a strange orc was. He had no money and no connections, so what orc would deliberately try to scam him? But the young orc kindly reminded him, so Guunji couldn't ignore it. "Yeah, thank you for the reminder." Knowing that Guunji wasn't taking it seriously, the young orc stamped his foot impatiently. "Hey, I'm telling you the truth. Don't you disbelieve me?" The older orc, who was carrying cabbages nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed the young orc. "Stop exaggerating." Then he nodded to Guunji. "Mr. Gu, go ahead. Don't take this kid's words to heart." This wasn't their first visit. Everyone knew that Mr. Gu had a beloved pet. This kid pointed at the pet and said it might be a strange orc. Not only Guunji, but they all found it both amusing and ridiculous. Guunji had been on the desolate planet for at least 5 or 6 months. If this wolfhound were truly an orc, how could it possibly have the strength to maintain its juvenile form, want to die? If there really was an orc who was willing to sacrifice his life to become a wolfhound and stay by Guunji's side, then they truly loved this human. How could he be some strange orc? The older orc thought, feeling that the younger orcs on his side were meddling in his affairs. Guunji smiled at the older orc and walked inside, his wolfhound in his arms. Xiongtan and Aya finished their conversation and came closer. He explained to the younger orc, "I just saw it too. Don't blame Xiaoyu for being nosy. Xiaoyu came to the desolate planet at such a young age because the humans in his family were deceived by the orcs." Oh! Although he felt sorry for the young orc named Xiaoyu, it's human nature to want to know gossip. Guunji's curiosity flickered. Xiaoyu's family originally had a pure-blooded human sister, so they relocated to the main planet. Xiongtan had no intention of hiding anything. Perhaps their luck was limited to having a pure-blooded human. Upon arriving on the main planet, they encountered a malicious orc neighbor whose body had temporarily regressed to a juvenile state due to injury. His sister was deceived by the orc, and eventually died on the main planet. His parents sought revenge on the orcs, becoming fully beastly and exiled north. Xiongtan sighed as he spoke. But few of the people who come here were truly exiled at the age of beast transformation. Everyone's luck isn't much better than Xiaoyu and the others. Guunji had heard many tragic stories of orcs here. Though cruel, he had become indifferent to Xiaoyu's plight. He was concerned about the newfound knowledge of regressing to a juvenile state. He understood the concept of orcs transforming, but he couldn't understand why some would temporarily regress to a juvenile state. Do orcs also regress to a juvenile state? Xiongtan nodded. Yes, but it's rare. Only orcs who are near death and somehow survive possess this protective mechanism. But orcs' bodies are so powerful that many either don't reach critical danger or die immediately. So, very few orcs regress to a juvenile state. Guunji hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. He wondered if Wei Yanjia had been avoiding him in the beginning because he could regress to a juvenile state. But then he thought about Wei Yanjia transforming into a giant wolf and carrying him away. After juvenile transformation, can you return to your original beast form at any time? That's something I don't know. They usually become juvenile. Who would force themselves to return to their original beast form for no reason? After hearing Xiongtan's answer, Guunji knew he couldn't get any more information out of him. He shook his head and focused on building the greenhouse. In Guunji's time, greenhouses were already very modern. But he would always remember the greenhouses he saw in the countryside as a child. A semicircular cage made of interwoven bamboo strips, covered with several layers of plastic film. At night, a thick quilt would be placed over the film to ensure a comfortable temperature inside the greenhouse. There was still some uncultivated land next to his potato field, but it was too small, so he didn't continue working on it at the time. Now was a good time for him to test the effectiveness of the greenhouse. Since arriving on the desolate planet, Guunji's painting skills have improved significantly. He sketched the greenhouse frame and the covering, then explained it in detail to Xiongtan. Xiongtan might not seem particularly bright, but he was actually quite skilled. Guunji only explained it once, and Xiongtan was already able to build it based on his own understanding. Knowing that Xiongtan truly understood, Guunji carried the Wolfhound back home. He didn't know how long it would take Xiongtan and his team to finish building the greenhouse, so he quickly drew the raincoat diagrams for them and explained how to store the cabbages. The Wolfhound had left the door open when he left, leaving the room damp. Guunji patted the Wolfhound's head, set it aside, wiped its paws, and went to heat up the stove. Feeling the room warmer, Guunji returned to the table. The Wolfhound glanced at him briefly and crouched at his feet. Having already done it once before, drawing the raincoat design was particularly easy. It took Guunji less than half an hour to finish. He glanced at the sky and suddenly had an idea. Xiaomu, shall we go find Wei Yanjia? Because they were able to stop him when he came out alone, Wei Yanjia must be nearby. Although Wei Yanjia didn't say anything when he left, Guunji was still a little worried. If he could confirm Wei Yanjia's location, perhaps he would feel a little more at ease. The Wolfhound glanced at the smiling human and didn't move. Guunji picked up the Wolfhound and placed it on the ground in the yard. The rain finally subsided. Guunji abandoned his raincoat and took out an umbrella he'd made at some unknown time. Let's go, Xiaomu. The Wolfhound stood still. Guunji curled his lips and took the first step. He was confident the Wolfhound would follow. Just as he expected, seeing him approaching the gate, the Wolfhound finally followed, tail wagging. Guunji didn't know how the Wolfhound had found Wei Yanjia, but he knew it understood the 3 words Wei Yanjia. Sure enough, after leaving the village, the Wolfhound began sniffing the ground. He walked and stopped, and soon reached the woods. Guunji identified the direction, and saw it was heading towards the woods near the potato fields. Although Wei Yanjia had parted ways with them outside the forest, judging by the Wolfhound's route, Guunji felt that Wei Yanjia had most likely escorted him back to the village. It's just that no one noticed. The Wolfhound wandered through the forest for a long time, circling the same spot. Guunji followed it for a while, and felt a deluge of mosquito bites on his feet. It was like he was providing a mosquito buffet. Unable to resist, he squatted down and lifted the Wolfhound's ears. Are you taking me to find someone? The Wolfhound blinked innocently. Guunji was helpless. Forget it. If we can't find him, he probably doesn't want to see me. I won't bother him anymore. Guunji raised his hands in surrender. It had been bright daylight when they left, but now it was a bit dim. Guunji stood up and walked towards the potato field. The potato field was still bustling with activity, with white plastic sheeting scattered across the ground. There were still a few unsplit bamboos nearby. Mr. Gu, how did you get out of the woods? A giant orc noticed Guunji and asked in surprise. Guunji didn't reply, but smiled at him. Thank you for your hard work. The orc, instantly distracted, waved his head and said, not hard work. How much longer will it take you? Can't you finish it today? How about you go back and come back tomorrow? The orc nodded, then shook his head. The greenhouse may take until tomorrow. But we're not going back today. Huh? Abu has prepared a place for us to stay. We sleep there tonight and continue working tomorrow morning. I hadn't expected Abu to let the giant beast stay overnight. Guunji was genuinely surprised. So, since you're staying in the village today, what about food? We thought we might have to eat on the way, so we brought our own food, the orc answered honestly. It's just what we need right now. But Abu also prepared hot soup for us. It's made with animal bones and a lot of cabbage. The broth with cabbage couldn't be any less delicious. Guunji felt relieved. They talked for a while before Xiongtan noticed Guunji. He trotted over to Guunji. Little brother Gu, we've already built 2 greenhouses. Go check them out and see if they're alright. If so, we transplant the cabbages for you. The plot of land Guunji had given him could only accommodate 5 greenhouses, each 5 meters long and a little over a meter wide. It took Xiongtan and his team a while to build the first one, but they got faster and faster. As they spoke, the 3rd greenhouse was completed. Guunji followed Xiongtan to inspect it. The greenhouse the giant beasts had built was identical to the one he remembered seeing. That's it. Guunji nodded. The white plastic sheeting and green bamboo frame looked both practical and beautiful. Xiongtan chuckled a few times. He waved over a few orcs and told them to quickly plant the cabbages. Abu had given them these cabbages, and they were to give them to Guunji. Guunji glanced at the cabbages piled to the side and said, just keep half. I have some I want to plant potatoes. Cabbage might be short-lived and yield a lot, but potatoes are the real food that fills the stomach. Xiongtan agreed, and had the tribe return the other half to Abu. After giving his instructions, he rubbed his hands and said, Brother Gu, this thing is very rainproof. I just tested the temperature, and it's much more comfortable than outside. Can we use it as a shelter? Chapter 42. Xiongtan's words instantly extinguished Guunji's joy. He had never imagined that an orc could even think this way. These few words were enough to reveal the orc's struggles during winter. Guunji actually wanted to teach Xiongtan how to build a house. However, the issue of a house would have a significant impact on the village. Giving them methods for planting or making straw raincoats wouldn't affect the village, but if he gave Xiongtan the building methods, the village's interests might be harmed. There were conflicts of interest between the giant beast tribe and the villagers, and Guunji was inevitably biased. Guunji said, Anyway, I've given you the construction methods. You can decide what to do with them. But I must remind you that the greenhouse isn't well ventilated, so don't light a fire in it. Xiongtan nodded gratefully, thank you. Guunji couldn't stay any longer and hurriedly left the potato field with his wolfhound. The next morning, Guunji was awakened early by a noise. The wolfhound nuzzled him under the covers, occasionally licking his face with its rough tongue. Wake up! Wake up! Guunji called out repeatedly. He stood up, washed his face, and yawned as he walked out the door. Xiongtan was standing at his door, talking to Aya. When they saw Guunji, they stopped talking. Little Gu, the giant beast has finished your greenhouse. Go check it out, Aya instructed. Guunji nodded and took the wolfhound to the greenhouse to inspect the situation. Man and pet skillfully traversed the rocks. The drizzling rain was difficult to see and the road surface, but having walked so many times, Guunji found it surprisingly easy. The giant beast had set up 5 greenhouses neatly alongside them. Facing the greenhouse gates was a potato field, and on the other side of the potato field, closer to the woods, was a chicken coop. Looking at all this, Guunji felt a surge of satisfaction. It wasn't just the giant beasts who came to see Guunji's plantation. Many of the village's original orcs and ferocious orcs had also come. They had all heard how the giant beast had harvested a bountiful cabbage crop by following Guunji's instructions. Someone had made a canopy over the chicken coop, and the colorful chickens, unable to stay in their roost, were pecking at the ground beneath it. The potatoes in the potato field had sprouted, stretching out in a long line. There was no telling how many more potatoes lay beneath. A number of cabbages had been transplanted into the greenhouse, and it looked overflowing. Abu had also arrived. Looking at all this, he regretted not having taken Guunji's vegetable farming seriously. Perhaps he had initially harbored hopes, but since the potatoes took about 3 months to mature, he saw no results, and eventually let it go. His indifference led to famine after the arrival of 2 new tribes of orcs during the rainy season. If they had joined Guunji earlier in planting, even if everyone had only planted in their own yards, they wouldn't have been in such a predicament. Abu sighed and walked over to Guunji. Little Gu, please teach us how to grow vegetables. Nowadays, every household has a small flower bed or a small yard outside their doorway. If you want to grow some vegetables, you can do it. Guunji agreed. The wolfhound nearby howled a few times and took a bite of Guunji's trouser leg. Guunji patted its head. Uncle Abu, pick a time, gather everyone, and I teach you. Abu felt embarrassed, a blush flashing across his dark face. I probably won't have time soon. I've already agreed with Xiongtan. When they leave, I go with them to their gathering place to take a look. Abu knew that many in the village were uneasy because of the news brought by the giant beast clan. He decided to go to the giant beast clan's gathering place to investigate and see if the vegetable growing method recommended by Guunji was truly effective. Abu didn't distrust Guunji, but seeing is believing, and he wouldn't jump to conclusions without seeing it first. And if it was truly effective, he would go with Aseng and the others to learn from them. Abu, are you going to the giant beast clan? How many people are you taking? Guunji asked hurriedly, not expecting Abu to make such a decision. Abu nodded. Don't worry, it'd be quick, no more than 3 days. I won't be taking anyone with me. If you have any questions while I'm gone, talk to Aya and Achu. That was the deal. After receiving the blueprints, the giant beast tribe hurried back, and Abu followed them out of the village. Although the giant beasts had left, the beastmen did not flee in droves. The house was almost finished, and many beastmen had some free time. Seeing Guunji lingering in the potato field, they came over one after another. Mr. Gu, my family has built a flower bed by the door, following the method you taught us. Can I grow vegetables there? The first beastmen to come over were from a family near the village entrance. Because the houses at the entrance were so close together, no one had a yard. They simply built a flower bed. Some female beastmen planted a few flowers and plants, while others left it bare. Guunji thought for a moment, then dug a potato from the ground. He broke off a few pieces with dents on the skin and handed the ones with holes to the orc. Here. It's incomplete, but it should produce a bunch if planted in the ground. He had originally used cut tubers to plant these potatoes, and they had grown quite well. So, to save potatoes, he divided each potato into 2 or 3 pieces for seed. Is that all? The orc looked at Guunji in surprise. Well, if you're worried, you can soak the cross-section in water first. Not too much water, but don't let it dry out. Then, when new shoots sprout from the holes, you can transplant them into the soil. Potatoes are easy to grow, and Guunji didn't explain in detail. The orc nodded, half understanding, and distributed the potatoes to the others listening nearby. Guunji squatted down, patted the wolfhound's head, and pointed to a patch of land. Xiaomu, help me dig up some of the larger potatoes. Animals can detect which potatoes are best for seed better than he can. The wolfhound followed his command, sniffing each one out and digging up several with its claws. Guunji followed the wolfhound, happily picking up potatoes. Man and dog worked in perfect harmony, and soon they had collected a basket of potatoes. Guunji cut up most of the potatoes, then approached the greenhouse with the basket. He was followed by a number of orcs, but Guunji didn't prevent them from entering the greenhouse. Perhaps the sudden lack of food had frightened the orcs, and they all followed Guunji closely, hoping to learn how to live as comfortably as the giant beasts. They couldn't even wait for Bu to return. Knowing full well what the orcs feared, Guunji plowed almost every inch of his potato patch. While planting in the greenhouse, he taught the orcs how to plant. The orcs were diligently learning. After planting a basket of potatoes, Guunji looked up and saw the filthy wolfhound beside him. The wolfhound's paws were stained with dirt, and it looked even more grimy than when he'd found it the day he'd found it. Reluctant to continue working his dog, Guunji said goodbye to the orcs and took the wolfhound home for a hot bath. The wolfhound had become fluffy and soft again, and Guunji loved it immensely. He buried his head in its belly and breathed several times, then cuddled it into his comfortable single bed. Guunji and the wolfhound, now home, were clearly not going to come out. The orcs learned from each other how to plant, and quickly divided up the potatoes Guunji had distributed. The next day, Guunji, who had slept until noon, prepared to make wallpaper umbrellas outside his door. When he opened the door, he saw his neighbors busy in their yards with hoes. The wolfhound emerged with its chin raised, and upon seeing what was happening outside, it let out an anthropomorphic sneer. Guunji slapped the wolfhound on the head. His dog was good in every way, except that it was too protective of its master. It was easy for other orcs to kill it. After Abu left, Aya and Achu took charge of all matters in the village. Aya continued to work on the construction site, but Achu no longer organized hunting and gathering trips. He followed the example of the other orcs, and planted a lot of transplanted vegetables in the yard, and then used the colorful chicken sent to Guunji as a chicken coop. Abu initially said he'd only be gone for 2 or 3 days. Unexpectedly, on the 3rd day, Abu still hadn't returned. Guunji wondered if Aya and the others were anxious, but he wasn't. He'd recently figured out how to make wallpaper umbrellas last longer in the rain, and was preparing to make a few more to exchange. Guunji had been sitting quietly at the door, applying waterproof coating to the umbrellas when Achu hurried over. "Great, you're home, little Gu." Achu panted, his hands stretched across his knees. "Go check out the greenhouse over there by the potato field." It had something to do with his vegetables. Guunji suddenly stood up from his chair, discarded his unfinished oil paper umbrellas, grabbed one from behind the doorframe, and walked out with his wolfhound. What's wrong? The potatoes in your greenhouse have sprouted. Hearing Achu's words, Guunji ignored everything else and hurried to the greenhouse. The greenhouse was soaked by the rain, but thankfully the plastic film held up well, preventing the vegetables from being torn apart. As Guunji entered the greenhouse, where the potatoes were being transplanted, he saw finger-high green seedlings nestling in the upturned soil. Achu and the wolfhound followed him. After entering the greenhouse, the wolfhound remained motionless, while Achu was delighted. Look, these are the potatoes you planted when you demonstrated to us the other day. They've sprouted. Your greenhouse is so useful. Guunji didn't smile at Achu's cheerful words. He stared at the lush greenery before him in amazement, recalling the greenhouses he had seen. The greenhouses of that era definitely didn't have such efficacy. The wolfhound squatted at his feet, its eyes never leaving Guunji's, and of course, it noticed his astonishment. The wolfhound lowered its head and sighed, then barked a wool as if to warn him. Guunji regained his composure, remaining calm. I had no idea the greenhouse would be so useful. Although he hadn't achieved his goal, it was still considered exceeding his target. Chapter 43. The greenhouse's effectiveness had all the orcs excited. Many of the orcs had watched the giant beasts build it, and they knew how it was constructed. However, the village didn't have enough plastic film, and they were too embarrassed to ask Guunji for it. After all this delay, Abu finally returned. When Guunji learned of Abu's return, he was looking for mushrooms in the woods. Perhaps the rainy season was ideal for mushroom growth, so Guunji dug up some soil with mushrooms and placed a piece of dead wood under the eaves. Unexpectedly, there had been an unusually large number of mushrooms popping up in recent days. He shared some with his neighbors, and several of them asked him to get some for them. It wasn't a big deal, so Guunji agreed. The wolfhound had caught several small animals nearby. As the man and the dog were sorting through the baskets, Shibai poked his head out from the haystack. Little brother Gu, I found you. Shibai had also received the mushrooms. He glanced at Guunji's basket and curled his lips. Shibai? Guunji greeted him with a smile. Why did you come out? Aren't you little orcs forbidden to come out? Shibai puffed out his chest. If you, a human, can come out, why can't I? After all, his physique should be better than Guunji's. Guunji rubbed his head. Shibai squinted his eyes, looking quite content. Suddenly, Shibai remembered why he had come to see Guunji. He sniffed and said, by the way, little brother Gu, the village chief is back. Abu had been gone for 5 days. Much longer than originally expected. Guunji, oh. He uttered a cry, unconcerned about what Abu had done. The nearby wolfhound leaped between the two men and lowered its head into Guunji's hand. Guunji pinched its ear, as usual. Oh, what's that? Shibai pouted. Abu's calling you over. He saw Abu's serious expression and felt that calling Guunji over at this time wasn't a good idea. But since he'd been sent to call someone, he couldn't run away. Guunji was also bewildered. Abu, do you want to see me? Didn't he go to the giant beast? He suddenly remembered what he'd said to the giant beast about working together to drive off the private army, and he stood up abruptly. I know. With that, he quickly shouldered his backpack and called the wolfhound back to the village. By the time Guunji arrived, many of the beastmen had already returned. It's unclear what Abu had told the giant beasts, but he brought back a lot of edible plants from the giant beast gathering area and also captured several large wild animals. Upon asking the villagers, the beastmen informed Guunji that Abu had returned to his home. This meant that Guunji was going to visit Abu at his home. After bidding farewell to Shibai, Guunji entrusted an beastman to deliver the supplies to a neighbor's house, and then rushed to Abu's home. When he arrived, 3 beastmen were sitting in Abu's living room. 2 were familiar faces, and the third was a stranger. It seemed that this beastman was the one who had taken over from Duan Wayne to communicate with them. As Guunji had expected, Abu got straight to the point. I discussed a partnership with the giant beast. The bombshell was so powerful that the beastman instantly stood up. What did they say? Although the beasts had joined Huangshi, they arrived late, so they had only built homes on the outskirts and hadn't yet erected walls. If the private army arrived, they would have no choice but to evacuate to Huangshi's original territory. If they could defeat the private army together with the giant beasts, the beasts would naturally be happy. Abu hesitated, then sighed. They said they wanted to build a city together. Abu informed the giant beasts of the bird's predicament. The giant beasts were furious, but they also knew that unarmed, they had no chance of defeating those military thugs. But then again, how many private armies could possibly land on Guunji? 100 or so at most. While they couldn't repel them, it was possible to scare them away. But there was a prerequisite for scaring off the private army. That was that the private army had to realize they were powerful enough. The giant beasts couldn't move, and with Guunji's current state, it was clearly impossible for them to move again. If that's the case, why not build a city focused on agriculture? Although there's a large forest along the path between the two sides, the river connects them very cleverly. If we create separate settlements around the river, wouldn't that area naturally become a city? Isn't that how some of the less developed planets out there become cities? After hearing the giant beast's vision, Abu was tempted. But that would mean sharing how to build houses with the giant beasts, birds, and other orcs. Abu didn't know if they were after houses or something else. The beast representatives had clearly thought of this as well. He sat down again, a look of hesitation between his brows. Guunji thought it was fine, and didn't understand why Abu and the others were so gloomy. Wouldn't building a city be great? Why is it like this? What if they just want to steal our house plans? After Abu expressed his concerns, he remembered that Guunji had shared the house plans freely. His face flushed, as if to make amends. Of course, I don't want to keep the house for myself. But I have to think about the village. Guunji understood. Guangxi was the first place to accept him, so naturally, he wouldn't side with the behemoths. Why don't we build the city walls first? If you want to build a city, you have to plan the area first, right? Guunji tapped the table, figuring this wasn't a difficult problem to solve. All those years of playing the infrastructure game weren't in vain. Let the four of us start with the city walls. Then I plan what's going on, and we can all build together, right? Guunji said, simply asking Abu for paper and pen. Seeing Guunji's confident expression, Abu gritted his teeth and, instead of taking out his pen and paper, pulled out his long-treasured solar-powered laptop. Although there were no signal base stations in this area, there were still satellites around the planet. After all, the main planet had to monitor the desolate planet, and without satellites, they wouldn't be able to detect what was happening there in a timely manner. He clicked on the laptop, and a panoramic view of the entire desolate planet came into view. Then, Abu enlarged the map in his hand. He pointed to a patch of emerald green forest, and said to Guunji, "This is where we are. Do you see that river at the very edge? We're on this side of the mountain, and the beast is on the other side of the river." The mountains were at the northernmost edge, and the behemoth's territory, circled by Abu, was at the southeasternmost edge. The behemoth's territory stretched to the edge of the forest, and from the edge of the forest, heading southwest, one could vaguely see a large swamp. Guunji guessed that this must be the original habitat of the birds. Guunji asked, "Can I write and draw on this?" Abu nodded, and set the mode for him. Guunji stood up, walked to the edge of the map, and drew a circle with his hand. "Then we circle this area, and use it as our territory." The area he circled happened to be backed by the mountains, and he also drew the only small lake in the forest at the edge. Guunji knew that a subtle wall was merely a reminder to the other orcs on the desolate planet that this was their gathering place. To truly protect the area, humans couldn't live too deep inside. Since the area was so vast, the four races should each choose 3 directions to live in, and gradually expand inwards. This was their way of survival. Abu, Aya, and Achu all had no objections, but the beastman from the ferocious beast tribe hesitated. Guyun knew what he was hesitating about. "I have other uses for your house. Don't worry, you can temporarily stay in the outer houses until they're finished. If the city is truly built, everyone from our side will need to move to the center." The beastman was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "Now that we've discussed this, I go report back to the giant beast tribe." Abu hadn't rested at all, wanting to leave as soon as he returned. But Xiaomu, at that moment, lifted the animal skin curtain and walked in. "Don't leave today," Xiaomu said calmly, "otherwise it looked like we're rushing in." Abu sat down. Xiaomu listened for a long time. Only after they confirmed their intention to build a city did Xiaomu emerge from a nearby cubicle. "If you want to build a city, it shouldn't be that difficult," she said, pulling her laptop from her pocket. "When we arrived, Abu and I were the first to arrive on this planet. So I brought a lot of materials for infrastructure." Having fought her way from outside the main planet to the main planet alone, and ultimately being noticed by Abu's orc father, who had the ability to stay there until his death, Xiaoyu certainly had her own abilities. Unfortunately, Abu didn't need Xiaoyu's help back then, so Xiaoyu naturally had no intention of trying to curry favor with him. But now was different. Xiaoyu saw hope for the desolate planet. "I hid the 10 space buttons I brought with me in one place. You can follow my instructions to find them. The materials in there cost me all my savings, but there's still enough for some basic construction. It's just that the materials I brought might not be as effective as what you could slowly build yourself. But building a wall or leveling the ground should be much easier. Xiaoyu's surprise made everyone present gasp. Even the Wolfhound, who had been quietly pondering how to improve Guunji's plan, stood up and looked at Xiaoyu in doubt. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Grandma, you're truly amazing. I couldn't help but gasp. Xiaoyu chuckled. What can I do with a useless stepson? It was clear that her relationship with Abu was indeed strained. But Abu didn't dwell on it. Then I call for help. Abu wanted to go out and call the orcs for help, but Xiaoyu grabbed his arm. I don't want you to go. Xiaoyu said slowly, I want Xiaogu to go. As she spoke, she winked at Guunji. Chapter 44. Abu couldn't persuade Xiaoyu, so the others ultimately decided to let Guunji go find the materials. Because the matter was urgent, Guunji left the village with his Wolfhound. According to Xiaoyu's computer, Xiaoyu had hidden the supplies at the foot of a mountain some distance from the village. It was clearly impossible for Guunji to reach the destination that quickly by walking alone. He patted the Wolfhound, and it understood. Guunji waited not far outside the village, and soon saw a familiar face in his sight. Sure enough, I couldn't find you when I wanted to. It's actually because you didn't want to see me. Hearing his words, Wei Yanjia paused. Approaching Guunji's side, he tilted his head, and naturally took the umbrella from Guunji's hand. I'd let your dog go back first. What are you looking for? Not pursuing the matter further, Guunji replied, I want to find the space button that Grandma Xiaoyu left behind. A space button? Is there any supplies inside? Wei Yanjia asked. They can't really be considered supplies. More accurately, they're construction materials. Guunji counted the materials Xiaoyu mentioned on his fingers, his eyes brightening. You have no idea, Grandma Xiaoyu is amazing. He excitedly recounted how Xiaoyu had smuggled the materials onto the planet, unable to stop talking. Wei Yanjia, holding an umbrella, watched him dancing with joy, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Guunji was halfway through her speech when she looked up and saw his expression, her face flushing. Did I say too much? Wei Yanjia shook his head. No, it's quite interesting. Guunji didn't know how to face Wei Yanjia and immediately looked away. Let's get going quickly. Grandma Xiaoyu's hiding place isn't close to us. Wei Yanjia nodded. Do you want me to carry you or do you want me to ride you? Guunji decisively chose the latter. Riding on a beastman's form wouldn't be awkward, but being on a man's back the entire time was too ambiguous. As if sensing his embarrassment, Wei Yanjia returned the umbrella to Guunji and transformed into a giant white wolf. Guunji mounted the white wolf and crawled down on its back. He tried holding the umbrella for a few moments but found it awkward, so he simply folded it up. You get wet, the white wolf muttered in disapproval. Guunji patted the white wolf. It's okay. I'm sure you find the place quickly. The white wolf had no choice but to leap to its feet and reach the destination Guunji had directed as quickly as possible. Although the journey wasn't easy, Wei Yanjia was adept at finding his way, and the journey was smooth and uneventful. Guunji lay on the wolf's back, studying the map and comparing it to his surroundings. After the two of them walked silently for about half an hour, Guunji finally called a halt. That's enough. It should be in this area. Guunji patted the white wolf's back, and the wolf paused gracefully. Guunji dismounted and opened his umbrella again. The rain was a light drizzle. Guunji wiped his face and compared it with the map. Wei Yanjia transformed into human form, and the next second, a thick coat was draped over Guunji's head. Give me the things first. I take a look. You change your clothes. Wei Yanjia was much quicker at reading the map than Guunji. Guunji didn't resist, but swiftly shoved the things into his hands. He put on his coat. The initially chilly weather suddenly warmed to a more pleasant note. Wei Yanjia watched Guunji's face, pale and now rosy, turn a bit, and then he lowered his head. Although Xiaoyu had provided extremely detailed information, after all, so many years had passed, and the surrounding terrain couldn't possibly remain unchanged. Wei Yanjia searched several places before finding a trace on the edge of a stone. He transformed his wolf claws and dug into the ground, uncovering a rusty box. Wei Yanjia shook the box, and a clattering sound of objects rang out from within. Is this it? Wei Yanjia showed it to Guunji. Guunji flipped through Xiaoyu's laptop and nodded. That's it. This trip had gone relatively smoothly. Guunji finally smiled. Our village has decided to join forces with the other 3 settlements to build a city. Would you like to move in later? He said, explaining his vision for the future city. Wei Yanjia didn't interrupt him. Because this village is being transformed into a city, I want to create an agricultural city. And our current equipment isn't capable of building a massive steel behemoth. Guunji ruffled his hair, boasting a bit. He came up with the city plan himself. In his previous life, he wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Wei Yanjia had already heard the whole story at Abu's house, and now, after listening to it again, he had many thoughts of his own. Your idea is a good one. But I suggest you cut down the trees, and build the road first after you finish building the wall. For rapid construction, good transportation is essential. Guunji, and he immediately agreed, I think so. In his world, there's a saying, if you want to get rich, build roads first, which clearly demonstrates the importance of good transportation. I plan to start at the entrance of our village. One main road running north-south, one running east-west, and then branching out to build smaller roads. Yes, that's right. You can build the 2 main roads first, and then build the smaller roads according to your allocation plan. The two chatted as they walked back. Although they were walking, they didn't feel the journey was long because they were discussing the village construction. In the blink of an eye, they reached the outskirts of the village, which was still under construction. Guunji skillfully said goodbye to Wei Yanjia. When are you willing to come to the village? Guunji wanted Wei Yanjia to come in with him. But he knew Wei Yanjia would most likely refuse. As expected, after he said this, Wei Yanjia shook his head. Guunji sighed. Then be careful. That group of private soldiers coming after you must be up to no good. Wei Yanjia raised his hand, and rubbed the top of Guunji's head. I know. Though reluctant, the parting had to happen. Guunji carried the box into the village. The village looked different than usual. There should have been quite a few people in the village at this time of year, but now it seemed deserted. Guunji wasn't worried about anything happening in the village. After walking a long way inside, he saw Xiaomu and his friends on their way home. Where are the villagers? Guunji stopped a few orcs and asked. Xiaomu greeted Guunji and said, Uncle Abu has divided the villagers into several teams. Now everyone except us has something to do. The main group went out hunting and gathering materials. A third of the group was in the potato fields. Potato fields? What are they doing there? Guunji no longer understood the orcs. Shibano and his friends looked at each other. One of them spoke frankly, they feel they missed out on cultivating vegetables, so now they're in the potato fields researching. Another joined in the complaint. Originally, Uncle Abu only called a few honest people, but then 3rd and 6th ants wanted to go to the fields, so they just formed a team and went together. The beastmen were very savvy. When they saw results, they took immediate action. Although Guunji had taught the villagers how to farm, none of them were lazy. They rushed to the fields at the first opportunity. Even if they couldn't figure out why Guunji could achieve such high yields with just a little work, at least they knew how to farm. Guunji had long wanted to sell that field, and that cage of colorful chickens. He patted the little beastmen's heads. What's the big deal? Aren't these ants still going to cover our daily expenses after learning? But I just can't stop being angry. Xiaomu stamped his foot. When we asked them to believe it, no one believed it. But now, everyone's jumping on board. Guunji helplessly tapped Xiaomu's forehead. I need to talk to Grandma Soyu. Where is she? Grandma Soyu is in the fields. You can see her when you go there. After receiving the information he was looking for, he said goodbye to the little orc and headed back toward the potato field. Before crossing the river, Guunji heard voices on the other side. As soon as he stepped onto the riverbank, many orcs noticed him. Guunji greeted a few people he knew. Grandma Xiaomu and Atu, are you all here? Xiaomu straightened up. Did you get it? Guunji nodded. Yes. Xiaomu eagerly grabbed Guunji. Quick, I opened the box for you. You go back and figure out how to arrange it. Xiaomu had carefully preserved the original key to the tin box, so as soon as Guunji took out the box, she could pull out the corresponding key. 10 ring-shaped space buttons were scattered around the box. Xiaomu didn't mind, picking one up, shaking it, and unlocking it with her fingerprint. There are some excavators and other things in here. He threw the first one to Guunji. There are a lot of folding houses in here. He also placed the second one in Guunji's hand. There are all sorts of miscellaneous materials in here. You can see if you can use them. He threw the third one over. Xiaomu had originally brought quite a bit of stuff, but since ordinary orcs had no knowledge of infrastructure, her belongings were incredibly disorganized. The only items she could truly call useful were the instruments in her first ring. The manufacturer treated them as mere antiques, but Xiaomu had collected them all. Looking at the tools in Xiaomu's ring, Guunji became increasingly curious about what kind of interstellar world this was. Their productivity level was comparable to that of a developed world, But their cultural and technological blockade was like that of a feudal society. Guunji's expression was truly strange, and Xiaomu smiled. She jokingly said, "You're not complaining that these things of mine aren't good enough, are you?" Guunji shook his head. "No." Xiaomu looked at him meaningfully. "Even if they're not good enough, please forgive me. Grandma, these are all I have." Chapter 45. With Xiaoyu's help, Guunji quickly delivered all the necessary supplies to Abu's side of the enclosure. Since there were only a few construction vehicles, everyone gathered together. Feichin was also notified to go along. To repair the wall, they had to cut down all the surrounding wood. Thankfully, Xiaomu had a forklift, and the orcs moved the wood bit by bit, clearing the area closer and closer to how Guunji remembered it. Although it was raining, the wall was still going up quickly. The rain was easing. Many of the little orcs came running out. Shibano and his friends gathered around Guunji, their chins in their hands as they watched him write and draw on paper. "Little brother Gu is really amazing," Shibano muttered, turning to his friends and saying, "He's no worse than the orcs." In his memory, his parents always complained about how delicate humans were, but during this rainy season, Guunji had been busy and hadn't seemed to have made any difference. "It's just that little brother Gu is more powerful, right?" A nearby friend replied. "That's right, those purebred humans on the main planet look incredibly delicate." Another friend nodded. Guunji, distracted by their words, hilariously slapped each of them on the forehead. "How much of a vases do you think humans are?" The young beastmen covered their heads and howled. The wolfhound at Guunji's feet brushed his calves with its large tail. The scene was truly peaceful. Achu came over and picked up Shibaya, the leader. "You boy, hurry up and help." Except for those beastmen who couldn't leave, and a few older female beastmen assigned to the potato fields for support, all the beastmen gathered at the wall. Without manpower, the young beastmen had to take on the responsibility of helping the beastmen run errands. Shibano let out a long, drawn-out awe, and reluctantly said goodbye to Guunji. Guunji smiled and waved to them, but the next second, he coughed a few times. The wolfhound looked up sharply. Guunji rubbed the wolfhound's head. It's okay. I think I've had a cold these past few days." After the rain, Guunji finally felt a stuffiness in his nose. However, he didn't care. After all, a cold is something that will go away after a while, even if left alone. Everyone was busy now, and he felt embarrassed to take a break. He said it lightly, but the wolfhound didn't take it lightly. While wondering where to find herbs to treat Guunji's cold, the wolfhound didn't notice the fleeting blush on Guunji's face. The orcs began working in the morning, but by noon the rain had intensified, forcing them to retreat to their makeshift shed. Several young orcs returned to Guunji's side, sitting beside him and watching the rain fall from the shed. "Little Gu, would you like some ginger soup?" The young orc, bearing a large bucket of ginger soup, placed it beside Guunji. Guunji nodded but didn't take it. The young orc urged, "Drink it quickly. I go get some for the others." Because he was so busy, Guunji didn't notice when the young orc left. After a while, the work was finally completed. Guunji looked at the map he had drawn up and, just as he had put down his pen, he remembered the ginger soup. Reaching for the ginger soup, Guunji frowned. It was completely cold, and since he didn't want to drink it cold on a rainy day, he set it aside. But the next second, he coughed violently several times. The wolfhound practically leaped up, circling Guunji. Guunji tried to reassure the wolfhound that everything was fine, but just as he squatted down, his vision went dark. "Little brother Gu." The orcs beside him screamed in surprise. Before total darkness descended, Guunji thought for a moment that someone was running toward him. "Hurry! Is there anyone here to check? Little brother Gu looks like he has a fever." The rustling sound of a towel wringing woke the sleeping human. Guunji opened his eyes and looked up to see the familiar ceiling. In the dim light, Guunji looked around. The familiar hair color shone brightly in the glow. Guunji blinked. The orc who was tending to him immediately noticed his awakening. After removing the towel from his forehead, he whispered, "Awake? Are you hungry?" Guunji pursed his dry lips. "No, just a little thirsty." Sickness comes like a mountain falling. That's exactly what he was feeling now. He knew there were many things he needed to deal with, but Guunji couldn't think of anything else. He felt his eyes warm at the sight of the orc who was tending to him. "Why are you here?" His slow mind finally registered that the orc shouldn't be in his presence while he was ill. The whole village would know this person. Wei Yinja's hand, tucking him in, hovered in the air, then he returned to his work as if nothing had happened. "Why can't I be here?" Guunji frantically tried to sit up. "Won't the villagers notice you?" Wei Yinja pushed him back down. "No, don't worry. Of course, He couldn't let the villagers discover his identity. So, after the orcs confirmed Guunji's fever and took him home, Wei Yinja immediately went to find Duan Wayne. He owed Duan Wayne a favor, and Duan Wayne helped him deliver the fever-reducing injection in his space button to Xiaomu. Then, he used his wolf form to drive all the orcs out of the house, and only then did he use his human form to care for Guunji. This process might have been ill-considered and carried the risk of exposure, but Wei Yinja didn't care. His injuries had mostly healed, and if the villagers really became suspicious, he could escape. Wei Yinja poured Guunji a glass of water, sat down beside him, and put a straw in his mouth. Why are you thinking so much right now? Get some rest. Guunji pushed himself halfway up and coughed a few times. Do I have a fever? Wei Yinja murmured, Guunji touched his forehead. The cooling towel Wei Yinja had used wasn't firmly attached to his head. But I feel fine now. Of course. I asked Duan Wayne to bring a tube of antipyretic medicine to your grandmother, who has some medical background. You be full of energy tomorrow. Antipyretic medicine? Guunji grew curious. He had been traveling here for so long, but he had never seen medical treatment in the interstellar era. Even when he was treating the Wolfhounds, he was just using his limited knowledge of the wild as a last resort. Wei Yinja glanced at him. This is the last tube. Once you use it, it's gone. Behave yourself. He'd said, we couldn't let humans keep running outside during this rainy season. But this human was a stubborn person. Wei Yinja couldn't imagine if the humans would have survived this fever without this tube of potion in his space button. So, what about today's construction progress? Can you get some rest? Wei Yinja interrupted Guunji. Seeing he had almost finished his glass of water, Wei Yinja took the cup away and tucked him back into bed. Get some sleep. I make you dinner. Wei Yinja had watched Guunji cook so many times that he almost knew how to cook. Since Guunji couldn't do it himself in this situation, he had no choice but to take over. Seeing Wei Yinja leaving, Guunji hurriedly asked, where's Xiaomu now? He was already used to sleeping with Xiaomu, and now, suddenly lying alone in bed, he felt utterly empty. Wei Yinja waved, not turning back. I'm afraid it might harbor germs that might make your condition worse, so I'm sending it to someone else's house for the night. Guunji sniffed. I want to hold it while I sleep. Wei Yinja ignored him. Knowing the orc's nature, Guunji burrowed into the covers, feeling aggrieved. Perhaps due to his illness and exhaustion, he soon fell asleep again. What little strength he had left was completely depleted. Awakening again, Guunji could smell the faint aroma of meat and rice. He waited for a moment, and then Wei Yinja arrived with a bowl of vegetable and meat porridge, a rare sight on the desolate planet. Awake or not? Noticing his eyes were open, Wei Yinja frowned. Awake, Guunji answered honestly, swallowing his saliva. Wei Yinja walked over and placed the porridge on Guunji's bedside table. Eat it yourself? Guunji nodded and took the bowl and spoon from the bedside table. After 2 sleeps, he felt much more refreshed. Finally, after the meat and vegetable porridge was in his stomach, Guunji felt alive again. By the way, do you know how their wall is going? After taking a few bites, he bit his spoon and finally started to worry. The orcs would be panicking because of his sudden coma. Guunji was worried that he would slow down everyone's progress. Why do you care? They can handle it. Wei Yinja was very unhappy. He took Guunji's bowl and spoon and sat down by the bed to feed him. Guunji turned his head away, preventing Wei Yinja from putting the spoon in his mouth. I'm feeling much better now. I'd like to check in tomorrow. Rejected. Guunji opened his mouth, but was glared back at by Wei Yinja. Having taken someone else's medicine, Guunji didn't dare to argue. Don't even think about going out for a few days. I come to see you every night. The orcs will probably send someone to take care of you this morning, so I won't be coming. I think I'd be better tomorrow. You won't need to come. Shut up. Wei Yinja took advantage of him to shove a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. Guunji's eyes widened, and he gasped several times before swallowing. It's so hot. Wei Yinja raised an eyebrow, remained silent, and began to twirl the spoon in his hand. A hazy mist rose from the bowl. Guun didn't realize how late it was, but the silence outside made him uncomfortable facing Wei Yinja's care. He pursed his lips and looked away. Thank you. Wei Yinja was stunned for a moment, then realized, it's okay. I'm willing to do it. Chapter 46. After a week of recuperation at home, Guunji finally had some free time. The orcs came to take care of Guunji in the mornings. But while they called it care, they were really just there to provide him with some quick meals and clean up. The one who truly took care of him meticulously was Wei Yinja, who arrived in the middle of the night. Actually, I can do all this myself. You're almost well again. On the morning of the 6th day, Guunji finally protested. We'd actually like to take better care of you, but there's nothing we can do. Your wolfhound is too ferocious. No one dares stay here for long. Achu, who had brought him food, laughed heartily when he brought up the topic. Ferocious? Guunji stared in astonishment at the wolfhound squatting at the door, refusing to enter. The wolfhound lingered at the door, but refused to enter the room, no matter what. Guunji walked over with a headache, but before he even reached the door, the wolfhound scurried off into the rain. It was clear he wouldn't touch Guunji. Watching their interaction, Achu said with some surprise, "Is he afraid of getting any germs from his body onto you?" As everyone knows, orcs and wild beasts are different. No matter how clean they are, wild beasts can still carry germs. Guunji's eyes flickered, and he took a few steps inside. The wolfhound trotted back out again. Confirmed, Achu was probably telling the truth. Guunji sighed. No touching in the morning, no hugging at night. I'm not a robber forcing my way through a young girl, am I? Achu was amused by his words. Get well soon, and your dog can continue to cuddle and kiss you. Instead of being comforted, Guunji felt even more depressed. This is my dog. Who taught him not to approach his owner? After a round of suspicion, Guunji finally narrowed his suspicions to a man who only appeared at night. The beastmen had all been driven away, so it was clearly impossible that the beastmen had told the wolfhound to do this. With the beastmen barred from the house, the only one who stood to benefit was probably Wei Yinja. Well, it'd only take another day or two, and he'd be completely healed. Just bear with it for now, okay? Achu said perfunctorily, without any emotion. Guunji returned to his living room, sat on the sofa, and yawned. Achu heard another howl from the door, and realized it was the wolfhound warning him. He shook his head, took out the items prepared by the female beastmen, and began to pack them up. Xiaomu wants you to take the medicine for another day to stabilize yourself. Got it. Hearing the impatience in his voice, Achu reluctantly packed up and turned to leave. The wolfhound stared at Achu from the doorway. Achu waved back at the wolfhound before leaving the courtyard. The wolfhound, seeing the orc disappear, plopped down under the eaves. Guunji was too tired to care about this unfilial son. He closed his eyes on the sofa for a moment, then stood up when he felt he had enough strength. He walked to the dining table, and saw the tail wagging at the door. He couldn't help but snort. You always listen to what the outsiders say. To be honest, Guunji felt a little frustrated. Guunji had always prided himself on being a good dog trainer, but now he'd let the wolfhound in, and it was refusing to leave. I really don't know what kind of drug Wei Yinja gave you. How can you be so sympathetic to him? It was impossible not to be jealous. This was his dog. Why would he listen to anyone else? The wolfhound turned its head at the sound of its name, seeing the human poking a spoon at a bowl of medicine as if to vent his anger. Tilting its pretty head, the wolfhound turned back. After finishing the bitter medicine, Guunji took a few sips of water. Passing the doorway, his temples throbbed. Xiaomu, move inward. The outside will get your fur wet. The wolfhound obediently hunched back. Guunji suppressed the urge to bathe the wolfhound. He took a few tentative steps forward, and the wolfhound, as if it had eyes on its back, leaped 3 feet high to the side. When he came to his senses, his expression looked like that of a betrayed young wife. Guunji was both angry and amused. You really are. I'm starting to wonder if you're my pet. The wolfhound hadn't been so obedient to him, but Wei Yinja, after only a short time with the wolfhound, had become so respected by it. Were you his pet before? Guunji squatted at the doorway, his imagination racing. The wolfhound seemed incredibly familiar with the domestication procedures after being fed by him, a fact that puzzled Guunji for a long time. At first, Guunji thought the wolfhound was clever. But now, he couldn't help but wonder if this wolfhound was the pet Wei Yinja had brought with him when he was in trouble. Seeing Guunji squatting there, watching him, the wolfhound twitched its tail uncomfortably, turning its back to Guunji. Hey, you're still shy? Guunji was envious. Unfortunately, the wolfhound had a heart of steel, and refused to let him get his hands on it. Guunji took a deep breath. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, he definitely ripped this dog bald. The wolfhound ignored Guunji. After battling wits and courage with the wolfhound, Guunji quickly spent another day at home. In the evening, Xiaomu came over to check on him, and told him he could go out the next day. After finishing his last bowl of herbs, Guunji eagerly pounced on the wolfhound, who had been standing outside the door, but had been allowed in by Xiaomu. The two of them happily enjoyed a hot bath, and Guunji finally got his warm pet-shaped electric blanket. Wei Yinja didn't come over that night either. Perhaps because he went to bed early, Guunji woke up very early the next day. He happily dressed, grabbed his raincoat, and headed out. The rain was easing, and the straw raincoat made him sweat with warmth. Guunji followed the village orcs to the wall for a stroll. Everyone in the village knew he had recovered. "Mr. Gu, you've recovered?" A few familiar orcs greeted him. Guunji nodded, "Okay." The orcs kindly reminded him, "Take care of yourself." Guunji nodded awkwardly. His behavior had completely confirmed that humans were fragile. After a short walk, Guunji looked at the wall, which had already been largely built, and had to admit that even without him, the orcs could still complete their task well. Since he was no longer needed at the construction site, Guunji had no interest in staying in the rain any longer. He turned and devoted himself to the next step of his plan. Build a different house for each different race. The pond happened to be right at the border, so Bai Lu and the others still lived by it. But the environment around the pond was clearly unsuitable for building a house like Huang Xi's. Thus, Guunji thought of stilt houses. He had never made a model of a stilt house, but he had seen one with his own eyes. And the giant beasts clearly needed tall houses large enough to accommodate their beast forms. These houses needed to be not only large, but also have high ceilings. And they needed to be comfortable for the giant beasts when they transformed into both human and beast forms. Originally, this was a challenge. But with the giant beasts, Guunji only needed to provide a blueprint, and the giant beasts could transform accordingly. This undoubtedly made things much easier. As for the ferocious beasts, they were similar in height and habits to Huangxi, so simply moving Huangxi's house over would be enough. Compared to giant beasts and birds, the ferocious beasts were clearly easier to deal with. Guunji made calculations as he walked back. He planned to stop by the potato fields. Because of his sudden fever, the potato fields had been completely handed over to the village orcs. Every time Achu came over, he'd check in on how the potato fields were doing. According to Achu, the potatoes in the potato fields had been growing rapidly recently, almost catching up with the ones grown outside after a long absence. Guunji had cared for them for so long, and now that the orcs had taken over, they'd grown up, and he felt like a cat had scratched his head. Arriving at the potato fields, Guunji saw many orcs working. Some were loosening the soil for the potatoes, others were feeding the forgotten colorful chickens. If it weren't for the orcs unconsciously revealing their animalistic features while working, Guunji would have thought he returned to his old world. The person most recently in the potato field was Xiaomu. Xiaomu greeted Guunji upon seeing him. "Little Gu, I've been wanting to see you for a long time." "Huh?" Guunji approached, bewildered. Xiaomu stroked Guunji's limp hair and said, "Can you grow some herbs in your field?" Xiaomu reasoned that just as food could be grown through transplanting, so too could herbs. On the desolate planet, food was essential, and herbs were life-saving. "Sure," Guunji answered unconsciously, then snapped back to his senses, and said to Xiaomu, "Oh, I forgot to tell Grandma. I've planned a medicinal field in a more suitable location, and I'm planning to build a simple hospital there." Xiaoyu beamed. What a good kid. Since neither side required him to do anything, Guunji returned home, bored. As soon as he got home, he picked up the newly woke Wolfhound, and surprisingly felt a little lonely. "Why do I feel so useless after getting sick?" Guunji looked at himself suspiciously, then at the Wolfhound. The Wolfhound whined and tugged at his sleeve. Guunji followed the Wolfhound's movements and saw neatly arranged bedding and a breakfast beside the bed, fragrant with the aroma of eggs. He sat up suddenly. "Has Wei Yanjia been here?" Guunji began to survey the room. The drawn animal skin curtains, the swept floor, the neatly folded bedding, and the fragrant breakfast. Coming home to such a comforting scene, Guunji could no longer suppress the smile on his face. The loneliness he had felt instantly dissipated. Did he come here? Guunji lowered his head and rested it against the Wolfhound's. The Wolfhound nudged Guunji. Guunji tugged on the Wolfhound's cheek and gave it a kiss. "Xiaomu, I wonder if the invisible Mr. Tianluo could come and keep me company tonight." Chapter 47. The wall surrounding the village was gradually completed thanks to the efforts of the orcs. The rain gradually subsided. Guunji sold several of his own umbrellas, and many young orcs stood at the edge of the wall, holding them up and curiously observing the wall, which was 3 men tall. "Does a wall make it a city?" The young orcs, who had never seen a city, asked their parents nearby. The orcs' eyes were red, but they didn't deny the young orcs' words. The young orcs, who were born on other planets, retorted, "That's not true. There are no walls on other planets." "But didn't Brother Gu say that the first step in building a city is to build a wall?" "It's because we have so many wild beasts here. Brother Gu wants to protect us, so he's building a wall. On other planets, wild beasts are kept in cages. Listening to the children's childish words, Guunji couldn't help but want to join them. An old hand appeared from the side, blocking his way. Guunji looked at the old orc in surprise. Abu looked at the child before him, and said slowly, "We're just getting started here. Sooner or later, we become like the main planet." The little orc looked at Abu expectantly. "Really?" "Yes," Guunji continued. Just as everyone was imagining the future, an orc in a leather jacket, and with disheveled hair suddenly burst in from outside the remaining section of the wall. "Uncle Abu!" The orc shouted, "I've noticed traces of orcs outside. They're still fresh." In this area, all the orcs originally from the desolate planet were already inside the walled area, making it obvious who was outside. Guunji and Abu's faces darkened for a moment. "Is it them?" Guunji looked at Abu. Abu's face was grim. "I'm afraid it's them. Guunji, we haven't finished building the wall yet. If they discover..." Abu also knew that if they discovered what was happening inside the besieged city, it would be difficult to force the private army back. Clearly, the expressions of the two orcs surprised the surrounding orcs. Thankfully, the orcs were prudent and didn't notice anything amiss. "I'm going to go and take a look." Abu pondered for a long time, then made a decision. Guunji then said, "Then I go and take a look." Abu wanted to persuade Guunji to come back, but Guunji had anticipated this. He pointed to the Wolfhound at his feet, and said to Abu with a smile, "Uncle Abu, I should be able to escape more easily than you." He was telling the truth, and Abu felt helpless. Guunji had completely shut him down. Abu turned to the orc and instructed, "Take us to see what's going on." The orc nodded, and led the two men outside the wall. Originally, the orcs were searching the woods to clear out wild beasts, but after accidentally discovering traces of a private army, the wild beasts had been relegated to the rear. The orc led Abu and Guunji to an area where he had discovered strong signs of a fire. "Here, I see some plastic packaging and traces of military tents." The orc who reported the news was a leopard tribe orc, previously in the field army, so he was particularly familiar with these traces. The two men who followed him exchanged a glance. Guunji lowered his head. Xiaomu sniffed it out. The Wolfhound walked forward, wagging its tail. After circling around, it stood in front of Guunji. Guunji pointed outside. "Which way?" The Wolfhound took a few steps and stopped at an area where some grass looked like it had been pushed over. Abu glanced at the direction, his expression softening slightly. The opposite direction. This meant the people hadn't discovered them yet. But that's also where the birds left, right? Guunji had been studying maps lately, and had gained some understanding of the surrounding area. This means they haven't planned to leave the birds' territory yet. This might not be good news for the birds. But for Huang Shi, who was still working on the project, it was what he most wanted to see. The Wolfhound waggled its tail, and lowered its head, a thoughtful look in its eyes. They were here to look for someone, yet they stayed in the birds' territory for so long. There could only be two possible reasons. One is that there's a traitor within the team who's holding them back. First, the time allotted was quite generous, so the military thugs wanted to come here and act like the boss for a while. Feichin is really unlucky. The orc who led the two here felt deeply moved. Abu glared at him. "Be careful what you say. Feichin still has quite a few captives at their original gathering place. They're constantly thinking about sneaking back and rescuing them. If they weren't busy with infrastructure construction recently, Feichin would definitely sneak back. If they were caught off guard by the private army, they'd have to start all over again." Abu looked at Guunji with a headache. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start. Guunji certainly possessed a wealth of knowledge, but that knowledge was fine for daily life, but it wasn't necessarily effective in repelling the enemy. Abu didn't want to hand over such a difficult task to this child, who seemed so young to him. If the sky fell, there were still the old men like them to deal with. Guunji, of course, understood Abu's thoughts. He remained silent, following Abu and the orcs back to the village. At the wall, the orcs hadn't left. Abu cleared his throat and scanned the orcs present with a serious look. "You all know that the bird tribe was forced into our territory. Now those military thugs are approaching us. They have laser guns, infrared scanners, and a whole lot of other advanced equipment. We have nothing. We only be at a disadvantage against them. But are you willing to hand over the home we worked so hard to build to those people?" The orcs murmured among themselves. Finally, a tall tiger orc spoke loudly. "Of course not. We've finally achieved a life with a modicum of social order. How could we possibly want to leave?" Abu nodded. "Then we have to build the wall quickly. At least that will scare those orcs off. Then we have to find a way. How can we drive them away? Admittedly, private armies can't kill people. But not killing doesn't mean they can't torture people. Most orcs with good character have joined the military, and most of those who remain in private armies are orcs who have been demoted. Abu would not think that the private soldiers who secretly came to the desolate planet to kill the children of high-ranking officials could have any good character. Most of the orcs present had previous encounters with the private army, and their expressions varied upon hearing Abu's words. But they all expressed a resentment. Guunji pinched his pants, watching how Abu's words had united the orcs. The Wolfhound noticed his movements and leaned towards Guunji. Guunji subconsciously glanced at the Wolfhound, his initial nervousness relaxing a bit. He wasn't just worried about Wei Yinja. He also felt a certain fear of the army. After all, in his time, facing such a force was something even ordinary people wouldn't dare to think of. Looking at Abu's expression and the orcs' reactions, Guunji didn't think the private army was friendly. Abu simply mobilized the orcs, and then sent a few away to discuss what to do. They didn't let Guunji join them in this matter. Guunji returned home with the Wolfhound. Approaching his door, Guunji saw a familiar figure standing there. Long time no see. Didn't you go hiding? Guunji greeted. Duan Wayne smiled. You're all enclosing the land, where can I hide? Guunji didn't believe him at all. He'd been enclosing the land for so long that only one wall remained, and there was no sign of Duan Wayne. Duan Wayne must have a more secluded hiding place. Tell me, what are you doing here? Can't we just chat? Duan Wayne had just begun to speak when Guunji wanted to bypass him and go home. Okay, I won't joke with you. Duan Wayne wouldn't let Guunji leave. I came to see you because someone wants you to hide with me. In other words, he came with a mission. Guunji paused, brow furrowed. Why? Duan Wayne tugged at the strands of hair on his forehead and whistled. Why else? Just think about how much you've accomplished. There aren't many good people among the private army. Guunji is so useful. If they catch him, they might immediately turn against their employer, and it's hard to say what will happen to Guunji then. I can't abandon the villagers. Guunji instantly understood what he meant. Duan Wayne hissed. Hey, this isn't a joke. Guunji, so? As long as they can't get in, what am I afraid of? He wouldn't let the private army know a single thing about what's happening inside the walls. Duan Wayne couldn't help but laugh. In his opinion, Guunji's idea was too naive. If they were so easily frightened off, would these people have the guts to kill Wei Yinja? How could they not know Wei Yinja's identity? But he didn't try to persuade them seriously. Duan Wayne's peripheral vision flickered towards the Wolfhound on the ground. He believed Wei Yinja wouldn't let Guunji fall into that situation. Shrugging his shoulders, Duan Wayne waved his hand. If you insist on doing this, I don't mind. I'm just giving you some advice. If they come in and see these things, you better be prepared. A purebred human with so many skills, and a mixed tribe with so many skills have completely different effects. The former inspires greed, while the latter inspires fear. Guunji nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Wayne waved his hand. Then I be leaving. Wait a moment. Guunji instinctively called out to him. Duan Wayne turned around. Guunji scratched his cheek and stammered. Well, is he okay? Duan Wayne hadn't expected Guunji to ask that, and his expression was odd. He was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Guunji meaningfully. Well, he couldn't be better. The young master is so happy being a dog. Chapter 48. Duan Wayne didn't look for anyone except Guunji. A few wolf orcs from the beast orcs paused when they encountered Guunji the next day. But none of them asked Guunji about Duan Wayne. The wolfhounds, however, dug into the corners of the wall several times after Duan Wayne's words yesterday, as if venting their anger. There was still some finishing work left on the wall, and it was reasonable to assign the manpower to other areas of the house construction. But due to the approaching private army, the orcs unanimously chose to finish the wall first. Once again, these familiar faces were busy working on this section of the wall. After greeting everyone one by one, Guunji hid under the awning and ran into a group of small orcs again. The small orcs greeted him with smiles, and Guunji had no choice but to let them surround him. When Abu came over, he saw Guunji with a small orc hanging from each of his limbs. His expression subconsciously grew serious, a furrowed brow that made the little orc shudder. Come down, Abu said. The little orcs on Guunji's back immediately scattered. Abu took a few steps forward. You and them, don't come here for the time being. There were too many orcs outside, eager to watch, and armed with laser guns. Abu worried about the children and Guunji getting hurt. Guunji said honestly, I stay one more day. Guunji couldn't let go of the wall. He wouldn't rest until it was completely enclosed. The wall chosen by the village was a simulated wartime wall with a gun emplacement in the middle. Except for the giant beasts, who could climb over it with their bare hands, most orcs without special abilities would be blocked by the wall. But building a wall like this was much more troublesome than an ordinary one. Guunji was worried that the orcs might mess up due to the rush. Abu sighed, "That's your fault. You overthink things and want to control everything." Guunji couldn't argue. Aya, standing next to him, chimed in, "I think you could use some rest. You're busy working every day, and you're sick. I finally let you off for 7 days, and now you're supervising again. If you keep going like this, your health will eventually break down." After being lectured so repeatedly by the two, Guunji inexplicably felt a sense of guilt at being controlled by his elders. He nodded randomly, making no attempt to change anything. Okay, I get it." Seeing he wasn't listening, Abu glared at him. "Uncle Abu, what are you doing here?" Guunji assumed that after yesterday's incident, Abu would be planning other things for the village, and he was particularly curious about Abu today. Abu's expression changed several times, and the color drained from his face. Last night, someone went hunting outside, and was injured by a laser. The orcs had only been aware of the private army for a day when they ran into them. Luckily, they encountered a beast-like orc, so the private army didn't think much of it. But the village was on full alert. Not to mention anything else, the control over the children had become much stricter. So, Shabano and the other little orcs, who ran into Guunji again today, would probably get a beating when they got home. Let them go out to play, but not just inside the wall. So not just the children, but you too, should stay away from this area. Abu said to Guunji seriously, "I'm not kidding. The Wolfhound is useless against the laser guns on the other side." Guunji wasn't completely clueless. Hearing the seriousness of the situation, he quickly nodded and agreed. He thought for a moment, then pulled the Wolfhound back, breaking off his playful laughter. "Uncle Abu, please tell the village about this later. My little Moo is always out hunting. If you see him, keep him in the forest inside our walled area. Don't let him out." Although his family now had meat and vegetables, perhaps it was the nature of wild animals that the Wolfhound particularly loved to roam. Before, he'd let it go wherever it wanted, but now Guunji was worried. Abu, of course, knew how important the Wolfhound was to Guunji, and agreed without hesitation. "Then I go home." Guunji glanced at the wall several times, feeling uneasy, but he had to admit that the weapons on the other side scared him. He'd seen that line in an old TV drama. Within 3 steps, cold weapons are faster. But beyond 3 steps, guns are faster. He wouldn't challenge the gun's range. But then again, orcs are just beefed up humans. There's no way they can compete with something like a laser gun in terms of speed. Guunji was already familiar with so many people in the village, and he didn't want to hear bad news about an orc he knew. Guunji pondered, lowered his head, and murmured to the Wolfhound, "Should I ask Wei Yinja? He should be familiar with the military's weapons, right?" Since a collision between the two sides was unavoidable, couldn't he think of a way to provide the orcs in the village with more protective gear? Or perhaps there were some traps or something that could drive off the private army without bloodshed. Guunji didn't understand any of this, and the only orc he could discuss it with was Wei Yinja. He commanded his Wolfhound, Xiaomu, "Fetch Wei Yinja for daddy." The Wolfhound had already become reflexive to the name. At Guunji's words, it let out a wool as if to warn its master, then turned and ran off. By the time Guunji walked back home from the fence, the Wolfhound had already fetched him. Wei Yinja was sitting at the dinner table, unceremoniously pouring himself tea. "I heard you were looking for me." Wei Yinja remained the same, unchanged. It seemed as if the recent village decisions hadn't affected him at all. Guunji paused, then asked, "Do you know what weapons are commonly found in the military?" At his question, Wei Yinja sat up straighter, his tone inquiring, "Why do you ask?" Guunji pursed his lips. "The private army is just outside the wall. I'm worried about the villagers. They won't harm the orcs, but they don't guarantee they lose limbs." Guunji certainly didn't want to see the orcs he knew become disabled. Life on the desolate planet was hard enough for the orcs. If they lost limbs, wouldn't that be like cutting flesh with a blunt knife? Wei Yinja stared at him for a long moment. Guunji felt particularly uncomfortable being stared at. He snatched the teapot from Wei Yinja's hand and poured himself a refill. Watching him chug slowly, Wei Yinja then picked up the teapot again and slowly filled it up. Logically, I shouldn't tell you. Guunji's heart was in his throat. But special times call for special treatment. Wei Yinja blinked. Do you want to know their specific models, or just what weapons they have? This touched upon Guunji's blind spot. Glancing blankly at Wei Yinja, Guunji stammered, Is there a difference? Wei Yinja chuckled. Yes, there is, but it really doesn't seem to make any difference to you. Wei Yinja asked Guunji for pen and paper, and scribbled something down on the white paper. Guunji watched Wei Yinja write and draw while listening to his explanations, his expression of sudden enlightenment showing several times within a few minutes. After a day of cramming, Guunji had a general understanding of interstellar weaponry. He pondered for a moment, then returned to his desk in his room to write and draw, not even noticing when Wei Yinja left or when the Wolfhound returned. After a busy day, Guunji found Abu with dark circles under his eyes. Being suddenly approached, and still in this state, Abu was completely frightened by Guunji. What are you doing? Abu, can you call 1 or 2 people over tonight and help me out? Guunji asked excitedly. Abu, unsure of what he was up to, hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Afterward, he watched Guunji summon the giant orcs, who were helping out in the village, and watched helplessly as Guunji led a group of orcs out of the newly built wall. Abu was so frightened by his actions that he felt dizzy. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? Guunji poked his head out from the other side of the wall. Oh, Azzy, could you please get Uncle Abu over here too? Okay. Azzy, a member of the giant beast tribe with the body of a giraffe, kindly agreed and brought the dazed Abu outside the wall. Abu watched helplessly as a group of orcs dug several large pits, about 10 meters deep, for Guunji not far from the wall, and then inserted something into the pits. Then the orcs covered the pits with a densely woven vine net, securing the net around them. Starting from the center and working their way outwards, they filled the pits with soil and turf. In a matter of minutes, the original pits were completely covered with the same grass and mud as before. Abu's eyelids twitched. What is this? Originally a hunter's trap for hunting large wild animals. Guunji replied casually, but I thought, using it here at a time like this would be quite unexpected, wouldn't it? The backwardness of this world's craftsmanship astounded him. He bet no knowledge related to hunters had been passed down. You have a laser gun with a high firing rate? As long as the user is unconscious or dead, no matter how fast the laser gun is, it won't work. This is called solving the problem from the root. Guunji's eyes lit up. The Wolfhound nearby noticed his gaze, and couldn't help but wonder if he'd made a mistake in explaining the weapons to Guunji today. However, no orc could answer his question. Abu had certainly never heard of a hunter's trap. He didn't even know what a hunter was, but looking at the circle of dug-out ground that looked indistinguishable from the original ground at night, he couldn't help but wonder if he could spot the problem. Clearly he couldn't. Besides, this wasn't without its flaws. This thing might be enough to take down 1 or 2 orcs. Destroying the entire private army would be much more difficult. Chapter 49. Abu's concerns were not without reason, but Guunji was more optimistic. But it can still scare people. The orcs nearby were trying to make peace with Guunji. Abu was about to say something, but Guunji replied, I asked the egret, and the private army there only has 100 men. The employer had sent a private army, but their territory was too complex, so they split up into several teams to search. There were 3 nearby gathering places, and further away there was a lesser-known bird. So, the private army sent 100 men. On such a vast, desolate planet, finding someone wouldn't be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack, but it was impossible to concentrate all forces in just one place. The birds were in such a mess because they were caught off guard and weren't strong in combat. Abu glanced at the dozen or so pits they had dug. If everyone fell into them, at least a third would be trapped. Besides, we don't have any other options, Guunji said. He knew these traps weren't enough, but with the limited resources on desolate planet, he had no other options. Abu sighed, we veterans still have our body armor. But with today's advanced technology, we're not sure it can withstand their laser guns. Everyone, take out your body armor. All your family members, who haven't joined the army, hide inside desolate she. This meant a direct confrontation. Guunji's eyes lit up. As soon as Abu spoke, the orcs sprang into action, regardless of the stillness of night. The Wolfhound pushed Guunji, trying to get him home quickly. The night road was difficult to navigate, but Guunji wasn't afraid. He slowly followed the Wolfhound, whispering, with Abu and his men resisting, that group shouldn't be able to reach the village, right? The Wolfhound let out a howl. He felt that the biggest reason Abu was determined to resist was the human before him. Humans knew so much, could do so much. Even if it weren't for selfish motives, Abu wouldn't have handed anyone over to a soldier. But he didn't understand the biggest reason. The moon was already high above the willow trees when he and his pet returned to the village. As Guunji opened the door to his own house, a massive orc emerged from the neighboring Chai family. Something happened? Shibei's father asked quietly. You find out tomorrow. Guunji arched his brow. Chai's father nodded without saying anything else, and went back into the house. Guunji patted the Wolfhound's head. It seems no one slept well. With internal and external troubles, it's no wonder the orcs get so nervous at the slightest noise. Early the next morning, Guunji heard a commotion in the village. Guunji listened, turned over, and went back to sleep. It wasn't until noon that he finally caught up on the night before. The village was short of young orcs. Several older orcs sat at the end of the circular platform, each with work in hand. Guunji finished his brunch and prepared to go back to work. Before he could even leave Huangqi's original gate, he was stopped by several orcs. Little Gu, don't go out now. It's too dangerous out there, said one of the grandmothers. The other grandmother nodded, gripping his arm with increasing strength. We're not trying to scare you. The old men in our family have all lent out their bulletproof vests. It's terrifying. Guunji wanted to tell the grandmothers because someone had arrived outside. But seeing the grandmothers' worried faces, he swallowed his words. If he told them about the private army now, they wouldn't be able to sleep. He gently brushed the grandmother's hand away and whispered, I'm just looking for some materials in the woods. I won't go far. The grandmothers looked at each other and nodded. One of them said, Then you must take your Wolfhound with you. If anything happens, be sure to call us. Guunji responded obediently. He walked a long way into the woods before he breathed a sigh of relief and said to the Wolfhound, Let's go, Xiaomu. Let's find some thin vines. Although he had already set a circle of traps, Guunji had other considerations. Abu said the traps would only trap some people. Could he build a trap that people could fall into one after another? If several rows of traps could simultaneously trap people, then these 100 people wouldn't be a threat. They could also strip the private army's equipment. This could be used to increase the village's military strength. Guunji pondered this as he searched the forest for suitable vines. The Wolfhound followed behind him to protect him, also thinking about how to ensure Guunji's safety during this crisis. For a moment, both the man and the wolf fell silent. After searching for a while, Guunji realized that his luck wasn't very good today. He still couldn't find the vines he was looking for. The Wolfhound, unexpectedly, hadn't been running around all day. Guunji glanced at the Wolfhound following him, hesitated for a moment, and whispered to it, Xiaomu, should we go a little further? There was nothing to be found around the village, but there were still many forests and hilltops within the walled area. The Wolfhound, knowing Guunji's temper, silently lowered its head and continued to lead Guunji inside. Due to the threat of the orcs, the only animals left in the forest now were small, weak-armed animals and large herbivores. No matter where Guunji wanted to go, the Wolfhound would bring him back safely. Guunji walked for a long time, but ultimately found no suitable vines. He did find a few fruit trees, marked them, and planned to return to have someone help him transplant them to the river. He returned empty-handed, a rare sight, but the village grandmothers were eagerly awaiting his return. The grandmothers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Guunji return. You're finally back. A grandmother wiped the sweat from her forehead. Of all the kids, you're the only one going out today. We're so worried. Guunji apologized repeatedly to the grandmothers. I'm so sorry. I probably won't be going out tomorrow. Unable to find the vines for a while, Guunji decided to consider other options. It's not that we don't want you kids to go out. The grandmother grumbled, but that's a dangerous thing that requires bulletproof vests. How can we not be worried? If one goes out, there'll be a second, a third. Who will stop us then? And if something goes wrong, everyone will cry their eyes out. Guunji had never heard an elder's nagging before, and it was quite refreshing. Coupled with the grandmother's genuine concern, Guunji began to reflect on whether he had been too impulsive. His smile grew even more genuine. Okay, I promise, I stay home well from now on. Grandma, don't worry. He shook the arm of the grandmother closest to him. The grandmother's expression brightened considerably, and she became more charitable towards Guunji. A few little beastmen passed by with toys. Seeing Guunji and the grandmothers apologizing, they ran over curiously. Little brother Gu, what are you doing? The older ones didn't want the little beastmen to know that Guunji had been out, so they all changed the subject. Leave brother Gu alone. What are you guys running around in the village for? Why aren't you helping with the housework? A few little beastmen were laughing and joking. One of them, who often played with Shibano, said, We were originally playing in the potato field, but we saw Sister Aya go look for brother Gu, so we decided to move somewhere else, so as not to disturb them. Turns out, Guunji wasn't home. Aya's looking for me? Guunji glanced at the children in surprise, and said goodbye to the grandmothers. "Grandma, I have to go back." Aya wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. The grandmothers, knowing Aya's reluctance to visit without a reason, quickly waved them off. "Go ahead." Then, they grabbed the little beastmen by the scruff of their necks and said, "Stop running around. Come with us." Guunji looked at the little beastmen's mournful faces, with a mixture of amusement and annoyance. He didn't linger for long before hurrying home. Just as the little beastmen said, Aya was waiting for him at his doorstep. Guunji's footsteps were heavy, and before he could call out to Aya, she noticed him. "I'm glad you're here. Come with me." Aya grabbed his arm and trotted with him out of the village. Guunji was caught off guard and stumbled. He hurriedly asked Aya, "What's wrong? What happened again? Are those people attacking?" Aya glanced at him and stamped her feet. It's too late to tell. She transformed into a massive cheetah, biting the back of Guunji's collar and scooping him up. Guunji was seeing Aya in her animal form for the first time, and he was startled and nervous. Aya's anxiety suggested something serious had probably happened. The Wolfhound was also startled by Aya. Seeing Aya running with Guunji in her arms, it followed suit. Aya's speed was so fast that Guunji felt a gust of wind, like a tiger's roar against his face. Moments later, Aya slammed on the brakes, carelessly dropping Guunji to the ground. Guunji looked up. A group of orcs gathered at the wall, their clamor like a market. "Make way! Make way!" Aya transformed back into her human form and pushed through the crowd. "Uncle Abu, I brought him here." Guunji followed Aya into the crowd. At first glance, he saw a dozen or so bound and bloodied orcs. Abu strode briskly up to Guunji, his face a bewildered expression. Now, good news and bad news. Guunji understood immediately. The bad news first. The bad news is, they've indeed discovered us. What's the good news? The good news is, their vanguard was caught in your trap. Abu looked at the unconscious orcs, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. But thanks to them, we now have weapons to protect ourselves. He then looked at Guunji. "I have an idea. Can you help me see if it works? If it works, maybe we can take the initiative and attack." Chapter 50. With a splash, water splashed onto the orc's face, sending a shudder through the drowsy orc. Opening his eyes, the orc saw a group of unfamiliar orcs before him, and only then did he remember where he had come from. He wanted to leap up and rebuke these useless, vanished creatures, but instead, he found himself tied to a stone pillar. Even his mouth was gagged. "Woo! Ugh!" He struggled, but the orcs, seemingly oblivious, continued to pour water on his comrades one by one. Only after all the orcs regained consciousness was the orc allowed to speak. "What are you trying to do? Can't you see we're soldiers?" The orc leading the shouting was young, but the others around him made no move to rebuke him. Abu completely ignored the fire in the orc's eyes. Instead, he brought a chair and sat down in front of him. "What's your name? What's your beast form?" Abu asked. The orc's expression darkened for a moment, and just as he was about to curse, Abu's next words cut him off. "Think carefully before you answer. Your lives are in our hands now." Though he cursed the old orc inwardly, he dared not make another move. He who knows the situation is a hero. Though impulsive, he was not foolish. The young orc glanced left and right, and seeing no one around him willing to help him, he reluctantly spoke. "My name is Ari, and I'm Omishiling," he said, puffing out his chest. Omishiling is the territory of the cat tribe. Abu understood. This was a young nobleman who had come to live among the private army. But he had just happened to run into them. "What are you doing on this desolate planet?" Abu asked. Ari turned his head away, and his comrades' gazes shifted slightly, not wanting to meet his gaze. Ari gritted his teeth and said, "Looking for someone." "Then why did you come to our territory at night? It doesn't look like you're looking for someone." Ari was speechless. He couldn't say he was just trying to rob and find some slaves, could he? That would just give the orcs on this planet an excuse to deal with them. Thankfully, Abu didn't bother investigating further. He continued, "How many of you are there? Where are you now?" "Ari, we came here in total, 500 people, divided into 5 groups. 100 will stay where we landed and search separately, while the others will fan out in 4 directions. Because your 4 gathering places are relatively close on the map, we're all going together." Ari spoke without hesitation, as if all the gathering places on the desolate planet could communicate with each other. "Who are you looking for?" Abu asked his final question. Ari paused, looking around without answering. Abu didn't know what was going on outside. If Ari didn't answer, the matter would have ended there. But fortunately, they had received the news beforehand. Abu pressed on, You're not talking because you're not here to find someone, but to kill someone, right? Although he didn't make any expression, Ari's pupils suddenly widened. Let me think about it. Your reluctance to answer suggests this person's identity is quite unusual. They're connected to the military, and you were able to find the desolate planet before them. It can't be someone from the upper echelons. It can only be their descendants, right? With just a few words, Abu sent the young orcs across from him into a cold sweat. Abu sneered. If that's the case, then forget about leaving. Although he didn't want to get involved in such a situation, for the sake of the desolate planet's safety, Abu couldn't let them go looking for someone. Take them away. There are many specialties on the desolate planet, but the most unique are the collars that restrain the orcs' powers. Unable to let these people leave anytime soon, Abu collected a large number of collars from orcs who had lost loved ones. Now they're being used on this group of private soldiers. After being collared, the private soldiers become no different from pure humans, except for their improved physical fitness. These people are perfect for hard labor in the current village. Abu led the orcs to their settlement. Seeing the houses before them, several of them realized they had hit a wall. The cat-kind orcs of Omike's Island gazed at everything in front of them in disbelief and wonder, their once proud heads beginning to droop slightly. Are there any nobles here? Ari asked. Abu glanced at him, saying nothing. A group of people passed by a cluster of houses and reached the river. As they were about to cross the river, a purebred human suddenly approached. Ahead of the human walked a majestic wolfhound. The orcs in the private army had only seen such scenes on developed main planets. Watching Abu and a group of orcs walk into the fields, Guunji curiously watched the dozen or so orcs and their wolfhounds approach. Uncle Abu, I finished what you asked for. After greeting Abu, Guunji poked his head in. What do you want to do with these orcs? Bring them here for you to work, Abu replied. Now, having seen the success with the giant beasts, the village has become incredibly concerned about Guunji's farm. Guunji was naturally pleased with Abu's arrangements. He nodded, but before he could say anything, he heard a young cat-eyed orc among the captives shout, You're Guunji. Not only Abu, but Guunji himself was surprised to hear his name called. He looked at the cat-eyed orc, whose face was filled with disdain. He sounded like an order, You're Guunji. Tell this old man to let me go. Guunji subconsciously frowned at the cat-eyed orc's words. He glanced at Abu, confirming he wasn't angry. He then stepped forward and stared at the cat-eyed orc. Who are you? How do you know me? You don't remember me? The orc demanded, seemingly incredulous. I'm Ari. Have you forgotten whether you were kicked out of your home or whether I gave you a boat ticket? Although the boat's destination was a desolate planet, Ari didn't feel he'd done anything wrong. After all, it had given him a chance to survive. Guunji knew nothing of what he had said. But he vaguely felt he couldn't refute it now. Oh. So? So you shouldn't have let me go and treated me to good food and drink? Ari felt this human was being particularly unkind. How can you be so incompetent? No wonder the Gu family didn't want a fake like you. Every word Ari said had a profound impact on Guunji. He calmed his expression, lost in thought. If I remember correctly, your ticket is for me to come to the desolate planet, right? You know what the fate of humans is for a desolate planet. It's good that we don't have any grudges. Why do you think I treat you to good food and drink? His words left Ari at a loss for words. Ari was also puzzled. Why was Guunji, who had always been bullied, so aggressive now? Uncle Abu, take them. Guunji said to Abu calmly. Abu nodded without giving it much thought, but his eyes turned to Ari with a more complicated expression. From their conversation, Abu could easily guess Guunji's situation. Adding to Guunji's additional explanation, Abu's disgust for the arrogant orc before him grew even stronger. Sending purebred humans to a desolate planet, and then insisting they treat him well, Abu almost laughed out loud. Wait! Guunji. Stay here. You bastard. Bastard. Let me go! Amidst the shouts of curses, Airui was shoved toward the potato field. Guunji's face remained expressionless, but the wolfhound standing in front of him began to bare its teeth. Airui's figure was deeply imprinted in the wolfhound's eyes. After encountering such a disastrous incident, Guunji no longer had the heart to wander around outside. He gave Aya the things Abu needed and then returned home. Upon arrival, Guunji rummaged through the drawers, searching for the things he had worn when he first arrived. The wolfhound watched his movements, sitting obediently to the side. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Finally, Guunji dug out the watch he had been wearing at the beginning. I was wrong from the start. He clutched his watch, muttering softly. At first, he thought it was his future self, transported to a strange place years later. But what if, instead of being himself, he had traveled to someone else's body? Because this body looked exactly like him, and had similar taste in clothing, Guunji subconsciously assumed it was his own. But Ai Rui's words made him realize something was amiss. Ai Rui knew him. He also claimed he was an imposter. He claimed he was kicked out of his home. In other words, this wasn't his body at all. So, the watch he looked so expensive wasn't necessarily a watch. Guunji recalled the few times he'd seen Soyu and Abu using the computer in the village, and fumbled with the computer's power button. The electronic display slowly lit up. Guunji's heartbeat quickened. When he entered the homepage, the first thing that caught his eye was a letter. The letter was encrypted and placed on the homepage, so Guunji couldn't open it. But none of the other apps had passwords. Guunji browsed through the messages left by the owner of this body. It was no wonder he'd made a mistake. The owner of this body not only looked like him, had the same name, but even the tone of voice in the messages was exactly the same. Guunji felt so similar that he felt like he'd been living in this era. Seeing Guunji's distracted look after finding the laptop, the Wolfhound squatted beside him, filled with worry. "Xiao, are you home?" Someone called out from outside. It must have been Ah Chu. Guunji came to his senses, and quickly stuffed the laptop back into his small drawer. He wiped his face, rubbed the Wolfhound beside him, and then walked out. "Yes. Uncle Achu, what can I do for you?" Outside the door, Achu smiled and raised something in his hand. "I've brought you some gear. This is the gear we stripped from those people. I asked me to bring it to you." Chapter 51. Dragging his exhausted bodies, Eric and several orcs arrived at the house they had been given. The house was empty, with a dozen orcs huddled together on the floor. Eric had never suffered such injustice. "How am I supposed to live like this?" Not only Eric, but one of the younger orcs exploded at the sight of what was happening before him. "We can't stay here any longer," another orc murmured. "Then what should we do? Escape? Can we escape in our current situation?" Eric asked the two men angrily. The two men were silent for a moment. One of them asked persistently, "You haven't even tried. How do you know it won't work?" Eric rolled his eyes and didn't answer. The orc who had the dispute with him was about to say something, but the orc next to him grabbed his arm. Thinking of Eric's background, the orc could only simmer down and retreat to the side. The others watched the three men making a scene. Some of the older ones had already fallen asleep, covered in their coats, while a few others sat nearby with sullen faces, lost in thought. Suddenly, there was a rustling noise outside, and several orcs simultaneously turned their gazes towards the door. A thin orc with glasses and long hair appeared before them. Taking a slender orc skeletal figure, the military thugs rolled their eyes. He didn't seem to be harboring any ill intentions. "Here's your dinner tonight," the thin orc whispered. The orc then placed a bowl of rotten, earthy yellow mush in front of them. At the sight of the mush, Ari couldn't help but scream, "What are you feeding us?" "Disgusting." The skinny orc wasn't surprised at all, saying calmly, "Young master, we're on a desolate planet here, and this is all we have." Honestly, seeing Abu and his friends treat these people to the potato paste, he even felt that he was overestimating them. Seeing the orcs unwilling to eat, the skinny orc sneered. He turned and said, "I take care of it when the time comes. If you don't eat, you go hungry." The orcs looked at each other in bewilderment. An older orc sitting nearby suddenly stood up and tried to snap at the skinny orc's neck. But this seemingly skinny orc wasn't what he seemed. Before the older orc could even touch the corner of his shirt, the orc snapped his arm. The speed of his action startled everyone present. "You?" Ari and the others wanted to rush forward, but seeing the orc lying in the middle of the road, silently in pain, they didn't have the courage. Turning around, the skinny orc adjusted his glasses. "So brave, huh? I was originally thinking of using a softer approach, but I've changed my mind." The skinny orc stepped on the silently wailing orc. "I have something to ask you." Walking home, Wolfhound couldn't tell whether he was in a good or bad mood. Ari's scornful laugh still echoed in his mind. "Guunji? Do you think he's a hot commodity?" That guy was the young master replaced by the Gu family's mistress. The real young master was kicked out the moment he returned. He and his mother were so mean, they even tried to bite back at the wife, but they got caught. If I hadn't given him a ticket to the desolate planet, he'd probably be dead by now, just like his mistress's mother. Of course, the Wolfhound wouldn't believe these words. He'd been with Guunji for so long, and he knew exactly what kind of person Guunji was. But hearing others speak of him, like that still pained the Wolfhound. He couldn't imagine what kind of life Guunji had led before this. Back in the warm house, a towel was quickly placed over the Wolfhound's head. He looked up, and the human smiled at him, a particularly charming smile. Where did you go? The rain outside has subsided a lot. But it's still easy to catch a cold, Guunji said as he wiped the wolfhound's body. You haven't washed it in a few days, and it feels like there's a lot of dirt in your fur. Guunji picked up the wolfhound. Xiaomu, go wash up with daddy. Thanks to Qiao Yu's contribution, they had finally developed a groundwater system. Guunji could now run cold water from the tap, eliminating the need to go out into the yard to collect and boil water. He spent a long time boiling hot water over the wood fire. There were 2 buckets in total, the first for the small dog, who had gotten muddy after going out. The wolfhound was already very familiar with being washed clean by Guunji, and stood in the large tub without any fear. With its cooperation, Guunji quickly washed the wolfhound and tossed it onto his bed. The wolfhound also knew it couldn't get off the bed after being washed, so it burrowed in the covers and lay down. Guunji took a quick bath, and soon crawled into bed. Guunji closed his eyes contentedly, feeling the warmth of his human and his beloved pet. The wolfhound's head nestled in his arms, its bright eyes fixed on the human without blinking. The human slept soundly, not tossing or turning over the orcs he had encountered today. The wolfhound carefully nuzzled the human's cheek and closed its eyes. Guunji woke up at about the same time as usual. The wolfhound had already gone hunting. Although the bed was warm, it was clear his heater had been on for quite some time. Guunji lingered in bed for a while before reluctantly getting up. After washing up and taking a quick nap, Guunji changed his clothes and headed out. From a distance, he spotted the captive orcs working in the fields. Aries' words from yesterday were still fresh in his mind, and Guunji hesitated to go over there. He thought for a moment and headed towards the village entrance. As the rain gradually eased, turning into a drizzle, many orcs were chatting at the entrance. At the sight of Guunji, the orcs greeted him happily. Guunji greeted each one in turn. Hey little Gu, didn't you go with Abu and the others? The grandmother, whom I had just met a few days ago, was extremely surprised to see Guunji. What's wrong? Guunji blinked and came to Grandma's side. Grandma gestured. It was Abu and the others. They took the big net you gave them and went to the wall yesterday. Today, they seemed to want to go check it out. When the wall was completed, many orcs braved the rain to go for a run. Looking at the wall, which had already taken shape, the orcs were extremely excited. Especially the birds and beasts, who had built new houses. They chose a new settlement and built their own village, resembling the rural villages of some remote planets. The original orcs of Huangshi also began building houses in the center. This time, each of them built a small villa with a large garden. So soon? Guunji hadn't expected that, having just handed the large net he'd made to Aya, Abu and the others would already be setting up a trap. Yes, Abu had asked him to weave a large net. Abu intended to use the net as a disguised trap, then break the 100 men in batches. The large earth pit couldn't hold just a dozen orcs. If the orcs were lured in, at least 30 would be dragged down. And the pit was lined with sharp thorns. The orcs might not die, but they would certainly be injured. I heard they caught some wild beast. Would you like to go check it out? Grandma continued. A wild beast? Guunji honestly didn't know. His curiosity piqued. He stood up and thanked Grandma. Then I go check it out? Before he finished speaking, Guunji heard a nearby orc shout. He turned around and saw Abu and his men, leading several wild beasts, entering the village. Guunji stood not far from the circular platform, so Abu and the others walked directly onto it, allowing them to see Guunji at a glance. Abu quickly silenced the surrounding orcs. He held his head high and chest puffed, and instructed the young orcs behind him to lift their belongings. One by one, the beasts were lowered to the ground. The gradually spreading blood-red light excited the surrounding orcs. Oh my god! So many! Where did you get them? Are there any still alive? The orcs whispered among themselves. Abu motioned for them to quiet down. He was cheerful and explained loudly, Yesterday, we tested the hunter traps that Xiao Gu made for us and used the trapping agent to catch so many beasts. Today, every native of Huangshi gets a bowl of meat. Because little Gu made the greatest contribution, he gets a piece of hind leg meat. Among wild beasts, there aren't many species that humans can eat. And there happened to be one of them. Abu immediately gave the beast's meat to Guunji. Guunji hadn't expected such a treat just for weaving a net. But he didn't refuse. This hind leg meat wouldn't be much for others. But for Guunji, who had always been tired of eating colorful chicken, it was a rare meat. He happily accepted the hind leg meat from Abu, and after listening to Abu's lecture for a while, he didn't want to leave. Back home, he washed the hind leg meat and cooked it. He used the same method as braised pig's trotter. Wanqing doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of plants. After so long here, he had already figured out which plants on Wanqing could replace spices. This pig's trotter was a perfect opportunity for experimentation. Braised pig's trotters aren't difficult to make. The key lies in the right heat and the sugar. Guunji carefully chopped the pig's trotters into small pieces before cooking them in the spices. He rarely made such a heavy dish. The last time he'd gone to such lengths was to make small chewing biscuits for his wolfhounds. After he made a few of these, those simple chewing biscuits quickly became popular in the village. Now, I'm sure my pig's trotters will soon become popular in the village as well, Guunji thought as he closed the pot of pig's trotters. He calculated the time, wondering if he could have the wolfhound bring some to Wei Yinja. Cooking the pig's trotters took quite a while, and Guunji worked until noon. The wolfhound hadn't returned during that time. He took the braised pig's trotters to the yard to cool, and the sweet aroma of sugar instantly filled the area. It was lunchtime, and the passing prisoners, sniffing the air, each set their sights on Guunji's hand. Among them, Ai Rui's reaction was the most pronounced. Chapter 52. Abu's plan went smoothly. Within a week, more than half of the private army stationed at the Flying Birds gathering place fell into Abu's hands. Abu gave up on the remaining pretenses, and prepared to take down the group with the Flying Birds. Though these well-built orcs were reluctant, they worked very efficiently. Guunji had to describe them as the most suitable labor force. In just half a month, a few days after the rainy season officially ended, the construction of Huangshi City was fully underway. The original Huangshi village remained Huangshi village, but many people had moved away. Those living nearby were those tending the potato fields, and the first few private army captives who arrived. But Guunji didn't move either. He was worried that Wei Yinja would not come to visit. With the feeling of a rural village, Guunji no longer worried about being attacked by wild beasts while walking in the woods. But whenever he went out, his wolfhounds would follow him wherever he went. The potato field had been planted with a new crop of cabbage, and it had now become a cabbage field. The greenhouse had some sweet potatoes and potatoes planted. Guunji had now completely given over to the fields on the other side. He felt that he wasn't tending as carefully as the orcs. Little Gu, where are you going today? The Chai family had also moved to the central area with Abu, and two elderly orcs from the wolf tribe were now living there. Neither orc had a surname. One was called Baishua and the other Huichao. These names were based on their animal forms. Although both were women, they had been together for over 40 years. Aunt Bai. Guunji nodded and greeted her. Sherbane and the others have moved to First Road. I'm going to help them with the greenhouse. Actually, the Chai family wanted to treat Guunji to a meal. People in the village now live more loosely, but there's at least one family every 10 meters. The first road the Chai family moved to was the one leading to the village center. Their house number was 10, meaning they were the 10th house from the first road in the center. It wasn't too close, but not too far either. Have a good time then, Bai Shui said to him with a smile. Huichao, who was standing nearby, wiped his hands on a piece of cloth and pulled out a hind leg of meat from the house. Tell Chai Zong and Chai Wan to thank them for giving up their house. Huichao placed the hind leg of meat in Guunji's hands. Okay. Guunji took the hind leg of meat and leisurely led the wolfhound to Shibano's house. It took him about 40 minutes to reach Shibano's house. At his current pace, Shibano's house was at least 8 or 9 kilometers away from his own. Guunji knocked on the garden gate. Chai Zong and Chai Yi weren't home, but Chai Wang was inside, preparing food. Seeing Guunji arrive, Chai Wang raised an eyebrow. Hey, you're here, why be so polite? Guunji, the hind leg meat isn't my gift. It was given to you by Aunt Hui and Aunt Bai. Hearing it was given by Bai Shui and Huichao, Chai Wang withdrew his hand awkwardly. He was a little afraid of the two female orcs. When his brother had previously given up the house, Chai Wang didn't quite understand his brother's intentions, and went to the house to argue with them. Of course, the end result was that Chai Wang got a beating. Guunji didn't want to expose him, so he looked inside the house. Where are Uncle Chai and Chai Yi? The two of them? They heard someone was coming to the gathering place to seek refuge, so they went to the giant beasts to see what was happening. Chai Wang felt a headache just talking about the father and son. Originally, he was planning a banquet for a few close friends today, but upon hearing someone was coming to seek refuge, Shiba Yi insisted on going to see it. Chai Zong had no choice but to go, figuring it wouldn't take long to go back and forth. After hearing Chai Wang's explanation, Guunji became curious. Someone seeking refuge? They haven't even cleaned up the private army outside. Chai Wang had only heard a little, so he had no idea what was going on. Guunji thought for a moment and waved to Chai Wang. Uncle Wang, I'm leaving. What are you going to do? Chai Wang was alert. Guunji smiled. To join in the fun. With Chai Wang's description, Guunji quickly found the entrance to the giant beasts. There was a row of houses at the entrance, specifically for the orcs on duty. There are only 2 gates in Huangshi now, one on the other side of the pond where the birds live, and one at the end of the giant beasts' territory. The bird gate is guarded by beasts, while the giant beast gate is guarded by the giant beasts themselves. The settlement where the family relocated this time found the gate belonging to the giant beast clan. When Guunji arrived, everyone in the settlement had already moved into the nearby rented houses. The rented houses are duty houses, essentially a combination of a large house with small compartments. They're similar to hotels. In Huangshi, the orcs are no longer accustomed to such houses. But in the territories outside Huangshi, such houses are considered very good. While the orcs in Huangshi thought it was not good, the other orcs who were staying there were so satisfied that they shed tears. Guunji ran into Xiaomu outside. Xiaomu saw Guunji and waved, "Brother Gu." Guunji walked over with his wolfhound. "What's going on?" "It's the herbivores." Xiaomu curled his lips, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction with the private army. Few herbivores come to the desolate planet, so they all live together. But their gathering place has been occupied. According to the map Abu gave Guunji, the herbivores were to their south. It was the closest gathering place to the south. But this gathering place was even farther from their location than the original bird gathering place. Even the orcs wouldn't be able to reach their base for at least 10 days. Shouldn't they be closer to the rainforest settlement? Guunji frowned. Why not go to the rainforest? Most of the orcs in the rainforest settlement are poisonous. The most common orcs there are snakes. But rather than seeking help from the behemoths, the herbivorous orcs were clearly more likely to go to the rainforest settlement. Hearing Guunji's words, Xiaomu sighed. Only 30 people occupied the herbivorous settlement. Guunji instantly understood what he meant. 100 people were assigned to each direction. Besides the rainforest orcs, there was only one Zerg settlement of about 10 people near the herbivorous settlement. 30 went to the herbivorous settlement. Even if 10 were assigned to the Zerg settlement, at least 60 would have gone to the rainforest settlement. I'm afraid the rainforest settlement's fate wouldn't be much better than the herbivorous settlement. The rainforest was too far away for Huangshi to see what was happening to it. Only a few clues could be gleaned from the herbivorous orcs. This group of private soldiers is so annoying, Shiba Yi said with a childish temper. Guunji and Chai Zong, the 2 adults, were at a loss for words. They were all outcasts. The private soldiers had far more power than they did. Following the Chai family back to the new house, all 3 of them looked unhappy. Chai Wang, having anticipated this, scoffed. Going off to cause trouble. Chai Zong gave Chai Wang a chestnut. The arrival of the herbivores didn't attract much attention. But while Guunji was wandering around Huangshi, he noticed that several houses had begun to be built along the roadsides near the city gates. In the blink of an eye, the rainy season had completely passed, and it was time for the autumn harvest. Orcs had no concept of autumn harvest. If Guunji hadn't noticed the rapid growth of plants in the greenhouses and fields, and the occasional morsel of fresh food emerging from the surrounding woods, he probably wouldn't have realized the harvest had arrived. After calling a Chu, who was in charge of the farm work, home, and giving him a few instructions, Guunji left the autumn harvest behind. Now that the village had plenty of manpower, he could afford to slack off a bit. Guunji had once again made an appointment with the elusive Wei Yanjia. He had called Wei Yanjia to accompany him to the mountains to forage for local products. Wolfhounds would disappear in the mountains in a flash. They were no more reliable than Wei Yanjia. Knowing how much the village had changed, Wei Yanjia still came with ease. No wonder Guunji often suspected he was already near the village. There are a lot more people in the village now. Would you like to sneak in sometime? Guunji asked, picking at mushrooms on the ground. Wei Yanjia stood aside, hands in his trouser pockets, watching him. Why did you sneak in? There's shelter and food in the village, so why? It's pretty free outside too. Hearing his words, Guunji glanced at the orc behind him and pursed his lips. This guy just wouldn't take the bait. Isn't it safer in the village now? Wouldn't it be better for you to hide in the village? Wei Yanjia smiled and said, see if Duan Wayne has returned. Ever since the village merger, not only Wei Yanjia, but even Duan Wayne hadn't considered returning. Although he didn't know why the 2 were increasingly reluctant to enter the village, Guunji still wanted to persuade them. Are you 2 together? No. Doesn't that mean we don't even have anyone to look after us? Wei Yanjia was both amused and annoyed. Why would we need any help? No one on this planet can hurt us. Guunji was unconvinced. It's not like we need care just because we've captured you. Wei Yanjia stepped forward and ruffled his hair. Don't overthink it. We really aren't suited to living in the village. Guunji wasn't happy about it. But Wei Yinja was determined, and there was no way he could change his mind. After picking a few mushrooms, Guunji, as if angry, threw the basket to Wei Yinja. Come with me. Wei Yinja followed quietly. The two of them hurried through the forest for a while, and Guunji led him to a small cave. The cave was artificially dug. The person who dug it was Guunji. It's too much trouble to always ask Xiaomu to bring you things. I leave them here from now on. Please pick a time every day to come over and check on them. Guunji said awkwardly. Wei Yinja listened to him with a gentle look. If there's any news one day, I write you a note and leave it here. He paused and whispered. Of course, I wouldn't pass you a note if there wasn't any news. Chapter 53. After showing off his communication base, Guunji led Wei Yinja around to search for other items. Because it was autumn harvest time, Guunji wanted to get more cotton to prevent the winter's chill. Although the cotton fields occupied a patch of land in the forest, they were surrounded by tall trees, making it difficult to find them. Guunji directed Wei Yinja to clear the way, and Wei Yinja did not resist. The two soon found the cotton field Guunji had been longing for. Guunji had brought 2 backpacks with him. Now was the time to put them to use. Of course, Wei Yinja knew this plant. He had received a very comprehensive education, which was why the orcs in the upper echelons of society had always been able to dominate. Giving orcs in remote star systems a plant encyclopedia would mean they would know how to use it. If they didn't, how could they replace the upper echelons? You're already making winter quilts before winter even arrives? Wei Yinja said with a smile. Guunji swiftly picked cotton. Hearing his words, he explained, after all, I'm the only one who knows how to do it. I have to teach the others first. Wei Yinja grew increasingly curious about Guunji's background. If this was the Gu family of Omei, how could they possibly possess so many skilled crafts? In fact, Guunji's craftsmanship, in the eyes of orcs of his class, wouldn't even be considered good. Wei Yinja could even clearly see his awkwardness. If it weren't for the side effects of his craftsmanship, the orcs of the desolate planet wouldn't have paid much attention to this human. This meant that Guunji's skills must have been inherited from his mother, the one known as Xiao San. Yet, a mother with such talent was labeled a mistress by a family whose craftsmanship was even inferior to hers, and was murdered in disgrace. The fake son born from this mistress was then also trapped and sent to the desolate planet. There was too much to it. Wei Yinja didn't warn Guunji, nor did he even stop him from handing these things over to the orcs on the desolate planet. This wasn't just because he had a fondness for Guunji. More importantly, Wei Yinja wanted to know what secrets Guunji's mother hid. If the Gu family were to seize the artifacts and furniture that could suppress orc transformation, then it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the sinners of all orcs. What are you thinking about? Perhaps because Wei Yinja had been lost in thought for too long, Guunji couldn't help but ask. Wei Yinja came to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. Guunji didn't quite believe Wei Yinja's words. After spending so much time together, he could tell if Wei Yinja was worried. He wanted to see his expression. But just as he stood up and looked over there, he unexpectedly saw the wings of a giant bird flying across the sky. Guunji pointed at the black spot and asked Wei Yinja to turn around. Look, what's that in the sky? There aren't such giant birds on the desolate planet, right? Wei Yinja looked in the direction of his finger and squinted slightly. It's a plane, he said with certainty. Guunji, it really is a plane? Guunji's face showed a hint of hesitation. The orcs exiled to the desolate planet clearly didn't have such planes, so where the plane came from was intriguing. Wei Yinja, could it be a newly arrived private army? Guunji uttered in awe. Didn't the previous group leave? Wei Yinja glanced at him. Didn't you capture a lot of people? Remembering Abu's recent fervor in capturing private soldiers for hard labor, Guunji fell silent. Really? Just capturing a few people and sending reinforcements? Guunji desperately wanted Wei Yinja to deny it, but the young orc spread his hands, a hint of mischief on his expressionless face. Guunji, Knowing that these people might be targeting Huangshi, Guunji grew anxious. I want to go back to the village. Then let's go. Having anticipated what he would do, Wei Yinja helped him carry a basket. I take you to the intersection. Wei Yinja kept his word. Only after Guunji had been taken to the intersection did he leave. Not bothering to let him rest at his own home, Guunji dropped off the 2 baskets of things at the nearest orc's house and headed towards the central area. He hadn't walked far when he encountered Aya, who was hurrying over. Aya. Great, you're here. Aya grabbed Guunji's hand and said, come with me to Abu's place. Aya pulled Guunji along, running as fast as she could. Guunji panted as he ran. Aya, Did you see the plane that just appeared in the sky? I didn't even turn around. I saw it. Abu sent me to find you because he saw it. Abu looked up and saw a plane in the sky, and he jumped up on the spot. He had recently eliminated most of his private army, and while he was a little carried away, he wasn't so focused on the key points. The private army's reinforcements were a foregone conclusion. If he didn't return to defend, he might be captured. He immediately summoned all the leaders of the gathering places, and had Aya call Guunji along. He prepared to proceed with the next phase of his plan. The upgrading plan. Guunji, bewildered, was dragged by Aya into a new house built specifically for the meeting. The house was bare, save for a long table. The table had been carved directly from a towering tree, without Guunji's handiwork at all. It couldn't even be called a table. After being dragged inside and pressed into a chair by Aya, Guunji looked up and saw several of the leaders of the gathering places. Besides Abu and Asen, the beasts were unexpectedly represented by Duan Wayne, while the birds were represented by the father of Baisu, the previously captured egret orc. The only people Guunji didn't recognize were the herbivores, who had joined later, and the zerg they had brought with them. Okay, everyone's here. Let's talk. Abu coughed. You all should have seen that plane just now, right? The orcs all nodded, and Guunji followed suit. What do you think? We know they're coming to kill the only son of a high-ranking officer. Duan Wayne raised his hand, his nonchalant expression causing the surrounding orcs to frown. We absolutely cannot let them succeed, said a sang nearby. Abu nodded. We all know. The desolate planet is our last remaining habitat. If they truly kill that little orc, this planet will never escape the wrath of a high-ranking officer. Which was true, but if they could trade that orc for the planet's safety, I'm afraid everyone present would do it. But the reality was, not only did they not know who this person was, they also had to fight against the private army to protect their homeland. Baisu's father pondered for a moment. So, who can stop the private army from moving in? The surrounding orcs shook their heads. Bringing back the orcs like Feichin, who had been held as slaves, was already a success. Taking down each private army that occupied the territory? Absolutely impossible, Abu sighed. Then we can only clear out the private army around here and re-equip everyone. When they really attack, we can at least resist them. If bloodshed broke out in such a large area, the private army would be unable to hide. So they were not without confidence. Guunji was confused, but he unexpectedly understood Abu's meaning. Abu was determined to persist in the fight. This decision was beyond Guunji's expectations, but it wasn't that hard to accept. Take the Feichin tribe, for example. If they were captured, they would be enslaved. Life might not be in danger, but living without dignity. Being whipped and forced to work every day was not the life these retired uncles and aunts wanted. The decision was made quickly, leaving Guunji with little room for comment. He was simply dazed, as he was commissioned to make some equipment to help them eliminate the surrounding private armies. He was unfamiliar with the matter, but there was someone behind him who was familiar with it. Not only was that person familiar with it, but he was also the culprit behind the recent unrest on Desolate Planet. After confirming his next route, Guunji groggily walked home. The Wolfhound was already waiting for him at home. He felt a sharp pain in his temple, as he thought of what Abu had entrusted him with. Ah, Xiaomu. It seems I've been assigned a task by Uncle Abu. He squatted down, hugged the Wolfhound, and took a few deep puffs. The Wolfhound wagged its tail obediently. Although I'm happy to help Wei Yinja, but... Guunji picked up the Wolfhound and walked to the other end of the sofa before sitting down. His face was devoid of smile, filled with worry and bewilderment. I feel like the second group might not just be because of what Abu did. The Wolfhound whimpered in agreement. Guunji, intentionally or unintentionally, kneaded the Wolfhound's paws, his chin resting on its head. I think the second group shows that the people behind them are desperate. Could a simple factional struggle be so desperate? The Wolfhound hadn't expected that Guunji, who had been quiet just a moment ago, would be thinking a lot after returning home. He didn't interrupt Guunji, quietly listening to him express his thoughts. I think something big must have happened outside the desolate planet. Guunji murmured softly, or something very good for Wei Yinja. That's why his enemies are so desperate to kill him. I really want to help him, but that stubborn guy won't come to the village, and he won't tell me anything else. I can't even help if I want to. Guunji complained to the Wolfhound. All I can do now is help Abu. After all, Abu's goal doesn't conflict with my desire to protect Wei Yinja. It's actually similar. Guunji buried himself in the Wolfhound's fur, his words vague. But I'm scared too. That's a real war. People will get hurt, people will die, right? After all this time in a peaceful world, This was the first time Guunji had come face to face with war. Even the two sides were familiar faces. Chapter 54. Abu wouldn't give up just because of Guunji's concerns. At this point, no one could stop Abu. Guunji could only choose what he could do from Abu's requests and fulfill them. According to Abu's request, Guunji's first thought was camouflage uniforms. But he quickly realized that camouflage uniforms were a bit of a burden for the orcs. Because of the second wave of reinforcements, the private army that had been near them had reduced its activities. Abu and his men hadn't yet captured the herbivores. Judging by the situation, if they didn't deal with those orcs in the next 2 days, they might not be facing the same people they had before. Abu counted the men for the surprise attack that day. They were going to live outside, so Guunji thought about it and urgently gathered a group of grandmothers to learn how to make tents. Having previous experience making tents, it only took Guunji a short while to gather the materials. Soon, the grandmothers began to get to work. Perhaps because the craft of making a tent wasn't difficult, most of the grandmothers had already learned how to do it after Guunji taught them once. After letting the grandmothers try their hand at it, Guunji gave up the tent-making task. Afterwards, he prepared the camp beds. His learning to make camp beds was an accident. Some time ago, while studying ancient miniature landscapes, Guunji created a battlefield with flying sand and rocks. In his design, the damaged camp bed was a key symbol. He researched the production method at the time, and finding it useful this time was a complete surprise. Records of camp beds date back to ancient times, but compared to today's lightweight and retractable camp beds, most ancient ones were made of wood. However, their forest had bamboo, and Guunji wanted to replace the wooden structure with bamboo, which is more similar to modern lightweight steel. He didn't start immediately, but instead drew a detailed sketch of the camp bed, then tinkered with it by disassembling and memorizing the model. The tent aside, the camp bed wasn't something a simple rich kid would encounter. Guunji didn't notice, but as the marshal's only son, the Wolfhound easily noticed. He circled Guunji several times, wondering if he could use his Wolfhound identity to warn him. Obviously, the answer was no. Guunji had no idea. The Wolfhound, upon noticing, rakes the ground with a hint of anxiety. He pondered, stretching his limbs, and quickly leaps out of the house, heading for the woods. He's going to find someone to help him keep an eye on Guunji. Once Guunji is in his own area, he's completely oblivious to what's happening around him. Especially since the Wolfhound itself moves so lightly. When the Wolfhound returns from its walk, Guunji is still hard at work. The Wolfhound returned to Guunji's feet as if nothing had happened, then laid down at his feet and closed its eyes. Guunji had been writing and drawing for a while when a voice called out from the door. Guunji, are you home? Few orcs knew his full name. Aside from the two unsociable natives from the main star, everyone else called him Little Goo Brother, and Little Goo Brother. Guunji easily recognized the visitor. He paused, then subconsciously tucked the blueprint into a nearby box. Then he washed his hands and walked out slowly. Duan Wayne? What are you doing here? As a representative of the beasts, Duan Wayne should be going with Abu. However, Duan Wayne's position was somewhat awkward, so he stayed behind to take charge of the village's security. I'd come to ask you for a favor. Duan Wayne shrugged. Are you free? Guunji wanted to say he wasn't, but Duan Wayne didn't give him the option of refusing. If you're free, come take a look. I have some military equipment here. Which of them can you make now? Guunji subconsciously glanced at his computer. Many of the items on the computer were quite old, but most were made from parts found on desolate planets. He was about to speak when his gaze fell on a familiar spot. Swords, guns, clubs, and portable supplies. Guunji's mind flashed, and he became much more polite to Duan Wayne. You brought all this here so I can try them out one by one? Anyway, I can only look at them. Duan Wayne said casually. Guunji fell silent. He suddenly asked, what did he give you in exchange this time? Duan Wayne subconsciously answered halfway, of course, it's my brother's. Then his mouth snapped shut. Duan Wayne stared at Guunji. Guunji returned the item to Duan Wayne, his face calm. What else did he ask you to do? Tell me all about it. Duan Wayne's family background meant that even if he had access to the blueprints, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on such ancient equipment. Guunji was no fool. Duan Wayne feigned busyness, glancing left and right. What are you talking about? I told you it was useless to me, so I gave it to you. Seeing he refused to admit it, Guunji rubbed his nose helplessly. Xiaomu, bite him. Both the Wolfhound and Duan Wayne were shocked by his reaction. The Wolfhound tentatively stepped out and barked at Duan Wayne. As a fellow tribesman, Duan Wayne knew what the Wolfhound had said. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled. All right, I tell you what I said. He wanted me to give you the blueprints and take the Wolfhound away for a while. Guunji had long noticed that the Wolfhound and Wei Yanzhe were just as familiar with each other as he was. Now, hearing this, he simply assumed that neither the Wolfhound nor Wei Yanzhe would be in the presence of those private soldiers. He said, "Oh," and asked, "Any other instructions?" Duan Wayne shook his head. Guunji took his laptop and walked into the house, transferring all the images to his own. Looking at the design drawings, which were even more extensive than he had imagined, Guunji suddenly felt unsatisfied with what he had been studying for so long. He returned the laptop to Duan Wayne and took a few small boxes from the cabinet. "It's full of snacks for Xiaomu. Remember to feed it according to the instructions inside." Duan Wayne hesitated. Guunji pretended not to notice. Reluctantly, he took the Wolfhound snack box and seriously considered the possibility of snatching food from it. Guunji squatted down, stroked the Wolfhound's cheek, and whispered, "Be sure to listen to Uncle when you go. Dad's waiting for you at home." The Wolfhound howled, as if in response. Duan Wayne, the only one who could understand the conversation, twitched his lips several times. Guunji didn't hesitate. After playing with the Wolfhound, he handed his beloved pet to Duan Wayne. Fearing he wouldn't be able to bear it any longer, Duan Wayne took his things and turned to leave. The Wolfhound looked back at Guunji deeply before turning and following him. With the Wolfhound gone, the house suddenly became much quieter. Guunji stopped refining his manuscript and sat in a chair, lost in thought for a moment. When Achu, who was in charge of logistics, came to see Guunji, his mind wandering. Achu had recently been working with captured orcs, so the group of orcs had also arrived outside Guunji's house. But only Achu entered the yard. "Xiao Gu, come and inspect the results. If there's no problem, I have them moved to Abu and his team's supply point." Achu came to Guunji with a number of unpitched tents. Guunji inspected them one by one and found nothing amiss. He looked at the tent in his hand and suddenly asked, "Uncle Achu, can I go with you to the supply depot and help?" Leaving him behind to listen to the news was too much. He really couldn't help in the fight against the private army. But he wasn't completely useless, was he? Achu shuddered at the words. No. This is their treasure, their confidence, their trump card. Who would go straight into battle with a trump card? Guunji wanted to say more, but Achu stopped him. "You can do whatever you want in the village, but you can't go to the battlefield, understand?" Achu's face was still stern, and Guunji didn't dare say anything. "Look, don't you want to go harvest that cotton? Take a few orcs from the village and a few captives, and go clear the cotton fields." Achu found him a task that wouldn't be finished in a short while. He randomly selected a few people, including Baishue and Huichao, who lived near Guunji's house. Guunji was forced to go harvest cotton. Led by a group of orcs, Guunji soon returned to the cotton field he had visited with Wei Yanzhe. Looking at the vast expanse of cotton, Guunji deeply sensed Achu's good intentions. Huichao and Baishue were there to watch over the captives and protect Guunji, so they stood on either side of him. Among the captives were several newcomers, as well as those from the first batch. Ai Rui was among them. Seeing the orcs protecting Guunji so well, Ai Rui was baffled. He worked for a while, exhausted and sweating, but then he saw Guunji being cared for by two female orcs under the shade of a tree, and he couldn't help but walk over. "Hey, why are you so protective of him? Humans make up a significant portion of Omixiling's territory. After all, humans have long considered themselves cat slaves and poop scoopers. That's why cat territory is particularly favored by purebred humans." Huichao ignored him. Baishue, however, glanced at him. The two female orcs posed a significant threat to Ai Rui, and for a moment, Ai Rui backed off. But he had been unhappy ever since he saw Guunji being pampered in the village. At this moment, provoked by the two female orcs, he erupted in anger. "Don't you know who Guunji is? How can he be treated like this?" Ai Rui glared at Guunji resentfully. "An ungrateful bastard, a heartless scum. Look at him. Not only does he not feel guilty about me, he's even unwilling to offer me anything to eat or drink. How can he be treated like this?" Ai Rui truly didn't understand. Baishue's brow furrowed as she listened to these words. She raised the whip she held as a weapon, but was stopped by Huichao. Baishue looked at Huichao, then at Guunji. Huichao shook his head at Baishue. Guunji wasn't irritated by Ai Rui's words. Instead, he smiled. Who are you?" The scene fell silent. Even the few captive orcs watching the spectacle in the field stopped moving. Chapter 55. Though unintentional, Guunji's words had a remarkable effect. Ari was held captive for several seconds. the expression on his face difficult to describe. Everyone knew that cat beastmen were the most easily angered. Guunji's words hit a nerve, and Ari leaped to his feet. What do you mean? Who are you? Ari couldn't accept it. Because of his family background, although he disliked this previously superior human, he had never been able to express his dislike. But he was already a fake young master, and he could manipulate him at will, so why couldn't this human remember him? Cats hold grudges. Ari, as an aristocratic cat, was even more so. Unable to contain his anger, he sneered. You don't think you're still the young master you were before, do you? Get it straight, okay? You're now an ordinary human with no background. So what? What does this have to do with me not knowing you? Guunji didn't like cats. When he was little, he threw a sponge ball at a cat because it bullied Xiaomu. Not only did the cat scratch him, but it also pooped on his doorstep for a month straight. Since then, Guunji has disliked cats. He wasn't a cat hater, but he avoided them. Now, facing the cat beastman, it felt familiar. Ari was furious. You ungrateful bastard. Apologize to me now, and I can tell you about the Gu family. Don't you want to go back to the Gu family more than anything? The kitten's threats were indeed the same over and over again, and they were all so childish they were laughable. But he mentioned the Gu family, and Guunji was curious. The cat beast had mentioned the Gu family several times. However, Ai wasn't the only one he could ask about the Gu family. So Guunji wasn't intimidated at all. He turned to Huichao and said, Aunt Huichao, please. Huichao nodded, then whipped Ai in the side with her whip. Stop wasting time. Go pick cotton. Ai's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stared at Guunji several times. Guunji's complete indifference convinced Ai that he hadn't gotten him to give in. He stamped his feet, afraid of the pain, but obediently went back to picking cotton. But he pricked up his ears, a look of unyielding determination. Bai Shui walked up to Guunji. If you want to know about the Gu family, we can tell you a little. Guunji's eyes lit up. Bai Shui couldn't help but laugh. After a few coughs, Bai Shui cleared her throat. The Gu family is a family that has suddenly risen to prominence in Omixailing in the last 100 years. Their rise is completely different from other families. It's based on a fable about the Vivian family. Bai Shui had intended to keep it a secret, but Huichao, beside her, saw her pause and instinctively chimed in. In the fable, 100 years later, the Gu family will overthrow the entire orc world. Bai Shui glared at her. Huichao shut up. Bai Shui continued, satisfied. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. But if I remember correctly, by the end of last year, the Gu family had been rising for exactly 100 years. Because we've been on the desolate planet for a few years now. I don't know what reforms the Gu family has made. At least, right now, the orc world is completely peaceful. Bai Shui's unfinished words made everyone understand what she meant. Guunji got the general idea, and instantly lost his desire to explore further. On the other hand, Ai, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but say, You bunch of unsophisticated people. Of course you don't know about the Gu family. He spoke with pride, as if he knew something truly remarkable. Guunji didn't want to hear it, but Bai Shui was more interested. What do you mean? Ai glanced at Guunji. I tell him if he apologizes to me. Huichao sneered and smacked Ai's foot with a whip. Having his powers sealed, Ai didn't react immediately, and he took a few steps back in shock. Huichao stepped forward. Will you tell me? Ai, looking aggrieved and bullied, replied in a stuttering voice, I tell you. He's been quiet now. At the end of last year, the Gu family recognized their biological son and expelled his fake son, the illegitimate child, who had usurped his parents' home. Ari made no secret of his disdain for Guunji. Then his mistress turned the tables, claiming the Gu family deliberately had the head of the Gu family conceal their marriage, marry her, and have a child, and then switch the child. Who doesn't know the status of the Gu family? What's her status? This was clearly a thankless task for the children of both the nobility and the commoners. Everyone who heard it wanted to ask, why? So, when Guunji's biological mother spoke out, no one paid any attention. Many people even mocked her for fabricating such a story to whitewash herself. And we all know the Gu family is about to rise to prominence. Ari whispered, so everyone's speculating whether the true young master has brought something. As a result, many people are praising and following the true young master. Ari is one of them. After all, the Vivian family's prophecies, passed down for thousands of years, have never failed. When they say the true young master will bring change, everyone believes it. Thus, Guunji's current situation is largely related to this incident. Even in cat territory, Guunji is still a rare human. Originally, Ari would never have abandoned Guunji here. But then, this incident of the true and false young master happened. Everyone will help. After he finished explaining, Bai Shui and Hui Chao looked at Guunji with concern. Wolves don't have any gift for prophecy, and they don't believe in such things. But Guunji had been abandoned, and both of them were worried about him being upset. Besides, they were different from Ari, who was unaware of the situation. Hearing these words, both of them harbored a different suspicion. Guunji had no memories, so of course, he wouldn't care about AI Rui's description. He did, however, remember the letter in the original owner's computer. Since he had recently taken the computer out, Guunji had been carrying it around like a watch. Now, remembering the envelope, he said goodbye to Hui Chao Baishua and went to study it under the shade of a tree. It was a letter with a code. Guunji had no memories of the original owner, so he had no idea what the code was. But fortunately, the original owner's computer contained a lot of information about him. Guunji tried each day, from his birthday to the day he was kicked out of the house. None of them could crack the letter's code. He paused, thought for a moment, and pulled out the original's chat history. The completely deleted chat history forced him into silence. What's wrong? Bai Shui asked subconsciously, seeing his troubled expression. Guunji looked up, about to say something, when he saw AI Rui's mind flash. When was my original birthday? Since there was a real and fake young master, could their birthdays be different? Hearing his question, Hui Chao looked at AI Rui. AI Rui shuddered. April 21st. He knew. Guunji was using the real young master's identity. The real young master's birthday was April 24th, but the fake young master's was April 21st. He entered 0421 for digits, and the envelope opened easily. Guunji's expression didn't ease, but instead grew more serious. His birthday was also April 21st, the same day as the fake young master. This couldn't be a coincidence, especially since Guunji had traveled through time. Guunji didn't delve into it further, but simply read the letter. Thanks to the privacy mode, those around him had no idea what he had seen. All they knew was that Guunji had read the letter, and then suddenly ran off. Hui Chao tried to chase him, but Bai Shui wouldn't let him. The two of them looked at AI Rui with grave expressions. Guunji found it hard to believe that this body was actually his own. Not his previous self, but a different dimension of himself. According to the letter, he had originally been Guunji. But because of his biological mother's bloodline, he had traveled back thousands of years on the day he came of age, living for a while as a person with no connections. Then, at a certain opportunity, he returned to this world. This was also a unique ability he inherited from his mother's bloodline. This ability wasn't particularly powerful, but it always gave this bloodline a distinct quality. Guunji fell silent. He knew what was different this time. His own abilities, as well as those he had learned from that era, would become manifestations of his family's unique special abilities. This ability could bring misfortune, or perhaps fortune. At least, from his mother's perspective, it was misfortune. Outsiders didn't know the inside story, but unexpectedly, the story of the previous generation was exactly as his biological mother had told it. In fact, the reality was even more cruel. The head of the Gu family accidentally learned that his mother had this ability, but didn't know what it was. As a result, his mother was deceived and her child was taken away. When the 18 years were up, due to the family's unique characteristics, the real young master found that he could no longer conceal it. So he and his biological parents planned a cat for prince substitution to eliminate them all. This was misfortune. But Guunji, returning with his memories, accidentally landed on a desolate planet and, through his craftsmanship, carved out a living space for himself. Even before he was discovered by AI Rui, the outside world had no idea he was alive. This was luck. He closed the door and sat down, his body trembling. He clearly had no memories. But after reading this intensely emotional letter, he couldn't help but burst into tears. The letter described Guunji's life in the Gu family. Strict demands, endless beatings and scolding, and the cold-eyed observation of the clan members. So, when he learned that he was not the Gu family's wife's biological son, he actually briefly considered leaving the Gu family with his mother. If his mother was vain, he had the ability to give her the life she desired. However, his mother was not vain, and the Gu family had no intention of letting them go. The letter also mentioned one more thing. His mother's surname was also Gu. So, Guunji's Gu was the Gu of his biological mother. Chapter 56. Needless to say, Guunji had already noticed the subtle connection between the two. The Gu surname on his scumbag father's side, and the Gu surname on his mother's side. Who was the Gu prophesied by the Vivian family? Guunji grew increasingly suspicious of the cause of his biological mother's death. If his mother's Gu was the Gu in the prophecy, then everything made sense. The reason the Gu family was so intent on obstructing him, even resorting to using their own children to create a fake young master, was probably because they were the Gu family who had switched roles. However, Guunji also faced a problem. He had no memory of his past. He had no idea what the Gu family really was like. According to the description in the letter, he shouldn't have forgotten his identity, nor should he have thought he was a bystander who had traveled through time. What had happened during this period? Guunji's desire to understand these things grew stronger. However, finding his memories wasn't a one-shot process. Guunji first had to understand why he had lost his memory. According to AI Rui, it was AI Rui who gave him the ticket to the desolate planet. Since he had already had an idea of what to do before losing his memory, it meant that regardless of whether AI Rui gave him the ticket, his goal was the desolate planet. Why did Guunji, who hadn't lost his memory, choose this planet so precisely? Why did the orcs, whose ability to suppress their beast transformation was supposed to be unique to him, also acquire this ability after he taught it to them? Guunji couldn't answer any of these questions now. In short, Guunji was deeply aware that there were many secrets behind him, all of which were obscured by his amnesia. If he wanted to find these answers, Guunji's first priority was to retrieve his own memories. He wiped his eyes, sat in silence for a moment, then slowly stood up. His fingers tapped on his laptop, unable to bring himself to delete the letter. He had no choice but to move it to another place for storage. He washed his face at the sink and patted his cheeks. I can't live in this muddle-headed state anymore. My mother's revenge must be avenged. As for the Gu family, he wouldn't allow them to continue living freely under the guise of the Gu who belonged to his mother. Guunji left the house again, his heart heavy. He planned to go back and ask AI Rui for more information. AI Rui was now the only person on the planet who knew his former self. Every clue would have to come from AI Rui's words. Having figured this out, Guunji grabbed a basket and prepared to head to the cotton field. He hadn't taken a few steps when he was stopped by an orc holding a shovel, looking like a captive. Young Master Gu? The orc's eyes held a hint of uncertainty. But soon, he separated from the group and approached. These orcs were all quite old, seemingly smoothed out, and behaved quite well in the village. The one in charge of them was Xiaomu, the giant beast that oversaw the fields. But Xiaomu wasn't around right now, so the orcs had a little more freedom. It's really you. You're here. The orc looked Guunji up and down, as if expressing a sense of gratitude. His gaze wasn't intense, but it was much friendlier than AI Rui's. The Gu family's affair was so serious that it had reached the orcs of Mike's Island. Although this orc was just an ordinary calico cat, he had also heard of the Gu family's anecdotes. Unlike Ari, the orc genuinely felt that Guunji had been wronged. Even if there had been some conflict between the previous generation, Guunji was still a descendant of the Gu family, in no way a fake young master. Yet, the Gu family treated this rare human like the civet cat in the story of the Cat for Prince exchange, desperately wanting to exterminate them. It was unknown what the grudge was. He had also not heard how the young master's biological mother had treated the child who had been replaced so harshly. Why are you here? Was it the Gu family's doing? But didn't they violate the Human Protection Act by sending you here? The orc had no feelings for the Gu family or Guunji, but he was still resentful that the Gu family might have violated the Human Protection Act. Guunji hadn't expected that there was actually more than one person among the captives who recognized him. He scanned the captives and formed a general idea. The fact that those who recognized him were all cat tribe orcs from Mike's Island suggests that the true and false young master incident must have been quite a sensation. So, perhaps AI Rui wasn't the only one seeking to understand the true identity of Guunji. I can't remember either. Guunji shook his head, not shying away from the fact that he was a village captive. I was here when I woke up. The orcs who had spent a long time with him could all at least detect that something was amiss with him. Guunji had originally intended to conceal this, but after reading this letter, there was no need to do so. The orc frowned. The orcs in the group felt it was almost time and called the orc back to the group. The orc didn't have time to ask further questions and gave up. He glanced at Guunji, knowing that the human before him was living just as well as he was. If you need anything, you can come to me for help, the orc said. Guunji murmured a soft thank you, gaining a slightly different understanding of this private army. As soon as the orc returned to the group, Xiaomu appeared in Guunji's sight. Xiaomu glared at the captured orcs, and then saw Guunji again. He gave the leading orc a few words and hurried over. Little Gu, are you all right? Guunji, I'm fine. Xiaomu scratched his head and said sheepishly, I didn't expect to run into you. Where do you want to go? I take you. Thank you, but I think I can go on my own. Go do your thing. Guunji had no intention of making a big deal about his past, so he simply declined Xiong Tan's offer. Xiong Tan let out a regretful "oh." Guunji was completely oblivious to Xiong Tan's thoughts. He and Xiong Tan wanted to continue their journey to the cotton fields. After taking a few steps, he was stopped by Achu again. Little Gu, Hui Chao and Bai Shua said you came back on your own. How's it going? Are you okay? Achu was now the village's chief steward. Bai Shua and Hui Chao were worried about Guunji, so they sent someone to look for him. Of course, they also gave Achu a brief account of what had happened. Unexpectedly, this human picked up by Shibaya had such a unique background. Achu was afraid that Guunji would be upset if he ran into an old friend on a desolate planet. He didn't even catch his breath before rushing to comfort Guunji. I know about your situation too. Achu thought for a long time, finally deciding on the simplest way to comfort Guunji. To be honest, if I lived in Omike's Island, I might believe the words of a family representing the upper class. But I'm not a cat orc, so I think I can objectively say that you're not that kind of person. Little Gu, don't feel bad for someone who doesn't understand you. You're our backbone right now, and nothing can happen to you. Guunji hadn't expected Hui Chao and Bai Shua to call Achu specifically for this matter. He rubbed his hands sheepishly. Ah, I'm not upset. Thank you, Uncle Achu, for your concern. Achu had a lot on his mind, yet he still had to comfort him. Guunji lowered his head and resumed his finger-to-fingers intertwining. Achu didn't believe him and patted his shoulder. If you need any help, just let me know. Your Uncle Achu is always here. Guunji agreed. Achu observed him, confirming that he was no different than before, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was still a little worried, but Guunji seemed much better than what Hui Chao had said when he found him. Knowing that this was the only comfort he could offer, Achu considered asking another older orc to accompany Guunji. Seeing through his intentions, Guunji quickly waved his hand. Uncle Achu, go do your own thing. I'm really not a big deal. Since he had said that, Achu couldn't really ignore his thoughts. Then I be leaving? Guunji obediently said goodbye to Achu. Finally, after watching his worried elder leave, Guunji took a deep breath and continued on his way. Shortly after leaving the village, Guunji bumped into a solid chest at a corner. He subconsciously pinched the orc's massive pecs, his face flushing, as he realized what was happening. I'm sorry. Well, I knew I had big breasts, but I didn't expect someone to attack me like this. The familiar voice was tinged with teasing. Guunji looked up. The familiar face and unfamiliar attire distracted him. Why are you here dressed like this? Wei Yinja gestured to him to shut up and pulled him into the grove. I'm replacing one of Duan Wayne's men. Duan Wayne's simple fur clothing, like the orcs from the Desolate Star, showcased his impressive figure. How's that? Looks like the orcs here, huh? If Duan Wayne hadn't seen Guunji walking with his head covered, he wouldn't have dropped his disguise to try to scam someone. But he didn't expect his scam to turn into a scam. Wei Yinja didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Guunji couldn't help but understand the underlying meaning. His ears were now red. The anger within him had largely dissipated, and he couldn't recall what he had originally intended to do. Guunji, The more he thought about it, the more awkward it became. What should he do? Seeing that his teasing was about to explode, Duan Wayne decided to back off. Why are you out in the village alone? Guunji hesitated after being reminded of this. He was willing to share his background with Wei Yinja, but now was clearly not the right time. Come over tonight, and I tell you in detail. As a native of the main planet, Wei Yinja might know more about it than Guunji did. This was one of the reasons why Guunji was willing to share. Wei Yinja agreed. He glanced at the basket in Guunji's hand. Where are you going? I take you there. Guunji shook his head. I go by myself. You go do your thing. Wei Yinja didn't hesitate. He rubbed his head, then, under Guunji's glare, shoved his hands into his clothes and swaggered off. Chapter 57. After watching Wei Yinja leave, Guunji also turned and left, returning smoothly to the cotton field. Returning again, Guunji greeted Bai Shua and Hui Chao and headed straight for Ai Rui. Ai Rui, who had been picking cotton in the field and whispering with a nearby orc, instantly slumped upon seeing Guunji return. The nearby orcs fell silent as well. Guunji ignored his expression, glanced at the other orcs working in the cotton field, raised his hand, grabbed Ai Rui's arm, and pulled him out. Ai Rui screamed, "What are you doing?" As a cat orc, Ai Rui was even more slender than Guunji. With his strength restrained by the collar, AI Rui was unable to break free from Guunji. I need you to come with me. Guunji pulled him toward him. Huichao and Bai Shui conveniently blocked their presence. His gaze, originally fixed on the two, quickly shifted elsewhere, shielded by them. Pulling AI Rui aside and confirming there were no other orcs around, Guunji spoke, "You're on that so-called true young master's team, right?" AI Rui stared at him defensively. "So what?" The way he stiffened his neck suggested he was bluffing. Guunji continued, "Since you're from that side, your words aren't very credible. After all, you wouldn't say anything bad about the Gu family. Everything you've said is probably just a ploy by the Gu family to discredit me and my mother, right?" This was the first time AI Rui had been questioned. Completely oblivious to his current situation, he jumped up and glared at Guunji. "Nonsense! How could the Gu family need to discredit you? Then let me ask you. If my mother was truly vain, why didn't she go to the Gu family and demand that someone marry her when she became pregnant with me, even though she didn't know about Madame Gu? She didn't use a single cent of the Gu family's money during all those years raising the real young master. She herself never took anything, and even bore a child for this scumbag. How could she be vain?" Guunji was almost laughing at the words in the letter. The Gu family said his mother seduced the head of the Gu family out of vanity, but his mother had no income from the Gu family at all. She simply had an unusual relationship. Is the logic in your whitewashing rhetoric correct? Ari didn't know the inside story. He just assumed it because others said she seduced him. But when he heard that Guunji's mother hadn't taken anything and had raised the real young master, he began to harbor a lingering suspicion. But years of obedience quickly dispelled his suspicions. "How do I know if what you say is true? With your family background, checking your bank records shouldn't be difficult, right?" Ari was defeated by his words. The cat beast glared at Guunji, impatiently asking, "What exactly do you want to do by telling me all this?" "Guunji, I want to know what the Gu family has told everyone else." His needs were simple. If he knew what the Gu family had said, he could combine it with the information in the letter to piece together the whole story. To avenge his biological mother, he first had to know who his primary enemy was, right? In terms of revenge, the Gu family was only a secondary target. Ari hesitated. He glanced at Guunji again and again, finally speaking reluctantly. After delivering the cotton to the village warehouse, Guunji hurried home. Ari honestly explained the Gu family's rhetoric, allowing Guunji to piece together the past generation's grievances and hatreds. In short, it was a scenario where a rich boy falls in love with a poor girl. But unfortunately, reality is no fairy tale. The rich boy came only for the poor girl's family's single inherited talent. And this rich boy wanted both. He didn't want to give up either the status brought by the family marriage or the poor girl's talent. To appease his wife, the man of the Gu family swapped their two children, making his wife's child the offspring of a rare gifted individual, enjoying the meticulous education of a rare gifted individual. To appease the poor girl's talent, the man of the Gu family made the gifted child the eldest son of the family, trying to make him feel a sense of belonging to the family, and ultimately bind him to the Gu family. Originally, the man's plan was perfect. But he hadn't anticipated that the talents of gifted individuals and their families would, without exception, awaken at the age of 18. His wife, unable to accept this, was hostile to the descendants of the gifted. Thus, the descendants of the gifted wanted to leave the Gu family's cage, while his wife's children wanted to enjoy the wealth and glory that had rightfully belonged to them. There were many gifted individuals, but only so much power and wealth. Who would be abandoned was already a foregone conclusion. Guunji felt deeply unhappy. Throughout this story, except for his mother, all the victims benefited. In the end, it was his mother who perished. This was the fate of a pure-blooded human with no foundation and a rare talent. The moment Wei Yanjia entered the room, he noticed Guunji's grim expression. He paused, bracing himself mentally. "Why are you so angry?" Guunji had been delighted to see Wei Yanjia, but then, thinking of his mother's plight, he suddenly felt awkward again. The orc before him had a similar background to his scumbag father. And his mother's current situation wasn't much different from his own. Although they weren't romantically involved, Guunji still felt awkward. It was as if something else had slipped into their otherwise normal relationship. "I learned about my life." Guunji shook his head, putting the story of his scumbag father out of his mind. Wei Yanjia wasn't his scumbag father. "Do you know about Vivian's prophecy from Omei Shiling?" After hearing Guunji's words, Wei Yanjia pondered for a long time before remembering something like this deep in his memory. He asked, "I have some recollection." "What's the matter?" "I suspect the Gu family in Vivian's prophecy isn't the same Gu family from Omei Shiling today." Guunji stated his suspicions directly. It's the Gu family where my mother is. Wei Yinja, your mother? Guunji glared at him. What are you thinking about? My own mother. Wei Yinja had already been dispatched on a mission when the incident unfolded. And it happened at Omei. Although Wei Yinja had asked Duan Wayne to inquire about the situation after meeting Guunji, he didn't know as much as Ai Rui and the others did. Guunji recounted the story he had compiled to Wei Yinja without pause. Wei Yinja's initial reaction was beyond Guunji's expectations. No wonder you came to the desolate planet. Wei Yinja pondered. Your abilities, combined with the age and strength of the desolate planet orcs. If you can take over the desolate planet and develop it well, the Gu family will be as easy as crushing an ant in your eyes. But since you chose the desolate planet, didn't you bring the space button for infrastructure construction? How could someone who had already decided on a plan not have prepared anything? Guunji was stunned by his question. Right. Guunji suddenly turned around and rummaged through his suitcase, rummaging through his jacket. It turned out that he only had a laptop. The space button, which should have been there, was nowhere to be found. Wei Yinja wasn't surprised. He said casually, could it be related to your amnesia? Guunji, that makes sense. Not being able to find the space button wasn't a big deal for Guunji right now. After all, the construction on the desolate planet was almost complete. It wasn't particularly modern, but compared to the more affluent rural areas Guunji remembered, it was more than adequate. Seeing that Guunji had quickly calmed down, Wei Yinja stopped teasing him. He seriously suggested to Guunji, I think you can definitely establish your own Gu family on the desolate planet. With the right timing, location, and people, and everyone willing to help, it would be much easier than returning to the main planet and trying to overthrow the Gu family. Although the construction on the desolate planet wasn't feasible, if all the orcs on it could suppress their beast transformation, then this combat power would be something the Gu family couldn't ignore. At the very least, the higher-ups would be willing to ignore the Gu family's requests for help for the sake of the orcs on the desolate planet. But building a desolate planet like that is difficult, isn't it? Guunji didn't accept his offer. He knew that building a desolate planet like this was only possible with the help of Abu and the others. No matter what he was asked to do, he couldn't do it. Without his memories, he was just a pure human, a man with a partial knowledge of the past. Without knowing the interstellar situation or the orcs, how could he possibly build a desolate planet? Don't underestimate yourself. Wei Yinja patted his shoulder. I help you. Guunji gave a wry smile. How long can you stay here? He couldn't rely on Wei Yinja forever. Besides, the sudden arrival of the second wave of private soldiers was clearly more anxious than before. Their anxiety meant that it was almost time for Wei Yinja to return home. No matter how long I stay, I will do my best to help you. Wei Yinja looked at Guunji seriously. Besides, it's not like I can't come back. Hearing his words, Guunji muttered faster than he could think. Why, you want to marry into my family? Wei Yinja paused, then replied naturally, I can. But would you accept? Hardly, Guunji muttered with a hint of irritation. Why are you asking me? Then who else should I ask? Wei Yinja spread his hands. If I don't marry into your family, who would I marry into? You? Guunji bit his lower lip unconsciously, and lowered the hand he had raised to hit Wei Yinja. You? He was speechless. Although his ears were red, his face no longer had the shy expression it usually had. Don't say such nonsense. He stammered for a long time before mumbling. Wei Yinja's eyes darkened. Guunji pretended the conversation hadn't taken place, and took a few steps to the side. Thanks for comforting me, though. As for taking another step, he didn't dare go any further, having learned from his mother's experience. Chapter 58. Since that day, Wei Yinja has not appeared before Guunji. Although it was strange, Guunji didn't let it faze him. Wei Yinja wasn't the kind of person who would refuse to see him again just because he was rejected. During this time, Abu accomplished another significant feat. Before the second wave of private soldiers joined the first, he captured all the scattered orcs from the second wave. Due to the characteristics of the desolate planet, the laser weapons of the private soldiers had ceased to function after the first month of their arrival. As an experienced orc who had spent considerable time on the planet, Abu was as sure of catching the private soldiers as a cat catching a mouse, always a sure thing. Because they couldn't find the orcs from the first wave, the second wave was obviously much more cautious. They also acted more meticulously, and Abu and his group were almost undetected by the orcs. Listening to the orcs living in the village talk about the front lines, Guunji became much more informed. He taught the remaining orcs how to make thick quilts while listening to their lively conversation. The days passed quickly. The orcs, taken captive, gnashed their teeth, thinking back to their initial days of lording it over them. How much hard labor had they endured just for those few days of comfort? Every day they woke up to work in the fields or some mechanical labor, completely drained of energy. But on the 8th day of their quilt-making lessons, Abu and his companions hurried back, going door to door, reminding the orcs to be safe. At that time, Guunji was sitting on the village terrace with Xiaomu, Bai Shui, and the others, chatting and fluffing cotton. The young orc, sent by Abu to run errands, was sweating profusely. His eyes lit up instantly when he saw the group gathered. Little brother Gu, Grandma Xiaowu, Aunt Bai Shui. Over in the rainforest, there's a fight with the private army over there. Haven't the private army in the rainforest been captured by Abu? Bai Shui was puzzled. The young orc ran over, grabbed a large spoon nearby, scooped a mouthful of water soaked in mint leaves, and poured it into the wooden bowl beside the bucket. He took several gulps from it before wiping his mouth and continuing. Hey! Not the previous group, but the next one. Snakes are vengeful creatures. Given their temper, even if the previous and next group aren't the same group, as long as they belong to the same place, the snakes will attack them the second time they encounter them. Clearly, the rainforest gathering place had encountered the second group of private soldiers who were scouting. The accumulation of new and old grudges drove them to attack the private army. Of course, the private army wouldn't let the snake tribe launch a surprise attack, so a back-and-forth battle ensued. At first, the snake tribe did have the upper hand. But soon, the foreign orcs, equipped with laser weapons and more advanced equipment, began to overpower the snake tribe. Both sides were furious. Abu was worried that the villagers, unaware of the situation, might encounter the private army when they ventured out. So, he urged the villagers to be cautious when going out. Who would go outside the city walls? Xiaoyu curled her lips. Bai Shui remained silent. Guunji wasn't interested in the world outside the walls, and it was even less likely that he would venture out on his own initiative. A lot of our orcs have been out lately. Abu was worried, so he just gave us a heads up. The little orc was obedient. The ones who've been frequenting the wall lately are orcs, whose original gathering places weren't inside. They're not simply returning to their original gathering places to transport supplies. After Abu's commotion, almost every gathering place on the desolate planet knows about us now, Xiaoyu mused. No wonder I've been seeing strange orcs lately. I'm afraid they're not just captives, but more likely refugees from other gathering places. Guunji, who always stayed in the original desolate village, was a little surprised to hear Xiaoyu say this. Have a lot of people come to the village lately? Xiaoyu shook her head. Not the village, but the city. As they were discussing this, a tiger, who had arrived in the village out of nowhere, approached them, covered in blood. Xiaoyu and Bai Shui couldn't help but take a few steps back. The little orc cried out in surprise, trying to see where the big tiger was injured, but the tiger easily dodged it. It's not my blood. Yu sneered, looking up at Guunji. That kid left early, so I don't know what happened next. Although the rainforest was fighting with the second group, they sent most of their elderly, weak, and disabled people over. They also want to join us. Abu has already discussed the specifics with them. Someone in Huangshi has the materials, and construction has been underway for a long time. Although the amount of food grown is based on the number of people previously, Huangshi is now vast and sparsely populated, so with greenhouses, it's not impossible to grow food in winter. At least people won't starve to death. Other settlements on Huangshi all agreed to come to Huangshi. The rainforest settlement, while relatively close, is a rare settlement that has managed to remain unincorporated into Huangshi. But it was clear that Yulin had given the decision to merge with Huangshi a lot of thought. The fact that they were able to move here at this juncture clearly showed they had made sufficient preparations. The only criticism was that they had brought in a second wave of private troops. With all their laser weapons rendered ineffective, Huangshi no longer had any weapon advantage. We're thinking that in 3 or 5 days, the second wave might discover the gate guarded by the giant beast. Yu shook his fur and leaped towards the open space nearby. Your days of leisure are numbered. Yu's words, like a prophecy, were quickly fulfilled. Even sooner than he had expected, the snakes and Abu, after reaching an agreement, arrived together in Huangshi, accompanied by a second wave of troops following behind them. Unlike the first wave of orcs, who were captured without warning, due to the disappearance of the first wave, the second wave was clearly not on the same level as them. It was an elite force. After encountering the trap, they only lost a few men. Those behind them all circumvented it, and promptly pulled their own teammates to safety. There was absolutely no intention of collecting the spoils from those inside. The gates and walls within the behemoth's original territory were particularly massive, But the orcs were only momentarily surprised before relentlessly attacking them. Perhaps due to the unique power of the method Guunji brought back from the past, the laser guns only left a faint white mark. The orcs realized they could no longer breach the wall. But there was more than one way to enter this territory. The orcs exchanged glances, quickly transforming into wild beasts. One of them transformed into an elephant, the other two into a cheetah and a blue sheep. The cheetah leaped onto the elephant's back, while the blue sheep easily climbed onto the wall. Abu stood on the shoulders of the giant Xiongtan, surveying the layout from above. His eyes darkened, and he said to Xiongtan beside him, "Take down the movable bricks and hose them down. Push the giant beast forward, don't hold back." Although Abu had spent a long time on the battlefield, he had never commanded. But on the desolate planet, what mattered was not command but familiarity with the various aspects of the desolate planet. The blue sheep leaping upward was stopped by the strong current, while the cheetah leaping onto the wall was grabbed and flung away by the giant beasts. The leader, commanding the second group of orcs, frowned at the situation before him. Attack the giant beast. While they couldn't hit anyone else, their laser guns could be aimed at the giant beast. The giant beast's height was too conspicuous, making it easy to hit it. The behemoths will return. How could Abu let them attack the behemoths? Seeing them draw their laser rifles, Abu ordered the behemoths to retreat. This stalemate isn't a solution, I pointed out bluntly. Abu's eyes were heavy, his expression serious. A protracted battle wasn't impossible, but Abu feared they would continue to send reinforcements. The first group could be detained, the second could be engaged, but a third would weaken the orcs in the city, and the situation would become extremely unfavorable for them. Aya opened her mouth, about to say something, when someone suddenly shouted, "Look!" Dozens of wolves came running out of the nearby woods, leaping onto the rooftops, and then onto the city walls. The giant wolves stared at the orcs below, then leaped down without hesitation. With the addition of these giant wolves, everything seemed to have taken a new turn. Watching the orcs fleeing in panic, Abu couldn't express his happiness. On their planet. How could there be so many wolves? The two leading wolves had white fur, the other gray. The worst part was, Abu didn't even recognize the white-haired one. The two wolves didn't look at the battle below, but instead turned around and walked over to Abu. Abu didn't give the two wolves a good look. There was even a hint of rejection in his expression. "Abu, it's me," the larger gray wolf said. The voice sounded incredibly familiar. It was Duan Wayne. But Abu recognized Duan Wayne from the moment he heard him, and he didn't let his guard down. "You should explain yourself," Abu said gravely. Duan Wayne ignored his vigilance and, instead, transformed back into human form with a smile. "I need to explain something to you. You may only know me as a member of the Duan family, but not my true identity." Duan Wayne snapped his fingers and ruffled his long hair. "I am the original heir of the direct line. Would you like to see the information on my computer? A direct line heir, by rights, should not be on a desolate planet where ordinary orcs are exiled. But precisely because he was the direct line heir, and had come to a planet like this, it seemed reasonable that he had so many forces protecting him." Abu still had his doubts. But Duan Wayne's gesture of taking out the computer, unlocking it, and shoving it in front of him was so brazen that Abu didn't consider any other possibilities. "Don't worry, they retreat," Duan Wayne said. "With me here, they won't dare attack. If the wolf tribe knew they were planning to kill the descendant of the wolf marshal, it would be as bad as being exposed to the marshal himself." Chapter 59. Guunji could never have imagined that Duan Wayne would reveal his identity. When the news reached him, he even thought he had misheard. But after the second group of foreign orcs retreated, Duan Wayne and Wei Yinja sat openly before him, leaving him no choice but to believe it. Didn't you want to avoid being discovered by outsiders? If he had intended to reveal his identity earlier, he wouldn't have waited until now to prove it to Abu. Duan Wayne shrugged. "Isn't this the best solution?" A confrontation between Abu and the private army would not be a good thing for Duan Wayne or Wei Yinja. For safety reasons, the two discussed for several days, and decided to reveal Duan Wayne's identity to deter them. With the Wolf clan present, as long as the private army didn't reveal their purpose, they could determine whether Wei Yinja was within their territory. The Wolf clan's protectiveness was not insignificant. Of course, if they were exposed, then entering the gathering place would be inconsequential. So, for the private army, the moment Duan Wayne revealed his identity, they were barred from entering. This could be considered Duan Wayne resisting a search for Wei Yinja, preventing his identity from being revealed. "But I'm not doing this for free." Duan Wayne changed the subject. "My beast transformation is now more advanced than in previous years." This was also the reason Duan Wayne was willing to reveal himself. With this period of recuperation, He could at least return to the Duan family and provide support for his brother for a few years, smoothing out his brother's future difficulties. So, I want the best way to suppress my beast transformation, allowing me to go out and see my family. He hid here for his brother's sake, and could even trade everything for a few years for his brother's future. Is this your bargain? Guunji asked before Wei Yanjia could speak. Duan Wei nodded. Guunji calculated and agreed. Is there anything better than what I have here to suppress the beast transformation? Don't ask Wei Yanjia for this, ask me to make the deal. Hearing this, Wei Yanjia objected without hesitation. No, this isn't your business. There's no point asking you to make this deal. I can use my father's connections to help you find the best suppression method. You saved my life, my father won't refuse. He could ask his father for help, but he couldn't involve Guunji in this. You saved my life too, so why can't I make this deal for you? Guunji completely ignored Wei Yanjia and turned to give Duan Wayne some of the little gadgets he had recently made. The power in these things should be enough for you for a long time, right? If you run out, come back and get more. Duan Wayne only used a little of the furniture he crafted, and his beastly transformation was significantly reduced. These small ornaments should last him at least 90 or 10 years. And for Guunji, these things were just daily practice items. Trading them for Wei Yanjia's life was definitely a good deal. Guunji was far more authoritative than Wei Yanjia in this regard, and Duan Wayne and he both ignored Wei Yanjia's protests. Deal. Wei Yanjia, he's the boss, right? Doesn't anyone listen to him? The deal went through quickly. Duan Wayne arrived happily and left happily. Left behind was the less than happy Wei Yanjia and the rather satisfied Guunji. Do you realize what you're doing? If Duan Wayne takes the things away, someone will notice something's amiss sooner or later. Wei Yanjia didn't want to see Guunji risk his own safety to save him from this difficult situation. His father had already received the news, and it wouldn't be long before these people would be evacuated. While ordinary people on the main planet might not be able to find a way to suppress their beast transformation, for someone of their level, it wasn't impossible. Instead, they'd prioritize quality over quality. Guunji looked at Wei Yanjia curiously. Is there such a huge difference in class between you two, both of the same clan? If Duan Wayne can't find a better solution, what's the point of yours? Wouldn't his actions be easier than Wei Yanjia's own? Wei Yanjia, Couldn't he have known that Guunji was more suited to this task than he was? He was concerned about the potential harm Guunji's abilities would cause him. The man before him was a stone-walled figure, oblivious to his thoughts. Desperate, Wei Yanjia recalled Guunji's refusal from a while ago. There's nothing special about you. You don't have to do this for me. His tone was stiff, but lacked much confidence. Even so, the moment he uttered these words, both of them fell silent for a moment. Hearing Wei Yanjia's words, Guunji glared at him and nonchalantly retorted, I told you, you saved my life too. But? No buts. Guunji, too lazy to listen to his continued nagging, simply covered his mouth with her palm. Is it okay if I'm willing? Besides, I've already decided to develop the desolate planet. Sooner or later, I have to trade this ability for something. Now it's just a little earlier. Hearing his nonchalant words, Wei Yanjia frowned and removed his hand. Of course you can trade this ability for something. But definitely not now. The current state of the desolate planet means it's just a private army. Any legitimate army would be able to capture everyone. If Guunji reveals his abilities, the desolate planet won't be able to withstand an invasion of so many orcs. No one will be able to protect Guunji then. Sooner or later, it makes no difference. Guunji insisted. Wei Yanjia had been annoyed by Guunji's stubbornness before, but never more angry than this time. This isn't a matter of sooner or later. This is a matter of life and death. For you, this transaction is also a matter of life and death. Wei Yanjia spoke, and Guunji responded. The two men were at a stalemate, like they were arguing. But the matter had already occurred, and arguing now was pointless. Duan Wayne, who had Guunji's permission, couldn't be snatched away by Wei Yanjia, and Wei Yanjia wouldn't resort to such a tactic as refusing to pay him. Wei Yanjia covered his eyes in frustration, but his anger remained unquenched. You have no idea how appealing the ability to suppress a beastman's transformation is. I know. If you knew, you wouldn't have agreed to Duan Wayne. I'd rather flee alone than end up like this. He could no longer control his anger, and his eyes slowly took on a wolfish look. Guunji, however, seemed oblivious to his anger and reached out to grab his wrist. Wei Yanjia, in a rare move, dodged Guunji's touch. I don't want to see you right now. Perhaps reacting, Wei Yanjia's eyes instantly returned to their human form. He seemed to have suddenly deflated, his voice soft and weary. I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought Duan Wayne to see you. Without hesitation, he turned and left Guunji's house, leaving Guunji standing there, stunned. The door slammed shut, and Guunji fell silent. He clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. I meant well. Guunji didn't understand. Even if he refused to take the next step, as a friend, couldn't he help Wei Yinja? Suppressing his bestiality was a piece of cake for him, but for Wei Yinja, it wasn't so easy. Why? Guunji was also hurt by Wei Yinja's words. He threw himself onto the sofa in a huff, tossing off his shoes and slumping down on the narrow couch. I clearly did it better than him, so why is he so mean to me? Guunji's eyes welled up, and the more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. The advantage of living alone is that he can freely vent his frustrations at home. Guunji stood up, returned to his room, and pounded on his pillow several times. Afterwards, still upset, he threw the pillow aside and lay down. Falling onto the bed, Guunji lay with his head tilted back, suddenly missing his wolfhound. If the wolfhound were home, he could hug it and complain to it. His wolfhound would surely lick his cheek and act cute. However, he hadn't seen a wolfhound in a long time. He didn't know what Duan Wayne was planning to do by taking the wolfhound away. Thinking of the wolfhound, he naturally thought of Wei Yinja. Guunji tossed and turned twice, hugging his pillow, before suddenly sitting up in bed. He was going to get his dog back. It didn't matter whose dog it was before. Xiaomu was his dog now, and he could have it if he wanted it. Wei Yinja was nothing. He stood up, put on his outdoor shoes, and prepared to go find Abu to ask where Duan Wayne was living now. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Bai Shui, who had also come out of the house. And Bai Shui looked at him, surprised, and said, "Young Master Duan isn't here with you?" Guunji sighed, "Ah," before realizing who young Master Duan was referring to. Bai Shui was also a wolfhound, and clearly knew Duan Wayne better than Abu did. "Guunji, Aunt Bai, do you know where Duan Wayne lives now? I have something to discuss with him." "Don't you know where the Duan family's young master lives?" Bai Shui seemed surprised, gazing at Guunji with a hint of amusement. "I thought the Duan family's young master paid so much attention to you, because you two had some special relationship." "Huh?" Guunji shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Duan Wayne? Paying attention to him? Wasn't that all Wei Yinja asked? Why would Duan Wayne pay attention to him if he had nothing else to do? Seeing that his disgust didn't seem fake, Bai Shui suppressed her urge to gossip. "Ahem, sorry. My words were inappropriate." After realizing the incident of the matchmaking, Bai Shui felt embarrassed. He lives near Abu's house. The former leaders of the territories all lived in that area. You can find him if you look around. Bai Shui finished speaking, subconsciously glancing at Guunji. "It's quite a long way. You better take your wolfhound with you. Come to think of it, I haven't seen that little guy lately. What happened to him?" Guunji nodded and replied, "My little Mu was taken away by Duan Wayne. I'm going to bring him back." Bai Shui asked suspiciously, "Huh? But when I saw the young master of the Duan family recently, I didn't see him with his wolfhound." Chapter 60. Guunji, upon hearing Bai Shui's words, instinctively asked, "Isn't the wolfhound with him?" "It doesn't look like he keeps it with him." Bai Shui hesitated. She had intended to say that Guunji might not be able to get the wolfhound back for a while. But seeing Guunji's pensive expression, she felt that he knew where the wolfhound was. Guunji suddenly felt a surge of anger. If it's not with Duan Wayne, then whose else could it be? Wei Yinja was not only rude to him, but he also detained his wolfhound. If he couldn't find Wei Yinja, couldn't he find Duan Wayne? "Thank you, Aunt Bai. I go look for Duan Wayne first. I thank you when I get back." With that, Guunji stormed off. Bai Shui stared at his back, unable to speak. The door behind her opened. A man with a messy head of gray grass noticed his lover's expression and instinctively asked, "What happened?" Bai Shui turned around and said worriedly, "I think I've done something wrong." Leaving home and walking to Duan Wayne's current residence, even with the road now paved and repaired, it took Guunji over half an hour. Duan Wayne was constantly surrounded by wolf beastmen, making finding his residence much easier than Guunji had imagined. During this time, Guunji also encountered a few familiar little beastmen. But perhaps because of his grim expression, they didn't dare approach to greet him. Duan Wayne hadn't been home for half a day when Guunji arrived. He felt a pang of anxiety, assuming that Guunji had been persuaded by Wei Yinja. Of course, Duan Wayne knew that Guunji's agreement wasn't a good thing. He just wanted to give it a try, but he hadn't expected Guunji to agree so quickly. The other leverage he had originally intended to bring to bear was instantly useless. He had achieved his goal, but with it came Wei Yinja's wrath. Duan Wayne wasn't afraid of Wei Yinja, but he still had to consider his father's support. Asking Guunji to help him suppress his beast transformation would cost him the Wei family's friendship. Originally, if he had helped Wei Yinja this time, without asking Guunji, the Wei family would have helped suppress him, and it would have been a favor to him. But to be more secure, he had set a trap for Guunji. Duan Wayne felt guilty. Did you not tell me something just now? Duan Wayne asked. Guunji walked straight inside and glanced around. Where's my Xiaomu? What? Did you two have a fight? Are you running away with the kid? Duan Wayne muttered unconsciously, turning to see Guunji staring at him coldly. Damn it! This was his lifeline. Duan Wayne instantly came to his senses and slid to his knees. Haha, I was just kidding. It's okay. Guunji glanced at him, and before Duan Wayne could even breathe a sigh of relief, he immediately added, Is Xiaomu not with you? The breath he'd been letting out was instantly choked back. Ah? Ha. Xiaomu, Guunji knew from Duan Wayne's expression that the Wolfhound couldn't possibly be in his possession. He was baffled. Didn't you say you had it? How did it end up in his hands again? He had the time to keep a dog, so he clearly had some free time. Huh? Duan Wayne hadn't expected Guunji to come to such a conclusion, and the silence was deafening. But to prevent Wei Yinja from truly hating him, he tried to smooth things over. Well, after all, I'm supposed to be protecting your dog. I'm worried about training young Master Wei. Guunji had thought he could get away with it, but after hearing this, he somehow became even angrier. Who is he to me? I want him to train my dog? Guunji's tone was extremely irritable. Duan Wayne, huh? Hasn't he caught up yet? The future marshal is not doing well. Then I go get it back for you. Duan Wayne felt his EQ was low after saying this. Sure enough, Guunji didn't agree to his words. Instead, he turned his head away and retorted in a rather unpleasant tone. He's been training it for so long. How can I bring it back? Duan Wayne, Okay. He's the only one stuck in the middle, isn't he? Since he's not with you, then please ask him when my Xiaomu will be returned to me. Duan Wayne really wanted to ask Guunji, but couldn't he just do it himself? Yet, facing the murderous gaze of his lifeline, young Master Duan still humiliatedly agreed. Guunji was finally satisfied. Not wanting to continue witnessing the man who had caused his quarrel with Wei Yinja, he said a cordial goodbye to Duan Wayne and walked out of Duan Wayne's house. A few young beastmen, seeing Guunji's angry face coming to look for someone, finally waited for him to come out. They exchanged glances and hurried off to find their elders. Duan Wayne's area was surrounded by chieftains, and usually Guunji would easily run into Abu and his companions. But today, he walked for a long time without encountering Abu or Aya. Even Baisu's father was nowhere to be found. Guunji was just beginning to wonder when he reached Shibaya's house. Shibaya, squatting at the door, waved at him. Little Gu, are you coming home? Guunji couldn't bring himself to show any expression to the little orc who had brought him back to the gathering place. Good morning. Well, I went out for a bit, and I'm going back now, Guunji replied gently. Shibaya stood up and hopped a few steps to Guunji's side. Sister Aya seems to be looking for you. Aya? Guunji paused. Aya also lived in this area. But she wasn't one to visit someone without a reason. When she came to see him, it was usually Abu's idea. Guunji turned around and said, Then I go ask Abu. Lately, people from outside had been coming to the desolate planet constantly. It wasn't just Abu, everyone was busy. Had just finished a fight, and he hadn't expected Abu to find him so quickly. Guunji was also thinking about what he should do. Arriving at Abu's house, no one was inside. Guunji had no choice but to go to Baisu's house again. Baisu was the only one home. When Guunji asked, he told him his father had gone to the meeting room. Guunji found the meeting room again. Pushing the door open, the atmosphere inside was extremely solemn. Abu saw Guunji approaching and waved. On seeing Guunji, Abu's expression shifted to a more benevolent one. I asked Aya to call you, and you came quite quickly. Guunji said, I didn't meet Aya. Shibano told me to come directly to you. Abu didn't care who had called. He glanced at the young orc sitting across from him, dressed in military attire, and said, These are the purebred humans from our gathering area who have provided some of the blueprints. Guunji looked at Abu. Abu patted his hands, urging him to be quiet. The young orc opposite him looked at Guunji and frowned. Why him? Guunji understood. He had heard of his past. The young orc's mind was completely elsewhere. He slammed the table and glared, I'm here to negotiate peace with you out of good intentions. Are you kidding me? Abu remained unmoved. Instead, he smiled. Didn't you ask if there were any purebred humans in our village? Little Gu is the only purebred human in our village. The young orc listened to Abu's explanation and said, dissatisfied, don't play tricks on me. Do you know this is closely related to the prophecy? This is a major event that could change the current orc era. Don't tell me anything else. You only asked if there were any purebred humans in our village. We showed our sincerity by bringing you a purebred human. Abu remained motionless. As for whether it's what you're looking for, how would we know? The other side fell silent. The young orc tapped on his laptop and spoke after a moment. But this time, his gaze was fixed on Guunji. Did you design the buildings here? This matter couldn't be hidden from anyone, so Guunji simply admitted it. Yes, what's your question? The Gu family doesn't have these blueprints. May I ask, where did you get them? The orc opposite was extremely rude and aggressive. Guunji disliked this kind of person. His attitude worsened. Why should I tell you? A hint of impatience flashed in the orc's eyes. Answer me when I ask. Stop playing tricks. Guunji sneered. Who said that? What rules? The orc didn't understand at first, but soon realized what was happening. He angrily slammed the table again. This is your token of sincerity. Guunji turned to Abu and asked, they retreated before, right? Abu said calmly, yes. Guunji looked back at the orc. So you couldn't break in either. What token of sincerity do you expect from us? You? The orc's face flushed crimson, his expression unremarkable. Well said. Before the orc could express his opinion, a sudden exclamation of praise broke into the conversation, followed by the orc's undisguised applause. Guunji turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a navy blue military uniform, completely different from his memory. Abu appeared unsurprised to see him, and said leisurely, here you are. The middle-aged man nodded. Guunji noticed that the orc's face paled instantly when the middle-aged man appeared. Admiral, the orc shuddered and stammered. The middle-aged man, addressed as Admiral, glanced at the orc opposite, scoffed, and didn't reply. His gaze shifted to Guunji's face, and Guunji could clearly feel the man's scrutiny. Little boy, the man said with a smile, you're so ostentatious about building on the desolate planet, haven't you considered that we can monitor it? The man had noticed something was amiss even before Abu and his men began their operations. The surrounding trees had been cleared in a circle, so even the most blind of their observers wouldn't have missed it. Then, the man's subordinates discovered that a private army had entered the desolate planet. The subordinates immediately reported the unusual situation to their superiors. Many beastmen have already noticed the changes here. He smiled faintly, his face appearing nonchalant, but his tone was profoundly meaningful. Thanks to our geographical location, I'm just the first to try it. More and more people will come. There's no telling how many more will arrive. Chapter 61. Clearly, everyone except Guunji already knew what the middleman in front of them had said. The orc sitting opposite him also relaxed at the man's words. However, before the orc opposite him could fully allay his alarm, the middle-aged man brazenly took the seat opposite him, and said expressionlessly, of course, the marshal will be among those coming. After all, there's still some unfinished business here. What? The orc hadn't expected his purpose to be completely exposed. He looked at the middle-aged man nervously. Admiral, it's just someone doing infrastructure work on the desolate planet. Why is the marshal here? If I don't come, how would I know who's behind you? The middle-aged man seemed to smile. Guunji understood. The man wasn't just here to try something new. He was also here to deal with this group of private soldiers. Despite the ongoing argument, Guunji still breathed a sigh of relief. The man had been observing Guunji and, upon noticing his expression, gave a barely audible laugh. Okay, we've taken over this place now. Anyone who hasn't applied, please leave the planet after we've finished checking. The man casually drove the private army off the desolate planet. The young orc's face darkened. We don't want to stay, but they've captured all our colleagues. At least they should return them, right? The man glanced at Abu in surprise. Abu smiled kindly. He turned to Guunji. Guunji said, they're all invaders of our homeland. Since they're invaders, it's normal for them to be defeated and captured, right? How could we be invaders? The young orc wanted to retort. Guunji raised an eyebrow. Occupying the territory of the birds and taking them as slaves isn't considered an invader? The young orc paused, his confidence weakening. You say so, right? Most of the orcs on the desolate planet knew about the entire bird tribe's migration. It was only a matter of time before they learned about it. The young orc was just being boastful. The man, no longer interested in listening to the young orc, waved his hand, and the subordinate standing at the door came in and carried the orc out. Okay, everyone who shouldn't be here is left. The man turned to Guunji. I wonder if young Master Gu is interested in cooperating with our forces? What do you want me to do together? Guunji was no fool. Interstellar space was so developed that the blueprints he brought were only valuable as a collectible for the orcs living there. And the other technologies they possessed were far superior to his. The only thing they could possibly cooperate on was suppressing beast transformation. But these people had just landed. How could they possibly find out about it? His vigilance didn't bother the man. He sat upright, looking at Guunji with extreme seriousness. You've probably heard the prophecies of Vivian and the others, and the legends of the gods, right? What does your cooperation with me have to do with that? Guunji looked at the man suspiciously. The man nodded. These two prophecies actually predict the same thing, but the answers are completely different. Among purebloods, the Vivian family's ability is prophecy. Every few generations, a pure blood with exceptional divination skills emerges. They can only perform divinations a limited number of times in their lifetime, but the final divination is always used for one specific purpose. The legend of the gods comes from the divinations of the Vivian family's ancestors. And the Gu family's affairs stem from the divinations of the Vivian family's last prophet of this century. So you think the gods and the Gu family in the divination refer to me? Guunji asked the man with amusement. Yes. The man nodded. He thought for a moment, then added, It doesn't matter whether it's you or not. I must protect the desolate planet. It's just that your appearance at such a coincidence that I'd like to discuss cooperation with you. What if he was right? Guunji was tempted. Cooperation. What exactly does that mean? I can help you protect the desolate planet and build its infrastructure. And you just need to cooperate with us in our research on beast suppression. The man readily revealed his hand. He could see that Guunji wanted to manipulate the desolate planet. But the seasons on the desolate planet were still like those of ancient time, with distinct seasons, and even the earliest signs of modern development were barely tangible. For any pure-blooded human, the desolate planet was unsuitable for survival. Humanity was too weak, and the desolate planet was too barbaric. Guunji fell silent. The man didn't urge him on, simply staring at him. The several nearby desolate she leaders were extremely nervous. Even Abu shifted slightly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Guunji finally said, Your cooperation is indeed very appealing to me. But I'd like to add one more condition. What? Don't let anyone else get their hands on all my blueprints. Guunji added this clause after careful consideration. The initial discovery of his ability to suppress beast transformation stemmed from his use of materials from the desolate planet to create the Elizabeth Circle. In other words, by following his steps, anyone could create the Elizabeth Circle using the same materials. The effectiveness would simply vary. He didn't believe the Gu family, who always claimed to be the Gu family in Vivian's prophecy, would miss such an opportunity. Even if he was overthinking it, there was no harm in suggesting this. The man was a little surprised by his additional condition, but nodded. That's absolutely fine. Guunji then extended his hand. Happy cooperation. I'm Guunji. Happy cooperation. My name is Sang Ziwang. The man named Sang Ziwang also extended his hand. Sang Ziwang was a man of action. The day after the cooperation was agreed, he sent people to build a base station on the hill behind the desolate she site. Even interstellar machines require signals to operate. So, the first step in building infrastructure on the desolate planet was surprisingly to connect to the internet. Once connected, Guunji's optical computer quickly unlocked other programs he hadn't anticipated. Guunji quickly checked the information regarding applying for intellectual property protection, uploaded all the drawings he'd drawn on the desolate planet to the internet, and applied. Perhaps thanks to Sang Ziwang's advance notice, his application was quickly approved. Within 3 or 5 days, all his drawings were marked with protection. The reviewer had no idea that the elements in the drawings could suppress beast transformation, so he simply applied for protection as a precious ancient craft. Guunji was delighted. The later he could wait to discover the power his blueprints granted, the more prepared he could be. In the final analysis, he didn't trust those at the helm. He didn't believe those at the helm who could exile a veteran, a hero, to such a place to fend for himself could have any good intentions. However, the benefits of connecting to the star network were substantial. At least Guunji had finally figured out Vivian's prophecy and the legend of the gods. Although his original memories hadn't been restored, he could deduce his own thoughts after seeing his previous spending records. Guunji hadn't told anyone about the past few days, and had been incredibly quiet. These days, besides the quiet Guunji, Duan Weiyin and the regular troops outside had been busy with various matters. Guunji had originally put his request for him to return the Wolfhounds on hold. But Sang Ziwang, despite his busy schedule, often sent gifts to please Guunji. Sang Ziwang appeared so frequently before Guunji that he couldn't help but wonder, when do you need my cooperation? It was the 5th day after the infrastructure was completed. He sat on his small sofa, browsing the star network while questioning Sang Ziwang, who had brought him a large quantity of pure human-friendly food. Sang Ziwang waved his hand. The experts can only come after the infrastructure is completed. No rush. Guunji nodded, half understanding. He lowered his head to fiddle with his laptop again, and suddenly saw a video. The scene in the video looked incredibly familiar. It was a scene from Desolate Planet. The video's creator was clearly not from Desolate Planet, but he possessed a certain level of familiarity with its various locations. The video featured the predominantly Huangshi village, which was under construction. It wasn't the previous one, but the one under construction, now equipped with modern equipment. The orcs on the starnet were separated by a layer, and no one knew who was behind it. As a result, they spoke without restraint. Perhaps the image of the Desolate Planet was so deeply ingrained in people's minds, many orcs mocked the creators below. It looked fake. What kind of construction site was this? What kind of tourist attraction was being built? How could a desolate planet have modern equipment? Do you think I'm a fool? If the higher-ups really wanted to build a desolate planet, could I go visit my long-exiled parents? It's a synthesis, right? Construction on a desolate planet is not allowed. Guunji had a bad feeling when he saw this video. He quickly turned to Sang Ziwang and asked, "Did you leak the information about the infrastructure on Desolate Planet?" Sang Ziwang was so busy that he finally managed to catch his breath when he was caught off guard by Guunji's question. "What did you say?" Guunji showed Sang Ziwang the video and the comments. Sang Ziwang couldn't catch his breath. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? He quickly opened his laptop and began to read frame by frame. After a while, Sang Ziwang angrily exclaimed, "Who leaked the information?" He walked outside without saying a word, apparently following the video to find out who had leaked the information. Guunji was less optimistic. He carefully refreshed the video and continued to read the following content. There were many newly refreshed comments, but as if someone was guiding them, they all had the same idea. If it's true, where is this place? I want to see if it's where my family was exiled. I want to go too. I want to find out if my great-grandfather is still alive. Our family just wants to find him now. Is there infrastructure construction on a desolate planet? I suspect there's something special there. Who wants to go gold panning with me? How many desolate planets are there that can be exiled? Why are there suddenly infrastructure construction on a desolate planet? I strongly suspect something fishy is going on. Who wants to go explore with me? Many orcs wanted to go to a desolate planet because of this news. The more Guunji watched, the more his brow furrowed. This didn't look like a passerby, and the video's traffic was still rising. Clearly, someone was trying to blend in with the crowd and do something on this desolate planet. I wasn't afraid of ordinary people coming here to speculate, but I was afraid of the forces behind the private army. Chapter 62. What's going on? This is the 5th one this week. Huichao's eyes were filled with irritation. After tying up the stowaway orc, he turned to look at Guunji. Little Gu, do you know what's going on? Guunji watched Huichao's skillful movements and felt that he'd been sighing more than usual recently. He shook his head hesitantly, probably. Not really. It had been 2 days since he told Sang Ziwang about the video. During those 2 days, Sang Ziwang hadn't caught the person who filmed it, but many orcs had already stowed away on the Desolate Planet. Desolate Planet was under full martial law, and Huichao, who hadn't been very busy before, was called in to help. I need to take the person to Mr. Sang. Will you come with me? Huichao said, hoisting the person onto his shoulder. Guunji, annoyed by the interruption, nodded quickly at Huichao's words. Okay, I go with you. Sang Ziwang now handled all the stowaways in the village. Despite his age, Sang Ziwang surprisingly got along well with the younger villagers. The main force responsible for catching stowaways was young, so even Abu and Aya had no idea how many stowaways had arrived on the desolate planet. The two of them walked along the road, one in front of the other, passing 3 or 4 other villagers, who had also caught stowaways. Everyone knew where they were going by the sight of the stowaways on their backs, so they strolled along, chatting. With company, time flew by. They stopped at a house in a corner of the territory. Sang Ziwang had chosen this spot because it was nestled against a large, flat mountain. Atop the mountain is a natural landing pad. Sang Ziwang travels back and forth between the space station outside the desolate planet and this place every day. A few orcs dropped off the stowaways and left, Guunji, watching Sang Ziwang busying around, was about to leave, but was stopped by Sang Ziwang. Sang Ziwang told him to wait nearby until he had sorted out the stowaways' destinations. Then he sat down across from Guunji. "You arrived just in time." Sang Ziwang, holding a teacup, said slowly, "I was thinking of asking someone to ask you if you'd like to stay at our base in space for a while. Things have been turbulent lately." If it had been another purebred human, Sang Ziwang would have let him go. But Guunji wasn't someone else. He was very likely the one in the prophecy. After much deliberation, Sang Ziwang felt safest keeping him under his watch. The base where Sang Ziwang was located was definitely safe. Guunji was curious about what an interstellar space base looked like, but after some thought, he declined. "No. I have things to do at home." Since Sang Ziwang had taken over all the infrastructure, Guunji was completely bored. After much thought, he decided to draw everything he could make. That way, other orcs could use materials from the desolate planet to craft various items that could suppress their beast transformation. That way, he wouldn't be so conspicuous. "Our base is really safe." Sang Ziwang continued to offer his advice with a smile. "I've seen you cooking a lot at home lately. You can tell you love to eat. There are many pure human dishes at the base, so you can change your taste." Guunji thanked him for his kindness, but still declined. Guunji wasn't impressed by his overtures. Seeing Guunji's reluctance, Sang Ziwang sighed, set down his teacup, and lowered his voice. "Fine, if you don't want to go, then don't go. But you still have to come with me today. Someone at the base wants to see you." Guunji, "Who?" Sang Ziwang smiled. "You know when you get there." Sang Ziwang's expression made Guunji sit up straighter. He rubbed his hands, feeling that Sang Ziwang had ulterior motives. "Oh, then when are we leaving?" "Now," Sang Ziwang said, grabbing his windbreaker beside him and standing up. "Come with me. To reach a space base beyond a planet, you can't just fly there. Starships on the main planet can fly directly from the surface into space, but the desolate planet doesn't have that technology. First, they had to fly to the makeshift interstellar terminal, then board a starship from the terminal to reach the space station. This trip was incredibly cumbersome, so if it weren't absolutely necessary, Sang Ziwang wouldn't have suggested taking Guunji to the space base. This was Guunji's first time aboard a starship since losing his memory. Although it felt familiar, he was completely unfamiliar with the controls. But Sang Ziwang, as if he'd known his situation, began explaining everything the moment he boarded the starship. They boarded the starship smoothly and arrived at the base without incident. Guunji finally felt like he was in the interstellar age. The space base was completely different from what Guunji had imagined. It was a small sphere composed of countless steel elements. It was unknown how it was made, but the sphere had a thin membrane on the outside, like an air wall. When a starship passed through, the membrane would appear as countless tumbling quadrilaterals. Sang Ziwang brought the people to the surface. Instantly, personnel from the space base came up to verify their identities. After confirming the information, Sang Ziwang led the people into a building-like area surrounded by countless steel elements. This space base was close to several fringe planets, and was home to many people. Some were stationed troops, but many were their families. Just walking towards the building, Guunji saw many children playing on the roadside. "Who is looking for me?" Guunji was extremely curious. He didn't believe the Gu family had the ability to do this. Conversely, he couldn't possibly know anyone who could meet him here. Sang Ziwang continued to maintain suspense. "You know when you get there." He escorted Guunji to a very high floor and stopped in front of a plain door. Guunji watched him knock on the door. It quickly opened. Guunji followed him inside. What came into view was a workroom filled with the smell of white paper and ink. Opening the door, he saw a row of cabinets filled with files. Across from the cabinets was a small living room, and behind the sofa was the boss's desk. Those who wanted to see him sat behind the desk. Xiao sang, "You're a little slow." The golden-haired orc rested his chin on his hand. He didn't look at them, but he knew who had entered. "Sorry." Sang Ziwang stood straight. His demeanor suggested the man held a significantly higher position than him. It's okay. The blonde orc closed the file, and even the mere act of raising his head made Guunji feel sharp. "You're that kid, aren't you?" Guunji subconsciously held his breath. He felt the orc looked familiar, but he couldn't figure out where he'd seen him before. "Thank you for taking care of my kid." The blonde orc clasped his hands together and leaned back in his chair. His movements were languid, but his demeanor was a world apart. "Guunji, kid?" The orc stood up. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Hello. I'm Wei Yinja's father. Marshall." Guunji finally knew who this man was. He also finally understood why he'd felt so familiar. Sang Ziwang, standing beside him, tactfully and quietly left the room, leaving the two of them alone. For the first time, Guunji felt nervous meeting an elder. He opened his mouth several times, unsure of what to say. "You're a good child." Marshal Wei, noticing his nervousness, waved his hand. "Don't be nervous. I called you here to thank you." Guunji nodded hesitantly. "Sit down." Marshal Wei led him to the sofa, and personally poured him a glass of water. "I don't have anything here, don't mind." Guunji shook his head vigorously. Marshal Wei observed his actions, finding them particularly amusing. He casually took a few candies from a glass jar on the table, and placed them in Guunji's hand. "Come on, calm down, have a candy." Perhaps it was the candy in his hand that brought him a sense of reality, and Guunji tried to calm himself down. After calming down, Guunji's intelligence returned. He was silent for a moment, then said, "The marshal didn't call me here just to thank me, did he? If you want to thank me, you can do it anytime." But in such a turbulent time, this high-ranking marshal didn't go to the desolate planet to find his son, but instead came to thank him. There was something strange about it. Marshal Wei raised an eyebrow. "Your child is more perceptive than that brat of mine." As a marshal, how could he not arrange for security for his son, especially when his son was about to join the army and take his position? But then, his son was ambushed and inexplicably disappeared on the desolate planet. Simply betrayal by a guard or a traitor wouldn't have led to such a fate. So, from the beginning, Guunji found Wei Yanjia's appearance very strange. Wei Yanjia himself had no other thoughts. He simply believed it was an accident. But the marshal's appearance and strange movements gave him a different perspective. "You deliberately let him fall on the desolate planet." Guunji was absolutely certain. "Why? Isn't he your son?" Marshal Wei chuckled. "Are you speaking up for him?" Guunji remained silent. Marshal Wei shook his head, poured himself a glass of water, and took a sip before straightening his expression. "You should know that the Vivian family has prophetic abilities?" A lot of people had been nagging him about this lately, so Guunji was certainly aware of it. Marshal Wei said, "When I was young, I was so absorbed in the battlefield that I missed my wife's birth. Afterward, my son was born, and I gave him some of my attention. As a result, I neglected to care for my wife. And because of my negligence, my wife was assassinated. Afterward, I went to the Vivian family to ask for a prophecy for my son. The prophecy demanded that he appear on the desolate planet at this very moment." Chapter 63. It's well known that the desolate planet is used to exile orcs, who can't control themselves. By reaching this point, orcs are generally over 50 or 60 years old. So, after hearing this prophecy, Marshal Wei pondered for a long time. How could a young orc in his 20s end up on the desolate planet? Though he didn't understand, Marshal Wei continued to wait quietly, following the prophecy's instructions. Finally, not long ago, Marshal Wei discovered that something was amiss with his son's escort. Unable to immediately deal with those individuals, Marshal Wei decided to follow their actions and eliminate the root cause. He did nothing, but watched helplessly as his son was ambushed in this space base not far from the desolate planet. Finally, he landed on this planet. Guunji couldn't understand why he allowed his son to end up on the desolate planet because of a prophecy. Why did you send him to the desolate planet? What benefits would this bring to Wei Yanjia? Marshal Wei chuckled and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have let him suffer." He only knew that only if his son appeared at this time, in this place, would he not be the one to die young. "So he can go back now?" Guunji asked. Marshal Wei shook his head. "There's one last step. Because that last step hasn't been taken yet, I'd like to ask you for a favor." How could a father not worry about his son's injury? But to prevent his child from leaving early, Marshal Wei had to harden his heart. "Guunji, what do you want me to do?" "Help me take him to this place." Marshal Wei pointed to a green spot on the map. Didion and the others said that after the incident at this location is resolved, my son's future will be smooth sailing. "You're his friend, you help him, right?" Guunji found it difficult to refuse Marshal Wei. After all, the marshal's tone brooked no argument. He nodded in agreement. The marshal stood up, walked into the work area, and pressed the call bell on his desk. "I won't say any more. You're not comfortable staying with me, are you? Then go home." "Guunji, goodbye, uncle." Marshal Wei handed him the map, the red circle on it standing out clearly. Guunji stayed there for only a few minutes before an orc soldier led him out of the building. Then he boarded a starship back to the desolate planet. After seeing him off, the orc summoned by Marshal Wei took him directly back to the vicinity of Duan Wayne's home. As soon as Guunji turned around, the orc had vanished from sight. Looking at the place he'd been sent to, Guunji ruffled his hair and walked forward. The human presence was so obvious that Duan Wayne, already not far from the gate, instinctively asked, "Who?" Guunji paused. "Me." Marshal Wei had clearly been communicating with Duan Wayne. After hearing Guunji's voice, Duan Wayne opened the door. He wasn't surprised that Guunji appeared at his doorstep. Instead, he casually said, "The young master is in my guest room. You want to see him?" Guunji glanced at him. "You're asking even though you already know the answer." Duan Wayne shrugged and gestured, "Please." A gesture. Wei Yinja, who had been kept in the dark, was startled when he saw Guunji. He was about to step forward, but suddenly remembered he was still angry and stopped abruptly. Guunji hadn't seen Wei Yinja in a few days, and had long since let go of their previous argument. He rushed over and grabbed Wei Yinja's wrist. "I'm looking for you to go somewhere with me." He didn't know how to trick him out, so the simplest and clearest solution was to ask Wei Yinja to accompany him. Wei Yinja's attention was completely focused on his wrist. He didn't pay any attention to what Guunji said. Guunji assumed he agreed. He dragged him out the door. Only after they left did Wei Yinja regain his composure. He tried hard to suppress the upward curve of his lips. "Where do you want me to go with you?" Guunji had already prepared his thoughts several times in his mind, and upon hearing his question, he responded fluently, "I received a message saying my space button might be over there." Putting everything on his own space button, Wei Yinja wouldn't dwell on the matter. Wei Yinja frowned at this. He didn't expect some unexplained message to tell Guunji where his space button had been. But seeing Guunji's excitement, he couldn't say anything else to dampen his spirits. Thinking that a serious military had recently arrived on the desolate planet, it seemed less dangerous than before. Wei Yinja swallowed his words, but secretly increased his vigilance. The two of them successfully reached the area circled on the map in Guunji's hand. Wei Yinja asked, "Do you want to look for it?" The red circle wasn't large, but because it was in the bushes, it was harder to find than elsewhere. Guunji knew, of course, that there was no space button here. But he had promised Marshal Wei to bring people here, so he couldn't just show up and leave. "Looking for it." Guunji nodded. Although it was already autumn, the bushes were still hot and humid, and Guunji could feel the sweat running down his back. He didn't know how long he would stay, and he couldn't say he wanted to leave. "Are you sure the space button fell in this area?" Wei Yinja asked in a low voice, scanning the tangled vegetation. Guunji looked up. Wei Yinja crouched not far away, his finger lightly touching a fresh scratch on the ground. "This is the mark of a small fighter jet. Based on the spacecraft's final trajectory, it should be within this 50-meter radius." He looked up, his pupils gleaming slightly in the dim light. "It looks like we're not the only ones here." A subtle rustling interrupted Wei Yinja's words. Guunji immediately tensed, his right hand instinctively grasping Wei Yinja's arm. The two exchanged a wary glance, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Something moved in the shadows of the bushes. 3 o'clock. Wei Yinja's lips barely moved, his voice barely a whisper, and there's more than one. Guunji slowly adjusted his stance, his heartbeat racing. He knew this was probably what Marshal Wei was waiting for. Just as he was about to see the object in the shadows, a piercing roar shattered the silence. Instantly 5 or 6 figures rushed towards him from all directions, so fast they practically leapt after images. "It's orcs!" Wei Yinja warned, his body already reacting. He dodged the first orc who lunged, then struck him squarely in the throat with a backhand elbow. The orc grunted in pain and stumbled back. Guunji wasn't so lucky. A smaller orc attacked from the left, its sharp claws flashing coldly. Being human after all, Guunji could only barely raise his arm and block the incoming claws with a metal tool. A searing pain immediately spread from his left shoulder. "Guunji." Wei Yinja's voice was filled with rare anxiety. He lunged to his side, his long legs sweeping across, sending the attacking orc flying several meters, breaking several branches. "I'm fine." Guunji gritted his teeth, just a superficial wound. He'd been badly tricked by Marshal Wei. The orcs clearly had no intention of giving him a break. More figures emerged from the depths of the bushes, surrounding them. Guunji roughly estimated there were at least 12, all muscular and ready to transform into beasts at any moment. With a human in tow, Wei Yinja clearly couldn't fight this group of orcs to a draw. Guunji quickly retreated, standing back to back with him. Though not much of a fighter, his breathing had slowed to a very shallow level. The wound on his left shoulder, though painful, didn't hinder his ability to run. The first orc to charge was stopped by Wei Yinja. Shielded by Wei Yinja, he heard only the crack of breaking bones and the orc screams. The orcs were too numerous, and seemed completely fearless of death. Alone, Wei Yinja was forced to switch to beast mode. Beast form is severely limited against human form. Its only advantage is that it can deflect multiple attacks for Guunji behind him. A particularly tall orc broke through Wei Yanji's defenses, its claws going straight for his throat. A flash of silver light, and the orc's arm was severed at the elbow. Guunji had unsheathed the knife he'd hidden on his person, its blade leaving a faint trace of sharpness in the air. Chopping off an orc's arm had already exhausted Guunji's strength. His fingers were still trembling, and a sharp pain shot through his right leg. An orc feigning death tore open his calf muscle with its claws. He grunted, then stabbed the orc with his knife. Human blood smelled much more fishy than orc blood. The moment he caught the scent, Wei Yanji, ignoring the attacks of the orcs around him, ran a few steps, grabbed Guunji, and ran deep into the woods. Guunji was thrown onto his back. "I'm sorry." Guunji clutched at his fur, still terrified. "Marshal Wei, you're betraying your son." Wei Yanji, however, didn't care. "I could tell when I was accompanying you out. I don't blame you." The two ran through the woods for a long time, the pursuers lagging behind. Wei Yanji smelled water. He paused, then suddenly changed direction. After changing direction, the bushes became noticeably thinner. Guunji sensed something was wrong. "What are you trying to do?" Wei Yanji's limbs swung even faster. "Do you remember? The first time I rescued you, we came to a cliff." Guunji would never forget that incident. He hummed. "I smell the same water vapor as that time." He said, "Want to take a gamble?" "What?" Before Guunji could react, he felt as if he were taking flight. "We still end up in that river." The enormous white wolf leaped over the cliff, charging straight into the turbulent river below. The pursuing orc stopped at the edge of the cliff, only to hear a loud crash. Both the white wolf and the human vanished before them. Chapter 64. A gigantic white wolf swooped down the cliff, carrying Guunji experienced the dangers of high diving. Before plunging into the water, the white wolf rolled over, protecting the tiny, fragile human with its belly. Splash. Guunji felt his eardrums burst. Unsure if it was the swift current or the inherent depth of the river, Guunji fell a fair distance before regaining control. Man and wolf quickly surfaced. The current was strong, and when he emerged, Guunji saw a scene unlike anything seen around Huangshi. He quickly turned, wanting to confirm with Wei Yanji where they were. But the once human-sized white wolf had vanished, and beneath his arms lay his familiar young pet. The Wolfhound, seemingly only a few months old, closed its eyes, and unconsciously choked on several mouthfuls of water. A faint red rose from the surface of the river, and Guunji instinctively lifted the Wolfhound up. Although he had many questions, the most important thing he needed to do now was to get out of the river. Otherwise, both he and Wei Yanji would drown. Guunji wasn't a particularly good swimmer, but at least he'd learned the skill himself, and wasn't afraid of water at all. Lifting the Wolfhound above his head, Guunji slowly inched toward shore using a breaststroke. After exerting considerable effort, Guunji finally dragged himself and Wei Yanji to shore. After choking on the water several times, Guunji, holding Wei Yanji in the wolfhound-like form, looked around. It looked like they were in a forest, but the riverbank was rocky. They were about 3 to 5 meters away from the surrounding trees and bushes. Guunji's clothes were soaked with water and weighed him down. He set the wolfhound aside and took off his own clothes, spreading them flat on the rocks to dry in the strong sunlight. Perhaps someone had injured Wei Yanji during the earlier fight with the orcs. The wolfhound Wei Yanji had transformed into began to bleed in the water. Now on shore, though the wound was no longer visible, the scent of blood still lingered. Guunji stood by for a moment, then squatted down and carefully parted the wolfhound's fur, examining its body. He examined it for a long time before finding a deep wound on the upper part of the wolfhound's left leg, deep enough to reveal the bone. The wound had turned slightly white from being soaked in the river water. Guunji abruptly stood up, not even bothering to remove his clothes, wondering if he could find some herbs nearby to bandage Wei Yanji. He truly didn't understand Marshal Wei. If Wei Yanji's injury wasn't treated quickly, it could have life-threatening consequences. How could he let his son fall to this point just because of a single word? Just after he took a few steps, Guunji felt as if he had hit a wall of air. He couldn't move forward at all. Reluctantly, he turned back, wanting to move Wei Yanji to see if it was because of something already there, or if it was because of Wei Yanji. Just then, the sound of children laughing rang out from the woods. "Mom and Dad, come quickly. I see the stream." "Gigi, don't run. Mom and Dad can't keep up." "Oh, hurry up." Guunji held his breath and turned to look at Wei Yanji several times, feeling a bit bewildered. Is it an orc? It must be an orc. The family quickly came into Guunji's sight. After seeing the sudden appearance of the family of three, Guunji froze, unable to move. The family of three seemed to have not noticed him. Only the 4 or 5-year-old child noticed the wolfhound he had placed nearby and ran over. "Mom and Dad! There's a puppy here." The child picked up the wolfhound, his face filled with heartache. How could this happen? Is the puppy going to die? "Mom and Dad, let's save the puppy." The couple also quickened their pace and approached the wolfhound. Seeing the unconscious wolfhound, the couple felt guilty if they didn't treat it. They exchanged glances, and the woman gently patted the child's head. "Shiji, do you want to keep one?" The child immediately fell in love with the wolfhound and tightened his grip around it. "Yes." "Then you have to feed it, get up at 6 every day to walk it, and play with it when you get home from school. Can you do that?" The child hesitated, then lowered his head to look at the dying wolfhound and nodded sharply. "I can do it, Mom." The woman smiled. "Then we won't camp today. Let's go save this puppy first." The child was overjoyed. His father took the wolfhound from him, and the three of them returned the way they had come. Guunji, watching all this, couldn't help but call out, "Dad, Mom." The family of three didn't hear him at all. They kept walking. Guunji, completely forgetting his clothes were still drying, followed them like a madman. This time, the air wall didn't stop him. He watched the family of three return to the road and start the car parked nearby. He took advantage of the moment when the child got in and the wolfhound stopped, and then he got into the back seat. The car swayed along the mountain road, and soon, Guunji saw a familiar scene. It was the small town where he had grown up, where his parents lived in a sanatorium complex. It was said that because he was born weak and sickly, his parents considered the big city too chaotic and unsuitable for recuperation, so they found a nearby town that was most suitable for recuperation. When he was in kindergarten, his parents would always take him camping on weekends. And Xiaomu was picked up during that time. He couldn't remember exactly how he got home, but everything before him seemed to be a replay of what happened when he was 5 years old. Less than a year later, his parents were killed in a shipwreck, leaving him and Xiaomu behind. Guunji's mind was in a daze. Seeing his young parents made him forget everything. The young Gu couple took the wolfhound to a nearby veterinary hospital. Watching the veterinarian tend to the wolfhound's wound, Guunji was still drenched in a state of unreality. As expected, the wolfhound's wound became inflamed. The doctor told the child that he would need to stay in the hospital for a few days. The child looked at the wolfhound with disappointment, then looked up at his parents and asked, "Will he know I saved him? Will he come home with me?" Mrs. Gu tapped the child's forehead and smiled. "If you want to see him, you can come every day. When you get used to him, he'll follow you." Mr. Gu chimed in, "Right, Shiji? Let's go home today, and come back to see him tomorrow." The child's face was filled with reluctance. "I haven't even picked a name yet. So what do you want to call it?" "Let's pick one now." The child knew so few words and objects that he stood there for a long time, unable to decide. Suddenly, the child asked, "Mom, what's the name of the camping park we always go to?" "It's Xiaomu Park." "What's wrong, baby?" The child said, "Then I want to call this puppy Xiaomu." "Is that okay?" "Xiaomu." As soon as the two words came out, Guunji shuddered and stared at the child in disbelief. Even if he had forgotten how he found Xiaomu, he would never forget this conversation. This child was him. All this happened when his powers awakened, a real, existing past. But that wolfhound was clearly Wei Yinja transformed. He couldn't be Xiaomu. Guunji was in a state of confusion. Little Guunji and his parents didn't stay long before leaving. Guunji sat on a chair in the veterinary hospital's reception area, quietly watching the wolfhound being placed in its cage by the doctor. Wei Yinja didn't wake up that night. He had no way of knowing whether this was actually Wei Yinja. The next day, a day off, little Guunji quickly arrived at the veterinary hospital. He was greeted by the sleeping wolfhound again. "When will Xiaomu wake up?" Little Guunji leaned over the railing, staring intently at the wolfhound. The veterinarian glanced at it. "It should wake up today." Guunji spent the night in the veterinary hospital. Thankfully, the veterinary hospital had a duty room. Although it wasn't used much, the sheets and duvet covers were much better than those on the desolate planet. He hadn't eaten dinner yesterday, but he wasn't particularly hungry. After realizing no one could see him, he took advantage of the vet's inattention this morning to eat some of the fruit the vet had provided. "Can I stay here forever?" little Guunji asked. Mr. Gu, who had accompanied his son, immediately objected upon hearing this. "No. Shiji, you have to go to cram school today." Guunji remembered that he had indeed taken interest classes in kindergarten, but he didn't remember exactly what they were. He only knew there was art class. Little Guunji pouted, "Okay. His gaze fell on the Wolfhound again. Xiaomu, goodbye. I see you after school. With that, he obediently took his father's hand. Let's go, Dad. Father and son walked out of the veterinary clinic, one in front of the other. Guunji watched them retreat, feeling a strange pang in his heart. If this truly was the past he had experienced, perhaps the time he watched his father was also counting down. Shortly after the Gu family father and son left, the Wolfhound finally awoke. Finding itself in a cage, the Wolfhound jumped in surprise. The next moment, its gaze met Guunji's. Like a simple pet, it barked a few times at Guunji. Guunji leaned forward and hesitantly called, Wei Yinja? The Wolfhound, somewhat responsive to the name, subconsciously twitched its ears. Guunji used this small movement to confirm his identity. The Wolfhound was Wei Yinja, and Wei Yinja was probably his own Xiaomu. Xiaomu, no matter which world, was Wei Yinja. He didn't know whether to blame Wei Yinja for keeping it a secret or be angry that he was playing him like a fool. But right now, he wanted to understand what was going on. Guunji reached out to touch Wei Yinja. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the small Wolfhound, his vision suddenly went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in front of the familiar morning hall, with black and white photos of his parents placed in front of him. Chapter 65. The funeral hall was arranged and decorated for him by their neighbor's grandmother. His mother had come to China alone, and he had no idea if she had any relatives. His father had only a distant relative. The incident happened so suddenly that it took 3 or 5 days for relatives to arrive to help with funeral preparations. The relative's family wasn't as wealthy as his own, and couldn't afford to raise 2 small children. The child should have been sent to an orphanage. But he refused to leave, and with the Wolfhounds guarding him, even the community staff had difficulty handling him. Thankfully, during the stalemate, the neighbor's grandmother negotiated with his family and took him in, allowing him to continue living at home. That was also the year he and Xiaomu began their lifelong dependence on each other. Seeing this scene again, Guunji still felt uneasy. Although he knew he couldn't touch himself at that time, Guunji still reached out and gently brushed the little Guunji's head. He turned his head and noticed the Wolfhounds curled up beside him. Wei Yinja, he called out. Unlike before, the Wolfhound didn't hear him at all. Guunji called out again, Wei Yinja? The Wolfhound still looked as if it couldn't hear him. Guunji's heart sank. He didn't know why he'd come here, nor did he know why Wei Yinja, who had come with him, could be seen by people of this era. He had originally worried that Wei Yinja might not be able to hear him, and end up like Xiaomu in his memory. But because of the marshal's words, he had always felt that the future would be changed. However, reality took a darker turn. Wei Yinja couldn't even hear his own words. Guunji stood by, silently watching the small child cry loudly, the young Wolfhound growling incessantly to protect it. The adults were frightened by the Wolfhound's ferocity, but the child clung to the dog tightly, unwilling to let go. The first night passed, and no one paid any attention to the child, sleeping with the Wolfhound beside the coffin. The elderly man keeping vigil paid no attention to his young employer, and didn't even bother to wake them. The Wolfhound knew his young master hadn't eaten all day. No one reminded him, but the Wolfhound remembered. Taking advantage of his young master's deep sleep, the Wolfhound quietly made its way to the kitchen, easily climbed onto the counter, and pried open the refrigerator with its paws. In the refrigerator, there were some frozen meals sent by community workers. The Wolfhound carefully bit out some and, with difficulty, pushed them into the milk pan. Relying on memory, the Wolfhound painstakingly cooked a few dumplings and poured them into a bowl. No one noticed the Wolfhound's clumsiness. But Guunji looked down for a long time. He remembered this bowl of dumplings. He had always assumed that some community worker had made them out of pity for him. He hadn't expected it to be the Wolfhound. Although the Wolfhound didn't remember, it was taking good care of him. It was not easy for the Wolfhound to get down from the counter carrying the small bowl. As it did, it relied entirely on its orcish physique and speed to fling the bowl out, then leap down, swinging over its head and grabbing the bowl. The move was difficult, but the Wolfhound performed it with ease. The Wolfhound brought the bowl of dumplings to its young master. He put down the dumplings, curled up in his little master's arms, and closed his eyes. Guunji's eyes flickered. He reached out, wanting to stroke the Wolfhound's soft fur, but the moment he touched it, his vision went black again. Having already experienced it once, Guunji wasn't nervous about this second time. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the familiar morning hall, but in his university dormitory. During his 4 years of college, his roommates all moved out during their senior year, but he remained there until graduation. That was also the year he began his blogging journey. At first, he wasn't a craft blogger but a cute pet streamer. To raise a wolfhound, he had to smuggle it into his dormitory. Thankfully, his roommates were kind and helped him hide it from the dorm manager for 4 years. Because his family was struggling, his roommates suggested he become a dormitory cute pet blogger to attract traffic and support himself. He graduated at a time when the job market was incredibly difficult. After repeatedly submitting resumes and failing to land, Guunji decided to return to his hometown. It was the house his parents had left behind. Guunji instantly knew his current timeline. When he first arrived at university, his roommates stared in wonder at the wolfhound, now as tall as Xiaomu on the desolate planet, and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, so impressive! How did you bring it up here? Didn't the dorm wardens arrest you?" The roommate's enthusiasm was quite unaccustomed to the newly adult Guunji. He hesitated for a long time before finally quietly explaining why he had brought the wolfhound to school. Gossip spreads faster in college than anywhere else. Even before the semester started, they already knew there was an orphan child in their class. Spurred by youthful loyalty, several roommates patted their chests and promised to help him hide the wolfhound. And they did. "But raising this wolfhound will cost a lot of money, right?" a roommate asked. College student Guunji nodded. "So, I'm going out to look for a job on weekends. It's so hard." The roommate, still supported by her parents, sighed. "Oh, right." The roommate in bed 3 fondled the wolfhound with adoration. "If you want to work and earn money, why not try being a pet blogger? I see a lot of bloggers who keep pets in the dorms are very popular. That way, you can have 2 jobs and earn 2 incomes." The roommate's words didn't convince college student Guunji, but the wolfhound beside him twitched its ears. Guunji watched the scene from a bystander's perspective, and only then did he understand why the wolfhound had been pestering him for photos and videos that year. The wolfhound, imbued with Wei Yanjia's soul, had been using its own methods to raise Guunji, who, in his eyes, was still immature and unable to live independently. He had forgotten why he had become a pet blogger. But now, he understood why he could become one. From the outside of the crowd, Guunji watched the wolfhound sitting obediently among a group of boys, and the resentment he had previously felt melted away. No matter why Wei Yanjia had deceived him, his actions were always good for him. Guunji's time here was brief. In an instant, he was transported back to another time period. Time raced faster and faster, and Guunji had a vague premonition. He might soon be returning to the desolate planet. He wondered when he would reappear, when he would arrive on the familiar streets before his eyes. Guunji suddenly held his breath. This was his last day at university, the day he packed his luggage and prepared to return to get his diploma. It was also the day Xiaomu died. Guunji searched everywhere for himself and the wolfhound. He even had unrealistic fantasies. If the wolfhound had been Wei Yanjia, would Xiaomu have survived? The red light turned green, and Guunji finally spotted the wolfhound and himself among the crowd crossing the street. The man and his pet walked onto the street, chatting and laughing. Guunji's pupils suddenly dilated. It was too late. He had arrived too late. A reckless private car careened recklessly down the street, the screams of passers-by echoing nearby. Guunji, still chatting and laughing, finally reacted, but facing death, his mind went blank, and he couldn't move. It was the wolfhound that carried him out in the next second. Then he watched with his own eyes, as the car ran over the wolfhound's body. Xiaomu. Wei Yanjia. 2 identical voices echoed simultaneously, and Guunji, diploma in hand, rushed forward like a madman. Standing on the other side of the sidewalk, Guunji collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all strength. Guunji's ears were ringing, and his mind was blank. Even though he had experienced this before, he still felt as if something was blocking his throat, making even breathing difficult. That body contained Wei Yanjia. Will Wei Yanjia die? Guunji was completely lost for words. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes. A pair of hands suddenly cupped his face. Guunji looked up and saw a familiar face. "Why are you crying like this?" Wei Yanjia asked softly. "Am I not right here?" Unbeknownst to where he found the strength, Guunji suddenly threw himself into Wei Yanjia's arms. He hugged the orc tightly. Wei Yanjia was flattered. "No, what happened? I watched you get crushed to death." Guunji muttered glumly. Wei Yanjia suddenly realized something, and looked at him with a mixture of heartache and amusement. "Don't you know your own abilities?" "What?" Guunji looked up. Wei Yanjia lifted the man from the ground, cradling him in his arms like a baby. Guunji lost his balance and hugged Wei Yanjia's head, his hands gripping his hair. "At first, I thought your ability was to suppress your bestiality. But now I know it's a unique trait your family possesses after taking action. Your true ability is to grant yourself, and those you trust the opportunity to travel through time and space in times of crisis. And the way to end your journey through time and space is through death. Just like when people dream of their own death, most people return to reality. Wei Yinja had seen many pure-blooded humans, all of whom had their own special abilities. Compared to suppressing bestiality, such special abilities were not so rare. He smiled and gave Guunji a shake. Okay, next, we should be able to return to the desolate planet, right? He didn't ask Guunji how he returned to the interstellar world. Instead, he shifted his focus, waiting for Guunji's ability to activate. Just as Wei Yinja had expected, the world around them quickly distorted, eventually transforming into the familiar forest. Wei Yinja let Guunji go. Look, we've come back safely. Chapter 66. Guunji finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning safely to the desolate planet. He looked at Wei Yinja, unable to find the words "I'm sorry" for a moment. As if he understood what he meant, Wei Yinja placed his palm directly on his face, gently patting his cheek. Did my father ask you to do this? Because it was a prophecy concerning him, Wei Yinja knew part of it. Guunji nodded. Wei Yinja sighed, and pulled him into his arms. I'm sorry I scared you. His father had meant it for his own good. So he couldn't blame him. He could only express his helplessness in getting Guunji involved with his apology. Guunji pushed him away. I'm fine. Wei Yinja lowered his arm and said, my father's men should be around here. I go look for them. You stay here? Guunji grabbed the corner of his shirt. What's wrong? Wei Yinja turned around. Guunji pursed his lips. Be careful. The trap wasn't set for someone sent by the marshal. It was someone who truly intended to kill Wei Yinja. As if realizing something, Wei Yinja turned and pinched Guunji's cheek. Don't be afraid. With that, he followed the current out. Guunji didn't wait long. Wei Yinja arrived with several orcs in military uniforms. The orcs greeted Wei Yinja respectfully. Guunji knew without question that they were Marshal Wei's trusted aides. The two boarded the plane and soon arrived at the starship. The starship was stocked with plenty of food and drinks, and someone immediately arranged for them to shower and change into more comfortable clothes. Guunji knew that such treatment must be related to Wei Yinja. The two were quickly transported back to the marshal's quarters. The marshal lived in the innermost area of the space station. The living environment might not be as good as on a desolate planet with abundant natural vegetation, but it was much more comfortable than what Guunji and Wei Yinja had experienced on Earth. The two were led to the study, where the marshal sat in a comfortable recliner, reading a newspaper. He merely glanced up at the noise. You're back. He showed no concern for his son's well-being. Wei Yinja, as if accustomed to it, pulled Guunji to sit across from the marshal. I think I understand the meaning of the prophecy. Wei Yinja coughed. Have you caught the traitor? With your father taking action, there's nothing I can't do. Marshal Wei put down the newspaper, still sulking at his son. But his gaze softened considerably when he turned to Guunji. Xiao Gu, I'm sorry. I put you in danger. Guunji felt embarrassed to complain to his elders, and quickly shook his head. It's okay. Wei Yinja protected me, so I wasn't hurt. Marshal Wei wasn't surprised his son would protect a pure-blooded human. He stuffed Guunji with a few more candies before confronting his son. You've had enough out there. Go home. You've passed your internship. It wouldn't be good if you didn't come back. Marshal Wei was clearly preparing to return. However, Wei Yinja refused. I have other things to do. Marshal Wei was confused. What could you possibly be doing? Do you think I don't know you've been eating and drinking like a pet at Xiao Gu's house all day? Marshal Wei was aware of the development of the desolate planet, but it had nothing to do with his son. Marshal Wei felt ashamed to see his son constantly pretending to be a pet and living with the purebred humans on the desolate planet. Marshal Wei's blood pressure shot up when he heard the news. Luckily, Guunji was quite capable, otherwise Marshal Wei would have had to send someone to rescue the two. Wei Yinja looked at Guunji. Little Gu has things to do. Marshal Wei sneered. What does little Gu's business have to do with you? I'm taking him away. Desolate planet can't protect him. Wei Yinja calmed himself and said. Marshal Wei raised an eyebrow and turned with a half smile. Little Gu, what do you think? Clearly Marshal Wei didn't think Guunji would leave with his son. Admittedly, their family was protecting a pearl that hadn't yet been discovered. However, Marshal Wei felt that this pearl might want to protect itself more. Sure enough, he heard Guunji's refusal. I won't leave. Guunji turned his head, not wanting to see Wei Yinja's expression. Why? Wei Yinja, completely ignoring his father, who was watching the show, grabbed Guunji's hand. Do you know how many orcs your thoughts will attract? If you don't leave with me, you be in real danger. Guunji shook off Wei Yanjia's hand. I know. But what I want to do is only possible on Desolate Star. Of course, he could follow Wei Yanjia without hesitation. But what about his biological mother's revenge? Could Wei Yanjia avenge him? Besides, Desolate Star had already begun construction. If such an important figure as him left Desolate Star at this time, wouldn't Desolate Star be forced to return to its previous life? He had known so many orcs from the Desolate Planet, and he wanted to stay there. Only on the Desolate Planet could he utilize the knowledge and skills he had brought back from centuries ago. Besides, I don't want to see you right now. Guunji took a deep breath and turned back to Wei Yanjia. You don't think I just brush off the fact that you transformed into a wolfhound and deceived me, do you? Xiaomu had always been like family to him. It was true that Wei Yanjia had successfully carved a place in his heart on the Desolate Planet with Xiaomu's appearance. But that wasn't reason to forgive Wei Yanjia. After all, he had pretended to be Xiaomu and deceived him for months. Guunji was very, very angry. At the mention of this topic, Wei Yanjia's demeanor noticeably weakened. But this concerns your life, I refuse. Guunji quickly replied, I'm not a porcelain doll. Besides, there are so many people on the Desolate Planet. It would be difficult for anyone to kill or kidnap me, right? Wei Yanjia felt a headache at his determined expression. He could only turn to his father, who was watching the show, for help. Marshal Wei waved his hands repeatedly. I respect little Gu's wishes. There was a gleam of mockery in his eyes, and Wei Yanjia instantly understood what his father meant. He was telling him to find a way to deal with Guunji himself. Marshal Wei had met with Guunji twice, so he certainly wasn't dissatisfied with him. He even felt that his son's vision was better than any other youngster on the main planet. However, when it came to chasing someone, parents couldn't intervene. It was up to him. Besides, his own son had been a liar and a gigolo. Marshal Wei had to swallow his pride before admitting that he was his son. Don't overthink it. Guunji raised his hand and patted his face, imitating Wei Yanjia's previous patting. It's not like I'm doomed to die if I stay. Wei Yanjia glared. Don't say such unlucky things. Interstellar orcs might not be that superstitious, but Wei Yanjia, who had spent many years firmly on Earth, could only be superstitious when he had no other choice. Guunji touched the tip of his nose and said nothing. Wei Yanjia took a deep breath. Then you must protect yourself. I will definitely come back for you. Guunji nodded. Wei Yanjia suddenly opened his arms to protect Guunji. He leaned close to Guunji's ear, his warm breath on his hair. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Guunji wanted to see Wei Yanjia's expression. But after saying this, Wei Yanjia raised his hand and grabbed the back of his head, preventing him from moving. Can you wait for me? I definitely come find you. His words clearly meant more than just the literal meaning. Guunji blushed the moment he understood. He suddenly broke free, not daring to look at Marshal Wei's expression, awkwardly rubbing the corner of his shirt. I've been out for a long time. It's time for me to go back. Guunji lowered his head and walked out. Marshal Wei glanced mischievously at the two children and typed something into his computer. Before Guunji even walked out the door, someone arrived to take him back. Wei Yanjia kept watching him from behind. Marshal Wei stepped forward and patted his son. Look at you. You can't even chase someone. Wei Yanjia didn't want to pay any attention to this man. He might be a good marshal and a good father, but he was definitely not a good husband. Marshal Wei was a man who laughed at his own faults. Hey you kid. His disdain was unmistakable. Marshal Wei ruffled his son's hair and said, You don't believe me when I tell you. Who chases a person like a pet? Are you trying to act like so many men and women are inferior to a pet dog? Wei Yanjia slapped Marshal Wei's hand away in annoyance. Go away. Marshal Wei narrowed his eyes. Kid. Do you know you have to rely on your father if you want to contact Xiaogu? The network on Desolate Planet isn't easy to connect to. Wei Yanjia suddenly stopped. He turned to look at his father and held out his hand. Give it to me. Marshal Wei pretended not to notice. What? Special communicator? Marshal Wei burst into laughter. Then how are you supposed to talk to me? Wei Yanjia, He lowered his head in humiliation. I'm sorry, father. I was disrespectful. He endured it. Marshal Wei didn't really want to anger his son. Seeing that he'd teased him enough, he got serious. Here you go. He untied the laptop he was carrying and handed it to Wei Yanjia. Wei Yanjia snatched it away and put it on. Watching his son's actions, Marshal Wei's expression softened. Xiao Yin, you better watch out. Wei Yanjia raised his head suspiciously. However, Marshal Wei's face showed no sign of joy. Those who can stay with us must possess their own abilities. Otherwise, they'd be like your mother, murdered when I'm too busy to see her. Wei Yanjia had always known that his mother and father loved each other. That's why his father doted on him so much after his mother's death. However, this was the first time his father had mentioned his mother to him. Wei Yanjia felt deeply uncomfortable. Gigi wouldn't be like mother, Wei Yanjia replied. Marshal Wei said nothing, merely nodded. Chapter 67. The sturdy orc quickly escorted Guunji to the desolate planet, even accompanying him until Sang Ziwang arrived. Sang Ziwang was also quite surprised when he arrived to pick them up. He watched the orc leave, then led Guunji back. You didn't go with Xiao Wei? Sang Ziwang didn't know how Wei Yanjia met Guunji, but according to Duan Weiyin, Guunji could be considered a weakness of Wei Yanjia. Did the Wei family really dare to leave their heir's weakness on the desolate planet? Guunji frowned. Why should I go with him? Sang Ziwang opened his mouth, but said nothing. The two of them returned safely to desolate Shi. Guunji and Sang Ziwang said goodbye, and walked back home along the main road. Nowadays, people from outside the desolate planet occasionally enter. Some come looking for work, others are looking for friends. The changes on the desolate planet cannot be hidden from the outside world, especially with the people behind the scenes constantly fanning the flames. Everyone noticed something different about desolate planet, but not everyone knew exactly what it was. Back at his doorstep, Guunji found it blocked by a group of people. The group's attire was vastly different from the orcs of desolate planet, and also quite different from the orcs in the army. Their glittering attire attracted quite a few onlookers. When the orcs realized they were looking for Guunji, their expressions were intriguing. As a pure-blooded human, he had been stranded on desolate planet for so long, and now, with such a commanding attitude, he couldn't be friendly. Guunji had always been Huangshi's focus, not just because of his pure-blooded status, but also because of his abilities. As soon as he approached the crowd, most orcs quickly realized where he was, their minds recovering from their relaxation. The orc silently made room for him, and Guunji finally squeezed into his own doorway. What are you doing here? Guunji asked. The bejeweled orcs suddenly heard Guunji's voice, and their once proud faces instantly showed a hint of disgust. One of the leader's eyes shifted to Guunji's face, sizing him up and down with a hint of reproach. Why are you here? Don't you know this brings shame on our family? When did we ever let you come to this desolate planet? Even if Guunji was a fake young master, they wouldn't abandon a pure-blooded human to this desolate planet. Doing so is illegal. Guunji, who are you? Confronting someone with a bad temper, Guunji's temper could only get worse. The man paused, his face a little embarrassed. Don't you remember me? Guunji raised his eyelids. The nearby orcs from the desolate planet immediately understood his meaning and rushed to say, Mr. Gu has so many people who know him. So who are you? This explanation made many of the onlookers laugh. The outsider glared at the orc who interrupted, and was about to take a step forward when he was stopped by someone nearby. A few orcs exchanged glances, and another orc stepped forward. It's okay if you don't remember. But you should remember what you took. We won't pursue the smear campaign you and your damn mother are using against us. Just return the things. Hearing their slightly disrespectful tone, Guunji was about to call for them to leave. Hearing the following words, Guunji couldn't help but sneer. Although he had lost his memory when he arrived on the desolate planet, he hadn't brought a single piece of luggage with him. The question then arose, what could he possibly take from the Gu family? A piece of clothing or $1? I don't know. Guunji left these words and turned to the familiar orcs from the village, saying, uncles and aunts, please help me drive them away. There were only 4 or 5 orcs decked out in jewels, but there were more than 10 villagers gathered to watch. These few people alone were enough to drive away these inexplicable Gu family members. The orcs had long been fed up with these people. Originally, they had given them some face, thinking they were Guunji's family. Now, Guunji's attitude made them aware of their status. Without a word, several older orcs each grabbed an arm and dragged the Gu family members out. They practically threw them onto the main road outside the village. Several Gu family members cursed. The one who had led the rebuke of Guunji said bitterly, that brat is still so clueless. Guunji, what should we do next? The orc named Guunji was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, let's go find the young master. They weren't considered members of the Gu family. In fact, Guunji was the only one in the group with the surname Gu. Originally, they thought they were showing respect to Guunji by coming to him. But they hadn't expected Guunji to have considerable prestige on this planet. Guunji had a vague suspicion, but he kept it to himself. He simply pondered the benefits that Guunji and the Gu family could bring him. In the end, he sided with the Gu family. He looked back at the road leading to the village. It's hard to stand alone. It's not worth it. Ever since that moment, the Gu family's orcs had been hanging around the village for 3 days straight. Every day when Guunji went out to work, he could see the Gu family's orcs watching him. Sometimes, he couldn't bear it any longer and would sneak into Abu's area. Only then would the group's sight completely disappear. After all, Abu and his friends' abode wasn't accessible to everyone. The Gu family had arrived on the desolate planet through power, but even more couldn't do much. In 3 days, Guunji even went to the meeting room 8 times. Feeling severely disturbed, Sang Ziwang had to discuss things with Abu and the others, and then found Guunji. Little Gu, if you really don't want to see those people, would you like us to intervene? This was a future member of the Wei family, and Sang Ziwang's calculations were starting to click. Guunji scratched his head. Am I disturbing you? Sang Ziwang sighed. Not really. It's just that we have to stop that group every time, which interferes with our work. They were of course extremely welcome to have Guunji here to listen. Guunji still had a lot of good ideas to dig into, but if he hadn't come, who knew what Guunji could do to help them? Even if they wanted to ask, they would have to have a topic, right? Guunji pondered for a moment, then rubbed his chin and said, probably not. They clearly didn't want to be followed, but they hadn't made any moves. Sang Ziwang understood immediately. What do you want to do with him? Guunji answered honestly, the other day, after I had them driven away, someone told me they called other members of the Gu family at the village gate. I want to know what the Gu family is up to. He arrived alone on the desolate planet, but the Gu family, upon discovering him, immediately pursued him. Could there be something they were after? Guunji was certain this was likely related to his biological mother's death. Sang Ziwang was helpless. Then, if you need anything, just come to me. If anything happened to Guunji, he wouldn't just be held accountable by the orcs of the desolate planet. He'd probably also be held accountable by the Wei family. Guunji nodded, appearing obedient. Only Sang Ziwang knew the self-serving soul beneath this docile exterior. Neither of them knew that, compared to Guunji's situation, the Gu family, far away on the main planet, was the far more troublesome. The person who received the call from the Gu family on the desolate planet was the current young master. The young master's name was Gu Shijiao, a name given to him by Guunji's biological mother. For some reason, he had always been reluctant to change his name. Gu Shijiao received a call, and heard the tribesmen on the other side complaining about Guunji's refusal to cooperate, and how he had driven them away. He slammed his head, and became completely gloomy. That guy is so lucky, he's protected wherever he goes. Mrs. Gu was sitting on the sofa, sipping afternoon tea. Seeing her son's actions, she simply put down her cup. That's why I didn't agree with letting him go. Gu Shijiao said, he died just after I got back. Who wouldn't be suspicious of me? Mom, no matter how much you dislike him, you can't pave my future with him. Mrs. Gu's relationship with her biological son was just that. For her, rather than loving her biological son, she hated the fake son her husband had sipping from another woman. She looked at her son with a forced smile. So, isn't that why I didn't do anything? Gu Shijiao curled his lips. So what should we do now? With those useless people from Desolate Star protecting him, we can't squeeze anything out of him. Thinking of all the hardships he'd endured with Gu's mother, yet ultimately received nothing from her, Gu Shijiao felt it was incredibly unfair. Mrs. Gu said, then go there yourself? Why should I go to such a backward place? Gu Shijiao demanded. What then? Let your father go. And then watch him be brought back safely and well fed? Mrs. Gu had long understood her husband's character. Realizing that the orphan girl of the Gu family didn't have what he wanted, and that his other son wasn't doing well, he had long wanted to protect Guunji. If they hadn't acted faster than their father, Guunji might still be living in the Gu family. How can that be? He's been occupying the magpie's nest for so long. Gu Shijiao yelled. Then I go. Mom, please prepare something for me. Gu Shijiao weighed the options, and the balance in his heart immediately tilted. Mrs. Gu had long known that her son had been raised to be willful and overconfident. She didn't expect him to amount to anything, so she knocked on the table and said, then you have to listen to me. More than anything else, Mrs. Gu wanted to get rid of Guunji as soon as possible. Because she had long known he wasn't her son, she hadn't been particularly kind to him. If Guunji gained power, she would inevitably suffer. Having never imagined that his biological mother would disobey him, Gu Shijiao said, okay then. Gu Shijiao had his own little thoughts. No one knew better than him what Guunji held. But he couldn't tell his father, or he would abandon him. He couldn't tell his mother either, because she treated her nephew better than himself. It's no big deal, Gu Shijiao thought. As long as he got those things, his parents' eyes, everyone's, would turn to him. After all, that was how Guunji was in his past life, wasn't it? Chapter 68. A massive aircraft landed on the desolate planet, startling the birds and beasts that had been resting peacefully in the forest. The egret orcs, observing the aircraft, gathered and surrounded it before the orcs inside could disembark. Just as Guunji was about to disembark, he saw the egret orcs with grim expressions on their faces. He froze for a moment, a flicker of anger crossing his face. But remembering Madame Gu's words, he managed to control his temper. Hello. Pretending to be friendly, Guunji asked, Can you tell me where Guunji is? Guunji had originally asked with little hope, but the egret orcs across from him became even more alert at the mention of Guunji. They even raised their weapons. What do you want with Guunji? One of the egrets asked. His tone was harsh. Guunji hadn't heard anyone speak to him that way in a long time. His expression darkened for a moment, and he clenched his fists. I'm his relative. I wanted to see how he's doing. Several egrets looked at each other. They all knew that someone claiming to be Guunji's relative had come not long ago, only to be kicked out by the orcs. Afterward, all the leaders warned them to be wary of Guunji's relatives. Another one trying to establish connections? The egrets gave him a look of disdain. Young Mr. Gu won't see you. Go back. Guunji had never imagined he would be rejected so repeatedly. They must know Guunji, and where he is. Guunji's face darkened. You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm the victim of Guunji's usurpation. My desire to see him is different from others' desires. Guunji's life story became untraceable with the arrival of the Gu family. From one to another, everyone knew the story of Guunji's real and fake young master. Now, seeing the real young master, they were indeed frightened by Guunji. Several egrets flapped their wings, whispering and discussing. After a while, the egret said, We help you get the message out. Stay here for now. Okay. Guunji gritted his teeth. He knew it would be difficult to see Guunji, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. This was exactly the same as when he'd wanted to see Guunji before his identity was exposed. Guunji couldn't help but reveal a hint of displeasure at the feeling of frustration. At the reply, the egrets took flight. It suddenly soared into the sky and quickly disappeared from Guunji's sight. A moment later, the egret returned, bearing bad news. Mr. Gu says he doesn't want to see you. Guunji stood there for a long time, only to receive this reply. His anger could no longer be suppressed. Why wouldn't he see me? Guunji wanted to vent his anger at the egret, but an orc assigned to watch over him gripped his shoulder. Guunji was filled with impatience, but the orcs restraining him prevented him from moving an inch. Restoring his rationality, Guunji said coldly, Tell Guunji that we're carrying his biological mother's belongings. Is he sure he doesn't want to see me? The egret had delivered the message once, so it could certainly deliver it a second time. This time, Guunji finally relented. But he still didn't let them know his whereabouts. Instead, he led a few orcs to an open space not far from the aircraft. Guunji was about to say something, but the orc behind him poked him warningly. He shut up, his face sullen. Guunji hadn't expected to meet the so-called true young master again. His letters didn't describe the true young master in detail, only mentioning him in a corner as irritable, clueless, and a bit off. But obviously, the only way to describe him in that way was not to be feared. The Gu family had looked for him first, and now the true young master had come too. Guunji was finally certain. He must have something the Gu family valued. If the true young master hadn't said he was carrying his mother's belongings, he wouldn't have bothered to even bother with them. The true young master had no intention of hiding anything. Arriving at the makeshift tent and sitting across from him, young Master Jin immediately said, I came to you to exchange your mother's belongings for what you took. Over and over again. The Gu family and young Master Jin both claimed to have taken something. If he hadn't been on the desolate planet since he opened his eyes, and was certain he had nothing, he would have doubted himself. Besides, because of the Gu family's arrival, he had even tried to inquire about the cat. He had left the main planet alone. It was impossible for him to have taken anything. Guyun knew, I didn't take anything when I left. Are you really not aware, or are you saying that to kill me? He was being blunt, simply trying to force the Gu family to retreat. Who knew this real young master of the Gu family was so shameless, he'd even dared to deny what he'd taken. Guunji recalled the past Gu family, gritting his teeth. What do you think you took? That's the Gu family's wealth accumulated over thousands of years. The Gu family raised you. How dare you do such a thing? Guunji looked at him in surprise. Given my situation in the Gu family, what treasure could I possibly take? Don't you know how I live there? Guunji hadn't considered that the real young master was so clueless in his lies. Based on the previous letters, the Gu family treated him poorly. After all, Madame Gu had long known he wasn't her son, so she was grateful for not bothering him. No matter how much, or even if there were any Gu family treasures, let alone letting him touch them, even if there were any, they wouldn't tell him. If it wasn't you who took it, then who took it? We should have been able to produce a lot of things, but now you've taken the blueprints, and we've stopped producing everything. Gu Shijiao thought nothing of anything else. His mind was filled with the Gu family from his previous life, when he met Guunji. Back then, the Gu family produced many small gadgets that were not only all the rage but also raked in a fortune. Guunji was in charge of this production line. But now, after returning home, his father hadn't given him the line at all. His mother told him that it was because Guunji had taken the items. That was his cash cow. Guunji keenly understood the hidden meaning in Gu Shijiao's words. He paused, unaware that the Gu family truly knew he had the blueprints. But he had drawn these blueprints bit by bit since arriving on the desolate planet. How did the Gu family know? Guunji eyed Gu Shijiao suspiciously. His eyes rolled, and he said slowly, "You're so aggressive. I really don't get the feeling you're looking for a deal. Besides, you keep talking about what I should take away. Why not tell me what my mother left me? Even a deal requires knowing what it's about, right?" Guunji's words left Gu Shijiao speechless. He was just making random remarks. If Guunji asked him to, he couldn't really come up with anything. If that woman had truly left him something, would he still be blamed by his father for returning to the Gu family with nothing accomplished? Guunji knew from his expression that things weren't as rosy as he'd imagined. Gu Shijiao had no belongings in his possession. However, even after death, a person shouldn't be left with nothing. So perhaps those belongings really did exist, just in the hands of someone else. Guunji pondered. A brief silence fell over the two of them. Guunji said, "If you have nothing else to say, I leave." He stood up and turned back. "Wait!" Gu Shijiao tried to keep Guunji. But Guunji, completely disinterested in him, ignored him. "Uncle Sang." Guunji opened the tent and said to Sang Ziwang, who had followed him, "Uncle Sang, I have a favor to ask of you." The Gu family was so relentless in their pursuit, with so many clues about his mother's death and her belongings. It would be foolish not to investigate. Sang Ziwang said, understandingly, "Then you've come to the right person. When Marshal Wei first arrived, he asked someone to investigate this family for you, including a visit to Vivian's home. At the time, he figured that since they had saved young Master Wei, he should at least help them resolve this problem for the Gu family. I hadn't expected Guunji to almost become a member of the Wei family. That would be even more devastating for the Gu family." Guunji hadn't expected someone to investigate first, and hurriedly asked, "Where's the information?" "Because young Master Wei asked us to investigate some more things before he left. We originally planned to give it to you after he left, but now it might be delayed for a day or two. If you want to see the information first, you can go to my place and get a USB drive." Guunji listened to the commotion in the tent and rubbed his temples. "Let's take a look first." Judging from Gu Shijiao's expression, he had to come back here. Knowing nothing might be relaxing, but it would obviously not be conducive to dealing with the Gu family. Sang Ziwang immediately called his subordinates and had them take Guunji to find information. "Now that the roads are open, we've got a car. You can take it to my place, it'd be faster." Construction on the desolate planet wouldn't halt with Wei Yanjia's departure. Rather, it's precisely because the beast transformation has been effectively suppressed that the higher-ups have increased their attention here, treating it as a complete experimental planet. Since it's an experimental planet, supporting facilities must keep up. So, recently, a number of buildings have sprung up on the land of Huangxi. While it's not a complete transformation, it's certainly showing some of the beginnings of modern society. In particular, his experimental fields now have several acres of greenhouses and even a few harvesters. Guunji accepted Sang Ziwang's kindness. He arrived at Sang Ziwang's temporary residence, where the people inside respectfully handed him a USB flash drive. An interstellar USB flash drive is simply a chip. Attaching the chip to his computer, a long passage of text and images quickly appeared before Guunji. In fact, it was much more detailed than what Guunji had learned from the letters. It was precisely because of this that Guunji gained a deeper understanding of the Gu family. After quickly reviewing the information he had gathered, Guunji asked, "What did Wei Yanjia ask you to find to fill in the gaps?" The orc replied, "A production site under the Gu family." Guunji raised an eyebrow. Chapter 69. After reading all the information about the Gu family, Guunji could figure out how to manipulate Gu Shijiao. Even better, Gu Shijiao was eager to meet him again. This time, Guunji deliberately set Gu Shiju up. He had something to ask Gu Shiju. When Gu Shiju saw Guunji outside the nearly completed Huangshi city, he didn't notice anything unusual and subconsciously stopped him. Wait a minute. Guunji narrowed his eyes. His opinion of this so-called real young master lowered even further. For someone so easily tricked, he must have been treated poorly after returning to the Gu family. Seeing Guunji stopped, Gu Shiju felt a surge of joy, his tail raised as he glanced at the orcs behind him. The orcs, however, were wary of Guunji, with a hint of curiosity. Why are you stopping me again? Guunji was aware that he had caught the attention of the orcs behind Gu Shiju. I thought I made it clear last time. Since you don't have my mother's belongings, don't stop me from talking about an exchange. I'm very busy, young master, he asked lazily, his nonchalant manner causing the orcs to look away. Gu Shiju clenched his fist. He hadn't grown up in the Gu family, and wasn't particularly articulate, but thanks to his stubbornness, he had accomplished quite a bit. He felt that this time, with his persistence, he could also succeed in the mission his mother had entrusted him with. I can take your mother's belongings. I'm the young master of the Gu family, and I have the right to do so. But after I take your mother's belongings, will you give me the things you took with you? Guunji showed a hint of impatience. I told you, I didn't take anything from the Gu family. Impossible. Gu Shiju insisted. Don't try to trick me. I know you took the ancient blueprints that the Gu family has always kept. Those things weren't yours in the first place, and I understand your desire to take the blueprints for revenge. But I'm willing to exchange your mother's belongings. Is that even an option? His statement was obvious, and Guunji's mind was spinning. Gu Shiju had always believed that he had taken some ancient blueprints because he knew something. But shouldn't the Gu family know that he could make those things? He was a full-fledged interstellar citizen before crossing over. How could he have learned these things? Guunji looked at Gu Shiju, and his expression changed instantly. He said, What ancient blueprints? I haven't heard of them in all my time at the Gu family. You can ask the villagers when I ever had such things. When Gu Shiju arrived in the village was already undergoing infrastructure construction, so he had no idea what Guunji had done there. Even the orcs who knew the truth were utterly secretive about the blueprints in Guunji's possession. Most of the orcs living in the city now only knew that Guunji had a method to suppress his beast transformation, and that he could grow crops. But there were more than just one or two interstellar families that could grow crops. The method to suppress his beast transformation was related to Guunji's own abilities. No one believed that Guunji had any blueprints in his possession. Don't lie. Gu Shiju was dissatisfied with his own setbacks, but Guunji remained motionless. How could you not know? If you don't believe me, ask the people around me at the time. If I had known about these things, would I be on the desolate planet now? Everyone knows that these ancient blueprints are the foundation of our family's survival. If I had them, I could have made a killing on any remote planet. Baffled by Guunji's rebuttal, Gu Shiju bit his nails nervously. He kept recounting his memories, but Guunji's frank words made him even more uncertain. How could that be? It wasn't like that before. When you were the true young master, you were clearly in charge of that line. Guunji heard his mumbling and frowned, glancing at the orc behind him. The orc had clearly known Gu Shiju would behave this way, and stood behind him indifferently, as if trying to prevent him from doing anything shady. Guunji returned his gaze to his face. What are you talking about? How have I ever been involved in family affairs? Everyone knew this. In the Gu family, Guunji focused solely on studying and never meddled in the family's affairs. This was also the question Guunji, who hadn't lost his memory, expressed in his letter. If the whole family didn't know he was a fake young master, why did they never let him interfere in family affairs? But if the whole family knew, why did they go to such great lengths to replace him with a real young master? Guunji wanted answers from Gu Shiju, but Gu Shiju couldn't hear him at all. He muttered nervously, Is this a butterfly effect? This isn't right. It wasn't like this before. Why is it different now that it's my turn? Guunji had no choice but to look at the people behind him. Is your real young master ill? The orcs, used to seeing this, tugged roughly at the back of Gu Shiju's collar. Gu Shiju finally came to his senses from the pain. He glanced at Guunji with a look of doubt, bit his lip, and suddenly turned and ran. Guunji was helpless. He thought Gu Shiju was probably mentally ill. But his words had given Guunji other thoughts. When he returned home that night, the first thing Guunji did was open his computer and contact Wei Yanjia. Having the same secret as him, Wei Yanjia was a natural candidate for consultation. Guunji, a well-versed reader of old-fashioned novels, saw Wei Yanjia wiping his hair on his computer and said, I suspect the real young master of the Gu family is a reincarnation. Wei Yinja paused, as he was wiping his hair. Huh? Guunji recounted his intentional attempt to scam Gu Shurju, and their subsequent conversation. Wei Yinja, who had been a dog in the old days, but still remembered the novel Guunji's roommate had heard about during their listening sessions, also grew serious. Wait, the real young master of the Gu family is a purebred human. Only a purebred human could possess such bizarre and unscientific abilities. Guunji himself was still amnesiac, so how could he know that? He shook his head. Wei Yinja threw away his towel, and sat down seriously on a stool. I think he might be a purebred human too. You're making it seem so likely. The Gu family didn't even know what he possessed, so how could a real young master who had just returned to the Gu family know so clearly? We can make a hypothesis. Wei Yinja stroked his chin. If his memory is correct, then it means he wasn't recognized and your abilities ended. Now that you've awakened and are being cared for by the Gu family, you want to help them, right? Guunji nodded. Wei Yinja continued. You discovered that many things were lost in the interstellar world. Perhaps you used the skills you learned as a craft blogger to help expand their family business, right? Guunji nodded again. Wei Yinja clapped his hands. That's it. He didn't return to the Gu family in his previous life, so he didn't know it was something you brought to them. He assumed the Gu family had handed this line to you. And your departure left the Gu family without the production line they had in their previous life. Under the Gu family's misguided guidance, he naturally assumed you had taken those things. Guunji thought Wei Yinja's words made sense. So what do we do now? The Gu family actually had a reincarnated Gu Shurju. Although he had few abilities, he possessed memories from his previous life. Don't move yet. I asked my old man to find out about them. Wei Yinja said. Guunji, then I. Don't do anything. Wei Yinja glared at him. Desolate planet is too unsafe. Guunji was afraid that if he said anything more, Wei Yinja would ask him to return to the main planet with him, so he suppressed his thoughts. But he couldn't listen to Wei Yinja. Guunji hung up the phone and sat on the bed, wondering where he could find out more about Gu Shurju. He suddenly remembered the private army that hadn't been brought back yet. That cat named AI Rui in the private army seems to be familiar with both the real and fake young masters. Since Wei Yinja doesn't want to interact with Gu Shurju himself, why not find that cat to find out? Guunji is a man of action, and he went to the house the next day. AI Rui is no longer in the planting team, but in the construction team. The young noble had been doing hard labor on the desolate planet for a long time, and seeing that no one was trying to save them, they'd become much more obedient. Guunji arrived at the construction site just in time and called AI Rui out. AI Rui was naturally happy to not work. The two of them walked into the woods in the city. AI Rui hadn't expected Guunji to be so confident in going out with him, and he couldn't help but get excited. Guunji was aware of his restlessness, but smiled. AI Rui felt something was wrong and quickly lowered his head. What do you want to know from me? AI Rui's tone was much softer than at the beginning. Guunji, you should know Gu Shurju very well? Unexpectedly, he would mention Gu Shurju. AI Rui paused, then nodded. He and I probably grew up in the same neighborhood. But back then, I was a minor noble, and he was a commoner. What kind of person was he? AI Rui was silent for a long time before speaking. He was quite cute when he was little, but around the age of 12 or 13, he suddenly became a completely different person. AI Rui supported Gu Shurju because he and Gu Shurju had grown up together. He felt that Gu Shurju and the others had a relationship where success brought success to everyone else. They knew each other before, so if he helped him, Gu Shurju would prioritize him, right? This was also a way to climb the ladder. But obviously, Gu Shurju hadn't considered him. That's why AI Rui had no choice but to join the private army. Guunji asked, did he do anything outrageous back then? Ari answered honestly, no. Although he seemed like a changed man, Gu Shurju was just an ordinary person. What could have happened? As he thought about this, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, not really. On his 13th birthday, he saw someone and excitedly said, that should have been mine. He made a scene all day in the neighborhood. Hearing this, Guunji pressed him, can you elaborate? Chapter 70. It was so long ago that even though AI Rui tried hard to recall, he could only vaguely recall the past. He only remembered that when Gu Shurju was 12, he hit his head and was on the verge of death, but somehow, he recovered. The 5th day after returning home was his birthday. To comfort him, his mother threw him a birthday party and invited many of his classmates to the hotel. However, on the way back from the hotel, he brushed past someone and went berserk. What made AI Rui so impressed was that he kept muttering the words Guunji while he was going berserk. A few years later, the incident of the true and false young master occurred. It was then that Airui learned what those 3 words Guunji meant. Guunji knew what he wanted to know, but he didn't feel relieved. A person who had been reborn with clear ill intentions was far more troublesome than the Gu family. They wouldn't actually hurt you, but they could always set a trap for you. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his attitude towards Airui improved considerably. I have Sang Ziwen contact your family. This was a token of his gratitude for Airui's prompt response. Airui looked at Guunji with surprise. His former delicate demeanor had been tempered considerably by the trials and tribulations of this period. He curled his lips. I won't thank you. Guunji didn't need his thanks. He glanced at Airui and said, your personality isn't suited to the military. If you want a career, try another path. Airui had come here to gild his reputation, but previously, he had envisioned this mission elevating his resume to the level required for regular military service. Now, he no longer had that opportunity, so he naturally gave up the idea. He glanced at Guunji, remaining silent. Guunji led his men back to the village. As they walked along the road, they suddenly saw a small passenger plane landing on the landing pad specially prepared by Sang Ziwen not far away. The plane landed, and a sturdy orc swiftly emerged. Airui tugged at Guunji's sleeve. Guunji turned around. Airui frowned. Why is he here? Guunji, who is he? Hearing Guunji's words, Airui opened his mouth exaggeratedly. Don't you remember him? Guunji shook his head. That was your original fiancé, and now he's Gu Shizhou's fiancé. You have no recollection of him at all? The fact that he had a fiancé before, as mentioned in the letter, was not a big deal. But seeing Airui's expression, Guunji felt he shouldn't be so indifferent. Airui was completely stunned. Gu Shizhou hated Guunji so much because of this man, yet Guunji didn't even recognize him? This was ridiculous. Before Airui could say anything else, Gu Shizhou appeared beside the sturdy orc. His eyes were red, and he seemed to be saying something as he stopped the sturdy orc. But the orc had his back to them, so their expression couldn't be seen. Perhaps having coaxed Gu Shizhou into submission, the orc and Gu Shizhou linked arms and began to whisper. After a while, Gu Shizhou led the orc inside. The 2 men watched in silence. Airui asked again, incredulous, you really don't remember him? Guunji curled his lips. He didn't like tall, muscular men. Seeing his overt disdain, Airui hesitated to ask further. As one of the first captives, Airui lived very close to the original site of Huangqi village, so the 2 of them could just go back together. Guunji and Airui walked together for a distance, when they unexpectedly ran into Gu Shizhou again. This time, Gu Shizhou and the man beside him both spotted Guunji. Before Gu Shizhou could say anything, the man's expression was filled with surprise. Xiaoyun, you're here after all. Being addressed as Xiaoyun by the large man made Guunji shudder. With a feeling of indescribable difficulty, he looked at the man and said, Excuse me, could you please call me by my full name? Although he was a sturdy man, the man's face wasn't bad at all, and was very masculine. It just wasn't to Guunji's taste. The man wore a sad expression. Even if we're not fiancé anymore, I thought we were still good friends. Guunji quickly replied, good friends should call each other by our first names, right? The man choked at Guunji's words, a look of understanding dawning on his face. You're throwing a tantrum again, aren't you? He patted Gu Shizhou's shoulder, and walked over to Guunji. Xiaoyun, now is not the time to be angry. Jijiao's coming to Desolate Planet to find you is already the Gu family's final ultimatum. You'd better talk to Jiaju properly. You know, Jiaju is kind-hearted, and will ensure you return to Desolate Planet unharmed. He spoke as if he were considering Guunji. If everyone present hadn't known the rift between the real and fake young masters, they might have thought he was trying to persuade them, not add fuel to the fire. Guunji sneered. However, contrary to his expectations, Gu Shizhou genuinely didn't catch the man's hidden meaning. Instead, he nodded, leaned in close to the man, looked at Guunji, and raised his chin. See, I told you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Guunji, is he such a fool? He laughed in anger, his face full of disdain. First, I don't want to be called Xiaoyun by people I don't even know well. Second, who are you? Do you want to get involved in my affairs with them? What, being generous and doing good for others is like being born in the year of the dog? After hearing his words, the man hadn't even begun to react, but Gu Shizhou's temper flared up again. He directly blocked the man's path, his face blazing with anger. What's your attitude? Brother Xing is talking to you nicely. I just give him the same attitude as him. Guunji wasn't prepared to talk to this love-brained young master properly. Just because Gu Shizhou likes a greasy, daddy-looking uncle doesn't mean he likes her too, right? Guunji couldn't help but get goosebumps when he thought of Airui saying this man was originally his fiancé. He couldn't stand this kind of slut. Grateful to Gu Shijiao, he finally did a good thing for him. Whoever wants to pry into this corner can do so. Gu Shijiao stamped his feet. He looked up at the man. Look, you're still trying to convince him. He just misses you so much. The love-struck young master openly flirted with Guunji. Guunji gave another ambiguous laugh. The man, sensing Guunji's disdain, was silent for a moment, then pushed Gu Shijiao away without a trace. Jujiao, you can't say that in public. It's rude. Gu Shijiao was oblivious to the man's disdain, thinking he simply didn't think he was doing a good enough job, and that was why he wouldn't let him hold his arm. He was used to it and nodded. Xingda is right. I won't do it again next time. Now he looked like a clawless kitten. Guunji was amazed. He wasn't interested in the two people show, so after a while, Guunji prepared to call Airui to leave. Gu Shijiao then noticed Airui following behind Guunji. He didn't recognize Airui, thinking he was Guunji's bodyguard. You always have someone protecting you. Despite saying so, Gu Shijiao's expression, as he looked at Guunji, was clearly a bit boastful. Guunji didn't understand what he was boasting about. The man beside him also looked speechless. He glanced at Guunji, and then Gu Shijiao with the same gaze he'd use on an object, his regret undisguised. Guunji suspected this was the price Gu Shijiao had paid for his rebirth. Reborn, but lost his mind. Ari, standing beside him, was as quiet as ever, as if he were meeting Gu Shijiao for the first time. The man patted Gu Shijiao soothingly, and said gently to Guunji, after all, we were together. If you figured it out, you can come find Jiajiu. Xiaoyun, I've always thought you were smart. There are things that don't belong to you, that you just can't grasp. Guunji was completely annoyed. He didn't like strangers calling him Xiaoyun, and trying to lecture him. Yeah, I'm smart, and you two are just idiots. So, could you two strangers with the beauty of brainstem lost please stop blocking my way? Guunji couldn't hold back his breath. Airui, behind him, also laughed at his words. Gu Shijiao glared, and just as he was about to accuse Guunji, the man beside him covered his mouth. The man scanned Guunji's face with the gaze of a pet in a tantrum. Xiaoyun, remember, honest advice is unpleasant to the ear, but it's beneficial to action. Guunji just wanted to get these two people, who didn't understand what he was saying, out of his sight. The man dragged Gu Shijiao toward their intended destination, leaving Guunji and Airui in silence for a long moment. Airui suddenly said, I didn't know you were in this situation. After spending some time together, although Airui was still jealous of Guunji, he had given up his malicious intentions. When someone reaches a height you can't reach, the initial jealousy slowly dissipates. Initially, he'd listened to Gu Shijiao's one-sided account, believing Guunji was also taking shortcuts, which was why he was so eager to bring him down. But he wasn't someone who wouldn't allow someone to climb the ladder through their own abilities. Through their interactions, Airui clearly saw what Guunji was busy with every day. To be frank, he couldn't live up to Guunji's expectations. The pampered omixiling orcs couldn't handle even the slightest hardship. Adding to the fact that Gu Shijiao had no memory of him, Airui thought for a moment, and immediately switched sides, warning, you should be careful with Gu Shijiao. Gu Shijiao seemed to have always been fond of Fang Dian. Guunji understood. Fang Dian, that was probably the man's name. What's their connection? Ire truly had no idea. He shook his head. Everyone in the neighborhood knows he's obsessed with Fang Dian. But no one knows when they first met. Guunji had another realization. That meant that in a previous life, Gu Shijiao encountered something that allowed Fang Dian to take advantage. Guunji didn't really want to know about the two of them. He turned and said, then let's part here. Thank you so much for today. Chapter 71. Ever since Fang Dian arrived on the desolate planet, Guunji had noticed he could see Gu Shijiao and Fang Dian everywhere. The two of them were like tourists, going everywhere. Guunji would bump into them 4 or 5 times while working. Every time he saw Fang Dian, Guunji could guess he was deliberately bumping into him. But since he was just passing by, there was nothing Guunji could do about it. Gu Shijiao, on the other hand, always looked at him with a fierce look. Guunji ignored them, unaware that he had become a thorn in their side. So what do you want to do? The woman in the computer looked down at her own son, a look of disdain in her eyes that deeply stung Gu Shijiao's eyes. He knew his biological mother didn't love him much. But she would promise him many things, because she felt she owed him something. How could Gu Shijiao not see that? The person he loved always had his eyes on Guunji. It was just like that in his previous life. No matter how much he tried to please her, she had no eyes for him. But unfortunately, that person in his previous life couldn't hold onto Guunji. And in this life, although Guunji still despised that person, she was with him. I want him to be ruined. I want him to never return to the main planet. Gu Shijiao gritted his teeth. He won't give up what he has, and he keeps flirting with my fiancée. Anyway, we're going to get him. Mother, can you please help me? Mrs. Gu nodded. I've already told your father. I've convinced your father to take action against that bastard. You help me keep an eye on that bastard. If you can't even do this little thing, I make you look out for it. Gu Shijiao nodded repeatedly. I keep an eye on him for you. Although this was just to keep Fang Yan company, to stay between him and Guunji and prevent Guunji from using Fang Yan as a springboard, if the family needed him, he could also take the initiative to approach Guunji. Mrs. Gu on the other end frowned. Don't be so cowardly. Hold your head high. Gu Shijiao's posture was not very good, and his gloomy face made Mrs. Gu feel even more ashamed. Hearing her words, Gu Shijiao lowered his head. I understand. Satisfied with his obedience, Mrs. Gu hung up the phone. Gu Shijiao bit his nails nervously, thinking about his mother's words about the Gu family taking action against Guunji, and smiled happily. Fang Yan happened to pass by the doorway and noticed Gu Shijiao's laughter. He shuddered, a hint of disgust evident. Near them, an orc, listening to the noise in his earpiece, quickly disappeared from their camp. The Gu family's actions were completely exposed to the upper echelon spies. Furthermore, the Gu family's repeated visits to the desolate planet had long since caught their attention. Sang Ziwang, upon learning of Gu Shijiao and Madame Gu's communications, was in a state of great distress. The Wei family had reserved some troops for him to protect Guunji. Sang Ziwang had initially agreed, but now that the Gu family had taken action, he was finding it difficult. After much deliberation, he finally sought out Guunji. Arriving at Guunji's house, Sang Ziwang's face was filled with sorrow. Do you want to return to the Wei family? Guunji, sifting wheat, looked up at the words and said, Huh? The Wei family isn't his family, are they? Sang Ziwang rubbed his temple. I don't know what you have, but I've heard the Gu family is after you. Desolate planet is still too dangerous. Would you consider returning to the main planet and taking shelter with the Wei family? The Gu family's deployment isn't scary. What's scary is that, for some reason, they persuaded the marshal's political enemies. The enemies had originally planned to capture Wei Yinjia, but now there's an even bigger flaw. They've joined forces with the Gu family. Guunji, unaware of the inside story, put down his sieve in surprise and brushed off the debris from his clothes. He said, Are you afraid of the Gu family? Sang Ziwang, Of course I'm not. Although reluctant, Sang Ziwang explained honestly, but this time, the Gu family has persuaded a surprising person. With that person's help, I might not be able to protect you on desolate planet. Guunji is no fool. There weren't many people with connections to the Gu family, and high enough positions to be protected by the Wei family. He pondered for a few seconds, then asked directly, Is it the one who was hunting down Wei Yinjia? Sang Ziwang's silence gave him the answer. Guunji's eyes shifted. We've captured so many of them, and he still dares to move? None of the private soldiers who came to Desolate Planet have returned yet. How could that person dare? Sang Ziwang sighed. It was a perfect match. In this world, there are countless instances where the sum of one is greater than the other. Sang Ziwang's collaboration with the Gu family wasn't unexpected, but it was too early. It was also because Guunji was so hated. Sang Ziwang glanced at Guunji and couldn't help but ask, What do you have in your possession? Why are the Gu family so persistent? Guunji shook his head. I don't have anything. What they're after is something in our bloodline. Both the bees suppressing device and the blueprints he obtained through the time travel were given to him by his mother. The Gu family wanted them, but unfortunately, he couldn't give them a single bit. Sang Ziwang knew about his mother's situation and whispered, I'm sorry. Guunji waved his hand. His feelings for his biological mother weren't as deep as those for his parents in the other world. Faced with his biological mother being slandered, he could only do his best to clear her name, but there was nothing more he could do. Come to think of it, the thing running through our bloodline is something the Gu family has wanted for a long time. Guunji said with a hint of sarcasm, Don't tell Wei Yinjia and the others. I should be able to handle this myself. The Gu family had become obsessed with the thing running through his bloodline. Guunji had originally wanted to use this to solve some problems, and now he could see if he could take down the Mad Dog Gu family as well. Seeing his confident expression, Sang Ziwang hesitated to speak. In the end, he didn't pour cold water on Guunji. Instead, he secretly used his communication computer to send a message to the marshal far away on the main planet. Although Guunji had told him not to tell the Wei family, Sang Ziwen couldn't bear that responsibility. He had already notified everyone, so there was no need to stay. Speaking to his guards to send a few more people to guard Guunji's side, Sang Ziwen tactfully said goodbye and left. Guunji brought him some sifted wheat. After the guests left, Guunji continued to work on his own wheat. Winter was approaching, and he needed to stock up on food. However, before Sang Ziwen had left for a while, another person arrived at his courtyard gate. Guunji looked up and instinctively sighed. While Gu Shiji was arranging matters at home, Fang Yan took the initiative to approach Guunji. Xiaoyun, I'm here to talk to you today. Clearly seeing the impatience on Guunji's face, Fang Yan spoke his opening remark slowly. He was confident he could get into Guunji's courtyard today. What could you want from me? Guunji wasn't fooled. He turned around and sorted his sieve and wheat. He felt that today was not the day for work. As he bent to arrange the sieves, Fang Dian's eyes flickered across his waist. After mentally comparing his waist to Gu Shijiao's, Fang Yan said cheerfully, "The Gu family is coming again. Did you know?" From the moment he began, Guunji could already guess that what he was about to say was probably exactly the same as what Sang Ziwen had said. Guunji calmly packed his things. Seeing that he had no desire to understand, Fang Dian's face drooped. "Don't you want to know what the Gu family is doing here?" Guunji straightened his back and finally looked at him. "Why would I guess? They're coming for me." He had already handed all the design drawings related to Huangshi to Abu. Their defense was against the Gu family. After getting to know them for a while, Guunji already knew how much turmoil a single Gu design drawing could cause in the upper echelons. Take construction, for example. Most modern houses are built using 3D printing technology. The houses are very stable and practical, but because they lack foundations and beams, they always feel strange, like a tin box. If any aristocratic family were to obtain the blueprints for building a house, with just one modification, it would be enough to make the family a fortune for decades to come. Fang Yan was Gu Shijiao's fiancé, but it was obviously impossible for Fang Yan to know about such matters that pertained to the Gu family's confidentiality. So when Fang Yan offered to help him settle the matter, Guunji couldn't help but laugh. "Guunji, do you know what their goal is?" Fang Yan nodded, then shook his head. "I don't know what they want. But I heard Xiaojiao mention your family's affairs. So I can guess that you took away several of the Gu family's production lines." He was right. The blueprints could offset several production lines. Guunji raised an eyebrow. "Then why are you still helping me? How can you help?" The fiancée Madame Gu had found for him couldn't possibly have a powerful family background. Guunji and Gu Shiji both knew this. However, because Fang Yanshi was his dream lover, Gu Shijiao insisted on not changing his fiancée. Not only Madame Gu, but even Guunji found this ridiculous. How could such a person possibly help him with this matter? Guunji was wary. Fang Yan shook his head. "I can't tell you this unless you promise me one thing." Although he coveted Guunji, Fang Yan was smarter than Gu Shijiao. Guunji refused without a second thought. "If you don't want to tell me, forget it. I don't need it." With that, he picked up the wheat he hadn't finished sifting and prepared to return to his room. Fang Yan, trapped outside, grew anxious. "Are you really not willing to give it a try?" Guunji paused at the doorway, then smiled. He didn't turn around. "If you don't even know the Gu family's intentions, forget about offering help. The Gu family isn't stupid." Chapter 72. After closing the door, Guunji immediately opened his laptop. Before he even had time to settle into a seat, he began contacting Wei Yanji. He was at ease in front of Fang Yan, but when he was alone, Guunji couldn't help but feel anxious. One after another, they came to tell him that the Gu family was going to take action against him. He couldn't really remain indifferent. Wei Yanji had his own affairs on the main planet, and couldn't receive the communication quickly. Guunji waited for a while before he saw Wei Yanji drinking water in the sun. "Miss me?" Wei Yanji's words were teasing. Guunji watched him, his peacock feathers spread, speechless, and sat down in his chair. "Sang Ziwen told me that the Gu family is making another move." The Gu family's vanguard was Gu Shijiao. Knowing that he was unwilling to cooperate through Gu Shijiao, the Gu family naturally had to take action to avoid further complications. The corners of Wei Yanji's mouth instantly drooped. He said seriously, "If the Gu family gets serious, run. We might be a bit out of reach, but as long as you escape the desolate planet, there are people to pick you up." Hearing his words, Guunji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thinking? They can't kidnap me on the desolate planet." The desolate planet wasn't the Gu family's territory, it was their home turf. If the Gu family wanted to attack the desolate planet, They would not only have to hide it from the garrison, but also from the many orcs on the desolate planet. This was no small feat. Guunji was confident, but Wei Yinja, far away on the main planet, was worried and nervous. Watching him walk under the shade of the trees, his tense face still not relaxing, Guunji knew that Wei Yinja was nervous. Wanting to comfort him, but not knowing where to begin, Guunji thought he might as well go find Marshal Wei. He sighed and turned away. Anyway, could you please keep an eye on the Gu family for me? Let me know if there's any big moves. Wei Yinja nodded. Guunji was about to say something else when he saw a messenger running up behind him. He said, "Someone's looking for you." Wei Yinja didn't disconnect the call and turned to look at the messenger. Because of the privacy settings, the messenger didn't see Guunji. He whispered something to Wei Yinja, then saluted and left. The whole conversation took less than 3 minutes. Wei Yinja turned around and said, "One good news and one bad news." "The bad news first," Guunji replied. "The bad news is that the Gu family has taken out a warship." Wei Yinja's eyes darkened. The appearance of the warships meant that the people behind the Gu family had been completely convinced and were ready to help capture Guunji. Guunji said, "Oh? So what's the good news?" "The good news is, we know who the enemy is. We now have a legitimate reason to protect you." Wei Yinja rubbed his hands in anticipation. Official troops were intervening in the affairs of ordinary people. Wasn't this just a way for them to catch a little tail? After a moment of excitement, Wei Yinja said, "Shiji, no kidding. They've launched the warships. You should stay at the space station." The space station was where the border garrison was stationed. With years of experience and the military strength they had acquired, the Gu family would have to think twice before seizing it by force. Guunji shook his head. "Don't make such a request. Let's not add to Mr. Sang's workload." Sang Ziwing had been competent enough for him, so he couldn't let him down. Wei Yinja was about to say something, but Guunji interrupted him. "All right. I see what happens later. I'm not stupid. If I really can't defeat him, I won't be polite to Mr. Sang." Since he was too far away to do anything about him, Wei Yinja's frown remained unresolved. Knowing Guunji wouldn't listen to his advice, he simply stopped bringing it up, fearing he'd provoke a rebellious reaction. Guunji seamlessly changed the subject. "By the way, I heard you were going to investigate their production line. What did you find? Share it with me." Wei Yinja couldn't miss his meaning. Reluctantly, he followed Guunji's lead and changed the subject. "Nothing much. I just know they bought some small handicraft production lines." The two had previously speculated that the production lines Gu Shiju had discovered after his rebirth were originally brought by Guunji. Looking at those small handicraft production lines, both of them felt a sudden realization. It seems the Gu family has also discovered Gu Shiju's abilities. They trusted Gu Shiju and prepared everything, waiting to squeeze the right ideas out of Guunji's mind. Unfortunately, Guunji had no time to create handicrafts after arriving on the desolate planet. He chose everyday items. They've dug a hole and buried themselves in it. Guunji shook his head. If the story had unfolded without Gu Shijiao, he would obviously have developed a fondness for the Gu family after regaining consciousness, and would have used his expertise to create small handicrafts to help the Gu family reach the pinnacle of success. However now, thanks to Gu Shijiao's butterfly wings, the greedy Gu family was about to suffer a major setback. "Don't laugh at others." Wei Yinja was less optimistic. "If you want to completely break off with them, I'm afraid you have a tough battle ahead." Guunji said, "Oh," and a number of thoughts were already forming in his mind. The two were still talking when suddenly, a call popped up on the main screen of the computer. It was an unfamiliar message, but Guunji had previously marked it with a skull symbol. Guunji frowned. Wei Yinja couldn't see what was happening on his end and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" Guunji ignored him and clicked on the call. Wei Yinja's call was pushed to the bottom. Wei Yinja seemed to understand something, and instead of hanging up, he clicked on the recording. An older man, familiar, but someone he couldn't place, appeared on Guunji's computer. The man glanced at Guunji and smiled. "Looks like you're doing well." Guunji said nothing. The older man wasn't surprised to see Guunji's defensive expression. He casually glanced at the surroundings beneath Guunji's gaze before speaking again. "I heard from your brother that you're on the desolate planet now. Although construction has begun there, life is still very hard. Would you like to come back? You shouldn't be the one to pay for your mother's mistakes." Listening to these words, Guunji remained impassive on the surface, but his fists clenched. This man was indeed the patriarch of the Gu family. He was also his biological father. However, facing this patriarch, Guunji didn't feel the same affection for his parents that he had in his previous life. Some were filled with impatience. The Gu family head was even more hypocritical than he had expected. Guunji, unwilling to play the role of a harmonious father and son, spoke coldly, "The worship is so fast, you should be able to see how I'm doing soon." He had no intention of giving the Gu family head face. But his straightforwardness made the Gu family head drop his hypocritical expression. "You knew we were coming." The Gu family head was quite surprised. Guunji, a man with no connections and far away on a desolate planet, had actually been able to track his movements. This alone was enough to make the Gu family head wary. "I also know that you were the one who killed my mother." Guunji continued to throw out questions that left the Gu family head flustered. "Why didn't you find what you wanted among my mother's belongings?" Guunji knew that the Gu family had failed to obtain what he wanted from his biological mother. If they wanted to maintain their current status, they had to get something from him. So they couldn't let him make any mistakes. The fragility of purebred humans is a memory etched into the orc's genes, and coincidentally, he too is purebred. The Gu family's past had forced them to resort to coercion and bribery, and now, even if they captured him, they couldn't torture him harshly. Thus, all Guunji needed to do was provoke the head of the Gu family. The angrier the head of the Gu family became, the more his true colors would be revealed. The head of the Gu family couldn't smile at all. He looked at his son, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and for the first time, revealed his true self to him. "You truly have lived up to the Gu family's upbringing." The head of the Gu family looked deeply at Guunji, a touch of regret in his eyes. "If you're willing to sacrifice for the Gu family, I can even get rid of that woman and Gu Shurju." What a shame. The Gu family head didn't consider being monitored by Guunji a failure. On the contrary, he felt that Guunji's abilities were suitable for the position of head of the Gu family. Mrs. Gu's heart was with her parents, and Gu Shurjiao, raised by that ordinary woman, had become a complete prince syndrome. The Gu family head's greatest satisfaction lay in the son he had always raised by his side. It was a pity that the truth was exposed by that useless Gu Shurjiao, forcing him to give up this outstanding son. "I'm very glad," Guunji replied. The Gu family head sighed again on the other end. Knowing that Guunji had already grasped their movements, there was no need for him to continue inquiring. He simply turned off the communication button. The computer went dark. Guunji switched back to the screen of Wei Yinja. Wei Yinja said, "You need to be prepared. I have a feeling the Gu family will engage in a public opinion war." Unable to touch him, and unwilling to be threatened, the Gu family can only use public opinion to counter him. "I'm afraid it's more than just public opinion." Guunji stood up, walked to his newly constructed blackboard, and pointed his computer at the map of the desolate planet. "I think they have another motive for coming here. His origins lie on the desolate planet, meaning all his blueprints and materials come from it. And once the desolate planet's usefulness is proven, it can be bought and sold. The Gu family's warships coming here couldn't be solely to capture him." Guunji felt that the Gu family might be planning to attack the desolate planet. However, with Sang Ziwen around, taking over the desolate planet would be much more difficult than on other planets. Hearing his words, Wei Yinja immediately thought of the materials on the desolate planet. He pondered, "I go talk to my old man and buy some time. But we can't help much with the desolate planet issue. The Gu family is a merchant family, after all. In terms of financial resources, the father and son can't really win." Guunji nodded. "I know. If that's the case, I find a solution myself." Chapter 73. A massive monster leaped over the tall trees and landed on a clearing of mud. The garrison watched with wariness and resignation as the Gu family emerged from the warship. Although it might not be nice to say this, the Gu family looked completely out of place among this group of orcs. It was like a group of pure-blooded humans who had strayed into an orc world. The current head of the Gu family was Gu Jiaozuo, an orc with rare orc blood. There was not a single trace of his non-human nature. Gu Jiaozuo looked around and chuckled, "Where are my sons?" He could understand Guunji's absence, but he was not entirely satisfied with Gu Shurjiao's absence. The child's only use was to provide emotional value. But now, the child hadn't appeared before his father, with an expression of admiration on his face. Gu Jiaozuo was deeply dissatisfied with his actions. Sang Ziwen paused for a moment before remembering that besides Guunji, there was another young master of the Gu family on the desolate planet. The number of people Gu Jiaozuo had brought with him was enough to arouse their vigilance, and Sang Ziwen didn't dare let them in casually. He could only say, "Shall I go and shout for Mr. Gu?" Gu Jiaozuo declined his offer and nodded to the accompanying personnel. The tall and burly orc nearby opened his computer, clicked a few times, and then stood back. Sang Ziwen wasn't sure what he had done, but soon he saw the true young master of the Gu family, who had been wandering around the village, and his fiancée, sweating profusely, approaching them. Before they could speak, Gu Jiaozuo said lightly, "What a waste." This made the two young men tremble. Gu Shiju hadn't expected his father to arrive. Compared to his mother, who had been relatively tolerant, this father, though kind, looked at him as if he were a lover. Gu Shijiao didn't dare confront him. Fang Qian, meanwhile, had been tortured for a long time by Gu Jiaozuo in his quest to become the Gu family's young master's fiancé. Until now, Fang Qian felt that his continued status as fiancé was largely due to his obedience. Less than 3 minutes after the two of them arrived, Guunji also arrived. All the direct descendants of the Gu family on the desolate planet had gathered. The Gu family stood on one side, with the so-called true young master kneeling in the center, while Guunji stood on the desolate planet's side. Gu Jiaozuo's gaze fell on Guunji. "You're not slow to arrive either." Guunji knew that Gu Jiaozuo was responding to a comment he had previously made on his computer. He gestured to Sang Ziwang, stepped past the several orcs protecting him, and stood before Gu Jiaozuo. "You're just in time." Guunji glanced at Gu Shijiao lying on the ground, then raised his eyes and said, "My mother's belongings are with you, right?" Gu Jiaozuo smiled kindly, like an ordinary father looking at his son whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "What do you want to say?" Guunji said, "A design drawing of the Gu family you know about in exchange for my mother's belongings." Hearing his words, Sang Ziwang's face was filled with shock, and he looked at Guunji, hesitant to speak. Gu Jiaozuo, however, remained calm. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you willing to give it up?" Hearing Gu Jiaozuo's words, Guunji laughed in anger. "Isn't that your goal?" Gu Jiaozuo said gently, "I'm not forcing you to give it to me." The information Gu Shijiao had relayed couldn't be false. Gu Jiaozuo considered himself an expert at judging people. But upon his arrival, Guunji offered to trade the blueprints for him. Being a cautious person, Gu Jiaozuo naturally wouldn't agree so easily. Gu Shijiao quietly stood beside the Gu family members during their conversation. The nearby Gu family members stared intently, some even looking at Guunji with regretful expressions. All of this was clearly visible to Gu Shijiao. He lowered his head, biting his lips until they were white. But no one paid any attention. Even Fang Dian's gaze remained fixed on Guunji. Guunji showed no concern at all for Gu Jiaozuo's hesitation. This composure only made the Gu family members more hesitant. Except for the younger generation, most of the Gu family members knew what was going on. Guunji's willingness to offer this offer was undoubtedly the most attractive offer for the Gu family. But Guunji and the Gu family were like an unsolvable word problem, and the Gu family didn't dare take the risk. Gu Shijiao wasn't sure why, but after so many days here, he'd noticed the discrepancy between Guunji and his memories. Thinking back to his memories of his previous life, Gu Shijiao couldn't help but wonder, why didn't father agree? The other Gu family members around him ignored him, but Gu Jiao glanced at him. Perhaps driven by a competitive spirit, Gu Shijiao noticed his father's gaze, and took a few steps forward, whispering, "Father, he offered me this condition the moment I arrived." This wasn't the first time Guunji had proposed this. If there truly was a trap, it wouldn't have been enough to ensnare the Gu family. It's even more impossible to keep making this one request until now. Gu Jiaozuo nodded at Gu Shijiao, then turned to look at Guunji. "You're truly filial. Even if that woman didn't raise you, you're still willing to sacrifice for her." Guunji twitched his lips, but didn't respond. Gu Jiaozuo clearly didn't need his response. "I can promise you. But I don't have your birth mother's belongings." Hearing Gu Jiaozuo's words, Guunji's eyes darkened. It's fine if they're not in Gu Shijiao's possession, but why doesn't Gu Jiaozuo have them? Did his birth mother really leave anything behind? Guunji began to doubt. What then? Guunji lowered his eyes. What if the deal can't be done? Gu Jiaozuo said slowly, "You can hand over the belongings first. If you're worried, I can go back and get them myself. I deliver them to you as soon as I get your current belongings." It was unfair, but Gu Jiaozuo believed that as long as Guunji sincerely wanted them, he would agree. Unexpectedly, Guunji scoffed, not giving him any face. "I don't trust you." He never trusted the Gu family. Gu Jiaozuo's expression froze. He frowned, like a stern father scolding his child. "You're just saying that. Dad raised you for so many years. If you don't trust me, who else can you trust?" Guunji wasn't buying it. "I have connections in the outside world. You can have someone hand the item over to one of my contacts right now, and I can exchange it with you on the spot." His answer embarrassed Gu Jiaozuo. It also inadvertently exposed the trap Gu Jiaozuo had set. Gu Jiaozuo fell silent. Guunji wouldn't let him off easy. He turned defense into offense. "You're so hesitant. Could it be that my biological mother didn't leave any relics?" Or are you trying to get something for nothing? His suspicions were well founded, and with Sang Ziwing and the others nearby, there was no need to swallow his anger. Gu Jiaozuo laughed. You and your biological mother are exactly alike. But you're smarter than her. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, and the orc next to him tactfully lit it for him. Through the swirling smoke, Guunji couldn't see Gu Jiaozuo's expression, but he had a feeling that the man before him wasn't as heartless towards his mother as he'd imagined. And yet, this man had still killed his biological mother. Guunji didn't quite understand his thoughts, but he was inexplicably reminded of those scumbags in the news who murdered their wives for power and money. They might have loved each other, but not as much as they loved other things. You have no right to mention my biological mother, do you? Guunji knew. Gu Jiaozuo shrugged, his finger tapping on the cigarette butt. He looked down at Guunji with a hint of meaning. You, a junior, won't understand the affairs of your elders. Admittedly, that woman did win his favor. But that was all. Gu Jiaozuo had considered that if he hadn't been born into the Gu family, if he hadn't married into Madame Gu's family, perhaps they would have fallen in love and had a child. Gu Jiaozuo didn't feel offended by his son's questioning, but rather a touch of pity. Okay, let's not talk about your mother anymore. Son, I say the same thing again. If you want your mother's relics, you must first give me the blueprints. Gu Jiaozuo was halfway through a cigarette when he felt bored. He tossed it into the hand of the orc next to him and stared at Guunji. How else would I know if you're sincere? Guunji, you're even less sincere than me, aren't you? Gu Jiaozuo shook his head. That's your offer, and I've already backed down, he said, waving a greeting. Several more orcs emerged from the warship behind him. Those orcs were noticeably different from the surrounding bodyguards. They looked like veterans of bloody battles. Sang Ziwing and the other garrison troops were immediately terrified. According to me, Gu Jiaozuo surveyed the garrison troops and the natives before him and said casually, I prefer to take you away directly. A father captures a runaway son, and I think the garrison troops here won't make things difficult for me. Sang Ziwing was furious at his words. A blatant kidnapping took place in his jurisdiction, and you still expect him to be okay? Dream on. Master Gu. Just because you have a few capable orcs doesn't mean you can ignore our rules. Sang Ziwing stood before Guunji, extending his arms to protect him. He didn't care about the Gu family's affairs, but Guunji was the one the marshal had asked him to protect. The followers of the Wei family would definitely not do as Gu Jiaozuo wished. Gu Jiaozuo glanced at Sang Ziwing, tentatively saying, What do you want to do with my son? He's just a purebred human, powerless. You have to understand a father's feelings. It's a recognized fact that purebred humans are unsuited to living on a desolate planet. We dropped him here before, and nothing happened. Now you think of bringing him back. Sang Ziwing tried to retort, but Guunji pressed his shoulder. Uncle Sang, buy a little time. He heard Guunji whisper in his ear. Someone who can handle him is on his way. Chapter 74. Whether we can take him away depends on his own wishes. Sang Ziwing faced Gu Jiaozuo, shielding Guunji behind him. Hearing his words, Gu Jiaozuo shook his head. I hope we can be more harmonious. But it doesn't seem possible right now. Guunji wanted Sang Ziwing to buy time, but Gu Jiaozuo didn't want to let them have their way. For him, taking Guunji away was more important than anything else. Gu Jiaozuo gestured to the people behind him. Guunji noticed his gesture and patted Sang Ziwing, reminding him to pay attention to the people across from him. Then he shouted to Gu Jiaozuo, Are you sure you won't reconsider? There are quite a few troops stationed here. If a real fight breaks out, can the people behind you protect you? Gu Jiaozuo still wore the same smile from before, seemingly unconcerned with Guunji's words. The several Gu family orcs around him also looked confident of victory. Seeing their expressions, not only Guunji, but also Sang Ziwing's face darkened. Sang Ziwing waved his hand, and the orcs behind him drew their weapons. 100 more men disembarked from the opposing warship. The dense crowd behind Gu Jiaozuo put pressure on Sang Ziwing and the troops stationed there. The garrison they had left on the desolate planet numbered only 100 or so. The Gu family had been generous, sending over 100 elite troops at once. They were actually evenly matched with the garrison. To find so many elite troops was impossible for the Gu family alone. Sang Ziwing quietly approached Guunji and whispered, Do you know who will take care of him after his death? This guy is no small figure. Guunji shook his head at Sang Ziwing's question. I don't know. Wei Yinja didn't mention it to me. He only knew that the Gu family had defected to the marshal's political enemies, but Wei Yinja hadn't mentioned which family they were. Now you're stuck in a dilemma. If a fight breaks out, run back. The farther the better. Sang Ziwing now understood the situation. The Gu family had been targeting Guunji from the beginning, which was why they had found this open space that blocked the path to the space station. They wanted to isolate Guunji from the station. Guunji, however, didn't want to leave the garrison there. After much deliberation, he tentatively asked Sangziwang, "What if I bring in Wei Yanjia? Will they back down?" It was just the blueprints for a box. If the garrison was harmed, Guunji felt it wouldn't be worth it. Sangziwang immediately grabbed his wrist and explained in a very serious tone, "Don't even think about it. The things must not be handed over to the Gu family." Sangziwang had observed the Gu family's behavior all along. If they got the blueprints, they would truly be lawless. He didn't want the blueprints to be given to the Gu family. Besides, if the people over there heard you were backed by the Wei family, they might fight even harder. Sangziwang's thoughts made sense, but Guunji still didn't act. To put it bluntly, the person who came was Gu Jiaozuo, not the Gu family's powerful backers. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. Guunji didn't think the Gu family had the guts to challenge the Wei family. Taking a deep breath, Guunji shouted to Gu Jiaozuo from behind Sangziwang, "Gu Jiaozuo, you better think twice before arresting me. Uncle Sang reports to Wei Yanjia every day. You should know who Wei Yanjia is, right? Marshal Wei's only son's name is well known to anyone with a little money on the main planet." Gu Jiaozuo was indeed stunned by his words. Gu Shijia's eyes, however, turned red. Seeing Gu Jiaozuo hesitate, Gu Shijia pinched his arm and looked at his father. "Father, you've already gotten so far with him. He won't say anything good about you in front of the Wei family. We should act now and capture him." Gu Shijia understood what he was saying. He was worried about something else. He was afraid that Guunji's blueprints were a token of his loyalty. Interstellar copyright is strict. If Guunji really sold the blueprints in exchange for the Wei family's protection, no one would be able to take advantage of him. "Then let's attack this planet," Gu Shijia said. "There are many good things on this planet. We can attack directly from the planet itself." Gu Shijia simply didn't want Guunji to spend the day in peace. He had never imagined that, after all this life had turned out, Guunji would still be connected to the Gu family. Every time he took something from Guunji, the world seemed to know, and would compensate him with more and better things. This life was like this, and it hadn't changed in the last. He didn't know how Guunji had met Wei Yanjia in the last life, but they shouldn't have met in this one. Gu Shijia's teeth creaked as he gritted his teeth. Gu Jiaozuo could clearly see his jealousy, but he said nothing. This jealousy, properly harnessed, could become the sharpest blade, carving a new path for the Gu family. His gaze lingered between his two sons. In the intervening standoff, neither side willing to back down, another massive object passed through the sky. People on both sides looked up. The newcomer was even more arrogant than the Gu family. The massive object hovered overhead, dropping several parachutes. At lightning speed, it landed between the two groups. Gu Jiaozuo was not pleased to have his good time interrupted by an outsider. Gu Shijiao, standing nearby, instinctively called out, "Who?" The newcomer landed steadily on the ground and neatly retracted his parachute. Behind him, several young faces landed one after another. As more and more people landed, Gu Jiaozuo's expression grew increasingly grim. The Gu family is truly impressive. Behind the leading young orc, a frail orc looked at the Gu family and couldn't help but sigh. "You're the first to kidnap someone openly in front of the regular army." Another orc chimed in. The Gu family's hired reinforcements remained expressionless, but their eyes couldn't conceal their surprise. Gu Shijia didn't recognize these people, and seeing the situation disrupted, he couldn't help but ask again, "Who are you?" The orcs didn't answer him, but instead turned and greeted Guunji. "Hello. Are you Guunji?" The orc who spoke first took 2 quick steps and approached Guunji. "My name is Baidu, a dodo." Before Baidu could finish, he was pushed aside. Guunji looked at the familiar faces, and a huge weight lifted off his chest. Guunji couldn't help but smile. "Why are you here?" Looking at Guunji, who hadn't gained or lost weight, Wei Yanjia said, "I've thought about it, and I don't feel comfortable sending someone. I have to come myself." He then looked at the group of foreign orcs behind the Gu family and said, "You know our faction has already taken over this place, yet you still want to take a piece of the action? It seems Mr. Leopard thinks our fists aren't strong enough?" The foreigners moved their lips, and as Gu Jiaozuo suddenly turned around, they called out the identity of the person who had come. "Young Master Wei, long time no see." The Gu family's breath was instantly shattered. No one in the Gu family had expected Wei Yanjia to be there in person. Compared to Leopard's casually assigned subordinates, the young master of the Wei family clearly held far greater weight. Gu Jiaozuo's face darkened completely. He glanced at Guunji, then turned and left with the rest of the Gu family. Wei Yinja's presence had forced the Gu family to retreat, but it was clear they wouldn't let this go. The people Wei Yinja brought with him looked at Guunji curiously, but aside from Baidu, no one came to interact with him. Although Wei Yinja had come to Desolate Planet, he could only stay for a day. He grabbed Guunji and said, "You have to come with me this time." Guunji gave him a puzzled look. Wei Yinja gestured for Sang Ziwen to explain. Sang Ziwen coughed and said, "I just got the news a while ago. The Gu family is acquiring this planet." This two-pronged approach seemed solely aimed at kidnapping Guunji, but they also wanted to seize Desolate Planet. Guunji frowned. Wei Yinja said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." "What is it?" Baidu, who was standing nearby, finally got a chance to chime in. He immediately said, "In our graduation league this year, the first-place team will receive a planet. Both the competition time and the time it takes to acquire a planet will be faster than the Gu family's acquisition of planets. In fact, the speed of both is similar, but the Wei family can't afford to buy planets, so they can match the Gu family's planet purchase time. This way, participating in the military academy's graduation league actually makes it faster to obtain planets." Guunji had never heard of a graduation league and subconsciously asked, "What graduation league? Can I participate?" Wei Yinja nodded. "Your student status is still at school. As long as you're still enrolled, I can have you join my team. The Interstellar Military Academy's graduation league isn't necessarily comprised entirely of graduates from the year. Some outstanding juniors can also participate." Coincidentally, although Guunji was on the Desolate Planet, his student status remained. After some behind-the-scenes manipulation, Guunji's student status had been transferred to Wei Yinja's school. If Guunji joined Wei Yinja's team, he would likely win a place. But only the first-place team gets the planet, and it happens all together. Will your teammates agree? Guunji had his concerns. Wei Yinja smiled. "Don't you know how popular Desolate Planet has been on the StarNet lately? A place that can suppress orc transformation. If it weren't for the unknown factor that suppresses it, this planet would have been coveted long ago." Wei Yinja's teammates were naturally among them. So no one objected. They had always wanted to take this planet. The more powerful a person is, the more likely they are to transform into a beast. Of course, his teammates couldn't remain indifferent. Even when they heard that Wei Yinja wanted to take Desolate Planet, they all felt the same way. Dispelling their last bit of concern, Guunji grasped Wei Yinja's raised hand. "Then, I leave the rest of the process to you." Chapter 75. The starship took off, swaying slightly. Guunji watched the passing scenery, leaning against the window. Baidu, who was walking over with a glass of juice, noticed his expression and asked with a smile, "Little Gu, have you ever been on a starship?" Guunji turned around and said, "I think I have, but I don't remember it." His memory had never returned since it was lost, but since it didn't affect his life, Guunji hadn't considered trying to recover it. Baidu glanced at Guunji in surprise, and sat down next to him. "You've lost your memory?" In the interstellar age, few people suffered such severe amnesia. In a world where even a fever can be cured in seconds, being injured and losing your memory is a serious matter. Especially since Guunji is still human. Guunji didn't understand what he meant. "Yes." "What's wrong?" Baidu, unsure whether to speak to Guunji, paused for a moment before saying, "We protect you from now on." What on earth had this human been through? 5 people had come with Wei Yinja. Aside from the socially aggressive Baidu, the others had been sitting and watching. There were 2 girls among them, but neither was a pure human. Seeing that Baidu and Guunji were chatting happily, the others looked at each other, and walked over. "Hello." One of the gentle-looking female orcs with rabbit ears smiled and said, "I'm Shangwan Tutu. Nice to meet you." From the name, and the sight of Shangwan Tutu's ears, Guunji easily knew she was a rabbit orc. The other 4 people introduced themselves one after another. The other girl was named Huang Jinxin. She had dark skin, but her eyes and hair were yellow. Guunji couldn't tell if she was an orc. The other 3 orcs were Feng Xiaoxing, Li Wuji, and Ruan Song. Aside from Ruan Song's sharp teeth, which betrayed his orcish identity, the other 2 looked no different from humans. Guunji didn't know their relationship with Wei Yinja. But considering that they had followed Wei Yinja and single-handedly rescued him from the Desolate Planet, Guunji felt that they must have a very good relationship. Where are we going now? Faced with so many unfamiliar people, Guunji felt a little overwhelmed. Huang Jinxin flicked her hair and winked at him. "Didn't Old Wei tell you?" "What?" Ruan Song also came over. "We're on our way to school now. Old Wei said you're in the finance department. It took a lot of effort to get you here." Although Ruan Song was an orc from the Water Tribe, he was surprisingly lively and active. If we weren't both in the military academy, I'm afraid Old Wei wouldn't be able to do anything even if he wanted to. Guunji hadn't expected to be a finance major. But on reflection, it made sense. If his identity hadn't been exposed, he would most likely be the Gu family's successor, so it was perfectly natural for the Gu family to guide him to study finance. After speaking with the people in the driver's seat, Wei Yinja emerged and saw them gathered together. He stepped forward, seamlessly separating Guunji from his teammates. "What are you all doing?" Huan Song immediately left Guunji's side, pouting but saying nothing. Huang Jinxin, on the other hand, had a teasing air, as if he was about to give in. "Besides, where are we going next?" Shangwan Tutu quickly added. Wei Yinja nodded and looked at Guunji. "I transferred you to the logistics department of our school. Because you're human, and although you were in the military academy before, it was in the finance department, a general department. Transferring you to logistics is the best I can do." Wei Yinja knew, of course, that logistics was an unpopular major in the military academy, and that it was difficult to find a job. It was filled with the last rank and some gilded aristocratic children. But special times call for special measures. Guunji had no choice but to do this if he wanted to save the desolate planet. Guunji had no objections. He was new to the school, and Wei Yinja had already done his best, so he couldn't ask for more. As if fearing Guunji might misunderstand, Shangwan Tutu added after Wei Yinja finished, "Besides, we don't have anyone from the logistics department initially, so you can join our team directly if you're assigned there." Huan Song nodded. "That way, we be full, and that group won't clamor to join us anymore." Guunji didn't know what Huan Song meant, but he understood the word full. "Did I take someone else's place?" Several people looked at Huan Song, who shook his head repeatedly. "No, that's not the case. Don't worry. Even if you hadn't joined, we wouldn't have let anyone else in." Seeing that Huan Song's words were increasingly misleading, Li Wuji tapped Huan Song on the head and said apologetically, "Except for Huan Song and Tutu, the rest of us grew up with Old Wei and were originally there to assist him. The military academy's graduation league has an upper and lower limit. The upper limit is 7. Tutu and Huan Song's families later joined the Old Wei family, so we formed this team. The 6 of us have never had outsiders." Amidst their conversation, the starship's announcement began. Wei Yinja interrupted, "We're almost landing. Return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts." The orcs didn't mind, but the jolt of landing was unbearable for humans. Guunji, on his first long-distance starship journey, since losing his memory, obediently fastened his seatbelt. He even sat very straight. Several orcs couldn't help but laugh, turning their heads away as Wei Yinja watched. The landing didn't take long. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Aster First Military Academy. Looking at the wild plaque, Guunji exclaimed, "It looks like a wild animal park." A few orcs nearby coughed. Wei Yinja walked forward indifferently, taking Guunji in his arm as they walked inside. As they walked, he introduced, "This is a military academy run by our canine orcs. While it's not ranked very high, it's still in the top 10. Each species has its own military academy, so there are numerous military academies in the interstellar world. To be in the top 10 is a testament to one's strength. After all, no military academy can guarantee its continued dominance. Not to mention that the top 10 positions change every year, so no one has ever held them consecutively." Wei Yinja led Guunji to the front of the Red Roof teaching building. Several of his teammates had already gone to check out of their leave, leaving Guunji alone to complete the final paperwork. Perhaps thanks to Marshal Wei's greeting, his paperwork went smoothly. He could have gone to his assigned dormitory, but the admissions office had something to do and Wei Yinja was detained, so Guunji had to wait for him outside the teaching building. Maybe because this was a canine school, there was a large lawn in front of the teaching building. Not far from the lawn seemed to be some enrichment facilities. Since Xiaomu died in that world, he hadn't used enrichment facilities for a long time. Guunji's hands were itching to move. He glanced at the teaching building and slowly walked to the front of the enrichment facilities. He wanted to see how the enrichment facilities in Interstellar differed from what he remembered. However, just as he reached the climbing wall, several orcs suddenly stood beside him. Guunji looked over and saw a group of orcs he didn't recognize. There were also a few humans scattered among them. "Are you the human the Wei family sent in?" Perhaps feeling that humans were inherently at a disadvantage when facing orcs, and perhaps a bit bullying, they sent one of the male humans to talk to Guunji. Guunji blinked. "I am. What can I do for you?" The orcs frowned. "Although you were recommended by the Wei family, we don't think you're a good fit for Marshal Wei's team." The male human he was talking to raised his chin. "This is a military academy. We only care about grades. Do you understand what I mean? Guunji shook his head honestly. The human was stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed. Why are you so stupid? He seemed to find it difficult to speak, but he had to say it. What I mean is, we're worried you hold us back. That's our school's seeded team. Our league ranking will likely depend on them. I heard you transferred from the finance department? Are you capable? The students were all meeting Guunji for the first time, and had no idea what he was capable of. And the team led by Wei Yinja was their school's seeded team. The school was counting on Wei Yinja and his group for next year's enrollment, and anyone with a bit of a sense of community would be worried. Especially since Guunji wasn't just transferring from another military academy's non-standard program, but a student in the finance department. When they heard this news, the whole school was in an uproar. Guunji only then realized that Wei Yinja and his team were actually the school's seeded team. It was impossible not to worry about holding them back. He knew his physical fitness well. The reason he was able to join Wei Yinja's team without any burden was that he felt he could allow his teammates to transform without fear. But the seeded team was different. With his limited skills, there was no telling if he would actually hold them back. Seeing Guunji fall silent, the crowd's hearts grew even heavier. Don't you think you're capable? The human who spoke was incredulous. Then where do you get the courage to join their team? The Military Academy League isn't a children's game. If you're not careful, you could get killed. Originally, they had just wanted to test Guunji, but now everyone was agitated. Why do you want him on the team? Who could even a martial refuse? Ah! If I'd known this would happen, I should have persuaded Brother Wei and the others to team up with someone stronger first. Such comments instantly erupted around them. Guunji didn't know how to respond, and his confidence grew increasingly unsatisfactory. The human who spoke saw him lower his head and bit his lip. Well, I want to challenge you. Amidst the whispers, the human's voice wasn't loud, but it caught everyone's attention. He didn't seem to be a cheerful person, and after saying this, his entire face flushed. I'm not trying to bully you. I just want to test your abilities. Are you willing to accept? He spoke sincerely. Guunji pursed his lips and nodded. Chapter 76. When Guunji agreed, none of the cadets reacted. Just as someone's mind was turning, an arm slid through the crowd and dragged Guunji out. A familiar voice followed. How could I not know that my teammates had to be selected by you? Everyone lowered their heads instantly. The human who had originally said he wanted to compete with Guunji paled even more. Besides Wei Yinja, who had come down to finish his work, within 2 or 3 minutes, Huang Jinxin and the others who had gone to cancel their leave also arrived. Guunji, held in Wei Yinja's arms, looked utterly embarrassed. He tried to break free from Wei Yinja, but Wei Yinja's grip was much stronger than his own. While it didn't hurt, it still prevented him from breaking free. Helplessly, Guunji whispered, "Let me go." Wei Yinja remained unmoved. Huang Jinxin rushed over to the two of them, pouted, and purred at the crowd. What are you doing? The cadets present were all Huang Jinxin's juniors, and they'd been scolded by her more than once. For a moment, the students dared not say anything. Huang Jinxin sneered. We all agree to have Guunji join our team. What do you mean? Is there anyone who disagrees on our behalf? A few troublemakers cowered in silence. Ruan Song, who finally arrived, panted, although Guunji's physical fitness isn't as good as ours, his abilities are far superior to yours. We're the seeded team. Don't we understand our importance? Canines have a common trait, unity. Thus, their sense of collective honor is the strongest among all military academies. But it was precisely because of this that Guunji's future at this school would be difficult. Guunji had finally broken free of Wei Yinja during the standoff between Huang Jinxin and the cadets. But his first words had the attention of the group, led by Wei Yinja, fixed on him. I can promise you, Guunji said earnestly. Ruan Song tried to stop him, but Huang Jinxin stopped him. Huang Jinxin shook his head at Ruan Song. Ruan Song then noticed that Wei Yinja hadn't said a word after Guunji's agreement. Since Wei Yinja hadn't raised any objections, it was even less likely that someone he had just met would try to persuade him. But since I've agreed to this, can I choose the format, time, and location of the competition? Guunji wasn't an ignorant child. Agreeing simply to prove himself would be a disgrace to those who had offered to help him. The first few pure-blooded humans, intimidated by Wei Yinja and the other two, nodded repeatedly. If Guunji hadn't agreed, they'd be in a difficult position now, perhaps even unwilling to discuss the matter again. How could a few purebloods dare to endure the wrath of their seniors? Satisfied with the answer, Guunji looked at Wei Yinja with satisfaction. Wei Yinja stared at him expressionlessly, but Guunji felt no fear. With Wei Yinja and the other two protecting him, the spectators and those who had been fanning the flames dispersed instantly. Guunji then stepped forward and patted the back of Wei Yinja's hand. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Earlier, he had been reluctant to embarrass Guunji, but now that the outsiders were gone, Wei Yinja spoke with disapproval. "You're willing to be the good guy. Do you know what the competition is all about?" This wasn't the first time his own Wolfhound had gotten into a fight with him, and Guunji knew how to smooth things over. He shook his head, stood on tiptoe, and rubbed Wei Yinja's hair. "I don't know, but I can understand. You don't even know what's going on, and yet, you dare accept someone else's challenge?" Wan Song listened, his breath catching. Wei Yinja glared at him, his face full of agreement. "Guunji, I'm just afraid of being a drag. Now that someone's challenging me, isn't it a good opportunity for me to familiarize myself with the content? Even if I lose, will you abandon me?" "How could that be? We didn't bring you along just to provide logistics," Wan Song said hastily. Wei Yinja had brought them some of Guunji's gadgets, so they'd understand the ins and outs of the game. The mere fact of suppressing their beast transformation was enough for them to bring Guunji with them. What was the Military Academy League assessing? Wasn't it wilderness survival and combat prowess? Every cadet had some understanding of how to survive in the wilderness, so there wasn't much of a difference in scores on this score. When wilderness survival became easy, combat prowess became even more crucial. With Guunji by their side, they had no need to fear beast transformation, and could freely utilize their beast forms in combat. Their combat prowess was unmatched by the other timid cadets. So, no matter how poor Guunji's stamina was, no matter how much he held back, no one in the team would abandon such a medical professional. Indeed, in their eyes, Guunji wasn't just a logistic support person, but a crucial medical professional who ensured their combat effectiveness. Since Guunji had already agreed, and things had come to this point, the others didn't say anything else. Guunji followed the others for a short distance until they arrived at the dormitory where they would all be living together. The Interstellar Military Academy was completely different from what Guunji had seen in his previous world. In the lower grades, they might share a room with a few classmates, but when you have a team, and after the team has gone out on a mission and successfully completed it, they would live together to cultivate rapport. In other words, those who can form a team must be suited to team training. But then again, not all strong individuals are suited to team training. Otherwise, where would the lone wolves in the military come from? When the four arrived at the dormitory, the others were already waiting for them. Knowing that Wei Yinja would discuss the league with Guunji, everyone gathered in the conference room, awaiting his explanation. The league was like the college job fair in Guunji's previous world. To put it bluntly, the Military Academy Graduate League is also a channel for the military to assess and recruit new members. The competition follows the traditionally simple and brutal approach of the orcs, throwing thousands of teams from hundreds of military academies onto a desolate planet and letting them fight it out. No team member is allowed to bring any space equipment. The only thing allowed is a backpack. Whoever survives to the end is crowned champion. Of course, in addition to the rewards for the top finishers, each team's performance is also of paramount importance. So even if they didn't place, many teams could still receive investment from other military forces. The on-campus selection was even simpler than this competition. It could be summed up in one sentence: a simulated wilderness survival game. In the simulator, you earn a ranking based on how long you or your team survives. Those with the highest rankings participate in the competition, while those with the lowest rankings wait patiently at school for the military recruitment meeting to submit their resumes. Because their school was in the top 10 last year, Aster First Military Academy currently has 10 teams participating. 2 seeded teams and 8 regular teams. The seeded teams receive preferential treatment from the school, while the regular teams do not. One of these seeded teams is Wei Yinja's team. In other words, as long as someone joins Wei Yinja's team, even if their survival performance isn't ideal, they can still successfully enter the league. This explains why the students are so critical of Guunji. Isn't that just an advanced version of wilderness survival? Guunji, understanding the league format, said with a strange expression. How could Wei Yinja not know what he was thinking? Have you participated? No. Guunji answered swiftly. Wei Yinja laughed in anger. Then why did you accept their challenge? Guunji rubbed his chin and muttered softly. There's always a first time. And logistics department versus logistics department, I don't think I can't match them with my knowledge. But the other people's physical strength and acumen are much higher than yours. Guunji, don't look down on me. After all, I saved you from a tiger. Wei Yinja, isn't that just luck? Guunji was speechless. Guunji punched Wei Yinja a few times. Shangwan Tutu tried to smooth things over. How about this? I take little Gu for a few days of training, and then I let little Gu compete with the others? What else? Wei Yinja crossed his arms, looking down at Guunji. How can you expect a nerd who can only lift various carving knives and tools to instantly defeat a logistics soldier from a military academy? Guunji wanted to argue that he could at least lift Xiaomu, who was pretending to be a wolfhound. But after thinking about Xiaomu's weight and the strength of a normal human in the interstellar era, he lost his temper. Starting today, spend a full 8 hours every day at the simulated training ground. Wei Yinja showed no mercy. Who's going to take him first? Several orcs' eyes lit up, and they raised their arms. After a week of training, Guunji, his eyes full of age, informed the pure-blooded human he challenged. The human's original name was Gai, now Wei Gai. Although he'd come from a smaller star system to the main planet, he was already a top talent in the logistics department. Because Wei Gai was a relatively well-known pure-blooded human on campus, and with Guunji's sudden arrival, the match between the two attracted quite a few students from the military academy. Even instructors, eager to watch the fun, joined in. The time and map had been personally chosen for Guunji by Wei Yinja and the others. It might not have been the best, but it was the perfect match for Guunji's performance. The two arrived at the simulation training ground, accompanied by Wei Gai's friends. However, the two girls from Wei Yinja's team were absent. It wasn't a matter of indifference or sheer shamelessness. When Guunji and Wei Gai appeared at the simulator together, many orcs whistled. Purebred humans were rare in the military academy. This competition brought together nearly every purebred human from the entire Astra military academy. Wei Gai wasn't a proud and overbearing person, and he looked at Guunji with apologetic emotion. But despite this, he still insisted on competing. At least he needed to know where he fell short of Guunji. Chapter 77. Guunji found himself in a good spot upon landing. It was the wild forest he was most familiar with. Having lived on the desolate planet for quite some time, Guunji was undoubtedly most familiar with the forest map. In comparison, the pure-blooded human students, who had little experience in real wilderness survival, seemed stretched thin. Unlike Guunji, who quickly took action, Wei Gai took a quick look at the surroundings, recalled what he had learned from his textbooks, and began his survival journey with a somewhat clumsy approach. The two were not very close, so they both chose to stay put. Wei Gai, armed with wilderness survival supplies and tools, quickly set up a tent in a relatively open area and built a campfire. But all this time, Guunji continued to chop down trees. The students watching outside didn't understand what he was trying to do, but a few instructors seemed to understand and stared at Guunji's voice in surprise. This was also the first time Ruan Song had witnessed Guunji's live performance. Although he'd been sparring with Guunji frequently during training recently, this was his first time watching a video of Guunji's fights. Guunji gave him a different vibe in competition than in real life. There was an indescribable sharpness. Everything he did, though chaotic, was driven by a clear purpose. This Guunji, who usually did whatever he thought of, was completely different. Wei Gai had already started hunting, while Guunji was still planing wood. Most of the cadets had a look of as expected. The difference in their progress was truly enormous. While some were replenishing their energy and adjusting their positions, others hadn't even finished building a comfortable dwelling. This won't work. Someone whispered, if this keeps going, every step will lead to another. He's truly a student who hasn't received systematic training. Sigh, I don't know why Brother Wei and the others insisted on bringing him along. Several students standing close to Wei Yinja were secretly watching them. Wei Yinja paid no attention, staring intently at Guunji on screen. Guunji had finally finished whittling the wood. He gestured with it a few times, then tied the blade to his feet, and climbed up the tree in a matter of seconds. This method of climbing a tree made several students gasp in surprise. Only a few purebred humans could climb a tree so skillfully, and none had Guunji's dexterity. In their eyes, Guunji became the epitome of someone with some brains, but insufficient strength. What Guunji showed them next left the students even more bewildered. It's unclear how he did it, but after a few gestures, Guunji had built a square cabinet on the tree, just wide enough for one person to lie flat. He then woven leaves and vines into a covering on the top and sides, completely covering the interior. Although the cabinet was anchored to the tree, the students didn't feel it was secure. Afterwards, Guunji successfully returned to the ground, removed the blades from his shoes, and headed back deeper into the forest. Their subsequent actions were identical, and for the students, unremarkable. Time speeds up in the simulator at night, but the people inside are unaware of it. The first day passed peacefully, and soon the second day arrived. In the video, Wei Gai immediately gathered his belongings, apparently preparing to do something. Guunji, on the other hand, began digging a hole. The students still couldn't understand Guunji's unconventional methods, but Wei Gai's approach was exactly the same as what they'd learned in the logistics department. Even those unfamiliar with the logistics textbook could see that he was very organized. "What the hell is he doing?" a student asked. The students nearby shook their heads. If they knew, would they still be here watching this? What was Guunji doing? The answer was soon revealed. He had dug several large holes, and inserted numerous tree stumps into the bottom. Although the stumps weren't sharp, they couldn't withstand the dense pile of dirt. If anyone fell in and wasn't pulled out in time, they would bleed to death. "Only a fool would step into a trap like that," said an orc. The others remained silent. Guunji was unlike anyone they'd encountered during training. No one knew what he was up to. Quickly, he climbed up and placed the plastic sheet from his bag over the pit. Everyone's basic supplies were different, and when Guunji chose the plastic sheet, no one knew what he was going to do. They hadn't expected it to be this. The plastic sheet was carefully fixed to the ground. Guunji then sprinkled soil and lined it with branches. The trap, originally a mere pit, instantly blended in with the surroundings. Especially in the mountains and forests, where no one had ever tended to it before, there was a lot of fallen leaves. With this layer of cover, it wasn't even obvious they had been added the day before. While Guunji was setting the trap, Wei Gai didn't stop either. He caught some small animals, and fashioned small weapons from their tendons. It wasn't long before Wei Gai was on the move. Clearly, he was heading for Guunji. Though he didn't know where he was, Wei Gai planned to head to the center. No matter where Guunji was, he had to pass through the center if he wanted to end the match. Wei Gai was prepared to seize the initiative. Of course, Wei Gai also planned for Guunji not to initiate the attack. At that point, he would need to observe Guunji's exact location. Because one of them remained motionless while the other was rushing towards the center, the two didn't collide. The students and instructors outside were getting impatient. One of the instructors stepped forward to question Wei Yanjia. Afterward, he walked over to the simulator and adjusted the flow of time. The two inside had no idea what was happening. On the third day, Guunji could still sit still, but Wei Gai couldn't. He gritted his teeth, picked up his backpack, and set off. The instructors outside murmured to each other at his decision and shook their heads. Not only the instructors, but even several cadets expressed disapproval. This time, however, luck unexpectedly favored him. The path Wei Gai was traveling led him in the same direction as Guunji. After living here for 2 days, there were bound to be traces. As expected, Wei Gai followed those traces and found Guunji's camp. But Wei Gai did not see Guunji. At this time, Guunji's treehouse clearly played a crucial role. Wei Gai sensed something was amiss in his surroundings, but couldn't place what. So, when he stepped into the trap, he had no time to react. Guunji, resting in the treehouse, was also awakened by the noise. He climbed down and saw that one side of the trap had caved in completely. If he had been more ruthless and sharpened the stakes below, that single strike would have been enough to eject Wei Gai from the simulator. But Guunji's wasn't particularly sharp, so Wei Gai was only scratched. The crowd outside breathed a sigh of relief. This first encounter was clearly Guunji's victory. Wei Gai was a military academy student, after all. Although he had fallen into the trap without warning, he was still able to climb out. As soon as he emerged, he was met with Guunji's attack. Although the force was weak, it still knocked him into the trap. Falling again, Wei Gai couldn't help but fuss. If you're brave enough, fight him in person. Such devious tactics are nothing. Guunji, how could he possibly have such talent? He was just a homebody who loved crafting. Guunji wondered if avoiding a fight would cost him survival points, but expecting him to face off against the military academy student head-on was simply a fantasy. He had neither the stamina nor the skills. He didn't want to be the fish on the chopping block. Looking down at Wei Gai below, Guunji knew he wasn't capable enough to stand up to him head-on. But he couldn't just stand there and watch Wei Gai come up and beat him down. Guunji thought for a moment, throwing sand into the pit while scraping vines from the side. What's he going to do now? Someone asked. No one knew. Guunji rarely did weaving on Desolate Star, because the Annies there were better at it than he was. But Guunji's weaving skills were not bad. He quickly wove a net with holes the size of his palm, and slid it over the hole. What are you trying to do? Wei Gai glared at Guunji with gritted teeth. With this net, it would take a considerable effort for him to get out. Guunji smiled innocently at him, and said nothing. But Wei Gai watched helplessly as he fashioned a fishing rod out of branches, silk thread, and large paper clips, and hauled up all the weapons he had painstakingly crafted, scattered among the cracks in the wood. All the weapons Wei Guy had painstakingly crafted were now in Guunji's possession. You can imagine his inner anguish. Guunji's actions not only infuriated Wei Guy, but also stunned the orcs outside. This was a competition they had never imagined. So far, it seemed, Guunji had the advantage. This result was unexpected, yet unsurprising. As expected of Brother Wei's pick. Some people's tone had changed. But Wei Guy wouldn't be unable to get up. That human can't kill him either. Some students also had good eyesight. But the situation was no longer overwhelmingly in favor of Wei Guy. Guunji's physical fitness wasn't great, and his fighting skills weren't high, but he used his tact very well. What a pity! If he had come to us sooner, he might have had great potential. An instructor sighed at this. While Guunji's approach wasn't suitable for most orc students, he was exceptionally well suited to the command department. A child with such a mindset might fare even better if he pursued further studies in the command department. Just as the crowd outside lamented his talent, Guunji suddenly moved. He wiped his face and, instead of continuing to attack Wei Guy, headed back into the jungle. After a while, he returned to the pit, carrying an emerald green snake. Skilled in killing the snake and extracting its gallbladder, he then saturated Wei Guy's homemade weapon with the venom. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, he shot the small arrow that had once belonged to Wei Guy. Chapter 78. The small arrow soaked in snake venom pierced Wei Guy's chest swiftly and sharply. The last thing Wei Guy saw was Guunji's expressionless face staring back at him. No one had expected this challenge to end in such a scene. The time was too short, the number of people was too small, and the two of them didn't even encounter any wild beasts or natural disasters. But even so, Guunji still won. Not just the competition, but also the recognition of the cadets. When Wei Guy was ejected from the simulator, he was still immersed in the instantaneous pain of being pierced through the heart. He could never have imagined that Guunji could kill him in such a situation. Moreover, Guunji's eyes at that moment made Wei Guy very uncomfortable. Those eyes didn't look at a person, but more like looking at an object. Coincidentally, a person also emerged from the simulator nearby. Wei Guy looked over and saw Guunji's gentle expression. It was clearly a friendly expression, but he subconsciously shuddered. Unaware of Wei Guy's change, Guunji searched for Wei Yanjia the moment he emerged. Spotting their presence, Guunji strode over, his face filled with unconcealed joy. Wei Yanjia didn't approach, but several of his teammates eagerly welcomed Guunji. Not bad. Feng Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow. Being a year older than the others, he had more to do and less contact with Guunji. But Guunji far exceeded his expectations. What a coincidence. Guunji scratched his cheek. The others' surprised looks left him feeling somewhat bewildered. I had been thinking of other ways to deal with him, but I happened to see his small bone arrows while laying the net. As for the snake venom, it was a pleasant surprise. Guunji hadn't originally considered preparing a snake's venom sac. He went to the woods because he remembered seeing poisonous weeds while passing by. Unexpectedly, after walking a few steps, he saw a venomous snake. The snake's efficacy was much better than the weed, and he didn't want to leave a bad impression on the other party, so he caught the snake without hesitation. But it seemed that no one else understood his intentions, and everyone thought he was extremely cruel and ruthless. Guunji felt quite wronged. As they talked over there, Wei Guy was surrounded by his friends and family. After a while of small talk, Wei Guy, surrounded by his friends and family, came to Guunji. Huan Song was the first to notice their movements. At his reminder, Wei Yanjia and the others stopped what they were about to say to Guunji. Wei Guy's face was pale, whether from shock or from dying in the simulator. You're indeed more suited than me, Wei Guy said, his tone softening considerably, and a hint of fear in his eyes, as he looked at Guunji. But I want to remind you that the League isn't a simulator. You can't actually kill people. You don't need to tell me that, do you? Huan Song added subconsciously. Wei Guy didn't object, staring intently at Guunji, as if hoping for an answer. Guunji arched his brows. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Having received the answer he desired, Wei Guy, supported by his family and friends, emerged from the crowd. Huan Song watched the group leave and turned back. What's he worried about? How could little Gu possibly have the heart to do that? Contrary to his expectations, Wei Yanjia, who presumably knew Guunji best, didn't respond. Wei Yanjia patted Guunji on the shoulder and said, Don't be careless. You did very well this time. Guunji breathed a sigh of relief at his words. This challenge had taken up their entire day, especially Guunji, whose tired eyes drooped. After a brief discussion, Guunji and Wei Yanjia returned to the dormitory, while the others went to the cafeteria to pack up their food. Preoccupied with their own affairs, the boys packed some food and returned to the dormitory. The only 2 girls in the dormitory had already come down from their designated floor. They and Wei Yinja gathered in the conference room, talking. Placing the food on the conference table, Wei Yinja waved to the others. While Gigi is resting, let's review his challenge today. Guunji woke up in the middle of the night. The dormitory was silent. He couldn't tell if everyone else was asleep or not. Wei Yinja was sitting alone in the living room. Because he was busy with work, he didn't turn around to look at him when he heard the noise. He simply said, "I've left your meal in the conference room." Guunji uttered an "oh," rubbed his eyes, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then walked to the conference room. Wei Yinja had just hung up the computer and noticed his movements, so he also walked over to the conference room. The large screen in the conference room was still on, and Guunji saw a lot of writing on the blackboard next to it. He didn't turn on the light, but sat closest to the food, nibbling at it. Wei Yinja turned on the light as he entered. Guunji's vision suddenly brightened, and he glanced at Wei Yinja. He sat down across from Guunji, his hands folded under his chin. "Shall we have a reconciliation afterward?" Guunji nodded, quickly finishing his own dinner. Wei Yinja pressed a button, and the screen instantly changed to the one everyone had seen that morning. "What you did today is the best you've had in a while." Wei Yinja knew that when facing Guunji, he had to give him some compliments. But there are still a lot of problems, right? Guunji was also aware of his tactics. Although someone else had taken the conversation, Wei Yinja didn't seem to mind, nodding along. "That's good to know." Guunji, sometimes, I really don't think this man has a very high emotional intelligence. You should be thankful you only encountered a human today. But honestly, humans rarely appear in the league, Wei Yinja said. Guunji had long been educated on the subject and knew how difficult it was for him, a paratrooper, to accept being human. He wasn't one to be reluctant to think. After a moment's silence, he asked, "Was this method ineffective against orcs?" Wei Yinja shook his head. "It worked, but not much. My point isn't whether it worked against orcs, but what you did at the beginning." Guunji was bewildered. "What did he do at the beginning?" "Because you were facing a human, you held back from the start. Isn't that right?" Wei Yinja asked. Guunji didn't expect Wei Yinja to notice this. I'm afraid everyone thinks I'm unkind." After all, this was his first time in front of the military academy students, so Guunji wanted to appear friendly. "You're totally wrong." Wei Yinja scolded him. "What kind of place is the military academy league? Being kind to them is just harming them. The stakes and the traps you used against the orcs were sharper than these, weren't they? You've considered replacing the stakes as the orcs come in, right?" Guunji nodded. "Then have you considered what the orcs might encounter on the desolate planet if they're seriously injured and refuse to withdraw?" Guunji was speechless. This was something he hadn't considered. He was thinking that even in the military academy league, the opponents were his own people, and they would all be on the battlefield someday. If he was too harsh in the league and accidentally put their lives in danger, he'd feel bad. The correct approach would be to injure them enough to knock them unconscious, then press their rescue button. Guunji hadn't expected Wei Yinja to say that. But wouldn't that kill someone? Wei Yinja glared at him. "Do you think the league is just a game? As long as it wasn't intentional, even if the opponent dies, it's likely due to their own inadequate protection. Besides, the league is full of orcs. They won't die so easily." Guunji was about to say something, but Wei Yinja pressed his head across the table. "Shiji, this isn't the era anymore." Guunji swallowed back his words and nodded hesitantly. He didn't know much about interstellar orcs. Wei Yinja knew the orcs' limits better than he did, so it was right to listen to him. Wei Yinja knew from his expression that he wasn't taking the matter seriously. Just as he was about to say something, the conference room door swung open. The two turned around and saw Li Wuji. Li Wuji looked dusty, having clearly returned from outside. He glanced at the two men who were stroking their hair and lowered his voice. "Are you still flirting? Something serious has happened." The Gu family suddenly sent several Gu family members, who were attending other military academies, to enroll at the military academy in Ome. I think they're aiming for the top spot. Compared to the canines, the cat orcs living in Ome Shieling are much more dispersed. Although Ome Military Academy is their top military academy, it's not suitable for most cats. The only orcs they teach best are leopards. Perhaps because of their biased teaching methods, most cats don't consider Ome Military Academy when considering a school. But Ome Military Academy's strength is undeniable. The Gu family's sudden recruitment of personnel to the Ome Military Academy clearly wasn't aimed at their biased teaching methods. They simply wanted to consolidate their forces and secure a spot in the competition. In the conference room, the two men reviewing their progress exchanged glances. Guunji gasped. When did they become so clever? They even know how to attack from two different angles. Wei Yanjia's expression darkened. I'm afraid we gave them the inspiration. Although the Gu family's strength was in no way comparable to theirs, I'm afraid they weren't aiming for first place. But us, hindering Guunji and allowing someone else to win was also a way to prevent him from obtaining the planet. And this approach would only make it easier for the Gu family. How did they know so quickly that we were back at school to compete? Li Wuji was also incredulous. Guunji looked at Wei Yanjia. Wei Yanjia's teeth clenched. I left too hastily. His mind was completely focused on getting Guunji away quickly. He was so concerned that he forgot the Gu family was watching them. Chapter 79. Now that things have come to this, there's naturally no point in pursuing them further. After a week of renovations, Guunji followed the team aboard the starship bound for the central area. The conditions aboard the starship this time were clearly not as good as when he had recently arrived from the desolate planet. 10 teams, 70 people, completely filled the entire starship. Although each team had their own curved sofa, facing each other felt awkward. Guunji's eyes didn't stop. He briefly identified the orcs on the starship. After all, they were all from Wei Yan's school, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would be studying here for another 2 or 3 years. It wouldn't hurt to get to know them sooner. Because the competition team and their school were on the same planet, the starship arrived in about half an hour. So fast, Guunji hadn't even memorized most of the orcs yet. Some schools weren't on the main planet, so they arrived early, and had already chosen their accommodations. Guunji's previous school headquarters was like this. Perhaps because the branch school on the main star had just picked up some promising talent a few years ago, his former school was actually participating in the competition primarily with the branch school on the main star. Guunji and the others entered the hotel just as the team from the previous school was leaving. The two teams bumped into each other. Guunji didn't recognize the other team member, but the other team member recognized Guunji immediately. Are you little Gu? Long time no see. The team leader was a charming, cat-like counselor who smiled brightly upon seeing Guunji. Wei Yanjia, the leading Aster student, was about to check in. Guunji looked across at the person and felt that they looked familiar, but he couldn't place them. He glanced at Wei Yanjia, who nodded. Guunji walked over to the counselor, Catwoman, and gave him a perfectly composed smile. Long time no see. We were all worried about you suddenly taking a leave of absence. Catwoman's soft, nasal voice, with a hint of pity, asked, Where are you going to school now? Catwoman was genuinely worried about him. Guunji looked at Catwoman, who was half a head shorter than him, and softened his tone. Thank you for your concern, counselor. I'm currently in the Aster First Army, and the atmosphere is great. You don't have to worry. Catwoman nodded and tried to speak again, but was interrupted by the student standing behind her. An orc with a fluffy white tail interrupted their conversation impatiently. Director Sun, I know you're happy to see your former students, but we're all here. Yes, Director Sun, we're busy. Reminded by the students, Catwoman glanced back at the students behind her and said with a hint of resignation, There's not much the counselor can do for you. Contact me if you need anything. Guunji knew now wasn't the time to reminisce with Catwoman, so he stepped aside. Several students, pleased with his gesture, glanced sideways as they passed him. However, before they had all finished walking, another orc with leopard print on his arm descended from the elevator. The orc spotted Guunji and instinctively called out, Guunji? The voice sounded unfamiliar to Guunji, but familiar to Catwoman's students. They all stopped, waiting for the orc to catch up. However, the orc didn't notice the student's considerateness and quickly approached Guunji, brimming with excitement. It's really you. As he approached, the orc noticed Guunji, standing alone at the back of the group, and his brow furrowed. What's going on? Did any of you bully him? The orcs who were swept away silently took a step back. The orc scoffed, his expression concerned, and reached out to grab Guunji. Why didn't you tell me you came back? Where do you live now? Where do you go to school? Guunji's smile faded, and he dodged his grasp without a trace. The orc, naturally noticing his movements, remained silent for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. You still don't like being touched, just like before. I heard the Gu family kicked you out, and that jerk Fongdian got engaged to that real young master instead. Have they really abandoned you? Those were clearly serious conversations about relationships, but they sounded strangely uncomfortable to Guunji. He guessed it was the orc's tone that made him feel he wasn't as friendly as he appeared. Why aren't you talking to me? The orc spoke several times, but received no response. He casually reached out to grab Guunji, but just as he was about to touch Guunji's shoulder, another hand grabbed him. The orc looked up. Guunji was being pulled into a familiar embrace. "Can't you see he doesn't want to pay attention to you?" The orc's frame, no thinner than the orc's, made the orc hesitant to approach directly. "You're quite the gentleman." To be honest, Guunji did breathe a sigh of relief after being pressed against the chest behind him. Because he couldn't remember, he had no idea how to treat the person before him. And he glanced at Catwoman, who pretended not to notice and sighed silently. No wonder he had no memory of the previous people. Perhaps this was how they had treated him before he left for the desolate planet, so he felt they weren't worth remembering. A lot of thoughts raced through his mind, yet only seconds had passed since Wei Yinja had come to his defense. After confronting the orc, Wei Yinja lowered his head and said, "Shall we go?" Guunji nodded. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two escaped the orc who had made Guunji feel uncomfortable. Guunji reached the elevator and discovered that everyone from Wei Yinja's school had already gone to their floor. It was Wei Yinja who had deliberately stayed behind, only to witness him nearly being captured by the orc. Guunji pressed the elevator button. "Which floor are we on?" Wei Yinja said, 50th. Interstellar land is incredibly valuable, and the buildings are tall and large. Guunji didn't have to wait long before the elevator arrived. The two of them reached the 50th floor with remarkable ease, and found their team suite. The suite was a modified version of a regular suite. The original 1 living room, 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom unit had been converted into 1 living room, 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom. The largest master bedroom was reserved for the 3 of them, Yuan Song and his companions. The 2 girls occupied the smaller room, and the original study was converted into a separate room with a small bed. Guunji blushed at the sight of the bed, which was about the same size as the one he had made on the desolate planet. Before he knew the wolf dog was Wei Yinja, he hadn't minded sleeping with Xiaomu. But now, Wei Yinja walked into the room behind him and spotted the small bed. He instinctively looked up and said, "I turn into a dog and sleep with you." Guunji, Everyone was packing their belongings, and Guunji and Wei Yinja began to set up theirs as soon as they arrived. After about half an hour of packing, the 7 of them gathered in the living room. Huang Jinqing raised his hand. "Shall we go downstairs and take a look?" No one objected, and the 7 of them hurried downstairs again. The elevator door opened, and everyone looked up to see a group of people checking in at the front desk. Name: Gu Qianxiu. Gu. The word Gu was a sensitive word in the group, and they subconsciously focused on the group checking in. The leader was a human whose appearance was not recognizable as an animal. He bore a resemblance to Guunji, but with a more angular appearance. This was a separate group, and the others instantly realized it was the Gu family's sniper group. Yuan Song squeezed in next to Guunji and nudged him in the lower back with his elbow. "Little Gu, there's something I've been curious about for a long time." Guunji's attention was indeed diverted by him. "What is it?" "Yuan Song, why are the Gu family keeping such a close eye on you? I don't buy the story that you took something from them." The Gu family's story was unconvincing, but they persisted, clinging to Guunji with unwavering devotion. If the Gu family weren't a large family, many would have already been targeting Guunji. Although, there are still quite a few people targeting him now. Guunji's voice tinged with laughter. "Think about it, how did the Gu family get its start?" Everyone knew this. Yuan Song said without hesitation, "Prophecy." After he finished speaking, as if pondering something, his eyes widened, and he looked Guunji up and down. No way. Guunji's mother's surname was also Gu. It was no secret. Yuan Song found the existence of real and fake young masters incredible enough. How could there be real and fake families? Shut up. Li Wuji and the others had already guessed this, and seeing Yuan Song's reckless folly was a headache for them. A few people chatted and laughed as they passed the Gu family members. And the Gu family members didn't notice Guunji, who they had deliberately surrounded. Over the next few days, military academies from various planets arrived in this area. A few days later, the League officially began. The League was open to students from all military academies, from first to final year. Guunji had spotted quite a few orcs younger than himself while wandering through the crowds these past few days. But he hadn't seen any purebred humans. Donning the new uniforms of the Aster First Military Academy, Guunji finally felt the reality of the competition. "Welcome to all the students from different schools. I'm the host of this league." The host was spouting some commonplace talk, and Guunji, listening for the first time, was listening intently. But he still paid some attention to his teammates. "Wow, the cats have invited everyone from the Vivian family." Huang Jinqing placed a hand on his brow. gazing at the selection process from afar. And the Huangfu family too. Shang Wantutu frowned, adopting the melancholy expression of a beautiful woman. Don't worry, if you meet that scumbag, I promise to give him a good beating. After hearing Shang Wantutu's words, Wan Song patted his chest. Guunji looked at Shang Wantutu in surprise. After spending some time together, Shang Wantutu had left him with the impression of a woman who could handle both housework and family life, fight on the battlefield, and be a good mother. Who would have thought she'd even been cheated on? Seeing his gossipy look, Wei Yinja's mouth twitched. He placed a hand on the top of Guunji's head. Focus and follow the rules. Chapter 80. All schools arrived, and the competition began with the host's announcement. Each school, divided into batches according to their ranking from the previous year, entered a completely desolate planet and competed there for at least 2 weeks. The competition was live, and many people on the planet would be watching. Because Aster's school's name was at the front, Guunji and his team boarded the starship before they had even waited 2 hours. The planet was a man-made, desolate planet not far from the main star. It had internal detection systems, which, while not 100% reliable, provided an 80% guarantee of safety. The starship would not land on the ground, so the first hurdle to reach the planet was parachuting. Guunji had never received parachuting training in his previous world, and there was no time for it during this time, so he had to ask Wei Yinja to take him. Thankfully, not all students knew how to parachute. The lower the ranking of the schools, the more likely they were to have students who couldn't. Although Guunji stood out among the students at the front, seeing his identity information as a pure human made things seem more reasonable. Guunji didn't bother saving face at this moment. Aside from him and Wei Yinja, everyone else jumped alone. Everyone landed in a different place. And it would be a shame if they ran into members of other teams and were eliminated before they could even assemble. Wei Yinja was a seasoned skydiver. Even after being ambushed and severely injured, he managed to force a forced landing on a desolate planet, proving his proficiency. The two landed in a relatively wide area. This was something they had agreed on aboard the starship. They couldn't see the entire planet, but they had memorized the places the starship had flown past. Not far from the central forest lay a vast plain, rich in resources, and ideal for their gathering. Wei Yinja's team had no weaklings, and compared to the forest, where they could easily hide, they felt the plain, where they could gather quickly, was a more suitable landing location. Guunji didn't dare look as he landed, so he didn't notice where his teammates had landed. But Wei Yinja, holding him in his arms, saw it all clearly. The teammates were also consciously controlling their parachutes, keeping their distance. They landed safely, the farthest away no more than 5 or 6 kilometers. Wei Yinja used himself as a cushion beneath Guunji, and they quickly untied their equipment and stood up. Guunji brushed the dirt off his clothes and saw the cameras dotted across the sky. Are these all live broadcast equipment? Guunji asked, pointing at the live broadcast equipment. Wei Yinja nodded and folded their parachutes. Because everyone needs to be graded, live streaming equipment is necessary. But until a certain score is met, only the main planet's superintelligent computer can see the video. Students who haven't reached the superintelligent computer score are naturally unworthy of being seen by members of other legions. Guunji said, "Oh," and looked around. Where do we go to find everyone? No need to look. Wei Yinja took him in his arms. I carry you, but we can't travel as fast as them. That's why they've been following us. They find us soon. He was using the two of them as anchor points. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the other 5 gathered. Shang Wantutu and Huang Jinqi landed just a few hundred meters away, having come together. Li Wuji and Feng Xiaoxing had been in each other's sight the entire time, so they chose to go find each other first, then team up to find Wei Yinja. Only Wan Song, the water tribe orc least accustomed to landing, focused on landing safely himself before, in a dishevel, heading off to find his leader. Where should we go first? Wan Song was eager to start scrambling for points. Only with high scores could they be noticed first. Although they had already received military offers, such publicity became less common with age. Wan Song enjoyed this kind of attention. Let's go and look for resources first. Anyone who can reach the plains is either unable to control their tools or equally capable as us. Neither of these two would attack the first time they met. The vote was unanimous, and Guunji followed the others in a random direction. Shang Wantutu was leading the way. She was said to have the best luck, so everyone followed her. They hadn't walked long when they encountered someone. The person was heading into the forest, which was why they'd encountered a group of 7 people whose landing point was not far from the forest. Even more fortunately, these people were students from the first military academy of Aster. Brother Wei, there's someone on the left, who looks like a lone wolf from the dog school, clearing out less capable individuals. If you're in a hurry, don't go that way. The other person had brought news. Compared to Guunji and the others, these people, though also military academy students, clearly had less luck. The schools that had come so far were all roughly equal in strength, neither particularly weak nor particularly strong. Therefore, a mid-level team like them could only quickly retreat to the forest, where the competition was more intense. But their parachute jump point was too far from the forest to reach. They even encountered scavengers along the way. Thank you, Ruan Song, and several students thanked him. After hearing the students' suggestions, the 7 of them huddled together. Lone Wolf. Boss, should we take him out? Ruan Song excitedly made a beheading gesture. Wei Yinja nodded, okay. Eliminating others earned points, as did surviving longer. Wei Yinja didn't feel the need to hesitate. He looked at Guunji. What do you think? In a sense, Guunji was the team's weak link, but he could also be considered their secret weapon. Guunji had already been excited since arriving here. He was a man after all. How could he not be interested in all this? You go. I do my best to protect myself. The group happily turned and headed left. Walking across the grasslands was actually quite boring. There wasn't much to collect, but if you looked, you'd find plenty. A good cook can't cook without rice. After searching for a while, Guunji realized there was nothing he could do. He obediently climbed onto Wei Yinja's back and let him carry him. After walking for a while, they came upon a lake, but by its edge lay a cluster of bound orcs. There were all kinds of orcs, but the most common were herbivorous orcs and cat orcs. On the side of the orcs near the lake, a canine orc sat fishing. Is that the lone scavenger? Ruan Song rubbed his hands. Wei Yinja's excellent eyesight allowed him to immediately recognize the man's face. He fell silent. Guunji noticed his silence, tugged at his ear and whispered, "Do you know him?" The youngest son of the bigger family. He's a bit of a middle school kid, but quite capable. Wei Yinja felt his plan had failed. Although he was a lone wolf, judging by his appearance, he must have already started a live stream. If the biggers discovered that he had eliminated their youngest son from the start, it would be difficult to explain to the old marshal. If we know him, we can't get rid of him right away. Ruan Song sighed. Huang Jinxin laughed. Li Wuji said helplessly, should we go say hello? Since they'd run into him and couldn't kill him, they definitely had to say hello. The 7 of them approached Landon Bigger, who was standing by the lake. As a canine orc, Landon had an extraordinary sense of smell. He'd noticed someone approaching early on. But confident in his formidable strength, he wasn't the least bit flustered. Just turning his head, Landon, who was about to attack, suddenly felt weak in the knees and took several steps back. Why is it you? Clearly, he knew more than just Wei Yinja. It looked like he'd been beaten up before. Wei Yinja put Guunji down from behind him and greeted him coldly. I was wondering who was doing the scavenging. It's you. Landon was capable, but his emotional intelligence wasn't high, so it was no surprise that he was left alone. Landon, aren't you only in the 2nd year? How come you're participating in the league? Feng Xiaoxing knew Landon well, so after waving at him, he began to inquire. Landon stammered, a hint of melancholy on his delicate face. I'm here to hunt down some people. Knowing that Landon was a cheerful person, not only Feng Xiaoxing but even Wei Yinja were surprised to hear him say he was going after others. Who messed with you? Landon glanced at Wei Yinja, then at Guunji, his expression suddenly becoming complicated. From his expression, Guunji was certain he knew him. He poked his head out from behind Wei Yinja. Hello, my name is Guunji. I know you, Landon said. He sighed and invited the others to sit down. You all know about my sister's suicide last year, right? Landon had an older sister who was 15 years his senior, but she suddenly committed suicide last year for unknown reasons. The lifespan of interstellar people is actually quite long, unless they're threatened by bestiality, especially those who are less beastly and more human-like. They can easily live for at least 100 or 200 years. Landon's sister, nearly 40, suddenly committed suicide. It's no exaggeration to say she died young. My sister was deceived physically and mentally by someone from the Gu family. She couldn't come to terms with the situation, so she committed suicide. Speaking of his sister, who shared the same father and mother, Landon couldn't conceal his grief. Gu family? Guunji keenly identified the key words. Landon looked up at him. Yes, the Gu family you used to stay with. I know you, and I know your mother. He pursed his lips. You and your mother suffered just as badly as my sister. That's why he was bringing up his sister here. Your mother, like my sister, was deceived by the Gu family. Landon seemed to know a lot about the inside story. He stared at Guunji intently. But your mother was luckier than my sister. She lived in ignorance for a long time, and eventually discovered the Gu family's conspiracy. Guunji was stunned. What conspiracy? What do you mean? Langdon suddenly laughed wryly. Ha, you don't think Gu Shijiao couldn't hide it anymore and went looking for his biological parents, do you? His tone took on a hint of malice. He's not stupid. How could he want to go back knowing it was a fake? Of course, it's your mother who discovered something was wrong. Chapter 81. If Miss Gu hadn't noticed something was amiss, how could that so-called real young master have been willing to go back? Everyone knew who the real Gu family was. Whether intentionally or not, Landon easily turned the Gu family upside down. It's a pity Miss Gu could have stayed put, but that idiot exposed her plans. Landon dug deep into the Gu family for his sister. In Landon's view, the Gu family's nemesis wasn't just his sister, but also Guunji's biological mother. Perhaps due to a similar situation, Miss Gu had once helped Landon's sister. It was a pity that Landon's sister didn't believe her words and ultimately met her end. Even so, Landon still had a natural liking for Guunji. Your mother was a very good person. Landon sighed. If she hadn't met that man, she would have lived a very good life. Guunji nodded. He didn't know what his biological mother was like, but from Langdon's words, Guunji could picture her personality. She must have been a sun-like being. If he and his biological mother had stayed together, even if the Gu family had abandoned them, they would have lived happily ever after. And yet, such a mother died protecting her own son under the pressure of the Gu family. This completely broke Guunji's relationship with the Gu family, and also allowed him to completely escape the quagmire of the Gu family. Do you want revenge on the Gu family? Guunji suddenly asked. Langdon was stunned for a moment, then laughed. He nodded readily, saying with a matter-of-fact tone, of course, why not? The people around him were surprised by his determination, but Guunji understood him perfectly. It's difficult to defeat the Gu family, isn't it? And judging by your appearance, your family doesn't support you. Wei Yanjia interrupted nearby. Landon, unfazed by the slightest hint of being hurt, simply said, it's normal. Wars between families can have a ripple effect. I don't think my family has to avenge my sister. As long as my parents support me, that's enough. Landon's perspective differed from everyone else's, which was why he was here right now. Guunji suddenly extended his hand to him. Since none of us want the Gu family to suffer, why don't you come with us? Landon's eyes widened at the sudden invitation. He glanced at Guunji, then at the team members nearby, hesitantly asking, can you make decisions for your team? It wasn't that he underestimated Guunji, but within this team, Guunji truly didn't seem like the one making the decisions. It doesn't matter to me. Feng Xiaoxing spoke first, and the others nodded in agreement. Wei Yanjia, however, refused to agree. Landon looked at Wei Yanjia, his expression of anticipation giving Guunji a headache. Wei Yanjia, you can come with us, but we won't be responsible for your points. His goal had remained unchanged from the beginning, to preserve the desolate planet where he and Guunji had first met. Even if it wasn't in his hands, it couldn't be in the Gu family's. Landon agreed. I'm not here for the points either. Since they had decided to travel together, there was no need for them to stay by the lake any longer. While they were chatting, the students who had been tied up were all taken away by the starship, eliminated from the competition. 2 hours had passed since they were dropped down, and the next team was constantly dropping from the sky like dumplings. After walking with Landon, the others finally understood why he was traveling alone. He was heading for the Gu family, but the others were all hoping to secure an offer through the competition. With different goals, how could they possibly form a team? I'd expected Landon to be upset, but he wasn't the least bit bothered. There's no need to form a team, is there? Look, I'm doing just fine now. The score I got is already passing. It all depends on how many Gu family members I can eliminate. He didn't care about his fate at all, simply believing that everything he did was voluntary and out of his own pleasure, and that was all that mattered. Everyone couldn't help but applaud his good attitude. Then you can join us to gather at the Gu family. Wan Song patted Landon's shoulder, a friendly gesture. Landon felt a strong rapport with him, and their shared interests quickly became a conversationalist. Landon had already plundered most of the plains. Seeing his limited gains, the others knew they wouldn't be able to find the resource points anytime soon. Might as well head towards the center. Today we rest at the edge of the forest. Tomorrow, once all troops are deployed, we begin our charge towards the center. The better the items, the more likely they are to appear in the central forest, where the competition is fiercest. Wei Yanjia outlined the plan, and it was unanimously approved. Having been of no help along the way, Guunji raised his hand when he heard about resting. Can you give me some planks? Several people looked at him. I know you all have tents, but I need something else. There were 8 of them now, with 4 tents, and they could comfortably camp in the wild. But Guunji figured that since this was a test of wilderness survival, he might as well make something else. Giving them backpacks didn't mean they couldn't carry other things. Wei Yanjia understood. While Guunji and the others were setting up camp, he took Langdon to the forest to cut down some trees. After the 4 tents, all clustered together, were set up, the 2 of them arrived at the campsite carrying several planks. Guunji was directing Li Wuji on how to build a campfire. Orcs had little patience for such things, usually gathering together dead branches and leaves and then setting them on fire. But Guunji said that a stable fire in the wild would scare wild beasts. Besides, they didn't know how big the temperature difference between day and night was on this planet, so a fire would be easier. Seeing Wei Yanjia pick up the planks, Guunji smiled and picked up some from the ground. What are you trying to do? Wei Yanjia whispered. I'm thinking of building a modular camper van to carry more stuff. Guyun knew. We're not far from the center right now. Even if we take our time, we arrive in 3 days. I'm wondering if we should just grab a prime feng shui site and start building infrastructure. Survival in the wild is first about survival, then about plundering and seizing other supplies. Once you have the rudiments of a base, no one can easily seize your supplies. This is a path that even the cadets haven't blazed. But often, it takes a surprising strategy to seize what you want. Wei Yanjia said, then I ask everyone. Let's see if everyone wants to make a big move. Compared to Guunji and the others, the Gu family didn't have a very good start. The military academy they joined was only ranked 11th in the previous class, just outside the top 10. If not for this, the school wouldn't have allowed their elite students to replace the average team. They did indeed land on the first day. But the landing place was even more remote, by the sea. It took several days of walking to reach the plain where Guunji and the others were. Not to mention, there were many competitors from other schools nearby. The Gu family didn't know anyone, so naturally, there was a sense of being a world of enemies. At this rate, how can we possibly get first place? Gu Baiwan was a branch of Gu Qianxu's family, and the most spoiled member of the team. What can we do? We landed in a bad spot, so just bear with it. Gu Bailey and Gu Baiwan were of the same generation and branch, and their words were completely devoid of any regard for brotherhood. Gu Qianxu had long known he'd be bringing along several burdens, but since they were said to be quite capable, he didn't protest. But this group proved even more difficult to deal with than he'd imagined. Especially, he looked at the gloomy boy who followed him with his head bowed. The legitimate son of the Gu family patriarch, the young master of the legitimate lineage, a gifted little beast man. No amount of titles could mask this man's flaws. Compared to Guunji, he was vastly inferior. Gu Qianxu didn't know what had happened between Guunji and Gu Shijiao, or why Gu Shijiao was the so-called real young master, while Guunji, who grew up with him in the same family, was the despised fake young master. But Gu Qianxu felt that if he were the head of the family, he would rather give up this useless real young master and choose the capable fake one. Alas, he wasn't the head of the family, and he didn't know what the head of the family was thinking. Gu Qianxu took the initiative to approach Gu Shijiao. Young master, you've never participated in a competition like this before. You must follow me closely next time. His words finally made Gu Shijiao look at him straight in the face. But that single glance also revealed Gu Shijiao's darkened eyes and gnawed fingernails. Gu Qianxu's vision darkened. Why did this young master look so strange? Gu Baiwan, who was talking nearby, also saw Gu Shijiao's face and was startled. Oh my god, what the hell? Gu Bailey, feeling uneasy, poked Gu Baiwan. Gu Baiwan suddenly covered his mouth with his palm. That was a direct descendant. They couldn't afford to offend. Gu Shijiao didn't care what the people around him thought of him. He stared at his laptop, which could only play maps, his mind filled with thoughts of how to appear before Guunji, how to kill him, and then happily return home. If it weren't for him, how could Fang Dian be disliked by his father and forced into an engagement? Couldn't he just stay at the Gu family and wait for death like he had in his previous life? Why did he have to follow Marshal Wei's son to participate in the competition? He's just a pure human. Seeing that Gu Shijiao didn't pay any attention to his words, Gu Qianxu's veins throbbed. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly said to the others in the team, "Take good care of the young master." Gu Baiwan was about to say something, but was stopped by the quick-witted Gu Bailey. The Gu family team fell silent again, an indescribable sense of stiffness pervading the group. Chapter 82. On the 5th day of the competition, a small base appeared in a semi-enclosed canyon in the forest. The base's exterior was made of stone, but its interior was wooden. In the dangerous jungle, such a shelter was clearly a good resting spot. Are there supply points for the competition? This wasn't Gu Qianxu's first time participating. During his freshman year, he had participated in the league because of his outstanding performance, helping graduating seniors. But that time, the students from other schools were more powerful, and his school only made it into the top 20. It doesn't matter if it's a supply point or not. As long as it's a supply point, can't we just grab it? Facing Gu Qianxu's skepticism, Gu Baiwan and Gu Bailey clearly had their sights set on the supply point. Everyone wants to go to the supply point, right? Gu Baiwan said, then if we seize the supply point, won't there be a constant influx of people? Gu Qianxu heard him and said, do you think we can beat the other seeded teams? No. Gu Baiwan asked matter-of-factly. Gu Qianxu laughed in anger. He really didn't know how to describe Gu Baiwan's naivete. Has the Gu family overestimated this generation's education? Is it because they've found a true Gu family? Or is it because they know Guunji is the key to changing the Gu family? Gu Qianxu looked at Gu Baiwan coldly. Of course not. After a pause, he added, do you think the patriarch told us to only target Wei Yanzha's team because we're more capable? If they hadn't been unable to take first place, would the patriarch have been so roundabout? Gu Baiwan was about to retort, but was stopped by Gu Bailey, who was much more adept at reading people's expressions. Both of them were filled with regret. Seeing this news was of no use to them, Gu Shurjiu, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. I think we can seize the supply point. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Gu Shurjiu said, the supply point doesn't look like something officially created, which means it's most likely man-made. If it's man-made, there must be a team manipulating it. Instead of giving this supply point to a team inferior to ours, why not take it ourselves? He looked at Gu Qianxu grimly. If we can't defeat them, we can run away. The problem you're talking about not being able to defend it doesn't exist at all. Everyone was persuaded by Gu Shurjiu. It wasn't like they were constantly seizing the supply point. Their goal was simply to survive, and then defeat Wei Yanzha's team. Seeing everyone agree, the minority obeyed the majority, and Gu Qianxu had no choice but to join them in seizing the supply point. However, while the Gu family had a good idea, they didn't realize they weren't the only ones harboring this idea. The supply point, as a safe zone, was something every team coveted. Gu Shurjiu and his group encountered Guunji at the supply point. When two meet on a narrow road, the brave prevails. The two sides already had a feud, so what happened next was beyond their control. It was Landon who first spotted their group. Landon, his eyes reddening, pointed at the group. It's the Gu family. Everyone's gaze followed his finger. Guunji breathed a sigh of relief. He and Wei Yanzha exchanged a glance, each noticing the other's relief. Of course, this safe supply station didn't appear out of nowhere. If it weren't for Guunji's impressive skills, there wouldn't be a supply station in the forest. Their team initially spent 3 to 5 days peacefully in the camp, hunting numerous teams along the way. When their points surpassed the base score, their live stream became visible to the soldiers. Even if they couldn't see it, they were certain the military was paying close attention to their unusual team. Guunji's strategy was blatant. 3 to 5 days was enough time for all teams to know there was a very safe supply depot. The more cautious teams wouldn't come here casually, but they were able to snag quite a few teams from schools ranked above the 50th or 100th place. Taking down each team earned them a significant point increase, and after all of them were taken, their points steadily increased in an incredible manner. As long as one person kept a low profile, the other 7 could rest for a long time. No team was better at conserving their strength than them. Thus, the orcs in the team admired Guunji for considering infrastructure construction within the league. To their surprise, he actually managed it. In the days ahead, as long as nothing goes wrong here, Wei Yanzha and his team will secure first place. Just then, Landon suggested leaving to hunt the Gu family. He wasn't competing for a place. Compared to the Gu family, ranking was secondary. But just as Landon was about to leave, Guunji stopped him and proposed a plan. He wanted to use the supply station for fishing. No one was on guard against thieves every day, so Guunji wanted to strike first and eliminate the Gu family. I didn't expect to actually run into them, Wan Song sighed. The Gu family, like them, had a full team of 7. Landon asked, I go? He simply wanted to avenge his sister. Killing one person would be the most cost-effective, but eliminating the entire team was also his goal. Don't worry, we act together. Even if we can't kill anyone, we eliminate them all. Feng Xiaoxing squeezed Landon's shoulder. Guunji glanced at the group across from them. There are 7 of them, and 8 of us. So I escort you? Although he didn't know how to directly provide the orcs with the ability to suppress their beast transformation, Guunji had been making dog food every day to help them regain their spirits. Guunji felt he could still do something for his teammates. While they were still discussing, the Gu family members across from them also saw them. Because Guunji and his group had mixed in with the resting group, the Gu family members had no idea this was a trap set for them. It's Guunji. Gu Qianqiu became defensive. He extended his hand to protect Gu Shizhiu and the other three. The other three followed him, ready to fight. Gu Shizhiu, however, pushed Gu Qianqiu aside and walked in front of the two groups. Gu Qianqiu had a bad feeling. Seeing Gu Shizhiu approach, the people around Guunji grew nervous. Who knew that Gu Shizhiu simply stood in front of them, looking at Guunji with a hint of melancholy. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? Although he was an orc, Gu Shizhiu's transformation into an animal wasn't obvious, so he didn't have any special abilities. His only strength was his endurance and speed, which were slightly better than those of a purebred human. Among the orcs outside, he might be considered inferior, but within the Gu family, they didn't mind at all. They were even happy that their youngest was becoming more and more like a purebred human. But even if Gu Shizhiu was considered an inferior orc by the outside world, the thought of an orc seeking to challenge a pure-blooded human was enough to draw attention. Huansong, who considered himself very familiar with Guunji, blocked Gu Shizhiu's view of him. Huansong glared at him. Don't even think about it. Gu Shizhiu ignored them, simply staring at Guunji, neither speaking nor moving. Guunji suddenly grabbed Wei Yanjia's shirt. Wei Yanjia didn't turn around, but asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Guunji hummed to him. Landon, watching the two men's movements, seemed to understand something. He grabbed Huansong's arm and shook his head. Huansong uttered an "ah" and retracted his arm. Guunji also stepped forward. This was the first time in his life, and possibly the last, that he had truly considered the so-called real young master. He had been raised by his own mother, but his temper was not good. In the eyes of Langdon and others, his mother was kind and sunny. How could she have raised such a child? The only answer was that his mother had known all along and deliberately ruined him. Guunji felt a sense of guilt towards Gu Shizhiu. They were in similar situations, but Gu Shizhiu was even more unfortunate. He had a mother who loved him and therefore hated Gu Shizhiu, but Gu Shizhiu had no one who loved him. That's why he clung to Fang Dian so tightly, even causing a big stir with the child-swapping incident to be worthy of Fang Dian. Guunji felt that he owed himself and Gu Shizhiu a break, even though those around him might not understand why he did so. Okay. He nodded and said calmly, "How do we compete?" In contrast to Guunji's calm demeanor, Gu Shizhiu was completely oblivious to the hesitations of his teammates behind him. His eyes were red, and a hint of triumph flashed across his face. Let's compete. To see who can capture this stronghold first. Everyone was in an uproar. This stronghold wasn't fought over by just one or two families. It was impossible for the two of them to take it alone. Gu Qianqiu was the first to intervene. What are you thinking? He completely ignored the fact that Gu Shizhiu was a direct descendant. That wasn't the mission the patriarch had given him. I'm from the main family. Why do you need to tell me what I'm doing? Gu Shizhiu chuckled, the dark circles under his eyelids and his expression giving everyone a chill. Guunji, of course, noticed something was amiss. He stepped back, looked at Langdon, and asked with absolute certainty, what happened to him? What could drive someone so mad? Langdon curled his lips, not wanting to answer. But at Guunji's insistence, he finally spoke honestly. That guy's engagement was cancelled. During the time they returned from the desolate planet, Fang Dian had become useless, and the man from the Gu family had promptly called off their engagement. Although Gu Shizhiu resisted fiercely, everyone knew whether or not his plan had any chance of success. Considering the live broadcast, Guunji still didn't ask what he wanted to ask. He looked at Gu Shizhiu and said, "Are you sure you want to compete for this?" Gu Shizhiu nodded. "If I lose, I take them back. I can still do that. But if you lose, you have to give me everything you have. You know what I mean." Guunji frowned. "I've told you many times, I haven't taken anything from the Gu family." Gu Shizhiu laughed foolishly. "I don't care where this thing came from anymore. Even if I have to steal it, I'm going to get it." Chapter 83. Gu Shizhiu was clearly desperate, hence his erratic behavior. In just a few days, he'd become like this because of a broken engagement. Anyone who saw him would sigh. Guunji held no ill will towards him, but seeing Gu Shizhiu like this, he couldn't help but wonder if, had he not been reborn, he would have been imprisoned within the ever-growing Gu family, ultimately suffering the same fate as Gu Shizhiu. "Okay, I promise," Guunji replied. Although the supply station was built by Guunji and his companions, they only needed it for nighttime rest. After using the supply station as bait for so long, they finally caught what they wanted. Guunji also wanted to thank the team that had guarded the arena this morning. To be able to hold the supply station, it was clear that the team was not too weak. Guunji and Gu Shijiao's teammates arrived at the station one after another. Gu Qianqiu subconsciously gasped upon seeing their faces. That's a team from one of the top 10 schools. Can you do it? Gu Qianqiu had absolutely no idea the two of them could take the supply station. He even felt that now was the perfect time to strike. If it weren't for the livestream, visible to more than just the higher-ups, he would have immediately turned against them and killed Wei Yinjia and his men. Gu Shijiao sneered. I can't do it, but Guunji can? Gu Qianqiu's words undoubtedly hit a sore spot for Gu Shijiao. Not interested in engaging in a heated argument with their group, Guunji pulled Wei Yinjia aside. Wei Yinjia was also worried, but he was clearly more confident in Guunji than Gu Qianqiu was in Gu Shijiao. What do you think? Guunji patted his shoulder and said with a smile, after all, I made this myself. No one knows this supply station better than me. Seeing his confident expression, Wei Yinjia relaxed a bit. But the opposing team was a formidable one. Guunji, a pure-blooded human, was facing so many alone, no one would be at ease. Guunji, aware of Wei Yinjia's concerns, simply shook his hand comfortingly. The idea of two people taking the supply station was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Seeing Guunji begin to move, Gu Qianqiu angrily scolded Gu Shijiao. This competition you proposed is completely meaningless. We're trying to stop them from taking the planet, not win the competition. Gu Shijiao seemed oblivious to his words. Noticing Guunji had already begun to move, he couldn't help but want to follow. Gu Qianqiu grabbed his arm. What exactly do you want to do? Shaking off Gu Qianqiu, Gu Shijiao glared grimly at the man before him, who kept trying to stop him. I'm a direct descendant. I don't need to report anything I do to you, do I? Gu Qianqiu, interrupted by his words, felt a growing sense of foreboding. He even began to resent the patriarch for leaving him with this uncertainty. Everyone knew Gu Shijiao's concern for Guunji, and this concern also meant he wouldn't cooperate. But what you're doing now is hindering what the patriarch wants us to do. I can't help but listen to your explanation and comply with your wishes. Gu Qianqiu tried to silence him with his father. But Gu Shijiao clearly didn't care. Only after watching Guunji disappear from his sight did Gu Shijiao look Gu Qianqiu in the face. He spoke reluctantly, my father, and I share the same goal. Father doesn't want a constant threat to him. Can't I just help him eliminate Guunji? Hearing his words, Gu Qianqiu's eyes widened. Do you know what you're talking about? Eliminate Guunji? What future does the Gu family have then? Now that he knew his plan, Gu Qianqiu naturally couldn't let Gu Shijiao continue. Gu Shijiao, I'm telling you. Even if the head of the family were here, he'd say the same thing. Gu Qianqiu couldn't pretend anymore. Even if you die, and everyone in the Gu family dies, Guunji can't die. Our mission is simply to prevent Guunji from taking possession of the desolate planet. Don't do anything unnecessary. Is Guunji's life that important? Gu Shijiao stared at Gu Qianqiu. Yes. Gu Qianqiu answered without hesitation. Gu Shijiao's eyes welled up again. Gu Bailey and Gu Baiwan didn't dare interrupt, let alone the other three. One of the two men was a direct descendant of the Gu family, while the other, though from a side branch, was the overall leader of this operation. They couldn't afford to offend either of them. According to Gu Baiwan and Gu Bailey, even if it was as Gu Shijiao intended, there wouldn't be any problem. But Gu Qianqiu's determination made them vaguely aware that something was amiss. For now, no one dared to speak to disrupt the silence. Suddenly, Gu Bailey said, Guunji seems to have done something. Several people saw Guunji return to their group. Guunji said something to their group, and soon the group was in action. But because something was obstructing the view, the others couldn't see clearly. Gu Shijiao broke free from Gu Qianqiu's arm and said, I've already said it. Even if you don't want him to die, you have to let me go. Gu Qianqiu, don't think you're the only one with inside information. With that, he hurried after him. Guunji had no idea what had happened at the Gu family. He only knew that he had gathered what he wanted in the woods. Guunji hurried back and instructed the others to light a fire for him. No one understood what he was up to. But the best thing about this team was that they didn't ask questions. Whatever Guunji commanded, they did. Soon, what Guunji wanted was in his hands. Guunji put all his belongings into his small backpack, threw out some more, and put on a set of tattered clothes that they had left behind after their fishing trip. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, Guunji smeared his face with mud. After shaking the contents of his bag, Guunji said, I'm going. Wait for good news. Several people watched him with concern as he set out on the road to the supply station. Shang 122 grabbed her hair and asked, "What should we do? Brother Wei, will you be able to rescue him in time? Guunji would be in danger if he were attacked by those orcs." Wei Yinja fell silent. Landon frowned. "If you're not sure, let me do it. Wei Yinja, I trust myself more than you do. That's all." Landon shrugged. He then looked at the Gu family members, who hadn't left. "Hey, since the real and fake young masters are going to take care of each other, can you leave those people to me?" Without even glancing at the other side, Wei Yinja said, "Whatever." He didn't care whether Langdon wanted to kill those people or expel them from the competition. As long as Guunji was safe, that was all that mattered. They were just a bunch of clowns. Wei Yinja didn't care. Guunji's plan was simpler than anyone expected. He simply disguised himself as a lone contestant, straying into this supply station to seek shelter. Because of the live broadcast equipment, the teams from the top 10 military academies needed to present a good image, so they wouldn't kick him out the first time. He stumbled to the supply station, and as expected, he was stopped by an orc after only a few steps. "Who are you?" An orc with distinct peach blossom eyes took a few steps to reach him. Guunji flinched. "I'm from Cameron Military Academy. I got separated from my teammates and wanted to rest here." He looked up, his eyes filled with fear. "I won't do anything bad to you. As you can see, I'm a pure human and pose no threat to you. Our school isn't a high-ranking one, so please, let me go." In this competition, Cameron Military Academy, which was at the bottom of the list, was an artistic academy, so it had a particularly high number of humans participating. Coincidentally, among the people they had previously lured in were Cameron's art soldiers. Guunji had been cautious and saved their clothes. Now they were just in time for use. On hearing that he was a Cameron art soldier and noticing his frail frame, the orc's eyes rolled, and he smiled warmly at Guunji. "Oh, an art soldier, huh? Then you can come over here," he said, making way a little. "James, why aren't you coming in yet?" Another orc entered the supply station. The first one out, the orc named James, smiled at the other and made a gesture. The man nodded immediately. Guunji pretended not to notice and walked over, repeatedly saying thank you. James led the men into the supply station. Guunji noticed that these orcs hadn't added anything to the otherwise empty supply station. He sighed inwardly, figuring that they might not gain much today other than eliminating this group. Thinking this, he crouched in the corner. James and his teammates also walked to the other side. The teammate asked him, "Why did you bring back a purebred human?" James chuckled, "He's alone." The teammate frowned. "Shouldn't lone humans be eliminated directly?" James shook his head. He glanced at Guunji, then moved closer to his teammates and said, "I smell food on him. I think this guy is most likely the cook in charge of food for our team. We can bring him in, plunder his belongings, and then send him on his way. Even though they're art soldiers, if they're eliminated directly, they'd be completely useless." James smelled the food on Guunji, and his mouth watered. You know, for the competition, they didn't bring those useless logistics students. A few orcs were fighting a handful of tough guys. None of them could cook. Being able to roast the meat was already impressive. Now they've run into someone who knows how to cook. They'd be at a loss if they didn't strip him of all his food. If they're eliminated directly from the competition, their belongings won't be passed down to the remaining students. If someone runs out of supplies, relying on physical strength to rob would defeat the purpose of the competition. James and the others had rosy dreams, but they didn't realize they were just the little sparrows trapped by others. Guunji swallowed his saliva as he looked at the people across from him, his lips curled slightly. James nudged his companion, who understood and stepped forward. "Hey, even though James took you in, I think you need to pay a protection fee." Chapter 84. Guunji already knew what the men were talking about as protection money. But he feigned ignorance, timidly speaking, "What do you want?" The human submissiveness towards the orcs completely lowered the orc's guard. The orc who spoke glanced at Guunji and said with a smile, "I smell food on you. Here's how. If you hand over all the food you have, we protect you for one night." It was a very unfair deal, but the weak human had little say. If it were truly a lone purebred human, Guunji would have hesitated for a long time. But his goal was to deliver the food to these orcs. In other words, even if they didn't mention it, he would still find a way to deliver the contaminated food. The difference lay in the other party's attitude and the subsequent approach, whether to eliminate these people or let them go. Guunji's food was indeed delicious. The team members who had been with him for the past few days had already tasted it. In contrast, the orcs, who had never tasted it before, were immediately drawn in by the aroma. Guunji lowered his head and said with a hint of reluctance, Can you just take a little? Several orcs scoffed and looked down at him. You have to understand, you're just a burden to us. No one will be satisfied without some sacrifice. Guunji scratched his palm, silent. The orcs watched and silently gestured. Jane stepped forward and said gently, It's okay, it's just food. If you can make it, why don't you come hunting with us this morning and make it again? Do you agree to let me go hunting with you? Guunji suddenly raised his head. Jane smiled kindly. Why not? Guunji, with a hint of reluctance, dug a few patties out of his backpack. The soft, fluffy patties, with the combined aroma of mushrooms and meat, instantly captivated the carnivores. Although they were a little cold, the aroma of meat could still be smelled up close. Several orcs swallowed their saliva and almost snatched the food from Guunji's hands. Guunji lowered his head. Several orcs, unable to wait for the patties to heat up, devoured them ravenously. After finishing the patties, the orcs suddenly realized how unsettling their eating habits were. They glanced at Guunji, but found he wasn't even looking at them. The relieved orcs exchanged glances, and suddenly changed their minds. You can stay. The orc who had been playing the bad guy to Guunji suddenly said, Your cooking skills are quite good. Guunji looked up, a look of surprise on his face. Thank you, thank you. The orc sat back down, contentedly, away from Guunji. Only Guunji sat silently, curled up. The drug took effect quickly, and the orcs' heads began to nod. Soon, all the orcs fell asleep. Guunji then slowly stood up, and stood in front of the orcs. The orcs began to snore. Guunji, fearing Guunji would come in, simply squatted down and searched the computer. There were only two ways to withdraw from the League, either by clicking on the light computer to withdraw voluntarily, or by threatening someone's life, causing the life alarm to automatically alert the military headquarters far away on the planet. Guunji tried to gently help several people withdraw, but unfortunately, he couldn't find their light computers. Guunji lowered his eyes, and stood there for a moment, then suddenly pulled up his trouser legs. The blade Wei Yinja had tied to his ankle had done its job. Any fatal injury, even a chronic one, would sound an alarm. Guunji raised his blade and fiercely stabbed several orcs' aortas. Sure enough, a bright red light flashed after his stab. The alarms on these orcs instantly pointed the military in the right direction. But this also meant that these orcs were eliminated. Guunji expressionlessly brushed the blood off the blade and turned to leave the supply station. After he emerged, he met Guunji face to face. Guunji was stunned when he saw him. Why did you come out? Guunji waved his hands, revealing the gentle expression Guunji knew so well. I've already taken over this supply station, so naturally I had to come out and tell you, right? You lost. How could that be? Guunji pushed Guunji aside and walked inside. A group of orcs lay on the ground, their bodies' alarms glaring and obvious. Guunji was speechless. It wasn't until both teams reached the supply station that Guunji came to his senses at the sound of his teammates' shouts. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at Guunji, who was smiling particularly happily beside Wei Yinja. It's not over yet. Guunji's face was pale, his expression twisted. If I kill him, I still win. With that, he recklessly transformed his palm into a beast and lunged towards Guunji. Guunji was gently pushed by Wei Yinja, who had noticed Guunji's movements. A small tree where he had been standing shattered and exploded under Guunji's claws. Is all you can do about running away? Guunji grabbed a piece of wood and hurled it at Guunji. Guunji ducked, dodging it as the wood chip sunk deeply into the dirt beneath his feet. While catching his breath, he saw Guunji's right shoulder suddenly drop. In the blink of an eye, Guunji attacked. Guunji's body had no time to react, and a solid knee strike struck his abdomen. He curled up, breaking a nearby log. The astringent smell of wood instantly filled his mouth and nose. Guunji coughed up blood foam. In his sight, Guunji was pulling something out. The incident was so sudden that everyone thought it was over when Guunji launched his attack. But seeing that Guunji had already been injured, even if he realized it later, Wei Yinja would not let Guunji succeed a second time. The moment the trigger was pulled, the surrounding bushes and low trees suddenly exploded. A dark shadow swooped down like lightning, and Guunji's wrist cracked with a crisp sound. Wei Yinja's beastly palm slapped his wrist with precision, sending Guunji flying like a rag doll. The laser gun he pulled from his pocket traced a parabola in the air, and was easily caught by Wei Yinja. Are you assuming I don't exist? Stepping on Guunji's back, which twitched in pain, Wei Yinja ejected the magazine and threw it away. Guunji struggled to pull himself up. Ah, it's over, Guunji. You lose. Gu Shiju screamed in agony, struggling in agony. Why? Why is it always you? Before he could finish his words, Wei Yinja's boot had already crushed his wrist. Stop! Gu Qianqiu could see that Wei Yinja was about to kill Gu Shiju in the next second. Although he was deeply dissatisfied with Gu Shiju's actions, he was still the patriarch's son. Even if he was a hopeless case, he couldn't be allowed to die before the patriarch stepped down. Gu Qianqiu, risking injury, forcibly snatched the man from Wei Yinja's grasp. Let's go! With that, he was the first to flee. The next second, the Gu family members tacitly leaped in other directions. Guunji gritted his teeth and stood up, trying to chase after him. Wei Yinja stretched out his arm to block him. I will catch up. He turned and said, I bring you a result and an explanation. Guunji paused, nodded, and grasped his arm, saying, Be careful. If you can't win, don't force the fight. Wei Yinja laughed. He raised his hand and ruffled Guunji's hair. You underestimate your wolf. Fighting for its master is a wolf's pride. While they were talking, Langdon had already caught up. He considerately didn't go after Gu Qianqiu and Gu Shijiao, but instead went after Gu Bailey and one of his family members. Compared to Gu Baiwan, Gu Bailey was clearly much smarter. Langdon simply chose to kill those with slightly better brains. The two men left one after the other, and Guunji waited until the military headquarters took away the orcs in the house. Without two generals, the remaining 5 men dared not leave Guunji's side. Xiao Gu, are you okay? Wang Jinxin asked hurriedly. Guunji lifted his shirt, revealing distinct purple bruises on his fair skin. I see some bruises. Want to rub them out? Shang Wantutu wanted to help, but hesitated, fearing she might hurt Guunji with her strength. Guunji put his clothes down nonchalantly. It's okay. He paused, then instructed, seal off the road to the supply station. With only 6 of us here, I'd be a burden. It's too dangerous. When he chose this location, he had already considered a possible retreat. This planet was rich in resources, and Guunji had prepared a large quantity of simple explosives. Blowing up the mountaintop with explosives would block the final route to the outside. But that didn't mean they couldn't escape. When building the supply station, Guunji had his teammates dig a tunnel. Wei Yinja and Landon knew where it was, so they could use it to find them later. The supply station instantly became a safe house. The teammates nodded, pulled out their prepared explosive packs from their backpacks, and dispersed to the mountainside to detonate the explosives. Many boulders blocked their way. They rested for a while in the hut. Guunji, in excruciating pain, lay down on the side. The orcs were frantic, unsure what to do. When night fell, the two, covered in blood, returned to the area through the tunnel. Landon sat outside and talked with the other orcs, but Wei Yinja went inside without even having time to clean himself up. Guunji, half asleep from the pain, immediately looked over when he heard the noise at the door. A fishy breeze blew in, and Guunji quickly raised his head, struggling to sit up. Are you hurt? Wei Yinja grabbed his arm and placed his palm on his forehead. No, this is someone else's blood. Gu Shiju. Wei Yinja pinned the man down and laid out some medicine from his backpack. He lifted Guunji's clothes, revealing injuries even more severe than those this morning. Gu Shiju. The Gu family is finished. Wei Yinja didn't care about the Gu family at all. Instead, he stared at the bruise with a frown. Stop talking about them. Your injuries are serious. Bear with me. I massaged this area for you. Chapter 85. What's going on with this team? The middle-aged officer with tiger whiskers slammed his hand on the table, sending the ballpoint pens tumbling to the floor. In front of the long table, hundreds of tiny, densely packed screens were mounted. On the screen, Wei Yinja and his companions were constructing their second house. Do they think the League is a trip? The wolf officer nearby chuckled, earning a furious glare from the tiger officer. The herbivore officer between them smiled, and waved his hand to smooth things over, but the tiger ignored him. Look at what they're doing. That one from Marshal Wei's family is especially outrageous. The tiger roared, deafeningly. He and the biggers actually killed half of the Gu family. Compared to the other races, the cats were clearly more concerned about Vivian's prophecy. That's the Gu family. The tiger officer's face was filled with gloom. Not to mention the few who died, the rest are practically useless. The main branch of the family was nearly wiped out by his injuries. Do he and the bigs know what they're doing? Didn't you see earlier? They were originally betting on a match. The wolf officer refused to give in. Their team should have been eliminated as agreed. They broke the rules themselves, so they can't blame others for taking harsh measures. You're not saying that the Gu family's life-saving talisman of the prophecy allows them to break the rules, are you? Then I'd be hard-pressed to leave your clan's backs to you. The Wolf clan turned the tables, turning Gu Qianshu and the others' breach of contract into a shared commitment between the races. But the Tiger tribe had no way to refute him. The Tiger officer knew this wasn't a good idea. But secretly, he still hoped Gu Shiju and his team wouldn't keep their promise and win a good place. The neutral team set a giant rabbit orc between the two. The giant rabbit orc's massive frame completely blocked their view of each other. Okay, both sides are wrong. Let's just wait and see. This trend doesn't necessarily mean their team will win. The giant rabbit orc was trying to smooth things over. After all, there's a purebred human on their team who's holding them back. And the league's priority is to survive to the end. Even if their points were significantly higher according to the mainframe's calculations, Wei Yinja and his team wouldn't necessarily make it to the finals. Everything was still uncertain. The Tiger officer sneered. They're like turtles. Who can kill them? Clearly, this was a disagreement with Wei Yinja and his team's strategy. The Wolf tribe was in a difficult position to argue with. Based on past practice, no team would conduct a league match this way. They had simply built a minimalist base in a secluded valley. How could the others defeat these individuals? But the military also knew that this was Guunji's achievement. How many Guunjis could there be on other teams? There was probably only one in the entire interstellar universe. Furthermore, the things Guunji had displayed didn't seem like something the Gu family possessed. The woman sitting in the center of the neutral faction, who looked completely unrecognizable as an animal, turned her gaze towards the Tiger tribe. This Tiger tribe belonged to Madame Gu's family, and it was for this reason that the Tiger tribe officers were furious after the deaths and injuries suffered by the Gu family. But casualties in the league were inevitable, and he could only rant to them here. Countless talented individuals had gotten into trouble in the league over the years. If he dared to tell anyone, the first people to come to his rescue would be the military brass. Furthermore, women knew more than some of those present. For example, this fake young master's mother also had the surname Gu. For example, Mrs. Gu decisively murdered Miss Gu after confirming that the fake young master she had raised had escaped the Gu family's surveillance. The military wasn't foolish. It wasn't an ironclad fortress to begin with, and now, because of my own petty thoughts, it's become a mess. That's not the way to say it. Regarding the Gu family, I have something I want to ask you. Useless. All useless. Gu Jiaozuo swept the documents on his desk to the floor. He knew the competition would be live-streamed after reaching a certain level, yet he still acted so recklessly. Doesn't he realize he's ruining the Gu family's reputation? The subordinates stood timidly by, not daring to utter a single sound. Gu Jiaozuo glanced at them, suppressing his temper and not blowing his top. He sat back in his executive chair, surveying the mess on the table. He held his forehead, rubbing his temples, and asked, "What's the situation now?" The assistant gestured to the people behind him to sweep the documents off the floor. He then walked to the table and reported quietly, "The situation isn't optimistic." First, Gu Shijia's actions, contrasted with Gu Yunji, seemed not only insane, but also somewhat targeted. This alone was enough to make most people wary of the Gu family. Add to that the messages in their conversation, and those keeping an eye on the Gu family likely received them. With such careful scrutiny, the Gu family's true colors would sooner or later be exposed. If we don't seize the things in the eldest young master's possession quickly, the Gu family will likely be exposed. The assistant was also worried. Before he became Gu Jiao's trusted confidant, he had no idea the Gu family was the imposter Gu family, both on the same boat, and the other side was too young to withstand the pursuit of an entire family, so the assistant had no choice but to join the pirate ship. However, unexpectedly, this arrest went awry, allowing Gu Yunji not only to escape, but also to meet Wei Yinja on the desolate planet. With the Wei family as his backing, Gu Yunji became even more slippery. According to the assistant, the best option now was to rob them. If they could rob the Gu family, they could survive this crisis. If they couldn't, it wouldn't make any difference what they were doing now. As the assistant was reporting, the study door opened again. "No, this is bad. Master, the young master is live streaming from the hospital." Gu Jiaozuo raised his head. "Isn't it great if he's live streaming? Let him play up his misery, and public opinion will rally around him." The person who entered had no idea how to describe Gu Jiaozuo, so they simply lowered their heads and said, "It's not that kind of live stream." "What kind is that? Can you please stop me from causing him trouble? If he hadn't been clamoring to come back, my son would still be Gu Yunji." Gu Jiaozuo's dissatisfaction with Gu Shiju grew. The assistant seemed to have a sudden realization, his face paling. "Master, What did that kid from the Wei family say to the young master after he injured him? Could he have persuaded the young master? Gu Jiazuo scoffed. No matter how foolish Gu Shiju is, he knows who his breadwinners are. He won't turn against them just because of a few words. The assurance of his words silenced the assistant again. Gu Shiju had been reasonable before, but this time, as soon as Gu Jiazuo returned, he drove Fang Yin away and demanded that Gu Shijiao marry another female orc. The assistant had a feeling that Gu Shiju wasn't someone who could handle this. Another person hurriedly approached the open doorway. The three of them looked over and saw it was Madame Gu. Madame Gu's face was etched with dismay, and she immediately questioned Gu Jiazuo. Do you know what Gu Shiju is doing? Gu Jiazuo was confused. Didn't he say he was live streaming? What's wrong? What's wrong? What else could it be? Madame Gu screamed. He's actually saying over there that we deliberately switched him with that man's son, and that we're plotting against that man's family lineage. What? Gu Jiazuo hadn't expected Gu Shiju to say that. Madame Gu brought the screen of the laptop directly in front of Gu Jiazuo. Reaching out to snatch Madame Gu's laptop, Gu Jiazuo felt cold sweat drip from the tip of his nose and forehead. In the video, Gu Shijiao, looking pale and gloomy, cackled non-stop as he watched. His words were incoherent, but they pointed directly to the Gu family's plan. Gu Jiazuo didn't understand why Gu Shiju acted this way. He felt that if it were him, even if he suffered hardships and injustice, he wouldn't want to see his backer fall, let alone bring him down himself. What good will this do him? Gu Jiazuo roared. Benefit? How could a lunatic like that woman even think about such things? Mrs. Gu sneered and snatched the laptop from him. You'd better pray for a miracle. These events in the League have already put the Gu family under the scrutiny of the entire galaxy. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In fact, when Guunji and the others were traveling with Langdon, someone had sensed something was afoot. Attention on their team grew, reaching a peak after their encounter with Gu Shijiao. Not to mention the attention Guunji's feat of rubbing the base with his bare hands had garnered. If they had seen the barrage of comments, they'd have been blinded by them. Gu Jiazuo was speechless. He stood there in a daze, then suddenly crouched down with his head in his hands. It's ruined, all ruined. The Gu family's chaotic situation clearly had no impact on Guunji, who was still participating in the competition. Since their last hunt for the Gu family, they had remained in this secret base for another 10 days. Guunji's injuries had finally dwindled to mere bruises the size of a fingernail. But at the same time, because this location was so conspicuous, their pursuit of other teams was too obvious. On the afternoon of the 16th day, they were targeted by a seeded team from last year's champion school. The seeded team included sophomores who had participated last year, current juniors, and seniors who had been invited back after initially preparing to graduate. Though caught off guard by the surprise attack, Wei Yinja and his companions reacted quickly, surrounding Guunji. You're now at the top of the standings. The leader was a member of the Behemoth clan, a tribe Guunji had encountered since his time on the desolate planet. But this behemoth orc was clearly completely different from the ones he had encountered on the desolate planet. A behemoth orc in its prime was powerful enough to withstand the attacks of several normal-sized orcs. Wei Yinja knew that from this point on, they could no longer hide. They had to either flee or stay and fight the orc squarely. Chapter 86. Deep in the forest, many cadets had already run into each other. In this area near the center, even the most skilled hiders could not escape the blanket search. The towering trees fragmented the last ray of sunlight, and the air was filled with the damp smell of rotting leaves and the faint scent of blood. Guunji, protected by his teammates, tightly grasped the blade that had been so useful from the beginning. Here they come. Wei Yinja's voice rang out, with a hint of nervousness unnoticeable to others. Guunji did not respond, simply hiding himself again in the crowd. His heartbeat was alarmingly rapid. This was his first direct encounter with these formidable cadets. Due to the characteristics of the behemoths, 7 heavy footsteps approached from all directions, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. You bring a pure-blooded human with you, and still want to fight us? Who are you looking down on? A hoarse voice rang out. Guunji looked up suddenly, meeting a pair of vertical golden pupils. It was a beast of the beast race, transformed into a beast. Its lower body was the sturdy body of a lion, while its upper body retained its human form, though covered in thick brown fur. The creature's mouth widened, revealing a row of teeth sharp enough to gnaw through steel. A carnivore, and a beast nonetheless. The pressure multiplied, leaving no time for reflection. Wang Jinxin, the first to be attacked, instinctively rolled forward, her former position ripped into 3 deep grooves by the beast's claws. Just as she steadied herself, another sound of piercing air rang out from behind her. Jin Xian, lower your head. Huan Song's voice echoed. Huang Jinqi immediately leaned forward, and a claw with a whistling sound brushed her hair before striking a large tree behind her. The tree collapsed with a crashing crash. Full beast transformation, Wei Yanjia whispered. His body rapidly expanded and deformed as he ran. His once slender form was covered in silver-white wolf fur, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a majestic white wolf. The other 5 also took on their own beast forms. Landon's beagle, significantly larger than a typical beagle, stood guard over Guunji with a ferocious expression. Huan Song remained in his half-beast form, his legs fused into a shimmering gray fishtail. His upper body remained human, though gill slits appeared at his neck, and transparent webbed fingers connected. 7 against 7, but the situation remained unfavorable. The giant beastmen were natural warriors, and every adult could easily tear apart a normal-sized beastman. Guunji, the only pure human in the group, seemed particularly vulnerable at this moment. Although he longed to stand guard at Guunji's side like Langdon, Wei Yanjia, the supreme combatant, leaped forward as a giant wolf, using his sharp claws to tear through the beast's encirclement. The battle erupted in an instant. The beast's attack was like a raging storm, each claw strike accompanied by a piercing sound. Although Guunji was safe under the protection of the others, flying stones and dead branches still scratched his exposed cheeks. The fully transformed men were clearly no match for the half-beast beasts. With each roar, blood gushed from one of their wounds. Huang Jinqi, transformed into a golden eagle, swooped down from the sky, clawing at another beast's eyes. The tan Tibetan mastiff, Li Wuji, darted between the beasts with incredible agility, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Although small, the Angora rabbit worked in perfect harmony with the gray wolf, holding the strongest beast to the left and right. Huan Song maneuvered between the two beasts, avoiding a direct confrontation, but surprisingly slowing them down. And Wei Yanjia single-handedly stopped the leading student and a weaker one in their tracks. Why are you fighting so hard? The beast standing next to the lion beastman suddenly spoke. With bison-like horns and sturdy hooves, he was clearly a bovine beastman known for his endurance. This is just a league, not a life-or-death battle. Wei Yanjia panted heavily, his silver-white fur now stained red with blood. He could feel his muscles trembling slightly, clearly reaching his limit. We have something we want, Guunji whispered from behind the crowd. His voice was soft, yet remarkably firm. The leading student, the giant beast, narrowed his eyes, sizing Guunji up, and suddenly burst into laughter. Who comes here without something they want? He took a step forward, the ground shaking. Then let me give it another try. The lion beastmen took matters into their own hands. The beastmen's melee attacks accelerated, and Huan Song, caught off guard, suffered a deep gash on his left arm, leaving him with a visible bone. Wei Yanjia's hind legs were also injured from holding back two large carnivores, slowing his movements. The other teammates were also injured, the worst hit being Li Wuji, who looked like a Tibetan mastiff. His abdomen was ripped open, and blood gushed out continuously. But the beastmen weren't faring any better either. 3 of the 7 men were already incapacitated, and the remaining 4 suffered varying degrees of injuries. Seeing this, the behemoth leader was no fool. The purpose of this league was survival, not defeating other teams. He suddenly roared, halting his companions' attack. All right, there's no need to fight them to the death. He turned to Wei Yanjia and the others, and said with a certain satisfaction, we will never set foot in this area again. With a gesture, he led the behemoths, supporting each other, back into the depths of the forest, quickly disappearing into the dense shadows. After confirming they had truly left, Guunji's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Wei Yanjia immediately regained his human form, and, despite his leg injury, supported him. Shiji, are you injured? Guunji forced a smile. Just scrapes. He glanced at his teammates, his heart sinking. Everyone's badly injured. I go find some herbs along the river. Huan Song dragged his fish tail over. I go with you. I heal faster near a source of water. Wei Yanjia nodded. Be careful. We rest here. Shangwan, you be on guard. Shangwan Tutu had returned to human form. Her injuries were the least serious, but she was also bruised. She nodded, endured the pain, and climbed a tall tree, surveying the surroundings from above. Guunji and Huan Song searched the forest for a while, finding several useful herbs. When they returned to camp, it was completely dark, and the teammates had lit a small bonfire. These things can be used as healing herbs, Guunji explained as he tended to Wei Yanjia's leg wound. It can stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. This is elderberry leaves. Crush it, and apply it to wounds to speed healing. His technique was skillful, as if he'd received professional training. Luckily, little Gu is here. The burly man transformed from a Tibetan mastiff bared his teeth. He had a gash on his stomach, but after being stitched up by Guunji, he seemed much more energetic. Otherwise, all of us would just bear it when we're injured. Indeed. The girl in golden eagle form softly echoed, medical knowledge is sometimes more effective than our own healing abilities. Shangwan Tutu slid down from the tree and joined the healing. Shouldn't this kind of behavior get extra points? The league's scoring criteria include teamwork and resource utilization. Guunji shook his head. Forget about the scoring right now. Let's make sure everyone gets out of this forest alive. Night fell, and everyone except Shangwan Tutu, who was on guard, fell into a deep sleep. Guunji leaned against a tree trunk, lost in thought as he gazed at the campfire. Though he had no major wounds, he did have numerous small scrapes, which burned with pain. Can't sleep? Wei Yinja asked quietly, moving closer to him. Guunji nodded. It hurts a little. Wei Yinja was silent for a moment. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well enough. Guunji gazed at the dancing flames and whispered, no need to apologize, you guys protected me well. I'm just scratched. Wei Yinja seemed about to say something, but suddenly looked up in alarm. There seems to be noise outside again. Shangwan Tutu, who was on guard, also noticed something was wrong and quickly returned to the safe house behind the rock pile. The sound of footsteps outside was loud, and everyone quickly woke up and went on alert. It's a team I haven't seen before. Shangwan Tutu slid down from the treetops, her face grim. They're probably planning a night attack. Her voice trembled. Are you still able to fight? Should we evade? Wansong asked. How many are they? Wei Yinja asked. 6, all wounded, looking like they've just been through a fierce battle, Shangwan Tutu replied. Guunji pondered for a moment, then suddenly gave a sly smile. Our place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. If they're remnants, I have some ideas. Would you like to hear them? 10 minutes later, the Tace Academy team cautiously approached the valley entrance. They were clearly exhausted, and 2 of them needed assistance from their companions to walk. Now! Guunji growled. 8 hidden arrows shot simultaneously from the darkness, accurately hitting the 6 Tace Academy members in non-lethal areas. Followed by this, Wei Yinja and Feng Xiaoxing, fully transformed into beasts, charged out from either side, completely disrupting the enemy's formation. The battle was almost one-sided. The already injured Tace Academy team was helpless in the surprise attack, and was quickly subdued. Why are you attacking us? The bound Tace Academy leader demanded angrily. We have no grudges against each other. We didn't intend to disturb anyone. You stepped into our hunting range by entering this area. Feng Xiaoxing was the one who had gone down to abduct the people, so he was the one to answer. Shangwan Tutu stepped forward, reverting to human form. Can't you see there's someone here? The Tace Academy team members' faces paled. How could they not know? They were just clinging to a glimmer of hope, hoping this place would be unclaimed. Wait, are you Tutu? One of the Tace Academy orcs suddenly shouted, Tutu, it's me. I'm... Eliminate them. Before the other could finish, Shangwan Tutu coldly addressed Feng Xiaoxing. Chapter 87. For the next few days, the team slowly advanced through the forest, recuperating while searching for other opponents. Strangely, the forest became eerily quiet, as if all the participating teams had vanished. Wei Yinja made a quick decision and returned to their cabin. On the way back, Guunji asked curiously, why don't you continue searching for opponents? Wei Yinja, we still can't find anyone at the center, which means there really aren't many left. With so few people, of course everyone would choose to avoid fighting. After all, this league is a survival competition. On the morning of the 5th day, as they rested by a stream, the roar of engines suddenly filled the sky. A large aircraft bearing the league logo landed in an open field nearby, and several officers in Wolf Clan uniforms disembarked. Is this the end? Wansong asked, puzzled. The leading Wolf Clan officer glanced at the 8 of them, a meaningful smile on his face. Congratulations, everyone. The league is officially over. Squad still alive. Please board the plane immediately. Guunji and Wei Yinja exchanged glances and followed their teammates. Why are you picking us up? Wei Yinja asked. Clearly, he knew the 2 officers before him. The Wolf Clan officer's smile widened slightly. You find out soon enough. Now follow us. The aircraft quickly took off, and Guunji and the others spotted a group of students inside. Those students were the last survivors of the league. Each of them exuded an aura far superior to the rookies, who had initially boarded the same spaceship as them. Guunji didn't dare look at them, but the students already aboard the aircraft glanced over at them. Two of them even stood up and walked towards them. Wei Yinja, you're unlucky not to meet me this time. Next time, you have to fight me squarely. A slender male orc in a black and white school uniform approached and punched Wei Yinja on the shoulder. Aside from Guunji, the others nearby all had strange expressions. Wei Yinja didn't want to pay attention to the orc, slapping his hand away and saying, I have to go to the Edge Stars soon. I don't have time for you. Hey, I get a chance sooner or later. The man was also cheerful. He paused for a moment after noticing Guunji's gaze, then nodded and returned to his seat. After the man left, Guunji could finally ask questions. Guunji looked at the people in front of him suspiciously. Your expressions. Is there something wrong with this guy? They shook their heads. Then why that strange expression? Wan Kangsai grinned. Well, I tell you. That beastman is a honey badger. Guunji, Wow, he's so famous. He suddenly looked at Wei Yinja. How did you manage to get involved with a honey badger? Even in the original time and space, everyone knew to stay away from honey badgers, right? Wei Yinja looked away and touched his nose. You're young and naive. Guunji, Despite encountering a honey badger, this one was clearly much calmer than the ones he'd seen in the animal world before. Back at the competition, Landon reluctantly parted with him. Guunji ran into Baidu, who had taken them to school, backstage. Baidu saw the group beaming. Guunji greeted him politely. Long time no see. Baidu nodded. It seems you've adjusted well to the team. After the award ceremony, you all should follow me. The marshal wants to see you. Guunji wondered what Marshal Wei had up his sleeve again. Wei Yinja nodded, but didn't ask. The award ceremony didn't last long. After all, the students had just returned from the desolate planet and were exhausted. To Guunji's surprise, many spectators in the stands at the ceremony held banners and shouted out names. And most of them were actually shouting his name. Guunji finally felt the reality of the league being broadcast. Not surprisingly, their team's points were a high first place. The mainframe scoring system already had survival points, but the orcs didn't usually pay much attention to them. They didn't know how to earn them. But Guunji was different. Guunji practically introduced a scoring model that had never been seen before. Building houses, digging tunnels, and collecting herbs to heal teammates during the league. These actions not only benefited their teammates, but also tangibly added points. After the award ceremony, everyone left the field one after another. The staff would also ask the players what planets they wanted after their evening rest period. Baidu was waiting at the exit. Upon seeing the group, he led them directly to the referee's lounge. As a marshal, Marshal Wei naturally had a separate lounge, perfect for him to meet with a group of children. When they arrived, Marshal Wei was still at his desk. However, he quickly put down his work, crossed his arms, and looked at the group of young people with great authority. Marshal Wei said, I called you here because I already have the transfer contract for Desolate Planet. It was originally ownerless, and with him as his guarantor, as long as these children signed the contract, he would take Desolate Planet as quickly as possible. It wasn't that the Gu family was no longer competitive, and Desolate Planet was therefore safe. With the Gu family's affairs exposed, many people's attention shifted to Desolate Planet, where Guunji had spent some time. Desolate Planet held a much greater allure than before. Hearing Marshal Wei's words, several people let out a sigh of relief. However, what Marshal Wei said next surprised Guunji. But I suggest that the rest of you sign the option to give up, and let little Gu take the planet alone. Why? Guunji asked. Marshal Wei didn't give him an answer, but instead looked at the orcs behind him. Wan Song and the others weren't surprised, and even nodded in agreement. Wei Yinja spoke for his teammates. We all think so. But this is the result of our joint efforts. Isn't it a bad idea to do this? Guunji frowned. Hearing his words, Shang Wan Tutu burst out laughing. Oh, you're overthinking it. Shang Wan Tutu laughed. We all have families behind us. If our names were written on it, this planet would sooner or later be divided up among our families. How could we possibly interfere? That's right. Only if you take it will this planet belong to the 7 of us. Wan Song nodded repeatedly. As Shang Wan Tutu and Wan Song had said, if they didn't give up, this planet would sooner or later become a battleground for the forces behind them. After all, it would be better to hand it over to Guunji. Besides, if we give up, will you withhold the benefits of the desolate planet from us? Wang Jinxin asked. Of course not. Guunji shook his head repeatedly. That's fine. After repeated persuasion from several people, Guunji finally accepted their offer. He nodded to Marshal Wei. Thank you for your help, Marshal. It's a small matter. Marshal Wei waved his hand. After signing the agreement, Marshal Wei didn't signal the end of the matter. He looked at Guunji with a smile. I hope you agree to the next thing. Guunji asked subconsciously, what's that? Marshal Wei put away the contract and took the document beside it. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but my unit has a research facility. It's a dedicated research institute for the military. I've been asked to ask if you could go there and make some handicrafts for them. The annual live broadcasts of the Military Academy League are incredibly popular, and many military members are known to the outside world because of their early participation in the league. Such a popular event isn't just a grand recruitment event for graduating students. It's also a time for the military to recruit and identify talented individuals. Personally, I really hope you can go. Marshal Wei didn't hold back. One of our young researchers has been watching your videos for a while, and got itchy hands and started building a small table like you. He's discovered something fascinating. The thing you made has a special wavelength that can suppress orc transformation. But since they didn't see it firsthand, the Research Institute doesn't know if it's because they followed your lead, or if it's just a matter of making it. Of course, they lean towards the former. After all, if making these things could suppress beast transformation, why hadn't anyone succeeded in all these years? Guunji hadn't expected Marshal Wei to contact them for this very thing, and was rather flattered. He turned. You didn't tell the Marshal? Wei Yinzhou looked at Guunji blankly. What? Guunji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So Marshal Wei had no idea that his aunts and uncles on the desolate planet had learned to make furniture from him and discovered that their own furniture had the same effect. He had no choice but to tell Marshal Wei everything. The more Marshal Wei listened, the brighter his eyes grew. He simply said, all right, report to the Military Research Institute tomorrow. As for his son, who hadn't even thought of mentioning this, with a flick of his finger, Marshal Wei happily dispatched him to the fringe planet. Guunji had no intention of refusing. He and Marshal Wei happily reached a consensus. Afterwards, Marshal Wei kicked the group of children out of his office. This time, they were finally able to return to the hotel to rest. Guunji was extremely grateful for Marshal Wei's promptness. The next day, Guunji excitedly reported to the Research Institute. The Military Research Institute wasn't actually located within the military headquarters, but in a residential complex near it. It was said that this complex was also for military families, and the management was extremely strict. It was surprising that the Research Institute had been there for so many years without anyone noticing. Guunji was dazed when Baidu led him to the Research Institute, where he discovered that Baidu was actually a member of the team. But I'm still young Master Wei's assistant, Baidu said. Although it might not be nice to say this, I'd like to be your assistant in the future. Chapter 88. The researchers at the Research Institute had been anticipating Guunji's arrival. As Guunji followed Baidu into the room, he was met with a dozen eager eyes. The pure-blooded human in charge forced a kind smile and approached, pulling Guunji aside. Little Gu, I've been watching every single one of your league videos. We've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. Another human-looking researcher nodded. Yes, I followed your example and built a model cabin. Testing revealed that it can actually suppress animal transformation. I can't believe how safe it would be if I lived in it. The remaining younger researchers also looked eager, but, led by the two older researchers, they remained silent. Guunji wasn't used to such enthusiasm, but the researchers didn't make him uncomfortable. He smiled at several researchers and said, The Marshal told me you wanted to see me crafting something. Do you have any crafting requirements? One of them whispered, We could try making some table decorations first. Table decorations are not uncommon in interstellar space. Rather than building a house or a storage box, the Research Institute might be more interested in thoroughly researching table decorations. They're cheap and practical. They could also develop smaller ornaments based on table decorations. This would allow the orcs to carry them with them. Guunji had made table decorations before, but he had never researched what kind of table decorations the interstellar world needed. Can you give me a simple DIY video to watch? Hearing his words, the researchers looked at each other in bewilderment. What do you mean by DIY videos? Guunji belatedly realized that in this era, most handicrafts were machine-made. Artisans had vanished into the long river of time. He sighed, thought for a moment, and said, Can you give me a piece of wood and some carpenter's tools? The reason he specifically asked for carpenter's tools was because he had seen them while searching for tools on StarNet. Since they were only for collection, the items weren't too expensive, but the machinery was quite complete. The researchers nodded and gave him instructions. Soon, a brand new set of tools was delivered to Guunji. The researchers led him to a place resembling an observation room and set up a table and chair for him. They stood outside the large glass window, where a test bench and a large optical computer, the research institute's commonly used measurement tools, were located. The researchers watched him sit in a chair and begin to chip at the wood. Not long after, he resumed writing and drawing on the wood. The researcher staring at the data's eyes lit up. The data is steadily increasing. Another added, whenever he starts making something, a unique rhythm develops as he moves, and it's this rhythm that resonates with the magnetic field. But whether this resonance is responsible for suppressing the beastman's transformation remains to be seen. The older researcher said, "Find a control group." The other researcher looked back, paused for a moment, and then pointed to a female researcher. "Xiaomu, you go." The female researcher named Xiaomu nodded and entered the room. Guunji spent a full month at the research institute. After constant debugging, the researchers finally reached their desired conclusion. The research team was delighted, and Guunji was equally pleased with the supplies they had donated, discarded by the military. These items, placed on the desolate planet, would undoubtedly improve its development. Although he had been away from the outside world for a month, Guunji didn't feel out of place. On the contrary, he felt like he was in school at the research institute, learning a great deal. After at least 3 months away, Guunji was finally able to return to the desolate planet and observe its development. Although he would soon have to return to Aster to attend school, this time, Guunji felt an especially strong sense of belonging. Grabbing his documents and boarding the starship, Guunji quickly returned to the desolate planet he was most familiar with. The desolate planet was completely different from before. The drastically changed desolate planet reminded Guunji of the countryside of his previous world. The desolate planet finally had its own helipad. Although the airport was old-fashioned, everything was new. The house was also connected to plumbing and electrical wiring. However, the residents of desolate planet were unwilling to trade their handmade homes for the ironclad structures of the main planet, preferring instead to live in brick and wood structures. Guunji walked through desolate planet, now the first city on desolate planet. The streets had been tidied up by tools, and the houses were becoming more numerous. He was greeted by Abu and Sang Ziwang. Happy events bring joy to people. Abu looked a bit plumper, while Sang Ziwang still had the same naive look of a middle-aged man. Guunji was delighted to see them, and waved. Wei Yinja, his team, and Landon, who were following him, were all visiting the city of Desolate She for the first time and looked around curiously. "Uncle Abu. Uncle Sang." Guunji ran up to them, excitedly saying, "I've taken ownership of Desolate Planet." Now, even if he wanted to develop Desolate Planet, he had the power to decide whether the people who originally lived there should stay or go. The first thing Abu and his team did after connecting to their laptops was watch Guunji's league match. Seeing him win the match in a way completely different from what they remembered, Abu and the others were incredibly happy. Sang Ziwang looked at him sternly and said, "Don't be too happy. There are a lot of people on Desolate Planet right now, and there are many outside who also want to come here." Originally, Desolate Planet was not open to the public. But because Guunji had taken it, it became a private planet. Not to mention those who wanted to visit. Even the families of the orcs, who had been exiled here, were eager to see their friends and family. Guunji was completely unaware of this. Wei Yinja stepped forward, stood beside him, and whispered to Guunji, "There are quite a few people wanting to enter right now. But Duan Wayne's brother has already applied 17 or 18 times." Guunji also remembered the great wolf that had helped him so much. Back then, he had been told to suppress his beastly transformation. Duan Wayne, as long as he lived in the environment of the desolate planet, would eventually recover. Naturally, he no longer hid from his human brother. After learning Duan Wayne's whereabouts, the Duan brothers immediately rushed to the outskirts of the desolate planet. But now that Desolate Star had become a private planet, no one was allowed in. The Duan brothers were so anxious they nearly rushed to the main planet's research institute to kidnap Guunji. But Guunji knew none of this. "Speaking of which, I changed the name of Desolate Star," Guunji whispered to Abu. "They don't allow Desolate Star to be called Desolate Star anymore, so I changed it to the name of our village." This was something Marshal Wei had specifically told Guunji before he received the paperwork. Guunji, without a second thought, changed Desolate Star to Desolate She Star. His starting point was the village of Desolate She. Now that Desolate Star was his, it was natural to call it what it was. Guunji rubbed the corner of his clothes, a little nervous, and asked, Everyone in the village still wants to stay?" The beastification crisis had been resolved, and these retired heroes would naturally be welcomed back. But Guunji still hoped everyone could stay in Desolate She. Abu suddenly stopped laughing. Guunji's introverted voice grew restless. I know the desolate planet is far inferior to the main planet, but I believe it will be the most comfortable place to retire. His voice gradually faded, clearly lacking confidence in his words. Living on the desolate planet might help suppress beast transformation, but once the Military Research Institute developed something truly capable of helping orcs suppress their beast transformation, the desolate planet would become insignificant. Abu couldn't hold back his laughter. He coughed a few times. What are you thinking? Of course no one wants to leave. It was the desolate planet that took them in when they were desperate, and these orcs certainly wouldn't leave when the desolate planet needed them. They even wanted to invite their relatives and friends to come to desolate planet. Even if they weren't permanent residents, coming here often to breathe the fresh air and do some handicrafts would be great. But there might not be that many opportunities to make money on desolate planet. Guunji knew desolate planet wasn't competitive. You're wrong. Abu raised his eyebrows proudly. Your ants have already made a lot of handicrafts based on your designs. They're all useful for daily life. So what if the indoor temperature is constant? Other planets aren't home planets. They also need mats, duvets, and other daily necessities. Those machine-made items had no ability to suppress beast transformation, but the handicrafts made according to Guunji's designs could subtly suppress the beast transformation of orcs. At least for a while now, they've been selling well. Ah, but the Research Institute is also researching these things. Little Gu, do you think even if the Research Institute develops them, they can put them into machine production? Abu's words silenced Guunji for a moment. Of course, he knew it wouldn't work. The Research Institute had already told him that these things would lose their ability to inhibit movement once they were used in machines. His silence spoke volumes. Abu shook his head and said, the Research Institute can at most help us improve our crafting techniques, but it can't replace us in providing the entire galaxy with beastly tools. As long as the orcs keep fighting, our crafts will always have opportunities to make money. In the long run, we won't be short of money, unable to support ourselves. He should have been impressed by Abu's meticulous thinking, but Guunji's first reaction was a sigh of relief. He liked everyone on the desolate planet. He wanted to continue living with them. Abu, thank you. Guunji knew. Abu was as kind as ever. He raised his hand and stroked Guunji's hair, speaking earnestly, my child, the desolate planet will always be your haven. Go out and explore. When you're tired, we always welcome you back. Chapter 89. The days that followed passed even faster than expected. Perhaps it was because Desolate Star had entered a period of rapid development. Except for the initial period, when Guunji returned to the small house he had lived in for a few months, he was forced to move to the very center of Desolate City. It was a two-storied brick and wood structure with a red roof and white walls, similar to the house he had lived in his previous world. It was said to have been built for him after the competition. Although he loved his original small house, this more modern house gave Guunji a sense of being in another world. Guunji was curious about why they had built such a house. Shiba Yi, who had come to visit him, winked at him and said with a smile, those are the blueprints Brother Wei sent us, informing us that once you take control of Desolate Star, you're asking us to build a new home like this. Shiba Yi smiled and asked him, little brother Gu, will Brother Wei also come to live here in the future? Guunji was speechless for a moment. He had no answer for his question. After all, where Wei Yinzhou would be assigned next depended on the military. Shiba Yi didn't ask this question out of sarcasm. He genuinely cared about it. Marshal Wei not only sent Sang Ziwen here to help with construction, but also gave young orcs like Shiba Yi the opportunity to study. This fact made everyone on the desolate planet feel very good about the Wei family. The new residents had many amenities that weren't from the interstellar era, but were still very convenient. Guunji knew without hesitation who had done all this. This central area had been redeveloped, dividing the center into commercial and planetary office areas. The original houses in the center were demolished and rebuilt. While not as technologically advanced as the main planet, it was not much different from Guunji's impression of a developed city center. A helipad was built behind the new site of Huangxi village, and a large area there housed a high-tech starship docking station. A short walk would take you to the busiest part of Huangxi. The surrounding houses, built by the orcs themselves, remained intact. Instead, the houses facing the street were converted into small shops. Outside the shops, stalls stood, selling the items Guunji had previously taught the orc women to make. It wasn't as impressive as the main planet's construction mall, but it was surprisingly harmonious. The once humble medical clinic had also undergone a transformation. Guunji suspected that Marshal Wei had simply recruited all of this year's graduates to work in this newly built hospital. Perhaps because someone had told him that Desolate Planet was once again plagued by items capable of suppressing orcish transformation, the hospital was surrounded by numerous sanatoriums. Besides the medical equipment necessary for daily life, the hospital supplies mostly focused on suppressing animal transformation. Even the veteran doctors employed by the hospital specialized in this area. The road from the center to the hospital followed the original main road leading to the desolate site. Now that the main road had been improved, and with the addition of hovercrafts, Guunji could reach his own small house from the center in just 20 minutes. As he toured the area, he found that the original site hadn't changed much. But the biggest change in the village was the land he had been planting across the river. A known decision had been made, but all the land across the river had been expropriated. Most of the once lush forest had been cleared, leaving the riverbank a vibrant golden expanse. His chicken coop had been moved farther across the river, a large area dedicated to his colorful chickens, along with other edible animals he hadn't identified, but had since been added. According to Baishua and Huichao, who lived nearby, the village was now populated by farmers and animal farmers. It was said that several experts had applied to immigrate here to survey the biological habitat. This was all done by Wei Yinja during his time at the Main Star Research Institute. Guunji had no idea. He even felt like he had returned without doing anything, yet had become the ruler of this planet. Wilderness Star would be the same with him or without him, right? Shibano, once again serving as Guunji's guide, was particularly happy to see him back. Since Guunji had retained the previous management team, his father had secured a respectable position, a job akin to a civil servant in the modern-day wasteland. So where are you going to school now? Guunji walked a long way but saw no school. The entire route from the old Huangshi site to the giant beast territory is where Huangshi currently grows its crops, and the surrounding area is also full of farmers. From the old Huangshi site to the center of New Huangshi are the hospital, commercial streets, external entry points, and the planetary administrative area. The school can't be on the other side of the city, right? The school in Huangshi isn't finished yet. We currently go to school on the neighboring planet. Shabei answered Guunji's question. But Brother Wei mentioned to Uncle Abu, and the others, that they might build a school district city attached to Huangshi City in the future. Wei Yinja made this decision after careful consideration. Guunji didn't remember his previous interstellar life, but Wei Yinja did. All the social orcs on the main planet went to school in a city. Due to the characteristics of the orcs, the size of their schools, and the content of their studies were different from those of the old times Guunji remembered. Building a school district city would be more suitable for students in the interstellar era. Wei Yinja's arrangements were perfect, and Guunji could completely be a hands-off manager. Guunji nodded, not wanting to ask further questions. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Oh, right. Shibei seemed to suddenly think of something. Because 2 days ago, you, little brother Gu, opened up the desolate planet, and that big Aster's brother has moved to the city. He asked me to tell you while I'm your guide that he wants to come and see you. Perhaps due to his advanced beast transformation, Duan Wayne directly completed immigration procedures and moved from Aster, which was under the Duan family's control, to desolate Shi. The eldest brother of the Duan family, who had been searching for his younger brother, immediately arrived on desolate planet upon seeing his younger brother's presence. However, he was only allowed to land yesterday. Although the eldest brother of the Duan family was a delicate human, he possessed incredible mobility. Duan Wayne's house, which lived in the most prosperous area of desolate planet, was directly requisitioned by the eldest brother. After confirming that his younger brother was safe, the eldest brother of the Duan family began paving the way for his younger brother on this new planet. Guunji felt a headache when he thought of the big wolf. Although Wei Yinja had asked the big wolf to act as a carrier pigeon several times, the big wolf was no pushover. He felt as if they would owe the big wolf something whenever they met. Only the soft-bodied yet surprisingly agile human brother thought his younger brother knew nothing but getting into trouble. That wolf was quite shrewd. I don't want to go, Guunji said. Shibei feigned maturity. Little brother Gu, you're the ruler of this planet now. You can't say such willful things. Guunji, This is so annoying. I don't want to bother with it anymore. Pleasant strolls are always so short-lived. After confirming the current construction status of Huangshi, Guunji followed Shibei back to their house in the city center. Wei Yinja, who had been busy with some finishing work, had also just finished. The two bumped into each other at their doorstep. Originally, they and their team members had acquired Huangshi together, so naturally, everyone in the team should have a house here. However, since Guunji already had a house and didn't want a second one, Wei Yinja simply put his own name on the house and added Guunji's name at the end. This led to the two of them living in the same house. His actions were incredibly ambiguous, And Guunji, who knew he had lost his mind at the time, actually agreed to his strange behavior. As expected, because he was Xiaomu, Guunji subconsciously treated Xiaomu's things as his own. After regaining consciousness, Guunji lamented deeply. But before the beautiful big wolf, he surrendered. What's the difference between a wolf and a dog? Especially the big dog and the little wolf, they're practically spitting the same cookie. Just think of it as living with a pet. There's nothing wrong with that, right? As soon as the two met, Shabano ran away with a smirk. Guunji and Wei Yanjia stared at each other for a moment, then simultaneously walked to the door. Guunji took out his access card and swiped it against the iron gate of his yard. The gate unlocked instantly. The two of them walked into the open-air garden outside the house. "You're back early today?" Guunji asked. Wei Yanjia, "Ah? Yes. I also bought some of their newly grown vegetables. What do you think we're going to make for dinner today?" Guunji took the bag from him naturally and flipped through the bag. Even Xiaomu rarely thought about what to eat in the evening. After all, back then, all he could do was accompany Guunji on grocery shopping. So now, Wei Yanjia's purchases were giving Guunji a slight headache. But Guunji chose to forgive him. After all, how could a wolfhound know how humans shop for groceries? He thought for a moment and said, "I go out and get some more meat." "You should know how to wash vegetables, right?" Wei Yanjia nodded. The two of them had a clear division of labor. One went to buy the necessary vegetables, while the other washed and sorted them. Guunji felt as if he were repeating the life of his father and mother from that era. Thinking of his parents back then, Guunji paused, his face suddenly flushed. Wait! Why would he bring himself and his pet dog into his parents' lives? Reeling from a sudden shock, Guunji left the house in a daze, not realizing what he had bought before returning home. Everything in the house had been meticulously decorated by Wei Yanjia. It was the home they had created together in the old days, by Gu's parents, and later by Guunji. Looking at it for a long time, Guunji seemed to be transported back to the time when he and Xiaomu had been dependent on each other. But back then, Xiaomu could only keep him company, while now, Xiaomu had become a self-sufficient orc. Guunji fell silent. Wei Yanjia could no longer be his Xiaomu. He was the marshal's only son, the future pillar of the family. The only one not his Xiaomu. Chapter 90. Why don't you come in? The inexplicable emotions that had been building up were interrupted by a single sentence. What caught Guunji's eye was Wei Yanjia, wearing an apron, sleeves rolled up, picking vegetables. It was the first time Guunji had seen Wei Yanjia so at home, and his initial disappointment completely vanished, replaced by a mixture of amusement and laughter. He handed the meat to Wei Yanjia, then took down an apron hanging on the other side of the kitchen wall, and tied it around himself. "I'd do the rest." Wei Yanjia's ability to pick vegetables was already unexpected. Guunji could handle the rest himself. However, Wei Yanjia didn't budge. He smiled at Guunji and said, "I've wanted to try cooking with you for a long time." That had been his most sincere thought during his time as the wolfhound Xiaomu, but it was a pity his master never noticed. Wei Yanjia also knew that he couldn't help Guunji much during his time as Xiaomu, so he took the initiative after becoming a human. This was all he'd wanted to do as Xiaomu. Guunji didn't refuse. The two of them huddled together in the small kitchen, practically arm in arm. But neither of them complained. Wei Yanjia seemed to be enjoying it. With the ingredients ready, cooking was easy. Guunji blanched common interstellar vegetables, added some seasonings, and stir-fried them in a pan. The dish was ready. The next few dishes followed his usual recipes: braised, mashed garlic, and a beaten egg for a vegetable and egg soup. Then he called it a day. The two of them weren't slow to prepare this meal, but even these ordinary dishes would have been considered quite refined in the interstellar age. Guunji glanced at the 5 dishes on the table, thought for a moment, and asked Wei Yanjia, "Should we call Shengwan and the others over?" Because he often ate in the cafeteria and brought him food, Guunji knew his teammates loved it. If it were anyone else, they would have already taken nutritional supplements. Wei Yanjia shook his head and explained with a chuckle, "If we let them come over, none of us will get enough to eat." Their discussion ended there, and Guunji served 2 bowls of white rice, placing them on either side of the table. Wei Yanjia and Guunji sat across from each other. "It feels like it's been ages since I've sat down and enjoyed a leisurely meal with you like this," Wei Yanjia lamented. Guunji, however, didn't seem to care, and laughed. "You mean the time you couldn't sit at the table?" Wei Yanjia knew he was joking and laughed too. Because he was always alone, Guunji rarely had the chance to chat while eating. This novel experience captivated Guunji. Because of this, he suddenly remembered that Wei Yanjia would soon be graduating. It would be hard to share a meal like that again. Noticing Guunji's sudden downturn, Wei Yanjia asked, What's wrong? Guunji looked up. You're graduating soon. Are you thinking of going somewhere? His question was casual, but Guunji's hand tightened imperceptibly. Wei Yanjia noticed his nervousness and pondered for a moment with a malicious look. Well, let me think about it. Seeing Guunji's nervousness, he gave a mischievous smile. I'm not teasing you anymore. I've already decided to stay with Uncle Sang for a while. Following Sang Ziweng, he undoubtedly wanted to come to Desolate Planet. Desolate Planet is different now than it used to be. For most people, it's a pretty good place to go. But no matter how good Desolate Planet is, it's still on the edge. Being near the edge, wars are always more frequent. For someone with Wei Yanjia's background, Desolate Planet isn't really a good place to go. Guunji didn't know whether to be happy or sigh at his words. I think you can go somewhere better. Wei Yanjia disagreed. I think this place is pretty good. Do you really think it's good, or is it because of me? Guunji hit the nail on the head. Wei Yanjia was helpless. Of course there are reasons. But it's a decision I made after careful consideration. You don't need to feel burdened by my decision. Guunji still wasn't very happy. Putting down his chopsticks, he looked at Wei Yanjia seriously. I heard from Uncle Abu and the others that there's been a lot of war here in Huangshi. As Huangshi develops, there will only be more early wars here. You don't have to work so hard. What about you? Will you come back after graduation? Wei Yanjia asked. Guunji nodded matter-of-factly. Of course I will. This is my hometown. Wei Yanjia said, as your pet dog, of course I have to come back too. How can a master and a pet be separated? When did you become my pet? Guunji was shocked. How could someone so righteously say such shocking things? Guunji didn't understand. Isn't Xiaomu your pet? Yes, but... Wei Yanjia interrupted him. That's all right, isn't it? I'm Xiaomu, and Xiaomu is me. You can't just acknowledge Xiaomu and not me. Although he knew he was being unreasonable, Guunji couldn't refute Wei Yanjia's words. He lost his appetite and picked up his chopsticks but did nothing. Wei Yanjia sighed. He set his bowl and chopsticks aside. You want to reject me again? Think about it. How many times have you rejected me along the way? Knowing I'm Xiaomu, you still won't accept even a little help from me. Guunji remained silent. Wei Yanjia, Gigi, you're no longer alone. He didn't know how long it would take for Guunji to react. Seeing Guunji trying to handle everything on his own, Wei Yanjia felt truly powerless and heartbroken. During the time when he lost his memory, due to Gu Jiaozuo's child swap, Guunji had been left without parental love and had to do everything on his own. In another world, Guunji struggled alone due to the untimely passing of his parents. In the final analysis, Guunji was simply unaccustomed to being loved and cared for. He only wanted to solve all his problems on his own, and refused help from others. Besides, my decision to go to Uncle Sang was made by my father and me. Do you think I'd let him do anything wrong if I took him there? Guunji was speechless. Wei Yanjia picked up his chopsticks again, picked up a piece of food, and placed it in Guunji's bowl. Guunji glanced at Wei Yanjia, then silently lowered his head and began to eat. The two of them quickly concluded their unpleasant dinner. Wei Yanjia was washing dishes, while Guunji was browsing the starnet on his laptop. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Guunji glanced at Wei Yanjia, who was washing dishes, and opened the door on his slippers. Outside was Xiaoyu, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Xiaoyu was overjoyed to see Guunji. Following her were several female orcs, each standing there, laughing helplessly. Guunji didn't let anyone in, despite the large crowd. Instead, he asked, Grandma Xiaoyu, what happened? Xiaoyu replied calmly, nothing serious. We just heard you were back, and wanted to see if you could invest your technology in us. Technology? Guunji asked curiously. Xiaoyu smiled and said, hasn't the desolate planet changed its face? We, a bunch of military families with limited skills, are thinking about setting up a small workshop to supplement our income. Xiaoyu described their small workshop in detail. Most of the people inside were Grandma Xiaoyu, with whom she had a close relationship. They didn't know much else, but they were the quickest to learn Guunji's handicrafts. Even if they were slow to learn, with nothing else to do, they could still devote some time to studying the craft. It was precisely because of these people that Xiaoyu came up with the idea of opening a small workshop. More and more people were coming to Huangshi, and while their material needs were being met, their spiritual needs naturally needed to catch up. But the straw grasshoppers and elm wooden horses Xiaoyu had made were just things Guunji had made with them to pass the time when they were bored. If they wanted more varieties, they could only ask Guunji. The orcs on Huangshi were willing to find work for themselves, so there was no reason for Guunji to refuse. But he didn't have that many blueprints. Guunji, then, Grandma, wait for 3 to 5 days. I draw you a blueprint. Later, no matter how much you sell the product, I take 1% of it, okay? Xiaomu hesitated. Guunji had given too much, and received too little. Isn't 1% too little? Another grandmother nearby, one Guunji knew well, asked. Guunji waved his hand. It's a lot. I studied finance, so I never let myself lose money. Don't worry. The grandmothers, seeing his expression, knew he definitely wouldn't accept more, so they reluctantly accepted his offer. The commotion at the door continued. Wei Yinja, who had finished washing the dishes, poked his head out from the inner door. Shiji, who is that? Guunji didn't turn around, simply saying, it has nothing to do with you. The grandmothers then realized that someone else was at Guunji's house, and they all winked at him. Oh, what's this? Seeing the familiar gossipy expressions on the grandmothers' faces, Guunji helplessly spread his hands. You're overthinking it. We're just close friends. Oh, friends. Xiaomu was the most familiar with him, and their teasing was the most straightforward. Guunji nodded. Undoubtedly, he had feelings for Wei Yinja. But after Xiaomu's identity was revealed, his feelings toward Wei Yinja became awkward. He was his family, his pet dog, who had been with him for most of his life. Guunji found it hard to imagine falling in love with him. And Wei Yinja hadn't shown any interest in him yet. Guunji couldn't say he was happy, but he wasn't disappointed either. Grandma, I'm not lying. We're true friends. Guunji spoke so firmly that Xiaomu couldn't help but feel a little sorry. But she had no intention of trying to force a match. She simply said earnestly, Little Gu, I've been through this, so I'm giving you a piece of my mind. Seize every opportunity that comes your way. Chapter 91. Xiaomu came and went quickly. Guunji returned to the living room, and Wei Yinja greeted him. What did the grandmas come here for? Guunji, they want me to invest my technology. Technology investment? Guunji puffed out his chest proudly. Huangshi has a lot of attractive things right now, and the grandmas want to make some handicrafts to sell on their stalls. But they don't know how to make anything particularly complicated, so they asked for my help. Wanting some designs that had no practical significance, but were just for show wouldn't be very difficult for him. Guunji had quite a few complex designs in his mind. Wei Yinja remembered a time when Guunji's live streams consisted of him assembling various gadgets. Shaking his hands, Wei Yinja embraced Guunji. Guunji froze for a moment, tilting his head to try to gauge his expression. What's wrong? Wei Yinja buried his head in the crook of his neck and whispered, If I hadn't always broken things, you wouldn't have bothered studying those blueprints. It was his amnesia that was causing all the trouble. Guunji always gave away the models he built during his live streams. Wei Yinja didn't want to do that, so he'd occasionally break them. Over time, all of Guunji's fans knew about it. Wei Yinja had no choice but to secretly study the blueprints, find wood boards, and make identical ones for his fans. Over this process, he memorized quite a few blueprints. Looking back now, Wei Yinja realized he'd made Guunji's life even more difficult. Even a thin layer of wood wasn't easy to come by. Not to mention all those tools. But Guunji didn't complain at that time. On the contrary, he thought he was feeling lonely because he wasn't around, so he fed him a lot of expensive dog food. Knowing what he was thinking, Guunji couldn't help but laugh. You didn't realize it back then, did you? How could he possibly blame the Wolfhound that depended on him for survival? And now, it's because of your mischief back then that I can show off my skills in front of Grandma Xiaomu. He tore the large dog off his body and tapped its nose. We offset the merits and demerits, okay? His tone was so gentle that Wei Yinja felt like he was back in those days. A hint of red slowly rose on the young orc's ears. But before Wei Yinja could recover, Guunji pushed him away. The school said our vacation would be over in a few days, and we should prepare our things and return for the start of school. Guunji was a transfer student at the end of the semester. If it weren't for this league, Wei Yinja might have shoved him into the next class. Guunji, what about you? You should be graduating soon, right? When are you planning to leave Huangshi? The transfer order is still being coordinated. Wei Yinja made no secret of the fact that he was purposefully manipulating his location. Once the transfer order comes through, I'd be waiting for you here. Guunji would definitely return to Huangshi. They both knew this clearly. If Wei Yinja went elsewhere, it would be extremely difficult for him to see Guunji. It's possible that the two of them would only see each other once or twice in 3 to 5 years. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to Wei Yinja. From the time he was injured and fell to the desolate planet, to his return to the old days, and his time with Guunji, to his departure from Guunji due to his own problems. The two had spent more than a decade together, and had hardly ever been apart. Not only Wei Yanjia, but even Guunji wasn't used to it. Why? Did you have to come here? Guunji stammered. You know this isn't the best solution. He was almost saying it, wanting to hear Wei Yanjia speak his mind. But Wei Yanjia looked away, not answering. Guunji lowered his eyes, disappointed for the umpteenth time. Wei Yanjia was willing to do many things for him, but when it came to confessing his feelings, he seemed to be avoiding them. Guunji didn't understand why, nor was he sure whether he loved Wei Yanjia as a lover or as a family member. Because he had his own doubts, he wouldn't take a single step until Wei Yanjia confessed. The two of them fell into silence. Wei Yanjia then whispered, "Should we go out and digest the food?" Guunji looked at him. Wei Yanjia's expression was apprehensive. But he still couldn't get angry with him. Guunji sighed and nodded. Wei Yanjia gave a silly smile. "Do you want me to become Xiaomu?" His words were a development Guunji hadn't expected. Without waiting for Guunji to reply, Wei Yanjia pulled out a familiar dog leash. "It feels like you haven't taken me for a walk in ages." Guunji, A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. "You don't really think of me as your master, do you? What are you thinking?" Wei Yanjia's smile faltered. Guunji stared back at him with distrust. Wei Yanjia took a deep breath and put away the dog leash. Guunji didn't quite understand his thoughts, but he chose to respect them. They'd agreed to go out for a walk to digest their food, and that wouldn't change. After Guunji cleaned up the leftovers, and Wei Yanjia washed the dishes, they hurriedly put on their coats and headed out. Coincidentally, the coldest days on the desolate planet had passed during the 3 months Guunji had been away. The weather, while still a bit chilly, had become comfortable. As the city grew safer, many people were out for night walks. Keyed by the newly built, simple streetlights, the two strolled leisurely down the main road. The sounds of street vendors hawked constantly from the street showed that once material conditions improved, the orcs' lives were no different from those of the old days. After all, they are the human bloodline that has continued from that era to the present day, Wei Yanjia commented. Guunji nodded. In this world, only the two of them could speak so brazenly of their time traveling back in time. Suddenly, Wei Yanjia seemed to recall something and turned to Guunji. "Gigi, you still can't remember anything about the memories you lost?" Guunji nodded, relieved, "But it doesn't affect my life, so I don't take it too seriously." Wei Yanjia frowned. "Why did you lose those memories?" Guunji had long suspected, but it seemed impossible to verify it. "You should know that since my traveling to that era was inevitable, meeting you as a child was also inevitable." Wei Yanjia, "So?" Guunji gestured. "Isn't this the Mosu Ubi ring? I traveled back to that era so I could save you after returning. And only after I met you did you travel back to that era to meet me." He paused. "I suppose those memories are the price I paid for using my powers to allow you to travel back?" This also explains why he showed no signs of amnesia before his time travel, but lost all memory after arriving on the desolate planet. Because by then, he had already traveled back to the old world, the Mosu Ubi ring had already begun to circulate. Guunji had a point. Knowing that his injuries weren't caused by external factors, Wei Yanjia breathed a sigh of relief. As they walked, talking, they unknowingly followed the road to their old house. The house now looked small, and the space inside was cramped. But a familiar feeling washed over them both. Guunji paused, looking at the items piled in the yard, exactly as they had been when he left. Wei Yanjia quickly noticed his concern and asked, "Would you like to go in and take a look? Aren't Aunt Baishua and the others helping you clean?" Guunji nodded. Although the house was cleaned regularly, it was still somewhat dusty from being unoccupied for so long. The two of them pushed open the door into the courtyard and then walked back inside. Since they were only staying for one night, the bedroom bedding hadn't been removed. It was still fresh. Guunji suddenly had an idea. "Shall we stay here tonight? I want to sleep with Xiaomu." Since Xiaomu's death, he hadn't shared a bed with Xiaomu in ages. The time spent recuperating on the desolate planet naturally didn't count. After all, he didn't know it was Xiaomu, and Wei Yanjia didn't know he was his Wolfhound. Wei Yanjia went to the bathroom to take a look, then came out and said, "No toiletries?" Guunji hesitated for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. "No problem, we can go back and get them." Seeing he was determined to stay in this house, Wei Yanjia had no other choice. "Okay. Then I go back and get the toiletries and clothes. You can boil some water first." The two of them quickly concluded their discussion, and Guunji immediately rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Out in the yard, there was still plenty of firewood available. Guunji moved the ashes under the stove and began to boil water. Before the water boiled, Wei Yanjia returned to the small room they had previously lived in, carrying toiletries, and 2 new sets of clothes. With them came 2 uninvited guests. "Hello, is this our first meeting?" Duan Wayne followed the 2 men, his headache giving Guunji the illusion that, "You've got this day too." The speaker was a classically beautiful woman with long, dark hair, whose handsome features stood out against the 2 orcs. Wei Yinja had recently shared with him about Duan Wayne. So, Guunji was naturally curious about this man, who, according to legend, was not a biological son of the Duan family, but a pure-blooded human, yet had inherited the Duan family's ownership. In the old days, wouldn't that have been a perfect X-point male lead? Of course, there was also a chance it could have been X-Jiang male lead. Guunji's gaze flickered between Duan Wayne and the thin man, his mind already racing with stories he'd already read. The Duan elder brother over there didn't notice Guunji's gaze, but Duan Wayne, upon noticing it, bared his teeth at him. However, in front of the Duan elder brother, this big wolf was like a toothless puppy. He held no intimidating power at all. "Thank you so much for helping Ayin back then. My brother was very polite." With a wave of his hand, the ground was covered with the thank you gifts he had bought. Chapter 92. The Duan family's elder brother had previously sent word that he wanted to meet with the 2. But Gu Yun didn't feel he had done anything for Duan Wayne, so he declined. Unexpectedly, the Duan family's elder brother hadn't given up yet. He managed to find Wei Yinja in the middle of the night and persuaded him to follow him to Guunji. "My name is Duan Tinghan. I've always wanted to thank you too for taking care of my younger brother." Duan Tinghan smiled kindly. If he hadn't seen him pinching Duan Wayne's hand, Guunji would have probably thought he was a gentle person. Although Duan Wayne was being pinched by his brother, he seemed accustomed to it, his expression not changing at all. Guunji didn't quite understand the way the 2 brothers interacted. He looked at the thank you gift on the ground, deeply impressed by the generosity of the wealthy family. Perhaps because he had already gotten to know Guunji, Duan Tinghan's gift was very targeted. In addition to small machines from the past, there were also blueprints for various modern equipment. These were all what Guunji wanted. No merit, no reward. If it had been anything else, Guunji would have refused outright. But Duan Tinghan had brought these things. "We have a mutually beneficial relationship. You don't have to give us these things." Guunji's heart was clearly moved, but Wei Yinja still chose to refuse. Guunji might not have dealt with this man before, but Wei Yinja knew him well. Although he looked weak and timid, he was undoubtedly extremely scheming. The Duan family was considered an affiliated family of theirs, and Wei Yinja had known the depths of the situation since he was a child. The position of patriarch wasn't something Duan Wayne could just give up. Duan Tinghan smiled, undeterred by Wei Yinja's refusal. He said seriously, "I'd like to speak with you privately." Guunji, assuming he simply wanted to discuss Duan Wayne's transformation into a beast, nodded and agreed. The 2 of them left the small house, and when they reached the river, Duan Tinghan suddenly paused. "At first, I actually thought he was hiding here for your sake." Duan Tinghan's words sent a chill down Guunji's spine. But the man who had spoken them didn't see anything wrong with him. "There's nothing between him and me." Guunji quickly distanced himself from Duan Wayne. Duan Tinghan smiled and nodded. "I knew at the moment I saw you and young Master Wei." He paused, then added, "But for a moment, I really envied you." Guunji didn't understand what he envied. According to common sense, Duan Tinghan was not only the adopted son of a top family, but also the current head of the Duan family. Guunji, on the other hand, had none of that. If there was any envy, it should have been Guunji who envied him. Duan Tinghan clearly saw Guunji's incomprehension. He fell silent, then, as if making a decision, whispered to Guunji, "I like him. I like Duan Wayne." Guunji's eyes widened. "Wait, aren't you adopted brothers?" Duan Tinghan nodded. He countered, "So what? I was already 15 or 16 when I came to the Duan family. By then, Duan Wayne would have been almost 10. The gap between them wasn't that great. They hadn't grown up together. Duan Wayne had always been very kind to him." Duan Tinghan was clearly not surprised that he'd fallen for him. Guunji asked, "Are you sure your feelings for him are romantic?" Duan Tinghan laughed. "Of course I'd say that only if I were sure." Guunji frowned. "Are you really not going to confuse them? Family affection and love aren't so easy to distinguish, are they?" Duan Tinghan raised an eyebrow, a hint of meaning in his voice. "Are you telling me that?" "What else?" "I think they're easy to distinguish." Duan Tinghan shrugged. "Simply put, I have bad feelings towards him. But I definitely don't have those feelings towards my younger brother." Guunji was shocked. "Don't you have feelings towards young Master Wei?" Duan Tinghan asked back after hearing his question. Guunji, "Huh?" His face suddenly flushed. I haven't thought about that. Surviving on the desolate planet, even with amnesia, had taken every ounce of his strength. So, Guunji had put the matter of love behind him. Thus, he had never given much thought to how to handle his relationship with Wei Yinja. He simply assumed that if Wei Yinja didn't confess, he'd pretend he didn't know. If Wei Yinja did, then it wouldn't matter whether he considered looking around or not. But he had never considered taking that step first, because he truly couldn't tell the difference between his feelings for Wei Yinja and Xiaomu. His naive reaction piqued Duan Tingan's interest. You two haven't talked it out yet? After hearing Duan Wayne's description, Duan Tinghan had thought the two were together. What are you talking about? Guunji stumbled. Duan Tinghan sighed and shook his head. You really don't even cherish such a good fate. Look at me and Xiaoyin. I haven't even considered giving up on our fateful relationship. How could you two, with such a destined match, still not talk about it? Hearing Duan Tingan's words, Guunji belatedly realized what he meant by envy. Guunji rubbed his fingers hesitantly, unsure what to say. Luckily, Duan Tinghan didn't take it seriously. He stretched and winked at Guunji. Since you're not interested in Xiaoyin, could you help me find a solution? Those things will be my reward for helping me. Guunji couldn't follow his train of thought. What solution? Duan Tinghan, I can't persuade Xiaoyin to leave. So I want to build a house here to keep her company. Aren't you the head of the Duan family? Guunji had no idea what he was thinking. According to immigration requirements, you can't possibly own property here, right? Besides, the Duan family is so large, could Duan Tinghan just let it go? Duan Tinghan, of course, knew the requirements for interstellar immigration and wanted Guunji to find a solution. He said, I want to go back and forth. So, I have to trouble you, the owner of this planet, to open a back door for me. Knowing he was here to pursue love, Guunji didn't say anything final, simply saying, I have to ask us about this. You take the things back first. However, since they were from the same family, Duan Tinghan was unwilling to take them back. Just consider this a deposit. I pay the balance after we're done. Guunji, These two are just as good at forcing a sale. Duan Tinghan didn't give him a chance to refuse, and happily walked into the room. Guunji knew these words shouldn't be said in the room, so she followed them back with a headache. I don't know what the two people said inside, but when Guunji returned, everything had disappeared. Duan Tinghan grabbed Duan Wayne's arm, and said to them, It's too late. We won't bother you anymore. He waved to them, and winked at him. Guunji, After the two left, Guunji slumped in his chair. Do you know what Duan Tinghan said to me? He said angrily. Wei Yinja casually said, he wants to stay? Guunji suddenly looked up. How do you know? It's obvious. Duan Tinghan likes Duan Wayne, right? Hearing Wei Yinja so easily reveal Duan Tinghan's feelings, Guunji couldn't help but wonder, what about Duan Wayne? Does he like Duan Tinghan? Wei Yinja glanced at him, feeling both amused and embarrassed. That's obvious too. So? Of course he does. Why else would they go to so much trouble to push a purebred human into that position? Wei Yinja's words made sense, but Guunji was even more bewildered. If they like each other, why aren't they together yet? Guunji didn't notice as the relaxed expression on Wei Yinja's face, his back to him, vanished without a trace. Because he likes her too much. After about 5 or 6 minutes, just when Guunji thought Wei Yinja didn't know, he suddenly spoke softly. Wei Yinja's words left Guunji completely baffled. If we like each other too much, will we be unable to be together? Guunji simply couldn't imagine it. Wei Yinja didn't turn around, but continued, because I like you so much, I don't dare test your feelings. I'm afraid that if I do, everything will be over. No one can imagine losing each other, so they naturally become timid. What he said seemed to make some sense. Guunji seemed to understand. He pursed his lips, with a hint of dissent, but I think this is wrong. If it were me, I wouldn't care if I lost you. At worst, we could just be friends. After he finished speaking, Wei Yinja suddenly turned around. You mean, if a friend confesses their feelings to you, even if you don't like them, you can still remain friends after rejecting them? It depends. Guunji always knew not to make final statements. If they're truly close to me, I continue to be friends no matter how awkward it gets. After all, I really don't want to lose this friend. But I probably keep a certain distance from them. But if they're just ordinary friends, then I definitely won't be friends with them anymore. I just say goodbye. After he finished speaking, he added, as if growing impatient, I've never been in a relationship, so these words are just empty talk. I'm just saying this. Just listen. Guunji, completely oblivious to Wei Yinja's complex expression, waved his hand. Okay, let's not talk about them anymore. Did you accept Duan Tingen's gift? He changed the subject so naturally that Wei Yinja couldn't tell if Guunji was just being casual or deliberately changing the subject. He could only answer his question. I take it. Duan Wayne said he wanted to use this as a deposit, so we could always allow Duan Tinghan to enter the country. Did you agree? I said we could examine him individually, and then let him in. Guunji nodded, a mixture of amusement and annoyance. Those two people really care about each other. He hinted at something, but Wei Yinja looked away. Chapter 93. After spending a night in their old residence, Guunji and Wei Yinja returned to their new home. Vacations always go by quickly. What brought them out of their leisurely state was the news that a starship had been shot down off the outskirts of Desolate Planet. Even more coincidentally, the owner of that downed starship was none other than Duan Tinghan, whom they had met a few days prior. Precisely because it was Duan Tinghan, they were the first to learn of the news. When the two men saw Duan Wayne, his beastly transformation had almost returned to its peak when Guunji had first met him. But even so, Duan Wayne still intended to leave Desolate Planet. I'm going to find him. Duan Wayne, held captive in the house by Duan Tingen's confidants, suddenly came to his senses when he saw the two men. They haven't found any human tissue in space. Duan Tinghan must still be alive. But the way you look now, I'm afraid you revert to beast form once you leave Desolate Planet, Wei Yinja guessed. I can't care less. Duan Wayne gritted his teeth. He knew Wei Yinja wouldn't let him leave, so he could only focus on Guunji. Guunji, tell me, if it was Wei Yinja who was attacked, would you go find him? Of course I would. But you're a beastman on the verge of transformation. Although Guunji had never seen a beastman go berserk, the attention everyone around him was paying made him a little more concerned. It's very possible that before we even find him, you turn into a clueless beast, right? That's my fate, Duan Wayne said. The two Aster beastmen standing nearby looked helpless. We've already told the young master that if he completely transforms into a beast, there will be no one to save the eldest young master. But the young master is worried about missing the best time for rescue. One of them explained quietly. Humans and orcs are different. Despite being attacked, Wei Yinja not only survived the attack, but also landed conscious. If he hadn't been discovered by the tiger that had been chasing him, Wei Yinja would have recovered without Guunji's treatment. But purebred humans don't have such strong recovery and physical strength. Duan Wayne's idea was indeed correct, but the prerequisite for rescue was that his beast transformation was inevitable. Wei Yinja was about to say something when he felt someone grab his sleeve. He turned back. It was Guunji who was stopping him from continuing. Guunji took a few steps forward. If you had transformed into a beast on another desolate planet, you might still have a chance of survival. However, Duan Tinghan might have fallen on a planet with a large inhabited population. If you transformed there, you would be crushed to ashes. To protect the interests of the majority, the interstellar world will ruthlessly destroy anyone who transforms into a beast, leaving nothing behind. Duan Wayne was merely the missing young master of the Duan family, possessing neither real power nor fame. The garrison stationed on those planets would have no hesitation. Duan Wayne smiled. I should have died long ago. Guunji nodded expressionlessly, looking at the two orcs behind him. He's already said that. Are you still going to stop him? The two orcs' hearts skipped a beat. Then they watched helplessly as Guunji directly activated Duan Wayne's permissions. Guunji, then go ahead. As long as you don't regret it. He didn't think that for Duan Wayne's sake, he could stop him from looking for Duan Tinghan. No matter what, it was his own choice. Perhaps his words sounded a bit like a bystander's perspective, but since he was a bystander, shouldn't he follow his own opinion? Duan Wayne thanked him, broke free from the two orcs' grip, and rushed out the door. The two orcs were too anxious to pay attention to Guunji and Wei Yinja, frantically trying to contact their families. Guunji, not interested in watching someone else's drama, turned and left. Wei Yinja followed closely. If we had just met, you definitely wouldn't have cared about this. Wei Yinja walked side by side with him. His expression was strange, like a mixture of many emotions. Guunji nodded. I still don't think I can be held responsible for his choices. But I've figured it out. This is his business. I don't need to put the pressure on myself. Whatever he does is his choice. I'm just playing a supporting role. I don't need to put pressure on myself. So now, taking over this planet step by step, is it your responsibility? Wei Yinja asked. Why are you doing this? Guunji stopped. Wei Yinja stopped with him. I just want to give those orcs on the verge of transformation a chance to fight. He looked at Wei Yinja seriously. Just wanting to survive. Is that so hard? Wei Yinja stared at him for 3 or 5 seconds before bursting into laughter. He suppressed his laughter and coughed a few times. Gigi, you've changed a lot. Guunji turned his head away. It's been almost a year since I came back from there. If nothing has changed, it would be a shame for my journey. Then, our wise and powerful planetary master, Lord Gigi, would you allow me to join Huangshi's border defense forces? Wei Yinja finally laid his cards on the table. He retrieved his transfer order from his own computer and transmitted it to Guunji's computer. Guunji was stunned. He asked, "Do you understand what your transfer means?" He had spent over a month in the military district, and he had done more than just decorate the tables. He also understood the quickest path for Wei Yinja to succeed his father. However, that path definitely did not include joining the border forces. Joining the border forces meant being far away from the center of power. Perhaps he would have many achievements, but to be honest, with Wei Yinja's status, achievements were not what he lacked most. He simply had a different starting point from the others. Wei Yinja had long considered how to answer Guunji's question. "I know. But I don't care," he said seriously. "I believe in myself. Even if I return in 5 or 6 years, I'd be able to master those things quickly. But training in the borderlands isn't a necessary part of your future." Wei Yinja looked at Guunji. "But you've only been running around school and the desolate planet these past few years, right?" He said it so clearly, there was no way Guunji would pretend he didn't know his purpose. Taking a deep breath, Guunji looked at him seriously. "You like me, don't you?" He couldn't wait for the other person to confess. Knowing that the other person liked him, yet willing to sacrifice their future for him, Guunji couldn't ignore that. Before, he might have played dumb, but now, he saw Duan Tinghan and Duan Wayne. He didn't want to ruin Wei Yinja because of himself. That was his Xiaomu, the Xiaomu who had been with him since childhood, never leaving him. No matter what the relationship between him and Wei Yinja was, he couldn't play with Xiaomu's future. Perhaps because he hadn't expected Guunji to expose his secret so easily, Wei Yinja's relaxed expression vanished completely. The two of them stood on the street for a long time. Finally, Wei Yinja said, "Yes, I like you." From the moment he was rescued, he had slowly grown fond of Guunji, who doted on him and relied on him. During his time in the old world, he had completely come to regard Guunji as the most important person besides his father. Now, having returned to the desolate planet, he was captivated by the present Guunji. He wanted a relationship of mutual support. But it was clear that neither Guunji nor he could currently achieve that. He didn't want to see Guunji suffer the same fate as his biological mother, so he could only keep working hard and making progress. He even hesitated to take shortcuts, fearing that a single one would lead to a grudge against him, leading to an attack on the powerless Guunji. Love breeds worry, love breeds fear. He was still too weak to protect Guunji right now. This was one of the reasons he hadn't confessed yet. "So why don't you confess?" Guunji had no idea how deeply he was struggling, and was still simply curious. Wei Yinja tried to maintain his composure, and replied in a normal tone, "I'm not worthy of confessing yet." "Then have you ever considered that if one day we end up like Duan Wayne and Duan Tinghan, wouldn't you regret it? We won't become like them." Wei Yinja responded word by word, resoundingly, "You are much more important than Duan Tinghan, and naturally the danger is also much greater. Soon, my father will probably send some of his personal soldiers to be stationed here permanently to protect you." He couldn't bear to lose Guunji, so he chose to let go a little for now. "What if one day I fall in love with someone other than you? Then I wish you the best." Guunji looked at Wei Yinja, and the young orc also looked at him. Guunji was at his wit's end. "Now that I've exposed you, what are you going to do?" Guunji slumped his shoulders, reluctantly pressing on. But Wei Yinja didn't respond. Instead, he asked him, "Why do you want me to confess so badly?" Guunji couldn't finish the sentence. Wei Yinja watched him grow increasingly bewildered and couldn't help but sigh. "Gigi, you haven't figured it out yourself, yet you want me to confess. What are you trying to do?" This time, it was Guunji's turn to be speechless. He didn't understand why. He just wanted to hear the other person confess, and then happily agree. Wei Yinja didn't want to let him go, as if to pay him back for the pressure he'd just put on him. "Look, you can't even speak, yet you want to hear my confession. You're going too far." Guunji was clearly getting a little anxious after being accused by Wei Yinja. "I'm not." He hurriedly grabbed Wei Yinja's shirt. I am. He kept repeating "I am" for a long time, but still couldn't say anything. The feeling of being stuck in this dilemma made Guunji anxious. Wei Yinja smiled. "I am what? Could it be that? You like me?" Chapter 94. Hit the nail on the head, no way back. Guunji was speechless because of Wei Yanjia's words. If he simply said he liked Wei Yanjia, of course Guunji would like him. But who was this liking for? What was it about? Guunji couldn't answer. I was the one asking you. Guunji couldn't help but retort. Why did you end up questioning me? Wei Yanjia narrowed his eyes. Is it so hard to answer whether you like me or not? Guunji didn't look at him. Wei Yanjia took his hand, not wanting to delve into it. Let's go. Go home. After that, neither Guunji nor Wei Yanjia mentioned the incident again. Until they were about to leave, Duan Wayne, who had been away for a long time, suddenly returned to Huangshi. He had indeed saved Duan Tinghan, just as he had said. But Duan Tinghan had no way of responding. He had brought back someone who remembered nothing. Without the memories of their time together, only one person was left, burning with his own emotions. When Guunji saw Duan Tinghan again, he was packing his belongings. Noticing Guunji, also a pure-blooded human, Duan Tinghan's heart visibly eased. I heard you don't remember anything? Guunji asked. Duan Tinghan nodded. He said it lightly, but Guunji felt mixed emotions. Yes. When my brother rescued me, I was practically on the verge of death. It's a blessing to be saved. It's just that my brain was deprived of oxygen for too long. It's not just my memory, but I've heard it's all gone. The human body is truly remarkable. Duan Tinghan suffered a head injury, so naturally, he couldn't recover unscathed. Now, he couldn't even assume the position of head of the family. He had returned to help his brother, to secure the position of head of the family, and then hand it over to the one to whom it belonged. You don't remember Duan Wayne at all? Guunji heard him call him brother, and recalled that night, Duan Tinghan's expression of sadness, and a feeling of powerlessness suddenly washed over him. Duan Tinghan paused, subconsciously hesitating. Is he important to me? Guunji lost his voice. He stared at Duan Tinghan, who seemed to have said something wrong, unsure whether to speak up for Duan Wayne. The person he had fought so hard to save no longer remembered him, no longer treated him with special regard. It's getting late, I have to go. Guunji, unwilling to remain in front of this clueless patient, placed the small sculpture he had made in front of Duan Tinghan. This is what your brother ordered from me a while ago. It can help suppress his beast transformation, so it's best to give it to him as soon as possible. Duan Tinghan glanced at the small wooden sculpture for a few moments, nodded, and put down his work. He picked up the sculpture and walked towards Duan Wayne's room. Since returning, Duan Tinghan hadn't actually seen Duan Wayne much. But he knew it was this man who, despite risking his beast transformation, had immediately rescued him, saving his life from certain death. No matter the circumstances, he would have been the first to help him. Standing at the door of Duan Wayne's room, Duan Tinghan was always afraid to knock. He knew he was very important to Duan Wayne, but his mind was blank. It was precisely because of this void that he felt a sense of homesickness. Taking a few deep breaths and preparing himself mentally, Duan Tinghan knocked on the door. Can I come in? Guunji took this opportunity to emerge from Duan Wayne's house. Wei Yanjia was standing at the door, browsing his laptop, waiting for him. Guunji exhaled. He's really changed a lot. Wei Yanjia wasn't surprised. He wasn't always such a sharp-tongued person. Before, he was so decisive because he had to assume the demeanor of the head of the Duan family. After all, living under someone else's roof, how could anyone develop such a decisive personality? Guunji stammered, whispering, Does Duan Wayne regret it? Duan Tinghan doesn't treat him any differently anymore. Won't he be sad? Of course not. Wei Yanjia raised his hands, cupped Guunji's face, and said, On the contrary, I think he'd be very happy to have saved Duan Tinghan. Try to pull Wei Yanjia's hands away, but Guunji raged, Don't rub my face like a child. Wei Yanjia grumbled unhappily, and obediently released his hands. Because of this interruption, he no longer cared about what would happen to Duan Tinghan and Duan Wayne. Guunji added, I'd be back to school soon. He was in the 2nd grade, and would be promoted to the 3rd at the start of the semester, but they both knew that Guunji knew nothing about the interstellar curriculum. Although Wei Yanjia had been diligently making up lessons with him during this time, no one can become fat overnight. Study hard and don't repeat a grade. Wei Yanjia smiled. Why aren't there any courses related to intangible cultural heritage? Guunji was also having a rare headache about school. He'd already graduated 3 or 5 years ago, but now, back in StarCraft, he still had school to complete. Guunji wasn't a nerd. His only skill was his dexterity. Facing the impending academic deadline, Guunji was unusually downhearted. Wei Yanjia watched him perform from the side, saying, I can't help. Guunji shook his head, and amidst the two's banter, he suddenly said, I think it through before graduation. What do you mean? He asked out loud, but in the next second, Wei Yinja understood what he meant. It's about that topic of liking someone. Though he wanted to avoid the question, Guunji looked at Duan Wayne and Duan Tinghan, and a sense of urgency suddenly surged. Though it had been a long time, he still couldn't imagine his world without Xiaomu. He couldn't imagine a future where he and Wei Yinja were just casual acquaintances. He tugged at Wei Yinja's sleeve. Wait a little longer for me, okay? Seeing Guunji showing such weakness, Wei Yinja couldn't help but lift his arms and embrace him. Okay. It's just as well, I haven't become as powerful as my father yet. Wei Yinja pressed his forehead against Guunji's. Then let's make a pact. When you graduate, we both give each other a satisfactory answer. Then, at the place where we first met, we bring our answers to each other. The starship slowly landed at the unmodern docking station, and Guunji joined the crowd and disembarked from the platform. The first thing that caught his eye was grass as tall as an adult and lush, verdant trees. Behind the weeds, curling smoke from the village and golden waves of wheat. A beast roared in the distance. Though he often heard it at school, Guunji still shuddered. Guunji suddenly realized something, and before his mind could react, his body was already moving. Like a nimble monkey, he quickly swerved past others, and found a good spot in the parked car. Are you a native of this planet? The orc grandmother sitting next to him asked with a smile. At this time of year, many college students were rushing back to their hometowns. Even on Huangshi, a health-conscious planet that had only been around for 2 years, it was not uncommon to see a few returning students. Guunji gave a faint smile. Yes. The orc grandmother looked envious. It's wonderful. The air here is good, and it can suppress beast transformation. We orcs really love it here. Unfortunately, Huangshi hasn't recruited anyone from outside yet. Apart from those specially assigned by the military, the only orcs who can work in Huangshi are those who have been exiled to other barren planets. Originally, there were many of them on the 8 barren planets on the border. Now, due to Huangshi's rapid development, those people have been recruited to this planet. Saving a group of orcs in the late stages of beast transformation also reduces Huangshi's manpower burden. However, this decision also completely excludes the orcs, who originally lived on other planets. What orc doesn't know that Huangshi can reduce beast transformation? Even an orc on the verge of losing his mind on the battlefield can alleviate his beast transformation and prolong his life in just 2 years in Huangshi. Unsure how to respond, Guunji gave an embarrassed smile. The orc grandmother's remark was merely a casual one, and she quickly returned her gaze to her computer. When they reached the platform, most people were heading toward the city, but Guunji, carrying a small backpack, headed in the opposite direction toward the dense forest. Although Huangshi had entered a period of rapid development, it hadn't completely eradicated the forests within the city. Rather, they had scattered them around the city. Guunji walked for a long time, before finally reaching the place he remembered. Under the layers of leaves, a gray-white wolf came into view. The beautiful white wolf reeked strongly of blood, but showed no signs of injury. Guunji picked up the scent, took a few steps back, and whispered, "Where are you coming from?" The white wolf retreated a few steps, then laughed in anger at Guunji's expression. I rushed back, and this is your attitude? Guunji knew he shouldn't disdain this busy man, but habitually he acted arrogantly in front of him. It's okay for me to wait for you. But Bai Lang refused to back down. No, today's a great day. I can't be late. The two exchanged glances, and burst out laughing. Bai Lang transformed into a human form, revealing his familiar, sharp-edged face. Although there aren't any flowers or fancy scenes, I'm dressed very formally, Wei Yinja couldn't help but say. Guunji looked at his chest, adorned with several medals, somewhat unwilling to expose his unreliability. But Wei Yinja completely ignored his gaze, and solemnly made an oath. Master, your little pet wants to confess his love to you today. I like you, and Wei Yinja likes Guunji. Mr. Guunji, after over 2 years of reflection, can you give me an answer? Finally hearing the words he wanted, Guunji pounced and embraced the man who had been his family, his friend, and his future partner for most of his life. I've thought it through. I promise. I love you most. Guunji loves Wei Yinja and Xiaomu most. Under the chill of spring, yet under the warm sunshine, the long-awaited white wolf finally met its owner, whom it hadn't seen for years. Similarly, in the countless days to come, they would continue to walk through countless days and nights together, just as they had before.